live! Finally! It's Tuesday! It's the 700th episode live stream celebration! The 100th episode's Watchathon. You know, we're gonna get to the point where me being late on stuff is going to have happened more often than me being on time. People used to say like, oh, you managed to get stuff out on time for so many years, you know, we could forgive you being off schedule. I've been off schedule since 2016, roughly. You know, there's been patches where I've been back on schedule. We're going to get to the point where I will have been off schedule more than I have been on. And nothing is better indicative of that, because it's now slipping into other stuff, because usually my live streams, at least, they start on time. You know, I'm awake at 8 p.m., I can do this, and not oversleep. Please tell me that people can hear me good. Okay, good. I just realized that
Is the mic on? Is the mic on, Lewis?
Your tardiness is the big running joke of old you in the 700th episode. Yeah! But yeah, I overslept, so I had like I was going to wake up at 1, because people keep saying, well, no, you said, you know, it's already 3:30 here when I rescheduled it. You guys remember I'm in Central Time Zone, right? We were going to start at 2 p.m. Central. And I was going to wake up at 1, and I would finish up everything I need to do, like go and get water from Cub and eat some lunch. By the way, I'm eating lunch during the first 100th episode. Joining me at the start of this, we'll see how things progress as we go along. Joining me is Zenith.
Hi, I'm Zenith Warrior Bunny Princess, and I just want to make a statement before we go live, like really like get into stuff. I am trans. If you're gonna be transphobic in the comments, I'm gonna ban you. Like, I legitimately, like, I try to give people benefit of the doubt, but, like, I'm seriously done. So if you say in the comments, like, oh, I don't believe in LGBT content, bye.
Yeah,
bye.
Yeah, no, I don't. You're not welcome here if you're gonna be an asshole to LGBTQ plus people.
Yeah.
So, yeah, apparently stuff was going on in the chat while I was gone. Banhammer, we are happy to use it. Most of what we're going to be doing here is going to be watching along. I've turned down the volume severely. For stuff like the 400th episode, that'll be really necessary, because I'd like to put this stream up and still make money off of it after we're done and not get claimed, which unfortunately all the parody songs I did for the 400th episode, I'm doing revenue sharing on, which means I get like pennies. Mike Sherry, tiredness is normal, especially doing all-night editing. And Danny Fenlon, Planet Earth farts. If you want context for that line, watch the 700th episode. Well, the thing is, yeah, I'm also, like, my sleep schedule is always all over the place. Sometimes I am awake at the oddest hours of the day. Like, it just shifts over. Sometimes I'm actually sleeping at regular times. Other times, not so much. Also, my 3D printer is on the fritz because of a part that's broken. I've ordered a replacement one, and I want to put in, like, a 3D print a replacement piece like this that'll work, but I've been running into a few snags, mostly because I need to hold the thing physically in order to get that piece working. T. William C.A., congratulations on making it to 700th. Hope you make it through the next 700th. And great cameo from Link Papa and Link Mama. Trans rights forever. I think people call them Mom Kara and Dad Kara. I just call them Future Linkara and Admiral Mommy. Nearass 25, happy 700th. It's almost midnight here, so I'll catch the VOD later, but wanted to wish you a Merry Christmas. Wait, not that.
But yeah, right. Hi everyone. We're gonna start our big 700th watch party. I think we start with Sonic.
We do. I would start with Sonic Live, which I'll start in a minute. Random number guy, congrats on 700th episode, Lewis, and great retrospective in the Miller Cinematic Universe with Bearded Idiot, Crazy Steve, and Aquaman. Indeed, I can't remember if he ever did. If Superman ever had a beard in any of his stories. Yeah, we call her Admiral Mommy because I think one of her earliest appearances on the show was like the Star Trek Next Generation / X-Men crossover where she no, not Star Trek, Star Trek / X-Men, where she appeared in an admiral's uniform. Because the early days were wild, guys. Merry Christmas!
The early days had some crazy stuff. Merry Crimbus.
All right, so quick, we're gonna have people join in as we go along. I've added in, I've put out the call to Twitter. Any other content creators who want to join us for the stream, feel free. Otherwise, my wonderful mods will be stepping in. Jim Radloff, whoever wields the banhammer, since they be worthy, shall have for a limited time the power of Thor. All right, I have a statement to make because of these 100th episodes. Okay, so obviously these videos are going to feature appearances by people who used to be my friends, people I used to associate with, but we're not going to dwell on that. We are going to sigh, shake our heads, and move on, because we are here to celebrate and have a good time. I had a good time doing this stuff originally, and it's sad that the memories are tainted by association, but you just gotta move on. It's just gonna be, does that mean I can voice? Yes, you can, Eliza. You can feel free to join in. We're in the Discord call.
Yep,
any of
you can join us
my content creator friends who are watching, who are watching right now, assuming any of you are, because, you've all got busy lives too, just join in on my Discord. You all should have joined in by now. If not, send me a message on Discord and I will add you in.
But yeah, if you don't know, like, the stuff that happened, we're not going to bring it up. Just all right now, we're gonna cringe and move on.
Yeah, it's just...
Wow, I really should have remembered to mute the video before I hopped on Discord.
Well, it's good because I don't hear myself in like any echo. So joining us now, we've got Eliza, one of our wonderful mods.
Hello.
So we are going to switch over here. How do I join the Discord? By being a $1 patron on the Atop the Fourth Wall Patreon. And there is an invitation link and instructions what to do from there. Connor Hall, greetings, Lewis/Linkara, whichever you prefer. I just wanted to thank you for introducing me to comics with your videos. Also, hope you do more Yu-Gi-Oh stuff someday. My Cyber Dragon deck yearns for more. We'll see about that. Myriad Media Musings, congrats on 700. Surface Man Year 1 vid was great, indeed. Gordon CX, we'll get your super chat in a minute, but first, let's move over to the 100th episode, Sonic Live #1, and we'll adjust the audio as we go along. And people gotta say it's too loud, it's too quiet, etc. Well, it's probably being too quiet is not going to be an issue because, frankly, we need to keep the volume down. I tried to edit these to remove copyrighted material as much as I could, but it's gonna happen probably, especially the 400th. So, starting Sonic.
Starting now.
Hello and welcome to Atop the Fourth Wall's 100th episode!
Reduce this by 13 decibels. Yeah, we're going to be talking over most of this, giving thoughts and opinions. This was my first episode in the apartment, which I lasted for 5-6 years.
Seem to keep finding out where I am.
And I just want to preempt any comments. Rolling is a myth. Whatever Sonic is doing, it's a myth in here.
Kind of like if I had roaches, except
I just want to say hello. First time I've been on this.
Hey,
hello.
Is that a Robert Willing joining us now?
Yes, it is.
Robert Willing, aka Staredcraft, is one of our other wonderful mods who is joining us for the stream for the first time.
Yep. Hey, I have a YouTube channel if you guys ever want to check that out.
I also have a YouTube channel. And my videos are now extremely late because...
I'm eating lunch during this, sorry, but everything's going wrong because I overslept.
Remember when there were storylines, Linkara?
Good times.
Oh, I think I just broke my foot off in your ass.
That was a reference to the fact I think we had just filmed. We had just filmed.
It's magic.
That was reference to when we had just filmed the big Alone in the Dark crossover. I think either Alone in the Dark or one of the live streams that they had done, one of the charity live streams Channel Awesome had done. And
if anybody else tries to go into my old
and he had stepped outside for a minute, but he brought his foot down hard on the pavement right outside his office. I'll explain this joke in a minute. And so he actually did break his foot, and he walked around for a little while before realizing he had broken it. So he just added that in there after I wrote it, his green screen cameo of kicking me in the ass. Phaelus' appearance there. So Angry Joe had a big birthday celebration, and everyone had contributed
Seriously, why do you have so many Power
Danny Fanlin, the first of the comics I'll ever review broken. Yeah, because everyone requested I do Sonic comics. We had done this big celebration thing for Angry Joe's birthday, like organized by his girlfriend at the time or something like that. We all contributed videos to that, and Phalus's was him breaking into his old location, because he had just switched over to a new location, and he's like, haha, I'm going to take this over. And then the self-destruct on the Angry Joe Army base set and blew up Phalus, because Phalus was dying every episode of time. So that was a callback to a birthday thing that no one probably remembers, and it's probably lost media now.
Sonic Live #1.
Well, I remember
There's a lot of lost media, unfortunately.
That was 14 years ago. And this is the first Living Illusion cover of the Atop the Fourth Wall theme. He sent, because he sent this to me. Sorry if Super Chats are not getting answered very quickly. I know there's a Gorn ZX one from way back. He wants to repost it.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of people. It's hard to keep up.
And I'm trying to make room here now to eat my sandwich.
Gorn ZX4. Dumb question. Why do you want to enter Takahata's bar? If you want to go to his bar, just be a VTuber.
But I don't have a V. But I'm not a VTuber. Plus
I am a VTuber.
He's keep all the male VTubers. So even if I became a male VTuber, it wouldn't work. Yeah, Living Illusion sent me this rock cover, and I was like, this is perfect for the 100th.
Yep. But I'm a VTuber. I would like to join at some point.
I'm technically a JPEG tuber at this point in time.
Oh, jeez, this is frightening right off the bat.
Nothing like being a
got a mixture of
disembodied voice attached to a JPEG.
Welcome to Sonic the Hedgehog, where Sonic is out of a TV.
Sonic's got gigantic hands, and he's grabbing that.
So the biggest thing, the most popular thing that was requested of me at the time was Sonic comics, in particular the Archie Sonic the Hedgehog series.
I may have contributed to that.
I've never read them. I don't care about them. It's just not a series. Like Sonic the Hedgehog is not a series that's interested me for its story. I've played like the first few. I've played the Genesis Sonic games. That's it.
They want you to turn down the volume of the video a little bit.
Alright, doing that.
For me, I actually was more. I got started into Sonic via the comics and then found the games afterwards.
For me, Medium Musings, I remember being amazed at seeing the brief snippet of Lewis being punched by the AVGN back then. Yep, that was filmed during the 1 year anniversary brawl for Channel Awesome. Just like, hey, can we just quickly film this of just you punching me? We did 2 takes. I think Kyle Justin held the camera. George Franklin, congrats on another milestone. You're one of the steadfast pillars of the internet, and your legacy is well earned. Anyway, do more Sonic crap, please. Well, funny you mentioned that. We're going to be doing some Sonic adjacent stuff for the 701st episode. I'll talk about it then.
Is it connected to a certain Ken Penders?
If you're looking for...
Hello, just some Finnish man in quarantine here giving support. Also, Linkara, when you had that tax live to collect money, I suggest you talk about Ginga Nagaraboshi Gin / Silverfang. Remember? I do not remember, but the tax streams were a while ago, so I cannot recall them. I'm sorry. And Gordon CX, I'm sorry if you want to repost your super chat. I think we're long past it.
I read it out, but it's a VTuber thing.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, VTubers are basically people who have like live 2D or 3D rigs, like me. And if you like Sonic stuff and want people to talk about Sonic stuff, I actually just posted a video about Sonic. So you can go over to my channel, The Bun Squad, and Bun Squad Gaming, and check out Sonic. I talk about, my first impressions. I did a Let's Play of the game. Rolling is a myth. It's amazing.
Others are wildly different with little
Zero Ryoko, I'm here, I overslept. That's okay, so did I.
Hey, here's a question to ask. What would you say is your ever favorite Centennial comic for any comic you've ever read?
For my favorite Centennial episode or Centennial, comic?
Comic that you've ever collected and read.
Like a series that got to 100. Probably Teen Titans number 100 for technically what's considered the Jeff Johns series, even though he left around issue 25, 30 or so.
Actually, that's one of mine too.
Yeah, because it felt like a proper finale to the series. I think they were leading up to the New 52 at that point, but it brought everything back together. It resolved a bunch of storyline stuff, and it felt triumphant because they kicked Superboy Prime's ass.
Yes.
For me, it would probably have to be Uncanny X-Men number 500.
Action Comics number 1000, I remember felt good. Yeah, Action Comics number 1000 was pretty damn good.
Yep.
The colander on the head just got me, man.
Good times. I gotta bring that back.
I have a calendar that looks just like that.
If you bought it from Target or Cub or something, you'd probably the same thing.
I think I got it from Target.
Also,
Hi,
Vega's
Vega.
now in the chat proclaiming nerds.
Yes,
Nerds.
Yep. Hey, there ain't nothing wrong with being a nerd.
Sky Slasher, if you want to just post your super chat in the regular chat, feel free. Because I see
Well,
you
that
did
was a
$10
short
super chat.
review.
Yep.
That was a short review.
Short 100th. Happy. Yo, make it easy on me for once.
If I remember right, aren't these supposed to be like the cousin, nephews or niece or kids of Ken or something?
They are
Oh,
Ken
yeah.
Pender's relatives, yes.
Yeah,
No
they're
one
all-
calls me Robotnik anymore.
No one calls me Robotnik anymore.
Also, as many people pointed out, I don't remember if I mentioned it either. That's not a Sega Genesis controller in his hand. That's a remote control for the TV that he's playing.
Yeah.
Also,
It's like, what are you doing?
it was
Oh,
like
geez, that hand always gives me the creeps. It's like, I think that's a hand from DC.
7 days.
Yeah, I always wondered, did Ken Penders actually get permission from the
I would assume
kids
so.
to have the
I've
pictures
got to
taken?
imagine he did, and they were on board because hey, you get to be in, you get to interact with Sonic the Hedgehog.
True.
Gojira Gun, Sonic Comics, Snoopinga as usual. I see.
Oh god, that meme.
I don't get that meme, but I'll take your word for it that it's a
And
meme.
It's basically YouTube poop.
Yeah, basically the actor who played Robotnik in The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, he didn't know how to pronounce certain words, so instead of snooping around, he said snoopingus around as usual, I see. And people just emphasized it because of what it sounds like.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tried to emulate that voice. I did the Sonic reanimated thing with the guys who did Shrek reanimated. I can't remember if that ever came out. I'm pretty sure it did. And I did the voice of Robotnik, and I tried to emulate Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog's Robotnik. Because that's the series that I watched as a kid. When at like 4 in the morning, whenever it was on.
Well,
See, my Robotnik is Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey just makes Robotnik so fun. I love him.
My
haven't
favorite
seen
topic is Sonic Underground.
that was Gary
Chalky.
Chalky.
Adamantium Rage episode was the only one that had the AVGN make an appearance. Yeah. Well, the guy's busy, and he's like, a million times more popular than me. So, there was the only opportunity I would ever have to have him, have him appear when we did the brawl and everything.
Right.
Yeah.
But I said that was Gary Chalky who did him in Sonic Underground. For me, it'll always be Jim Cummings from Sat AM.
Oh, Sat AM was still a good
Well,
Robotnik.
we don't talk about Sonic Underground because they start a rock band. And one thing I found out is that in the original Sonic game, one of the things they pitched was having Sonic be in a rock band, and I still don't think it makes any sense.
I love it.
I just like it for the siblings. I just like it for her siblings. Sonia and Manic, they are too good for that show.
Oh yeah. Also, it was the first Sonic show to ever have Knuckles in it, by the way.
Yeah,
I do have plans to eventually review the Sonic shows, but right now it just does not appeal to me.
We got another person joining us in here, but before we introduce them, I'm going to be doing another super chat. Exister say Star Wars Masters of Terrascasi.
Using multimodal reflection sorting.
Joining us now, we got the game show reviewer.
Howdy, y'all.
Oh, the game show reviewer lives.
Hi, GSR.
Howdy, can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. Audio recommendation for you. I'd recommend taking down Discord audio by about 1/4. And taking down the audio on the video also by about 1/4.
All right, reducing everyone else's audio a little bit, and I am reducing Sonic Live even more.
Because at the moment, you're kind of blowing out everyone,
Yep, very sorry about that, everyone.
Sorry.
I probably don't help with that. I always had a naturally loud voice.
Yeah, I've reduced everyone else's volume by a few more decibels, and Sonic Live is now down to negative 22 decibels.
Awesome.
I'm having trouble controlling the volume of my voice.
Volume of my voice.
Planet Earth
how do we join
farts.
the
I'm
voice
sorry,
chat?
I
You
love
don't.
that.
It is only for sorry. It's just for my friends and buddies and people who work on Atop the Fourth Wall. Sorry. Philip Kelton, but if you wanted to join the Discord, just for that, there's other stuff around there. There's lots of people around where you can enjoy a wonderful community of Atop the Fourth Wall fans who talk about a bunch of stuff and a lot of creative endeavors, and why I encourage you all to join the Atop the Fourth Wall Discord via my Patreon. On that note, Super Chat's coming in. Philip Kelton, congratulations on how far you have gone, Lewis. Thank you. Valdegast, getting to 11 p.m. here in Sweden. Just want to say that I love your stuff, and you should definitely do 300 at some point. Let's just say that Frank took some liberties with the story. No.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
No, you're kidding. Frank Miller taking liberties with the story? That is unprecedented.
Oh, no. DeGil Vids, too bad, will never be more popular than the Bee Gees.
Who can be? Who can be, really? Ex-Exister, damn, that was probably the best Terrascasi from a non-Finn's mouth I've ever heard. You deserve a medal. Thank you.
I don't even know what Terrascasi is.
Masters of Terrascasi is a Star Wars fighting game.
Wait.
Yep.
And it became canon, too, thanks to Solo, a Star Wars story, where Han's love interest says that she trained in Terrascasi.
Yeah, I heard that line in Solo. I was just wondering what the hell it was, because I couldn't see it in any of the other movies or shows that I watch.
Yeah, it's a Star Wars fighting game where all the Star Wars characters fight each other, and because the rebellion is training them in a new martial art called Terrascasi.
And the worst part is this was his backup. This was Palpatine's backup plan for the destruction of the Death Star.
The backup plan for the destruction of the Death Star.
And to fill out the cast, they included a Gamorrean guard and a Tusken Raider. And I cannot remember what the name of the Gamorrean guard was, but they named the name of the Tusken Raider was Whore.
That sounds about right for George Lucas, who wanted to name a character Darth Icky at one point.
It's like spelled H-O-A-R or something like that, and it's just like, wow.
It's Thok is the Gamorrean guard.
Thok, that's it. Yeah.
Speaking of Gamoran, I'll do you one better. Why is Gamora?
Why is Gamora? Funny enough, I'm going through all of the Jim Starlin Thanos graphic novels and everything recently on my videos.
Nice.
Coronet Chris says, congratulations on 700, Lewis. I started watching you thanks to a link in a Batman Harley round robin back in 2012, and as weird as that is, I consider it an important moment for me because you've been a major inspiration to me. Thank you, Coronet Chris, and thank you for the donation.
Thank you for the very kind words, and of course, that's why at the end of every episode we have keep circulating the links, because links will bring people to the show. So I really appreciate that that's how you found me.
I remember how I found you by looking over somebody's shoulder.
Please keep
in the library.
circulating the links. It really helps out. Speaking of which, shameless plug, if you like video game analysis, check out the Bun Squad. Hi, I'm a bunny. We have talking cats on the show. It's a lot of fun.
Sky Slasher, sorry about earlier. This is my first time doing Super Chats. You should have guessed that your 15 comics you'll never review list was going to be bunk since this was first review after. Yeah, but I think my point at that point was, like I said earlier, I'm not doing like a retrospective of the main Sonic comics. So like, I think I'm still okay there. Hopefully,
I might do that someday.
Danny Fenlon, we'll get to your Super Chat in a minute. And a Comic Geek. Game show reviewer lives on the planet of junk. Ba weep, gra na weep, ninny bong. That was my attempt at doing Unicron via Orson Welles.
Okay. Myriad Media Musings. Well, to be pedantic, Terrascasi is a martial art. The martial art is canon, not the game's events.
True.
That is fair.
But it's funnier to say that the entire thing is canon. Danny Fenlon, you can probably make a filthy sentence with just Star Wars nouns. You're not wrong.
There's a musical style in Star Wars called Space Jizz. That is an actual musical style.
A jizz whaler.
Jizz
just made me just put something in that super chat, but it just made me realize something. Lucas and names. It took me so long to realize that the main character's name, Luke S. Lucas. And I just realized that too. Thank you so much.
Pretty groovy. My favorite thing is that the Star Wars Galaxy Edge cookbook and the Life Day cookbooks are both canon because they are written by the chef character Strano Tuggs that appears in the sequel trilogy.
Yeah, I'm going to call the Luke S thing coincidence because, I'm sorry, I cannot believe that. I refuse to believe that.
That would be too stupid.
That's too clever.
Icky.
It's too clever for him to come up with it. Hey, have been watching since the CA days and glad to see you still around. Wanted to ask which DC and / Marvel storyline misstep upset you most that still persists today. Either One More Day or the New 52, because even now we're still feeling the effects of the New 52 and screwing around with the continuity and them constantly trying to hammer the continuity back into place, and I don't think they've ever quite fixed it.
No.
Exister, I gotta say this one because they're probably asking me to pronounce this. Sorry, but I gotta try this. Say Jatin Maki. I'm sure I butchered that. Jatin Maki. Jatin Maki? Makey? I don't know. What does that mean? One RHBS fan, my first episode, MMPR #1. Yeah, that must have been confusing because that was also the conclusion of the Mechakara arc.
Well, for me, it was top 10, 15 W2TF moments. So I've been around here that long.
I've been here since the very beginning. The first episode.
You got me beat.
I read the text reviews and then just kind of followed the path.
You win.
Now, yeah, you win.
You win.
You win, Eliza.
Text reviews, you win.
I only found the text reviews because I looked over somebody's shoulder in a library and they were reading them.
Good
All
time.
I know is that Zenith has been here forever, since Zenith is the best ghost bunny, haunting you all
But I'm going to
forever.
bring this up just because they mentioned it. The top 15 WTF moments in bad comics was the first episode that premiered on That Guy with the Glasses, because we felt that was probably the best one to get people into me, because people still love list videos to this day. It's why I haven't stopped doing the end-of-year list videos, even though list videos are also a much bigger pain in the ass to make.
I remember the first time I found out about the Lord Vice arc. I was watching before the conclusion of the Lord Vice arc. I know that.
Nice.
Before All That ECC Conquers. I was watching before that. However, I think that technically makes me the more recent inductee, which is kind of hilarious considering what I do for you nowadays.
I know, right? Robert Hulla, you ever read Scar, Son of Hulk? I borrowed the trade from the library after buying Planet and World War Hulk. It was a bitterly disappointing follow-up. Yeah, I never read it, so sadly I don't know how disappointing it was.
Yeah.
JTSG with a very generous donation. Congrats, Lewis, on 700 episodes. What a weird book. The first year one book I learned about that's bad. Feels like someone cribbed this for DCEU ideas. Happy everyone is here from the Atop the Fourth Wall crew, and as always, more Neutro! I'm working on it.
More
the
Neutro.
joke would have made a lot more sense if certain things had come to pass. That's all I'm going to say. Sebastian, I'm not blaming you, GSR. I'm not blaming you.
I know.
I am.
It's been a busy few years.
I remember you told me about this comic. You told me about year one, before the episode was out, and I was wondering how a story could just sort of peter out like you said it did. Holy crap!
I still say it becomes an Aquaman book for the middle one.
A lot of people saying that. I'm kind of dumb for not pointing it out myself, but I think I just figured, well, it's he doesn't necessarily. I don't think he ever acknowledges Aquaman in any of his Dark Knight books.
No, I don't think he does.
He did. Dark Knight 3, he did.
Oh God,
Okay,
Sonic, stop being creepy. Stop being creepy, Sonic.
You guys can't hear the soundboard, but it just did the to be fair.
To be fair.
To be fair, that one was less Frank Miller and more what's-his-face, Brian Azzarello.
I would say that until the ending. I personally believe the ending was more Miller because Azzarello's always shown he believes Superman's an alien first, human So I always do feel the ending was more Miller.
I dislike the interpretation of Superman as an alien first. It just
No, I hate
bothers
it.
me.
Yeah.
I hate it too, but it's a legit
you
interpretation.
see, Aquaman's a myth, like Rolling.
Remy the Wolfie says the lesson in 700 I really did relate to. About to change, and I'm followed for, and I'm a furry yiff artist. Your message reached some odd folks.
I don't mind. It's whatever gets the point across.
Sebastian
Iman, Lewis, if I ever get around to subbing to Patreon, I have a request I've been wondering about. Would you ever review Cyber 6, the Argentinian comic that made the awesome cartoon? I would if there's an English translation.
I'm actually the episode after my Yu-Gi-Oh episode is going to be Cyber 6. To anybody who's interested, after my Yu-Gi-Oh episode up to the Cyber 6 is the next episode after that.
Oh, by the way, I will also say this, Lewis, because I know you're on the invite list. If you can come out here a few days prior to the wedding, you're more than welcome to drop by here, and I'll take you to a Zaxby's.
Nice. I don't think I'll be able to do that just because of costs and everything, but we'll see.
Darn. Oh well.
Yeah. Now we're entering into the. I feel
song.
embarrassed, but I was in the middle of a move when I filmed the 100th episode. Everyone sings the theme song bit. So I don't mind other people being slightly off key with their stuff, but I feel bad about myself, especially Harvey Finevoice being off key when singing. It's because I was rushing to get it done. And also, you'll see some Team 4-Star members in here because Team 4-Star was on that guy with the glasses at the time.
Right.
Oh, look, it's Alan. Hi, Alan.
Hey, Alan. Can you share your screen, Luke?
I will try. I don't know what this is going to be like trying to share OBS on this.
It's worked before, I know that. Just so that we can actually follow along in real time.
Application.
Cream the Rabbit. The 100th episode is the first Atop the Fourth Wall I ever watched because of how much of a Sonic fan I am. And I've been hooked ever since. I can't believe next year you will have done this for 15 years. Congrats on 700 episodes, dude.
You might have to mute it because I don't know if that's what that's going to do for audio. Yeah, I am now streaming. I'm streaming in 2 places here, technically. The Duke, I'm turning a little late, so sorry if you've covered this already, but in the 7th episode, was Future You played by your dad? Just asking if someone in the credits says the last name is you. Yep. Future Linkara and Myra played by my parents. Myriad Media Musing, after 700, I feel Linkara will lose the contest. We will see. I'm keeping it in the dark about how things are going to progress. All right, and we're coming up on the end of the 100th. Got the end credits playing here.
Probably know it's going to be like a big twist, and all of a sudden Jarrus is going to come in and win.
Well, I remember very specifically there was a part in the crawl that said that the original shooting model of Comic-Con 1 is going to be featured in the Smithsonian, alongside the trophy from the Contest of Champions.
I love that Jarrus suggestion. Oh my God, Jarrus is coming down the ramp with the Money in the Bank contract. Super Mutant 2099, happy 700. Always honored the Santa the Barbarian comic that I donated at MagFest as part of these episodes. That review was the first.
That was a fun one.
That was the first review where I ever got my neighbors to be upset at me. Well, I say upset. Basically, I filmed it in the apartment at the time, and we're gonna switch over to the 200th in a minute here. That was I was filming it late at night, like 9:30 or so, and I was loud. I was screaming. I had never had any kind of problem with my neighbors before because the soundproofing in that apartment was really good. But
paint reality. And
that is the end of the 100th. We will switch over to 200 in a minute here. And they actually came and knocked on the door and said, "Hey, could you keep it down? I'm turning into bed early tonight." I sent some apology chocolates later because I had always never wanted to disturb my neighbors when I was filming, and I never had before. That was the first time in like 5 years that it ever happened. So yeah, fortunately, that was the only time that ever happened, and they were understanding and okay with it afterwards. Like I said, I gave them some apology chocolates. And otherwise,
You're a damn good neighbor. You know that?
I try
Yeah,
to be. This is also why it's nice to have my own house, because I can be as loud as I want, as long as I'm not, blasting stereos out the window or something.
Oh,
Tell me about it. Tell me about it.
All right,
Yeah,
let's move on. Let's do Gunlauger Arneson. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. If you have a super chat, feel free to post it in the regular chat. Otherwise, we're moving on to the 200th episode. Sonic Live is the shortest 100th episode, which is just as well, considering, again, I was moving at the time.
It was a lot of things doing very quickly, and some of these people, we're not talking to anymore. So if you're asking what happened to these people, that's what happened to these people.
Zero Ryoko, and now we're heading into 200. This is where I was introduced to Linkara thanks to some college friends. I don't know if I can join chat because it might be cluttered. It is getting a bit cluttered, though. Yeah, if anyone swaps out, feel free to join in, Zero Ryoko. Otherwise,
Sonic Live was a thing.
Actually, can Zero Ryoko even join? Because I don't know if their status in the Discord allows them to do that.
Yeah, I don't think so. Unfortunately, it's set to, and I don't think I can change it because it's set to mods and above.
Mods and cameos, yeah.
Yeah.
Well. So. At the very least, let's focus on what we got here. The 200th episode actually premiered at Con Bravo. And someone mentioned in the chat that they were there for that with all the speaker problems we have with that. Holy crap! J Manor Productions with movies.
Whoa!
I think that's $50 right there with the numbers there. Equivalent with movie/show adaptations of games. Would you prefer it to tell something different or be a direct adaptation? Would say the former to introduce the IP to a new audience, as long as it's not far out from the source material and be unrecognizable. I'd say get it closer to the games, especially their story, as we've seen multiple times now with Resident Evil, where they apparently hate the idea of just adapting Resident Evil because they seem to hate wanting to do that.
At least
we don't want to do zombies.
Best character in the Netflix one was definitely Wesker, even though that's not saying much. It is not saying much, but Wesker's the best part in that movie.
DWP 102589, have you managed to get around to reading Miracle Man now that Neil Gaiman is supposedly going to finally complete his run? I still have not, sorry to say. All right, let's...
Also, Fruity Groovy, he didn't have a falling out with Bear. Bear's still around, as is Beppo. They just aren't utilized as much.
Indeed. All right, starting off, one more day. I'm reducing the volume even more because of what happened before. And this was in the middle of the gun and sorcery arc. So to explain why, I'm in the middle of a field here.
I am so lost.
Okay, hold on. Everyone in sync. In sync when it happens.
So lost.
Oh, yeah, never mind. We already missed it. Darn it, never mind. I am so lost.
Always lost.
No, Bafo is not a jukebox. We've addressed this in storyline. He's been taken back. He's been changed back.
Yeah, I was a little worried when Linkara started posting videos of the 3D printer. I'm like, has anyone seen Bafo?
I do like this change because the first intro was all the comics, and now it's you holding up the comics, which is a nice progression.
I think this might be my favorite of the anniversary intros. Not to say that you ripping off your 600th intro for your 700th episode was not a grand idea. Yes, I caught that.
I'm surprised more people didn't. I just didn't have time. I wanted to edit more different clips in there, but use that as a base. But I was like, this episode is a week late. Just get it out there.
You lifted it wholesale. I don't think you didn't swap out a single clip, did you?
Didn't swap out a single clip. I was planning to, but I did. Yep. But I didn't end up doing it because I wanted to add some more recent stuff in there.
Now I know you talked about.
I love this idea for it though, which it wouldn't work as well nowadays because I've had so many episodes now where I don't physically have the comic.
Yeah,
agree.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say, I know you talked about One Moment in Time with Last Angry Geek, but remind me, which do you still think is worse? One More Day or Omit?
One More Day.
Yep.
Same.
Agreed.
One More Day basically got me to stop reading Spider-Man until somebody told me that Beyond was a great storyline, so I was like, okay, I'll give it a shot.
Oh god, that evil mirror car, that was one of my favorite episodes.
Yep.
Grendel Mraz, I found out about you from a friend and haven't turned back. Thanks for the good memories and happy 700. Thank you so much. I'll do One Moment in Time eventually on my own. Otherwise, I did a quasi crossover with The Last Angry Geek on it, which I reference in this video, actually.
Yep.
Snowflame.
Snowflame!
Snowflame!
Who doesn't love Snowflame?
Man, I miss
just join your Discord and
Snowflame.
I can't see the rolls, even though I did the first thing. Someone check and see. Could one of my wonderful mods check on that? Make sure they can that they like did what they need to do to join in. I mean, obviously they can't join the
I don't know
voice
how to
chat,
do that.
But you know, make sure they're actually like going through the steps properly.
He should make a deal with Mephisto.
I like all these old clips of you being like, oh yeah, sure, I love Frank. I love One More Day. I've never said anything bad about One More Day.
You may have noticed I have a thing against One More Day.
So of course they had to have the devil. Spider-Man.
I don't know.
Did you know they made G2 comic book accurate toy out of G-Axis? Yes, I did. I follow David Willis of Short Packed and Dumbing of Age fame, and he posts about toy stuff a lot because he's a massive Transformers fan. So I know about comic accurate G-Axis.
One More Day is essentially the rolling of your universe. It's like this running thing, a running gag.
Now the problem with doing this is the 200th episode. After the Sonic Live episode, people assumed that every 100th episode would be another comic I said I'd never review.
Oh, yeah.
There's a hell of a lot more that's wrong with this crap than just the ending.
Was not my intention.
I'm sure there is one
Don't blame.
other way
Yep.
people would
Don't blame
have
you.
me doing this. That would be, come on.
Rolling is a myth. Anyway, review more Sonic comics.
Ever thought of live streaming Five Nights at Freddy for the spooky season? Also, this is my first 100th episode celebration since I started watching Atop the Fourth Wall in February. Nice! Welcome here. As for Five Nights at Freddy, probably not.
If Five Nights at Freddy's is just jump scares, I don't really think it's good.
Yeah, I mean, we tried to do some atmospheric stuff last year. This year, I think I was originally planning I was going to do Silent Hill for Halloween, Silent Hill Homecoming, but with the way things are going and Elite Force 2 is taking a bit longer, I think that just Diablo 2 Remastered is going to be what we're doing in October, which works because we're fighting skeletons and demons and crap. Zinfel,
quite a few
your
super
thoughts
chats
are on
coming
One
in.
More Day. I don't know. It's such a mystery.
Ball to gas. It says for super chat. Should they adapt Avengers 200 for the next Captain Marvel movie?
No!
No! God, no!
Philip Kelton.
No.
The issue with Miller's work on DC, it's all his story or extension of The Dark Knight Returns in year one. Because of that, they don't have much substance of themselves and just repeat the same ideas. Yeah! And I don't know why he keeps insisting on trying to make it all one big continuous thing. There is no good reason to do that.
I still don't get how does year one get into Crazy Steve? They're nothing alike.
Yeah, none of this stuff of matches together. Like, Dark
hi,
Knight Strikes
Bennett.
Again, technically, because it's a direct sequel to Dark Knight Returns, but it's still not. But it still feels wrong.
The question is, was Bennett really the devil all along?
I want to say this was referencing like a thing at the time where like he appeared in like a That Guy with the Glasses video or something, and was like, "Hi, I'm the devil." And it's like I was just referencing that and bringing it back because I was like trying to bring in all these characters who have played the devil or doing something nefarious for this. I really enjoyed how this story, quote unquote, of this episode came along. Just like everybody, all the cameos were people being like, "Yes, we're gonna do the obvious thing and offer to erase One More Day if you give up your show," or something like that. I thought it worked really well. I thought all the jokes really worked with it.
This was a great setup. I liked what you did with the girl, like the girl in red. Like it flowed pretty well. Also, when's the 700th lamp review?
To be fair, I could, even though I hate One More Day, I could see a way to salvage it into a good story. And I think that's what makes me hate it even more.
Sorry, the 700th lamp review will be August 32nd. Rebby the Wolfie, favorite Godzilla comic, also favorite kaiju. Favorite kaiju is probably Gigan. Like, the more I think about it, the more I just really love Gigan's design.
I think you mean Smarch 32nd.
There you go.
March.
Favorite Godzilla comic is probably Godzilla in Hell.
For me, it's Cataclysm, if I gotta say, as a Godzilla fan, because just the idea of a post-apocalypse happening.
Obi-Wan,
You know,
1994 Kenobi. Did anyone just hear a horn? Beppo?
It's not very good.
Bafo.
Bafo. Yeah, Beppo is the invisible monkey. Bafo is the clown. Myriad Media thinks episode 800 thus will be Who Wants to Be a Superhero.
I don't think I've actually ever read a Godzilla comic.
You should. There's some good stuff in there.
You have Godzilla for the Power Rangers currently.
Oh, wait, no, I never read
Godzilla
that.
need with a comic book.
We're like 46 minutes in and I am still eating my lunch.
Okay, yes, I have read a single Godzilla comic book. I've been reading the Godzilla vs. Power Rangers, and I forgot about that.
I gotta read that.
It is good.
It is really good. Then again, the Power Rangers comics from Boom Studios have been amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, great. I'm so glad they're doing another Power Rangers Ninja Turtles. Anything to wash away the in-space one.
I am still shocked that nobody has patroned Shattered Grid. It'll happen eventually, but the fact that it hasn't happened yet, I'm surprised by.
People have asked
we're
about
not being
Shattered
myself.
Grid so much. Shattered Grid, like, is something that people talk about in the Discord so much.
Shattered Grid is such a good story, though.
Gojira Gon, what if I told you that Captain Marvel was an adaptation of Avengers 200? Memory wipe being used, sexist controller. Also, you missed my super chat. Sorry, Gojira Gon. If you want to just repost your regular super chat in the text, we will read that off.
I got it.
It's
I got
hard.
It. So I got it. Fun fact: Russell Crowe was initially meant to play Mephisto, just the devil, in Thor: Love and Thunder, according to the concept art.
Huh.
Also, my cat Kana says hi. Chat, say hi to my Kana cat. She's amazing. She can talk, and she's not allowed to henshin.
Hi, Kana.
No, wait. So wouldn't Shattered Grid fall under like it being a really big story for you to do for a super chat and for a Patreon?
Which one?
Shattered Grid. Wouldn't that be under too big? Like 12-ish? Isn't it like 12?
I suppose it is 12 issues. Then yeah, that would be a little hard. They could request half of it. When we did what's it called?
Kana, no, don't rub the microphone, please.
When I did Hellstar Ramina, the same patron managed to get it twice and just did both parts.
That actually worked.
Mega Timmy
Yeah.
Tommy, so any advice to a guy trying to do a Discord stream of Kingdom Hearts 3 on PS4 with his buddies? Even if you're not funny, be entertaining. Just be talking. You'll have fun conversations. Be energetic and whatnot about what you're talking about. Just be into it. Because
fun.
if you're
Like,
enjoying it, then the chat is enjoying it too. A Dead Fish was the Sandman retrospective joke foreshadowing a future project. Yeah, I might as well just say it formally because I already said it in the end credits. The next big retrospective is the Sandman. I'm doing the main series.
Oh, nice.
I was going to do that in 3 parts and then have the 4th part be Sandman adjacent stuff. There's a lot more Sandman adjacent stuff than I was
You
aware
have
of.
one going on currently. You have one going on currently.
There's the Dreaming. There's several Death miniseries. There's several it's just one thing after another. I did not realize just how many Sandman adjacent miniseries there were. So we're gonna focus strictly on the Sandman number 1 to 75, 72. I can't remember how many issues there were.
A friend of mine's been wanting to ask you this question, and since I'm here, I guess I might as well. Do you ever plan on covering the Bendis Man of Steel or any of his Superman books?
I have no immediate plans, but people keep telling me the Bendis Man of Steel is really bad. I read the first issue or 2 of that. I thought it was okay.
I would say Man of Steel, the miniseries itself was not bad, but as his series went on, it did get atrocious. But it's still nowhere near as bad as Chuck Austin's run.
Then again, there's only one good thing I can say about Chuck Austin. 2 good things I can say about Chuck Austin.
The Doctor chases after him as he starts.
I think he did I think he wrote on Exiles for a while. It wasn't bad there.
Yeah, his Exiles run wasn't terrible.
And he did 2 issues of Ultimate X-Men, which weren't bad.
Oh, yeah.
And apparently, if you give him Gambit, he's really good.
Uh-huh.
I seriously consider.
Excuse me. Gorn ZX, which moment of these hundreds do you think is the most WTF? Probably just the racism of Holy Terror.
Doctor explains that Spider-Man.
There's nothing good about Holy
or
Terror.
if you just want goofy WTF.
Future's End, the
Billy
light
Preston
bulb.
at the end of the 400th.
Revealing he knows.
Billy Preston
I don't know.
appearing and saving the day with a Deus Ex Machina.
Carrying that around.
I still say turning Batgirl into a flashlight, like, what?
Yeah.
What?
Philip Kelton, the thing with Miller's Batman is there is these weird theme of Batman growing up with the reader, which doesn't make sense then for these prequel ones then.
Yeah.
Timmy Tommy, I meant technically how do I keep the PS remote play from stuttering? I am not the guy to ask about that. Every stream that I have done, aside from one Switch stream with my wife, which was more her than me, has all been PC based. I've not done any connections of consoles to PC for streaming, so I'm sorry, I have no idea how to do that.
By the way, does anyone else hear a microphone popping?
Yeah, I'm looking at Discord, and it looks like it's GSR, because GSR's thing keeps popping up every single thing that pop happens.
I'm sorry, okay?
Yeah, I'm hearing the audio pops. I'm not sure what the...
Hold on.
Obi-Wan 1984 Kenobi, do you want orange juice, Lewis? I got Diet Coke. That's better for the throat.
And sorry we aren't getting to so many super chats. There's a lot of you guys in chat. It's taking a bit.
It's a big stream. We're sorry. We're just gonna miss stuff on occasion. We're trying our best here.
Because I'm bored, would you recommend reading Marvel ironically?
No.
Okay, ironically, I might suggest it, but only if you're doing like a drinking game with it.
Philip Kelton, in year one, is constantly implied the characters are kid, with stuff like Catwoman hanging out with kids, stealing toy, Batman helping an old lady cross the street, ride bike, fly kite, save cat, etc. I can see what you mean.
Well, here's a question for you. What would you say is the least bad of your Centennial comics you've reviewed?
Sonic.
Sgt. Pepper, probably.
Really?
Huh? Yeah, I would agree with that.
Well, that or Sonic Live. I mean, Sonic Live is still really god awful, but like, it has it's just like a bad single issue of a comic. And Sgt. Pepper is just goofy and magical and musical. It's still bad, but it's like, it's not meant to be taken super seriously.
It's like it's bad.
It's supposed to be a drug trip. It's the Beatles. You're not supposed to take it at face value because a lot of it is just nonsense.
Bumblebee 790. I recommend the Ultraman comic. It is very good and has a great starting point for Ultraman.
They released an
I've
Ultraman
heard.
comic?
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's one going on right now, and I think that Marvel actually.
I will have to look that up because I love Ultraman.
I still need to take a look at Ultraman, and one of my patrons asked me to look at Ultraman RB. It's on the back burner right now. Like, my schedule's kind of all over the place. I'm working on Sonic 2 next, and Coraline, and Danganronpa 2, and there's too much to do, damn it. Rolling is a myth.
Remind me of something, Lou.
Doing like 4 projects at once.
I am always doing 4 projects at once.
So am I.
Remind me of this. Is the tradition for Future Linkara to appear in the anniversaries or the 100 episodes?
100th episode.
When did that start?
I mean, technically with the first 100th, I mean, Future Linkara just kind of appeared.
Oh, that's right, with the song number.
With the song number, but all the other ones he's actually like appeared like.
I don't remember Future Linkara in
the
this one.
300th, we got the phone call. 400th.
Yeah, I remember the phone call.
I think 400th is the only one that he doesn't appear in, because
your
my
dad
dad plays
does technically appear,
Whatley
right?
instead.
Yeah.
Whatley.
The only other exception, of course, was his first appearance during the was it the RoboCop versus Terminator one?
Yes, because I went to the future briefly because of hyper time shenanigans.
Where are my
Now,
pants?
here's
It's time travel.
Here's what I wonder.
We'll get your super chat in a minute. Kylie, been watching Atop the Fourth Wall since I was in middle school in 2008. I'm 26 now. You've been around for literally half my life. Wish I could send more. Rock on. Just watching for that long is so impressive and awesome. And the fact that and God, it's weird because I've been doing this show for 14 years. So hearing about people watching that early on, or that they watch it when they were much younger kids, when I started at the tail end of college, it's mind-boggling for me. Mega Timmy Tommy, how about trying the Disgaea games for a Halloween stream? They're set in hell. Perhaps,
They are also long as hell.
They're also long as hell, which is another problem. Jedi Dragon Protector, best Stan Lee cameo in movies.
Amazing Spider-Man 1.
Guardians of the Galaxy, where he was a Watcher.
Yep, we were talking to the Watchers. I think he was Hugh Hefner in the first Iron Man.
He was mistaken for you. He was mistaken for you.
And then And then there was it was probably his best one was Fantastic Four 2, Rise of the Silver Surfer, where he was Stan Lee.
Oh yeah, like Stan Lee. Yeah,
I'm Stan Lee. I'm on the guest list. No, you're not. You're not. But I am. I totally am Stan Lee, and I'm on the guest list. No, get out of here.
Throw back to the wedding.
Don't forget his first movie cameo. Well, not his first, but his first major movie cameo in Mallrats.
That was a good. Yep. Your friend here is
correction.
really obsessed with superhero genitalia.
Correction, it was
Okay,
Superman
hold on a sec. What is with that face mask? That doesn't hide anything. What the hell is that face mask?
I cannot recall what the deal was with that.
either.
Philip Kelly
correction,
said,
it
The
was-
Dark Knight Strikes Again. Batman and the old heroes are so old they drink tea, read the newspapers, and complain how violent the young heroes are.
I drank tea in elementary school.
Well, it's Frank. He's saying that this is Frank Miller's. His ideas. All of his Dark Knight books are meant to echo the ages of the readers, which is odd considering the prequel stuff and whatnot. But I get it. But I get his point. If it is a he, I'm sorry.
He's not the Hulk. I'm the Hulk.
Adam
I did it
Desley
that
was
one
50.
time.
Thank you so much. Hi, Lewis. Congrats on 700 episodes. Next week I turn 32, and I'm going to post some written reviews of my 30 favorite comics on Facebook. One will be the Technus Imperative, which I might not have found without your show. So thanks for that and more. No problem. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, Tony Stank. That was funny.
Tony Stank, yeah. Because I'm bored, best Marvel movie, probably Captain America: The First Avenger for me, just because I just really love that movie.
It's a really underrated film. I love just every bit of it. It's a nice period piece. Hi Dom, how's it going?
Hey, Dom. Dom, you can feel free to join in the Discord if you want to join the call. Otherwise, Mega Timmy Tommy, still waiting on your super chat.
Says, oddly, because the first half is decent and the latter half isn't as offensive, Surface Man Year 1 feels about as least bad of modern Miller on Atop the Fourth Wall.
Yep. Well, no, I have covered, because Dark Knight Returns was still better, and so was Daredevil Born Again.
RoboCop vs. Terminator, and correction, Future Car was in Superman vs. Terminator. My mistake.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Myriad Media Musings, oddly, because the first half is decent, latter half... Oh, you already got that one. The Duke,
I just
do you
did that
prefer
one, yeah.
the original design for Gigan or the Millennium design? I think I like the Millennium design just a bit more because they slimmed him down. Would love to, but I'm boarding a flight to the UK right now, lol. It's all right, man. Thanks again for getting that cameo to me before you left. I think right now in the 200th episode, I'm talking about Peter Parker as an irresponsible piece of crap.
National Miller, been binging Atop the Fourth Wall again all week. Oh, have fun.
I've actually been watching from the very beginning. God, where am I? But I'm probably like in the middle or so. But like I've been like rewatching in anticipation of the 700th. It's weird how things progress and how like the first 100 episodes are more like the caustic critic, whereas like when you get to like episode 300, it's a lot more analytical SF debris.
Chad Parento, congratulations on 700 episodes.
Thank you so much.
Grendel
Did we get
Ramirez, I
Mega
believe
Timmy
it is.
Tommy's?
I found it. PSA,
I
Jordan Peele has another movie this year, and it's a stop-motion film by Henry Selick called Wendell and Wild. It's out Halloween.
I think I heard about that, yeah. I still have to see
Grendel. Grendel's is watcher impression. Should we do something? We should do something. Should we do something? We should do something.
Wasn't that the
something.
monitor? That was the monitors, though, wasn't it? Not the watchers.
Still.
Philip Pelton, an all-star Batman and Robin. Everyone is behaving like an edgy teenager. They are angry. They swear. They speak in slang. They are dealing with puberty. They are immature.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I don't know if I entirely agree, but I get it. That's not a bad theory. Cinema Reviews, happy 700th. Didn't remember it until after I watched the review, but I recall there's a Smallville episode where Clark briefly can read minds.
Smallville was weird.
Smallville's very weird.
I acknowledge that it's not the best thing, but I watched it a lot as a kid. I enjoyed it.
Someone commented that apparently Superman's telepathy was a thing that was more explicit in Dark Knight 4, The Golden Child, which was written by Frank Miller. So that'll probably get covered at some point.
That one is definitely
Dark Knight
a bad one.
4.
Yeah,
He's
it
still
got
working on-
considerably less fanfare from Dark Knight 3 because it happened so soon after Dark Knight 3. But it did happen, and while Dark Knight 3 was mostly Brian Azzarello with Frank Miller in a supporting role, Dark Knight 4, The Golden Child, was apparently like pretty much him.
Yeah, and it does any goodwill that Dark Knight 3 ended on. Carrie?
Also, I will say that Superman did have telepathy on and off in the Silver Age. It was one of his inconsistent powers.
Like the rainbow
Yeah.
fingers. Rainbow
T-Bones,
beams.
yeah, I might miss it. How did Kent identify the mermaids if they had legs and not a fishtail?
Well,
the
because
rest
they
of
were
their
still
look.
swimming around, they still looked like fish people, so...
Gorns X, would you love to do crossovers with VTubers?
I would love to
Technically,
do
you're
cross with
watching
VTubers.
one.
I'd love to have like actually be in Taka's bar. I don't know how that would work. I'd probably like make a little animated GIF of Poyo that was just floating. Because I'm bored, happy 700th. That's an insane number. Hope there is more to come. So do I, because I have plans for the 1000th.
Technically, we have done a crossover, just not when I was a VTuber.
Yeah.
H4X, my late friend, introduced the history of Power Rangers back in college. I have been watching ever since. He loved your ROM perspective. Glad you're still going strong. Thank you so much, and sorry about your friend.
Yes, even for the mailman.
I'm pretty sure you've heard this, but I know you once brought up during your Transformers video about, has Earth ever been a Transformer? It was in the Transformers G.I. Joe.
It's actually been a
and
Transformer
I remember
times.
like someone like brought it to life, and it was like and for some reason Italy was not a boot, even though it should have been.
Here's the thing. The Earth has been a Transformer multiple times throughout various things in Transformers media in different universes. It's weird.
Yeah, but name it Atlas with a perfect name.
Mega
Yeah, man, it's also been named Gaia in another version.
Man,
Mega
I would
Tommy
love to
will get yours
collab
in a
with
minute.
Iron
Because
Mouse.
I'm bored.
Iron Mouse is awesome.
Because I'm bored, you could commission your own VTuber. Yes, I could, but VTubing rigs are also expensive, and I probably wouldn't get a huge amount of use out of it.
Yeah, like, the thing is, I spent over $1,000 on my rig, and updating it takes a while. It takes a lot to learn how to manipulate it. Like, I've been doing my VTuber stuff for like 2 years now, and now I'm just kind of comfortable with it, finally. It takes a lot.
Zootfella asked if we got a super chat. I don't recall if we did.
I'm looking for it now.
I do recall seeing it. I thought we read it, but it's too far back for me to get.
I love how we're
Yeah,
barely even
likewise
talking
here.
about the 200th of this one. Like we had a lot to say. We had a lot to say about Sonic Live. We have nothing to say about One More Day. I just kind of got it all out
Well,
there.
they've been asking us a lot of questions at the...
Also, here's Mega Tommy's new one. Anyone watching Rings of Power, also, that transformation should have killed us all.
Yeah.
Yeah!
But no,
Philip
I
Kelton
didn't even know
says-
Rings of Power was officially out yet. I'm probably going to watch it just out of curiosity and, of course, my love for the original Lord of the Rings movies. But it'll probably not be that great.
Philip
Okay,
Kelton says, heck, in Aspar, the Joker is in emo phase, and Plastic Man talks like 90s kid. Superman is going through buddy changes. Batman becomes an irresponsible teenage parent. And Gordon, why can't he be a good son like that Superman guy?
There's a video essay in this. You should consider making it.
Yeah, there is a video essay in that.
Oh, I will say this. You want to know what the biggest outrage I've ever had with a friend of mine in a video? The Godzilla anime trilogy. Good lord, did that make us just so ticked off. And how did you ever feel seeing it?
I still haven't seen it.
Ugh. Trust me, it's bad. And the thing is, because Godzilla's too big. He's at that size where it's like, nothing can stop him. How the heck can we have him be a threat? And it's like, if this was just the first movie, that would have been fine, because it would have ended on a Rockfall Everyone Dies ending. Stretching it out as a trilogy? What the heck?
Yeah, I've heard.
So,
I've
also,
not heard any
Doctor-
real good things about it. Like the best I can see from people is like, well, it was ambitious, but that was pretty much it.
Time Lord Rick can't wait for another comic pop crossover.
Hopefully, we'll do another one like that. Mega Timmy Tommy, we will get your super chat whenever it shows up. God,
I'm
I'm waiting
so
for
useless
the...
in One More
I'm,
Day.
I'm waiting
Yeah.
for the Quentin Reviews crossover.
Well, here's the funny thing. He included me in like his iCarly Saga playlist because of his cameo in the Christmas quickies.
Yeah.
He went above and beyond. I wasn't going to ask him for. I was asking for just a few brief lines, but he like actually wrote up an intro for that Nickelodeon show that he featured in that. Mega Timmy Tommy still haven't got it. Rudy Groovy will get yours in a minute. Yeah, so he included that in there. I don't know why, but it's awesome that he did. Because hey, it gave more views to the Christmas Quickies episode.
Mega Timmy Tommy, I reckon singular point. 2, I just realized that No Way Home is the improved One More Day.
Yeah.
I gotta keep arguing with people about this. No, it's not One More Day. It's One Moment in Time. No Way Home it copies One Moment in Time, not One More Day. People forgetting about his secret identity had absolutely nothing to do with One More Day. That was all One Moment in Time.
Gojiragon says, the Godzilla anime trilogy has almost the exact same problem as Star Trek Insurrection, an anti-technology, pro-environmental message, forgetting all the characters use technology, even the environmental people.
Yep. And I'll just put it this way, and a phrase that broke one of my friends' minds. At the end, the big message is, we must give up technology and mate with the bug people. I'm not kidding when I say that.
Zinfell, posting it again. Do you think the MCU Spider-Man making a deal with Mephisto could work? No.
No.
Besides,
it's not good. It's not good in any Peter Parker incarnation. It's completely against his character. Miles Morales, I don't mind because he's a teen. I explained why when we did that Champions review. It's because he's a teenager. He's inexperienced. He doesn't have the same moral. He doesn't have the exact same moral compass as Peter, who is, his entire thing is, not compromising.
Pretty Groovy says, besides Comic Pop, are there any other comic book YouTubers / reviewers you'd consider doing crossover / cameos with, like Comic Drake? He seems to be a good one to interact with.
I've heard so. There's a lot of good comic reviewers that I just haven't done anything with, even though I should. I would have done something. I probably would have hoped to do something with Professor Thorgy because I heard lots of good things about him. But he has stopped doing comic reviews. He only does video game stuff now. I don't know the exact details, but apparently it was doing comic stuff was just incredibly stressful and terrible for him. Like it got a lot of negative attention.
Oh yeah, I actually know his wife, by the way.
Oh nice.
Yeah,
I hear this. He's getting a lot of hate from people who didn't like the whole, people who are anti-adding in. More representation.
Exactly.
Something that we had to deal with in chat today.
Yeah. And it was just driving a huge mental weight on Thorgy, so he said, no, I'm done with this for now. I may come back to it someday, but for now, no.
I don't blame
I get it.
Yep. Hey,
this is why I review video games. Nothing bad could happen with video games.
It's why I review
nobody cares about comic books.
Although I do realize I will eventually one day have to review stuff like Steven Universe, which will cause all kinds of people hating on me in the comments.
Hey,
you would think that I review the safest thing ever, game shows, and yet there are people who still also hate me.
Any kind of fandom out there is just filled with people who can be irrational and mean and like obsessed with the stupidest things.
I'm just glad on my new channel I've gotten no bad comments whatsoever so far.
Really,
it's
as you get more popular, as you make reviews, there's always going to be people out there who give you bad comments. It happens, even if people 100% agree with you, they'll not like you for some reason, and it's just something you have to deal with. As a trans disabled woman on the internet, I can relate. You deal with it as best you can. I just have fun talking about how rolling is a myth. It's just how we do.
Status quo warrior? This term should catch on.
I heard it from other people too. First, status quo warrior is a great term. I'm going to keep using that. For any time people SJW is a term that automatically gets flagged and removed from any episode and any comment.
It's the girl in green.
It's the girl with red hair.
Red hair. Oh no, it's Elson Pregler.
And for those who can't hear it, unfortunately, I had to cut out the Star Trek Next Generation cliffhanger music just to be safe. To be continued.
No!
Right now.
Mega Timmy Tommy, I also got to bring up medieval and perfect for you in Halloween.
Perhaps, but yeah, indeed, status quo warrior. I love it as basically the basically the opposite term for people who would use SJW unironically. I love this cameo here. Her comedic timing is just damn perfect. She also, I remember, if she looks like a little sweaty or anything like that, it's because apparently Arizona was experiencing a really massive heat wave at the time. So like she was like commenting, "I'm very sorry if I look sweaty in this. Just like it's so damn hot."
J Mariner Productions. You have a favorite SCP? If so, what's your favorite? And will you play the SCP Foundation game someday for an October stream?
I do not have a favorite SCP. I've not gone. I'm aware of the SCP Foundation. I've not dived into it or anything like that.
There is only one SCP I know of, and that's the IKEA. I know of the IKEA store.
The Ministry of Funny Walks begins here.
I found someone actually did a video that actually combines you with that sketch from.
We need more Funny Walk.
Yes, we need to see the return of the Funny Walk.
That's right, Spidey.
There's only two,
hi,
and I
Dipper.
am sad.
Dipper says hi. He is an orange pumpkin boy, and he does not know. He tries very, very hard.
So far, we've only had 3 silly walks that were perfect. We had we had this one, we had the one in the 300th, and we have the Dark Knight Returns one, which is probably the best one because Starfire is on the futon watching me as I move back.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah. I love that one.
Cream the Rabbit 98. Hey, Lewis, I don't know if you read my previous super chat, but if it's too far back to retrieve, then don't worry about it. Like I said, we're trying to keep up with super chats with a lot of people, and there's like 5 people in here. We're having a conversation, and stuff happens. I'm sorry if we miss anything. We're trying. Feel free to repost it as a regular chat, and we'll try to catch it next time.
Yeah. Aside from Fall Guys, this is probably our biggest stream that we've done in a long time. So,
feel free not to answer this question, Lou. But is Allison still in Arizona, or did she move up north?
She moved.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not gonna say where she moved because I don't know if she has that information public. But yeah, she's not in Arizona anymore.
Okay, I was just curious. I didn't even know she was ever in Arizona, to be honest.
Yep.
Meanwhile, I'm in this place called Minnesota. I don't know if you've heard of it.
Welcome to Minnesota.
Look, Lizanne. Okay, look. Okay, you're not quite doing the classic Minnesotan accent right. Okay.
Look, there, I don't know if you quite know how to do it in Minnesota accent, don't you know?
Yeah,
it's so ding dang cold out there, don't you know?
Oh yeah, you know, I had to put on like several layers. You know, I had to go out there and put some chains on my tires, making me snow tires.
Well, y'all rootin' tootin' are just messed. You know what? I'm gonna go head back to my ranch.
You know, Wally up here owns a co-op. Is that anything like doing a ranch?
All I know from living in Rhode Island is I'm gonna park the car in the Harvard Yard.
Harvard Yard.
Oh yeah, but you know up there in Harvard, you know, it gets all so ding dang cold there.
We go fishing on the butte, or don't you know?
Aaron Martin, yes, I was doing Texas on purpose. I'm a Texan.
Buddy L, why is everyone speaking Canadian?
I gotta say, talking about the 200th episode, your rant was spot on. Was one of the biggest problems with Spider-Man, and that's the problem when you have Spider-Man's one of those creations I noticed that gets so many fans wanting to write him. Unfortunately, it's fans who want to have it be like, I want it to be exactly the way I read Spider-Man.
Yeah.
100th fan, I'm sweating right now. AC broke. I'm in Arizona.
I'm so sorry. I am so sorry that you have to go through that right now.
My condolences. Oh my God.
Blazer, when does it become a Milwaukee stream?
Oh, Skimono.
Hey, man.
Wow.
With 7777, happy 700th. Would Steam Detectives qualify for a retrospective? You mentioned one of the manga you read, but I don't think you've discussed on the show why you like it. Well, now you're just giving spoilers because I have plans. Because I'm just going to spoil this for you right now. I don't think there's many Marvel stuff left I could do retrospectives on for my goal for my journey to become a comics fan for a lot of retrospective stuff, and so I might be swapping out Marvel stuff with other books like say Steam Detectives.
Make it Timmy Tommy. I'm reminded of those moose jokes from what is that?
Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
Moose's nose wiped by.
Myriad Media Museums could be worse. You could be living in the fairy tale state with a blue border and a Waz talking about stupid Nintendo games. I'm sorry. What are you talking about? I mean, there have always been 49 states.
Look, I don't know about. Look, we don't need to talk about any virgins on this stream.
I'm sorry.
Technically, he does live in a blue border state because he was in Borderline forever. So
I forgot. I'm sorry. It's 48. There's no such place as Ohio, and I completely forgot about the myth of Wyoming.
Toledo, Ohio. Somebody's dad here.
All I know is that rolling is a myth.
I gotta say that if there's any other reason to hate a certain AVGN ripoff guy, if you ever seen some of his recent live streams, let's just say the titles will make you hate him more.
Oh boy, I'm not going to inquire into that. I think we're good.
Yeah. Is this a breakfast guy?
Speaking of myths, by the way, Mr. GSR, I have found the wild Big Red in the supermarket finally.
Yeah, we have Big Red now.
I'm drinking the Big Red as we speak.
Time Lord Rick.
Congratulations!
Time Lord Rick, why is everyone talking like Red Green? Because if the ladies don't find you handsome, at least they'll find you handy.
He's bringing swagger back.
Oh, I cannot tell you how happy I was when I was living in South Carolina, and I turned the corner and there's a whole bunch of Big Red on the wall. Little did I know it was probably just a shipment of Big Red that went awry.
For the people who don't know, Big Red is my favorite soda. It's a cream soda, but it tastes like bubble gum, and it's really good.
It's not very
good.
It's not very good, but then again, I don't like Dr. Pepper, so what the hell do I know?
You didn't like any of the sodas I brought to the picnic. Your argument is invalid.
Those are Dr. Pepper sodas.
I gave you 4 options.
Yeah, and most of them were Dr. Pepper.
But Dr. Pepper's the best soda.
You made Vega happy.
Zero Ryoko just said, you want to do a retrospective of Steam Detectives? More logos and music?
Why do you torture yourself like the Zero Ryoko? How many projects do you have ready for logos and stuff you want to do for the show? I know we got one coming up for Transformers. We got. I think there was another one you were going to do. I can't remember the name of. Just one thing after another.
If you think that's
stop
bad,
being so nice to me.
I'm currently running 2 channels right now, and I'm bouncing in between live streams, Bun Plays, and then on the other channel, Bun Squad Reviews, and talking about Sonic. And then when that's not happening, I'm doing Midnight Combo Pack. I am doing too many things, but I love it.
Danny Fenlon says, my cousin just got a great deal on some defunct land in Minnesota. Unfortunately, it must have sucky reception. He sounds staticky.
See, everyone likes Dr. Pepper, Lewis.
I'm guessing. I'm sorry?
Hey, can you help me with this?
Hey. Thanks for the help, bud.
Thanks for the help, bud. Thanks for the help, bud.
Funny was one more day. I still have the copy of the tray that you signed during when you went to Youmacon the first time.
I actually recently rewatched Winter of '83. I just had a hankering to rewatch it.
And I will be back in about 3 hours because I have to go play Stars Without Numbers.
All right, you go have a good time, Eliza. Thank you for being on for when you were.
Thank you for the help earlier with the everything.
Yeah.
Nick Del Tofu saying, hey, folks, just popping in to say hi and congratulations on 400 episodes.
Thank you so much. We just missed the probably one of my favorite jokes in this episode. I don't know what it is about it, but it just makes me laugh. Just like, so like rich future Peter Parker is all like, I only wanted romance. I never could find a woman. Cut to me with the comic panel of this image of a woman inside of the champagne glass. So instead, I just put a tiny woman inside this glass. It's not weird, is it?
I love when you go, it's not weird, is it? Because there's like a lot of fun ones with Batman.
Emperor Seth, I enjoy the idea of a modern Superman origin where he lands in Minnesota instead of Kansas. Make Lex Luthor deal with Minnesota nice Superman.
Oh, you were gonna sell some weapons to those terrorists. That's okay, honey. We don't have to worry about that. We'll just put you in jail right there.
Because I'm bored, even Baby Linkara said, how dare you when you said you didn't like
How
Pepper.
dare you? Dr. Pepper is best friend, okay? Dr. Pepper keeps me going.
Time Lord
And
Rick
Time Lord
loves
Rick.
Red Green and hates Dr. Pepper. Truly, Linkara is the best of us all. To be fair, I haven't watched a huge amount of Red Green. It's just Red Green would always be on PBS before Red Dwarf and Doctor Who reruns back in the day. So I know what Red Green is, and I've mostly caught the endings of episodes. But yeah, I do love.
Also, for
But
those of you who
I remember there was the end. One episode in particular, I remember the end of. They were like flying a kite, or they were flying something in the sky or something, and they came back to his shack or whatever, and he was like, "Man, those people on the ground must have thought we were aliens or something because they pointed up and said UFO."
And they were still married. Life is fun sometimes.
Goldrex, happy 700 episode. Too bad it's not sexy 750.
I know,
Too
right?
bad it's not 690. Also, this reveal, like that. How do you know your whole life hasn't been a dream? Like they're trying to be Inception Matrix bullshit up in here,
God
but
damn it. I'm gonna cut off of the
they're trying
stream
to
for a
be
quick
Dallas.
second here, because I'm trying not to get this stream. Oh no, actually that might have been a mistake. Crap.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I've got to.
Oh!
The thing is, I forgot to cut out the waking up from the thing joke. Okay, I gotta find some way of speeding this along now.
Oh no.
Da 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 da.
1 second, I can fix this.
Ba-ba-da-ba.
I
Roll
sped it
it
up to
as a
200%. That'll help. I'm reducing the volume down. Is there a way I can like proceed on the timeline here?
Hold on.
Satan
let me...
undid the stream.
No.
So what happened? Yeah,
Oh.
what I did. The reason why I did that was because I forgot to cut out the Dallas joke. Where it's like JR waking up, where it's like they wake up and JR's in the shower.
Hey, look, it's Chipmunk Linkara, and you can see him gain weight in real time.
Oh, thanks, Ed. Thanks a lot.
You know I love you, Luke.
I know. Is there a way to find the timeline and so I could go back? I was just trying to cover it up because I didn't want it to be. I should have reduced the size of the thing like this. That's what I should have done.
Good work. Also, you speeding up by 200. What are you gonna do? Pause it again?
I'll
have to go
I'll
to
slow it down.
ludicrous
I'll
speed.
slow it back down when we get back to the right point.
Go to
Yeah, but then
ludicrous
how
There's
you
speed.
gonna pause
there's
it?
still like 20 minutes to get through, so I'm just trying to figure out a way to do this.
I'm pretty sure when you set it back to normal speed, it's gonna go back to the beginning.
I hope not.
Good God, hope not.
It probably will.
Well, but what are we looking at now? You're looking at now, sir. What's happening now is happening now.
Go
What
back to
happened to
then.
then? We passed then.
When?
Just now.
We're at now.
Zidfell, rolling is a myth, speed is a joke, we are all pawns controlled by something greater, buns the DNA of the soul.
I mean, that is true. That is very true.
There's gotta be
hey,
a way to start to
I-
have
I-
it start at a certain point.
All right, so
in,
I'm looking
in
at
OBS, yes, you have to go
yeah.
into a specific thing though. I don't know what you're using as your. Is it an embed?
It's just a thing in OBS Studio where it's just like media source.
Okay, good.
Um,
hold on. Are you in OBS Studio mode or are you in
OBS Studio mode.
Okay. Click on you click on the source. Do you see like a scroller bar at the bottom?
It was media source, so it just opened the file directly. But
Okay,
it's like accessing it through OBS, so I don't know if I can do anything with that.
What version are you on?
I am in OBS Studio 27.1.3.
Okay, so you almost certainly should have this. Okay, I'm looking at OBS here, and I am looking at above the audio mixer. There is like a timeline scrub. If you click on the source,
Click on source. So like the file?
are you on Skype?
No, I'm on Discord.
Discord.
Actually, I'm on Skype. Yeah, if you want to like show me a thing.
Yeah. I'm gonna exit the Discord chat for one moment so I can show you this. Okay.
Okay, Edgar Mayoro, congrats on the 700 episodes. Keep up the great work. Yeah, I'm doing great work, guys. I'm awesome.
We're doing so
Look at
good.
how great I am here.
That's two from earlier.
Another 77.77 from Farishun. happy 700th Linkara. Been watching you since 2010. How far you've come. Now is the greatest Minnesotan insult not saying thanks for the help.
All right, you guys talk for a second. I apparently need to be in an active call to share screen. Okay, I'm going to call GSR. You guys aren't going to be able to hear him. Well, actually, the people at home will probably hear him. You guys in the Discord chat can't hear him. So, this is going to be weird, because, like, you guys in the Discord call cannot hear GSR. The people at home can hear GSR because all the audio from all these sources is coming through the same thing. All right, he's showing me. He's showing me the thing.
All right, so look,
this is weird.
Okay,
I'm saving two of the prior super chats for later, just so we can read them off.
Here?
I do not. I don't know if
yeah,
I have
sorry,
that
guys.
here. Yes, okay, I found it. Okay, yes, good. We're doing this. I'm fixing this.
Right.
I'm going to restore it to normal speed.
Yeah, I was going to say, first go back to
let's go
speed,
past
then
this
you can
part.
scroll
In
over
fact,
to where you
never
paused,
play
or
this
to
again.
where you
You're
stopped.
right, though. It did reset it when I returned to normal speed, but here's a scroller all the way up to Tiny Woman. No, that's too far. Here we go. Tiny Woman in glass.
All right, rejoining. I'm going to rejoin today.
Two of the other super chats from earlier. A Draconius. Speaking of superheroes with accents, has anyone ever caught V.A. Scott McNeil's take on the true Canadian Wolverine?
I have not. I should listen to that.
And Danny Fenlon. So Legendary splitting from WB now. Good news. I'm 90% sure Toho's deals with Legendary specifically. Pretty sure it is, but I think they would still need Warner Brothers for the King Kong stuff.
Perhaps. I'm not sure about that map. Are we sure it's not MGM? I can't even remember anymore. Rights issues are stupid.
I know. It's Universal and Warner Brothers. I think both.
Space is warped and time is bendable.
Thanks to your one and only Traveler of Time game show reviewer.
Yes,
thank
you so much, GSR.
Well, you see, game show reviewer and Linkara designed my TARDIS for my shows, so like they know time travel technology.
Oh, actually, that's more me than Lewis. So
anyway, time for Mephisto to finally make his proper appearance as a lady in red. Did they ever explain what the hell the lady in red thing is? I can't recall if that was.
This is so stupid. I don't get why they do this though. Like, really?
It's supposed, from what I understand, if we go off of what Nick Spencer was implying, this is meant to be Mayday older when she would defeat Mephisto.
As like an old lady?
Not an old lady, just an adult lady, I think, is what we're supposed to look at her as.
Just the way she's dressed and her hairstyle looked very like old person.
It's
happy DCC. Yes, it's 700. It took me a second to make the Roman numerals make sense in my head.
Yep, it's probably supposed to be Mephisto adding his own flourish to it.
Fur Ashen with 77. Thank you so much for that. Happy 700th Linkara. I've been watching you since 2010. How far you've come. Now is the greatest Minnesota insult not saying thanks for the help, bud.
Thanks for the help, bud.
You've made it that. So.
I've made it that. Oh me, oh my, oh me.
It was Bobby.
Oh god,
here we go again.
It was Pam who.
Now it's like tiny postage stamp. Doesn't matter. Not gonna. You can't. If they claim this tiny amount, I will be very impressed with the contest ID system.
You can't see it. It's just like little pixels, and we're talking over it. Blah 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 blah.
I don't understand what this Dallas thing is.
Okay, so
I'm sorry. What show?
It was Dallas, right? I think is what the soap opera where that came from.
Yes, it was Dallas.
Okay, so back in the day, there was a very popular soap opera called Dallas. It was like primetime airing. People loved it, and there was this big storyline that came up from a cliffhanger. Who shot JR? Like a character named JR was shot. It was a big mystery, and apparently people did not like the resolution to it. They did not like how it turned out.
Hold on. I have to correct you on this. It was not off of Who Shot JR. I believe, if I remember correctly, it was season 5, the end of season 5, where they killed off Bobby. The thing is that people were pissed off about that. And season 6,
they killed off Bobby Ewing. Yeah.
Season 6, it went to pot. It went so to pot. Like everything went straight to hell.
Like, it was just
and
terrible. People hated it, and so
the only way they could get out of it is that entire season was a dream.
So at the end of the season, that character wakes up and finds Bobby Ewing in the shower, like, hey, how you doing? And thus, like, that was much like the Who Shot JR thing. It was a just became one of those memorable TV moments where we just declared the entire season didn't happen. That was all a dream.
No.
Someone's
That
gonna
didn't
point
happen.
out to me. Someone's gonna point out to me if I got the season numbers wrong.
And so you see that parodied sometimes on occasion. The Simpsons did it for Who Shot Mr. Burns. Like the beginning of part 2, like Smithers wakes up and Mr. Burns is in the shower.
So pointy.
Yep.
We got another.
I'm sorry.
Chat.
I'm sorry. This is it. It's
Which means an entire spin-off of Dallas became a dream. Yup.
Season 7 was Bobby Ewing shot. Let's see. Season 6 was. Okay, that wasn't that. I'm looking at all the. Okay, so I know that season 3 is Who Shot JR. I'm looking for the season where they woke up, where she woke up and it was all just a dream. Oh, there it is. Okay, season 8 was the one where it all went to shit. So season 9 is the one where it all went to shit. At the end of season 9, Bobby woke up and season 9 was a dream. I'm sorry. Okay, it was seasons 9 and 10. Okay,
it's all good. I understand. I don't think we need the details exactly right, but yeah, that's why. And thus the ending of One More Day later, like it turns out like all of that was a dream or something like that. I can't remember exactly. I can't remember where in the review that part was, but like yeah. And then we have.
Oh, hi, that sci-fi guy.
Yeah, we got the cameos for everybody here. Everyone again. This story throughout the reviews was just perfect.
Wait, where's the picture?
Picture? There's no picture. Cameras steal your soul.
Steal your soul.
I love this cameo from SF Debris. Like a lot of people were like very.
That's probably my.
I think we're done.
Like I'm pretty sure SF Debris was not on that guy with the glasses yet, so it was just a fun cameo of someone outside of my normal collection of people.
Wheelhouse. Kind of like you and Gaijin Goomba.
Yeah.
There was a super chat earlier.
Oh, there's future Linkara. That's right.
Oh, how truly
Sorry.
dreadful.
I was gonna say, there was a super chat earlier. Tones over Sync It. Congrats,
I
Linkara.
missed my hat.
Sorry, you keep getting interrupted. Finish up, Robert.
So, congrats, Linkara. Tell me you didn't for a second panic when you realized the MCU Spider-Man was post-Civil War and Mephisto might be introduced. LOL.
See, I don't mind
Mephisto was
being
never gonna be
introduced. I thought the hinting for WandaVision would have actually been really good because of that whole fly thing that people were bringing up. But oh well. And the thing is, I heard that they like cut out some stuff they were going to introduce in WandaVision because the audience was expecting it, and I was like, come on. Like just don't pull that kind of crap. That's how we get Armageddon 2001. You want to have, if the audience is expecting it and being happy about it and excited for it, then you should play into it. Give the people what they want. People guessed that Mecha-Kara would be involved in the 10th anniversary storyline. That Clone Kara was just Mecha-Kara again. And you know what? They were right. And they loved the fact that they were right, that they called it, that they were excited about it. And then I hit them with the swerve of the other twist they didn't see coming.
Exactly. Now, here's the thing. I would like to have seen Mephisto, but I'm one of the few who really liked the Ralph Boner stuff, but that's me. Like, I didn't need it to be the X-Men, you know?
However, I will say, I think my favorite my favorite curveball that everyone saw coming of all time is still, no, human, this is a game, and it's one I intend to win.
I love that.
Okay. Now we have a story to tell. So I want to say it was like
I'm gonna interrupt the story before you can tell it properly because we got Miskatech,
super
if you had a
chats,
super
yeah.
chat, feel free to just post it in the regular chat and we'll read that off because that was a $20 super chat. And thank you so much for that otherwise.
Myriad Media
Super chat.
Musings.
Yep.
Myriad Media Musings. Don't know how to feel about the retcon on Mephisto doing this deal because of Mayday Parker being the catalyst of his future defeat. Looking for that super chat. I don't see it yet. Go
ahead,
Robert.
Zed.
So, it was back in 2016. I was going around and I actually visited Linkara, and I asked about that, and he told me. So I think it was like almost a year that you had told me what your plan was for the reveal, and you told me exactly how you were going to do it, and I had to sit there and say nothing, and I was just like, God, this is gonna be so epic. This is gonna be so epic. And then like you did, I'm like, exactly how I pictured. You did good. It's sometimes hard to be on the inside because like I need to know these things. At the same time, I didn't know that I was apparently in the 700th episode as future Zen editor.
Hey Zen, that was my fault.
That was GSR.
Yeah.
I did not think of that. That was him.
Yeah, that was my fault. But also, I would also like to ask you. So you knew all this time that Comic-Con 2 was going to be like a boat with wings? Because
Yes.
I didn't even see that until I finished the model, and I'm like, oh God, I've made you a flying yacht.
It always reminded me of the captain's yacht from Star Trek Insurrection.
But the other
I
thing
wasn't
also,
playing
you,
chess. I'm playing poker.
you think it's bad being on the inside, and all you knew was just that. I'm the one who had to actually do it.
Had to actually
I'm
make
the
it
one who
happen
actually
and
had
make
to-
it as successful and as effective as it was, which it was.
Yeah, not to mention I took I still remember the Twitter thread. I'll never forget this, where someone said something like you must be spending so much time rotoscoping the eyes. I replied back, oh no, he learned. He's making me do that.
Yep. Because the original entity reveal took forever, and the episode was what I had to cheat a little bit at places because the episode wasn't going to come out on Halloween like I wanted it to. So I basically scrambled and just got what I could done, and then released it in a slightly incomplete state, and then overwrote it with the corrected version later that Phalos did, because Phalos was able to actually do it fast because he was the one who was all like, well, why don't you? Because the eye rotoscoping was the thing that took so long. I needed to get that done with, but the shot of me walking around 90s Kid, I was doing it wrong. I decided to rotoscope around Linkara walking instead of around 90s Kid because 90s Kid is standing still.
Oopsie. Danny Fenlon. I think the only Spider person who didn't make a deal is Spider-Gwen and Kane. Miles, Peter, Ben, and Otto made a deal with Mephisto.
Did he offer Kane one? I feel like he did.
Offered, but I don't think he took it.
Yeah. Kane turns out to be the smartest of the Spider family.
By the way, since something I've always wanted to bring up to you, I always thought of having a moment where, now it's a bit of a fan fiction, of course, but after Lord Vice got stuck after the stuff with the entity, someone would pluck him out using magic, but it would tell him, you can believe if you break the cycle, and Vice will never. He's going to be stuck in an infinite loop. We're playing those last few moments from the moment he shut down the engines, and he'll never leave until he decides to stop and learn to let go.
Nope, he's too obsessed.
Yep, exactly what I saw it as.
And maybe as an attempt to try that penance and try it, it's like, well, the champion reviewed. Why don't I try that? I mean, I've got all his comics here on the bridge of this ship.
Yeah, I want to say that I wanted to do an April Fool's video where we have Vice going no at the end there, and then it's like somebody cuts him. Well, I'm gonna go review a comic. And just have him sit down and review a comic right there while we're waiting for him to get compressed by the singularity.
But like I said, yeah, that's the way I saw it. He will never. He's given an opportunity. He's given a way out, but he'll never take it.
Yeah.
Because he won't ever. And the person is doing it as a generous option. It's like, I've befriended you because I would have it be he met him off screen beforehand, and this is your way out. I suggest you take it. but he knows he never will.
He's in too deep. He can't see a way out. It's sunk cost fallacy. He's put in too much to abandon it at any point.
Exactly, and
Yeah.
because I played up with my character. He's a villain who was in a similar spot, wanting to. His race thinks they're perfect. They're testing everyone's species. He's their best one, and at the end, he soon realized we're not perfect. Oh my God, trying to atone what he's doing, and he thinks if he could save Vice, it could do it.
Emperor Seth. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm doing it. Did Peter Porker make a deal with the devil, and who should his Mephisto be? Meat-Fisto? Meat-Fisto? Mephistoed? Yes. All of those. Also, yeah, I did a quick edit of this, of me talking about the Angel episode, I Will Remember You, because that was just one big, long, continuous clip. I've edited in, better quality footage as well.
Monsignor Price,
that episode is goddamn wonderful.
thoughts on the upcoming Zootopia stuff?
I have no opinion because I've never seen Zootopia.
Time Lord Rick, who gets their own episode first, Future Linkara or Jarrus? I would go so far to say I think Future Linkara already has his own episode.
I'm gonna say technically he's done several episodes.
Yeah.
I want Future Zen episode, please.
How? You're a
We're
ghost
still
bunny.
shredding one more day, Alex Everensky. Yeah, I made a mistake, and so we had to kind of reset and go back. We fixed it eventually to get us back to where we were, but yeah.
Oh boy, that look at MJ was just
And Future Zen is still a ghost. I can still exist.
Yeah, but here's the problem. How is that different from current Zen?
I am pink.
Tiny Tiefling. Congrats on 700 episodes, and thanks for sticking around all these years. Cheers and good fortune on all your future endeavors.
Thank you, Tiny Tiefling.
Oh, that was good. I am pink.
See, ghosts can
Supreme
change
Omega.
colors.
If the writers/editors dislike the marriage so much, why didn't they divorce Peter MJ? Why is convoluted clone drama and Satan more preferable? Because this is the start of the Caligula gag. Because I'll explain the Caligula gag in a minute here. But to answer that question, because they thought that divorce would artificially age the character, because in their minds, people who get divorced are much older. If they say that they already had a marriage that they were divorced by, then in the eyes of the audience, that Peter would be much older than he is. I think it's dumb too, but out of touch writers. So the Caligula gag. Let
me get this in right quick.
All right.
Connor Harvey, happy 700th. I was introduced in a few Nostalgia Critic crossovers. Then your channel post leaving channel awesome. Love your content. You've got me into Star Trek, Vampire, Bloodline, Silent Hill, and more.
Thank you so much. All right, Gojira Gun. I have a top fourth wall fan fiction where Vice escapes the pocket dimension. He knows the entity is gone, goes crazy, builds a machine to revive the entity so he can slay it himself to regain his glory. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. All right,
but yeah, the thing there. Okay, so the Cinema Snob's 100th episode, he reviewed the movie Caligula, which was his favorite movie. During that review, people kept showing up as cameos to do Caligula impressions and quoting the movie. So I thought it would be funny to have him show up, after all the people offering devil deals to me, that he would just show up and think I was doing Caligula, and thus he would do a Caligula impression himself. Because he got mistaken about what I was covering for mine. So yeah, and I just was so amused by that. I decided, every 100th episode, I'm just gonna have him come back and do that
until we killed the joke.
Until we killed the joke in the 600th, because I'm not associated with him anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Bill White asked the question I was about to ask. Is there a real one?
Is there a real Caligula? Yes, there is. I think there's at least two. I don't know if it's. I'm pretty sure they're not based off of the movie, but there are comics about Caligula.
Also, I like that people are singing Tenacious D in the comments. Thank you. I too love that movie, and I get that reference.
Oh boy, I just realized would be one of the most cruelest irony that ever happened to Vice. What if it turns out it happened and it sent him back and he reappears as the entity when it first was created?
The nightmare becomes reality. Yeah, the thing is, I usually don't like those kind of circular time loop kind of things. You know, it all depends on how it's handled, but I feel like it reduces both characters if they were if I were to do something like that. So that ain't ever gonna happen.
Right. I just think that would be cool. That's all.
It's the same reason why people who were asking, is Vice an alternate version of Linkara? I feel like that would be lazy. That would be like lazy storytelling to have yet another villain be alternate universe Linkara. I think it's better for him just to be his own character. We were going to do a thing after the anniversary movies ended. I've talked about the story before. Channel Awesome, instead of doing a traditional anniversary movie after they had retired the Nostalgia Critic and everything, they did an anthology movie called The Uncanny Valley, where they where they had all the contributors do their own little short films based off of the internet. And most people did comedic. Welshie did a documentary about online abuse and everything like that,
which was really good.
And they offered me the chance to do my own, and I was tempted because I figured I could do the story of Lord Vice. I could do a quick story, because the one shot that was in my mind, I was going to have Will Wolfgram play him. I had the shot of like Will in front of a green screen walking, beginning his crusade, and we would just slowly see him evolve over time, adding technological bits to his body as he slowly became Lord Vice. Just like he needed to keep adding on new stuff, and because the original idea for Lord Vice was he has this patchwork ship and patchwork costume that was just because he kept adding stuff on to fight the entity, and it wasn't beautiful or streamlined or anything. It was just supposed to be
efficient.
What was that?
A flying junkyard.
Yeah, a flying junkyard, just like whatever he could throw together to fight the entity.
Which is a really interesting idea. It's kind of like, well, it's not quite like the Borg, but you know what I'm saying, like bits and pieces just added together.
Yeah. So that was my original idea for that, but I was working on the first DVD at the time, and I knew I couldn't do both at the same time, and I figured, well, I'm going to get more money out of the DVD, and you don't need me to be a part of this thing, so I'm going to turn you down. So I released my Secret Origins DVD, and I think they offered someone else the spot for Uncanny Valley, and I think that worked. I think that worked a lot better anyway, because I don't know if I had the CGI skills and people on hand to properly convey the entity like swallowing worlds and stuff like that.
I would like to toss this in right quick. For those of you who watched the Orville, the ending of the episode Twice Upon a Lifetime from season 3, I got hardcore One More Day vibes from that. And anyone who watches the Orville knows what I mean. All right, got it. I just had to throw that in.
Here's an earlier super chat from A. Draconis.
Thank you. I was going to get to that one.
DZ, no problem. DC has issues marrying Batman and marriage in general, apparently, and Marvel can't bring themselves to kill Aunt May. What's wrong with these nits?
Dragon Mike Silver Flare.
They're all a bunch of yobs.
Mass Effect created EDI out of the remains of Moonbase 6, which brings up a question. Was Nimue built out of the broken continuity alarm?
Nope. Because they did exist simultaneously for a while, but that's a good idea. No, I think I said that I assembled Nimue from like a kit.
Yeah, and then Zerioku says if a Caligula comic actually existed, I wouldn't hesitate to review that one.
I'm surprised you never had the continuity alarm crush on Nimue.
Oh, come on, you're giving him ideas now.
You're giving me ideas.
Here's the thing.
Never give me ideas.
Here's the thing, like, Nimue, like, I love her design as a character. I think the last one I watched was, like, the one with Lord Vice where she tries to erase him, and it's just such an interesting story episode. I don't know who animated that, but, like, they made Nimue so cool.
I'm trying to remember her name.
You're evil, Lord Vice.
She was the same one, I think, who did the cutaways of Comic-Con 1 and also did the graphics for my Tumblr. Her name escapes me, but she was great.
Emily Hobbs, I believe.
Emily Hobbs, yes. Tones overthinks it. What if Vice is really Professor Oak, twisted by the trauma of missing number, consuming Pokemon World?
If I remember right,
it could be Ash.
Didn't you say that Vice came from a world that was invaded by the entity, but he didn't come from its original world, correct?
Yeah, no, he was like, the world he was on was like what was like modern feudal kind of thing. Like he was a lord. He was actually a medieval lord in modern times kind of thing. And the
later Monsieur
Price. He did not come from the original world the entity originated from.
Right.
Bye, Monsieur Price. Have a good one.
Very well,
Yep,
much
had to
your
leave
friends
for work.
have to leave
Goodbye,
for
God
work.
bless.
Goodbye, and
Have
God
fun.
bless. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone who is still around. Because
And thank you all
these
for-
episodes are long. I know we're not talking necessarily about them.
Oh boy, Carly Cooper. Oh boy.
Thank
You know
you
what's
all
actually kind of
for-
funny is we talked quite a bit about Sonic while the Sonic review was going. I don't think we've talked anything about this.
It's not worth it.
We've talked a little bit about it. I talked about the joke that I liked. And now we got that guy
good
with the
point.
glasses. The cameo, obviously he filmed these original bits on his own set. But I think we filmed the stuff where he switched walls and everything like that in a hotel room.
I'm the devil.
Excuse me, during
Yeah,
the filming of Suburban Nights.
If you had known me during that, I would have probably been able to save some of that cameo footage.
All you have to do is just sign that paper that's in your hand.
For the Superman 4 review, I remember you filmed that in a hotel room, and I remember you said something along the lines of you discarded it because it wasn't really usable or anything like that. I'm like, man, if you had known me during that, I would have saved it.
It just looked like garbage, and like the lighting was all wrong and stuff like that. Just like the green screen in the hotel room just did not work like we wanted it to. So it just that review was cursed. The fact that it came out in a usable form eventually was good. Cameron Heat, what franchise did you learn from your time as a reviewer and you end up loving it? P.S. You're willing to get a Patreon playlist. I should do that. I should put together a playlist of all the Patreon sponsored episodes.
You know what playlist that I think you should do? You should do all the year-end episodes where you do the year-end review into the lists.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that's a playlist yet.
You're right. I should do that. Otherwise, yeah, I'm trying to think of what franchise did I get into thanks to Atop the Fourth Wall, and I'm nothing's coming to mind. Jim Radloff, Doug Walker the devil. This joke writes itself. Well, this was a case of This was a case of that guy with the glasses, had been portrayed as a character of evil for a long time in on the site. So I just played into it. Oh me, oh my.
So,
by the way,
I forget, would you actually be willing to review One Moment in Time?
Probably, but I don't know if I would do that as a Patreon sponsored thing, because I feel like I would probably save that for a big anniversary thing, maybe for the 20th anniversary.
You heard it here, folks.
By the way, I should point out that because you had Lord Vice, I have my own villain named Lord Visceru, and I've kept Lord ever since just because Vice made it sound so cool.
Yeah, I got it from Lord Zed because
Yep.
Lord Zed made it so cool originally.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Gojira God of Vice, do you have any idea what it's like to sacrifice so much to accomplish something, only for it to mean nothing? You took my glory, champion. Miss Cadet, thank you again for $50 donation.
Wow.
Know that on your 1,000th episode, I'll donate an even 1,000. Holy crap. For now, here is 50 to get you past your minimum roll, but kudos on making it to 700, and good to see losing leaving the channel didn't make you or your pals any less awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank you
thank
so
you,
much. That was
everyone.
very
And,
kind of
and
you.
thank you for putting up with me and for liking my antics. I'm just here to have some fun, so if you like it, I God bless. Science bless us, everyone.
I love that despite the fact that guy with the glasses is so far back in the past now. I don't think a lot of people don't even remember Tig with Tig was a thing. They remember Channel Awesome. They don't remember Tig with Tig in general. But that guy with the hat, a rip-off character made for a that guy with the glasses contest, has stuck around for this long, just for the sake of needing a quote-unquote character to do the Super Dictionary bits.
Hey, he's still around.
Oh, by the way, I kept on always saying everyone was predicting we were going to do Doomsday Clock. How close did it ever come to doing that one?
It never came that close. I have other plans for Doomsday Clock.
Ooh.
Jimmy has fancy plans and pants to match.
What I can say is, I am the grantor of Christmas miracles. Science bless us, everyone.
And right now we're doing the Ballad of Linkara here for the first time.
Tavia, you got super chat. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm just singing along to the song.
Battle of the Linkara is probably
they
one of my
have said
favorites.
that they want to. They said back in the past they wanted to make an Atop the Fourth Wall rap because their usual thing is doing rap stuff. So like, I keep saying every year. This year I'll say to them, do the rap song, but then they get busy.
Oh.
Oh, did they finally finish Doomsday Clock? Yes, they did. It took them like 2 years, but they did finish Doomsday Clock. It was okay. And therein lies the continual problem with Doomsday Clock. It's just okay.
Agreed. I enjoyed it as a Superman fan.
Trevos
Lovely,
Molia,
Insano.
question with Superman, Batman having both Damian Wayne Robin and Jonathan Samuel Kent Superboy as his little 10-year-old self. Do you believe we will get Spider-Man to have his daughter someday in the future?
It depends on who's in charge of Marvel at the time, because they do not want to make Spidey have a family because, again, they think it artificially ages the character.
I'm sorry to cut you off then. I just need
Spencer,
to
what the joke is.
Just old men
One
who
thing
are
that
in
I-
charge who won't let other people do stuff. Because, of course, people want to see Spidey as a family man. They want to see all this stuff. They want to see these things, but they refuse to let it happen.
Spencer was the closest to getting it.
One thing I want to say, I think Linkara is probably one of my favorite villains that you've done because, like, yeah, it is kind of it's another issue of like this is a derivative character of Dr. Insano, but he managed to grow and evolve, and I loved how like at the end of the day, like he doesn't feel like he would fit on the show because he's so crazy, but he does all these wacky things, and you're just like, I want to see more of this. I want to see him create science.
The original Ballad of Linkara stuff was just beautiful. I'm so happy that this turned out the way it did.
Like I said, one of my
likewise.
sorry.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say likewise.
My favorite big twist that you did, I think, coming up for the Centennial was when Linkara showed up as the villain to have his big "I'm back" moment. That is still one of my favorite stuff.
Oh yeah, that was at the
Yeah.
end of Gun and Sorcery.
Yeah, that was my favorite because it just came right the hell out of nowhere, and yet it was.
I set it up so much earlier on, knowing where it was gonna go, because I wanted it. Because if the gunslinger was going to be the not going to be actually a bad guy, I couldn't just have it resolve with a fight. It was not going to be satisfying, especially if Linkara did trap him there like he was going to. So having an actual proper villain, and it made sense because Dr. Insano's power as a villain had been reduced in threat for so long, over the course of a few years. So I wanted to have like a moment where we just boom, remind us how dangerous he is, and I thought it worked really well. Flew Spoonie out. We filmed a long filming session in that day, and just had a blast with that.
Yep.
It was a great fight scene. That's probably one of my favorites, especially because it makes him a threat. It shows that he's committed to what he wants to do, and he's just a fun character. You didn't even dust in here, like, come on.
And I got him to do the quote of what's his face, the M. Bison line, because he had lost to the critic dressed up as M. Bison, so it all came back around again.
You face a god.
You came here
to fight a madman, and instead you found a god.
A god.
By the way, is it so bad that I actually will admit to this? I kind of miss your camera going out of focus at the end of a review.
Yeah, I missed that too. I liked it. It was kind of like a weird transitional thing into the credits. But like the camera doesn't do that anymore because I've got stuff behind me that it focuses on instead.
This is true, although you could still artificially throw it out.
I could, but it's just more work. That's unnecessary.
Yeah.
It's a but yeah, I'm trying to think of like the other. Go ahead. What have I to fear from you, worker ants, scurrying about with your pitiful weapons, afraid of the purity of unarmed combat? God, Street Fighter movie is so goddamn quotable.
We need to watch it again.
We watched that for our movie night right before the pandemic hit. We watched that.
That was
Mortal
my
Kombat.
first movie night, and then everyone got sick. It was a very weird time.
Anyway, we're coming up on the end of the 200th year, and we're gonna move into The 300th.
Take a shot whenever I say something is pointless.
Oh, that was another thing. When I met you at another Youmacon, I had you sign Holy Terror long before you were going to actually review it.
Oh, me, oh, my.
And I still have it. And I only keep it because of your autograph.
Marmike91, I miss that you have music clips during the title cards. I get why you had to stop those, but man, it gave the episode different flavors. I agree. I miss it.
I hate copyright.
It's just something we got to work around, and it sucks, but that's the online landscape we live in now.
It's part of why, like, my projects are taking a lot longer. Like, Edge of Destruction, we're taking our sweet time just to make sure that nothing gets claimed. We did the same thing with Sonic because Tifa used a lot of movie clips in there. Like, it just, content ID sucks.
Scott Sandler, Inked reality was such a lie, it was never reality. Yeah, so for those who don't know what the Inked reality thing is, when Channel Awesome was first being formed as that guy with the glasses, the original concept they had was that there would be multiple satellite websites. They would have video gaming with Blistered Thumbs. They would have comics and animation as Inked Reality. And I was supposed to be in charge of Inked Reality. That was a thing that Mike Michaud had sold me on early on. And like, I was all on board with that, and I wanted to make progress with that, so I commissioned Masako. Masako X was part of Channel Awesome at the time. I commissioned him to do an eye catch for it, because they already had a Blistered Thumbs eye catch, so why not one for Inked Reality? So we did that, and I just included it at the end of episodes, and nothing ever came of it. Eventually, they formed Blistered Thumbs, but as talked about in like in the Google Doc, Blistered Thumbs was a whole other mess, and a lot of the people on there were being screwed over. So,
there was a lot going on behind the
scenes. So eventually, it came to the point where I was just like, Inked Reality is not a thing. It's not going to be a thing. Why am I still promoting it? And I commissioned Masako instead to create the original Atop the Fourth Wall eye catch. Laura Hertzman, any chance of you reviewing the 2012 Godzilla comics? They're really not good. Probably going to happen, because eventually we're going to run out of Kingdom of Monsters, especially as Kingdom of Monsters gets better. James White, I've been watching you for years. The first review of yours I watched was Holokara's last appearance and being very confused. Years later, I rediscovered your channel, and now I love the storyline segments. Good luck, mate. Thank you so much. And Samurai the Cat, to quote the script for my upcoming Spider-Man video, they need to undo one more day. Yes, they do.
They still haven't. They still haven't.
Let's
it's been
move on
years.
to episode 300, Holy Terror. And I gotta reduce the volume when I go here. There we go.
Revenge of the Holy Terror.
Man, we sure are doing these time skips. Talk about sliding time scale, huh?
Hey, if there's one of the IDW comments I think you might be able to review of Godzilla that's it's not as bad as Kingdom of Monsters, but it's still not that good. It's Oblivion.
5+ years and 300 episodes of this.
This is my favorite bad comic review. Holy Terror remains the worst comic I've ever read.
Civil people out there. With all that out of
And
the way,
here we have a striped shirt, Linkara. I don't know how long you wore that striped shirt, but it was a period.
I had a lot of plaid overshirts that I wore during a good several years of my life, starting from middle school.
Thanks to Epic Fran, I will now refer to this comic as Holy Error. That's beautiful.
Because I'm bored, thoughts on Superior Spider-Man. I've never actually read it because, as I said at the end of the One More Day review, I ain't reading any. Well, I'm not buying or like actively reading any Spider-Man stuff until the thing gets undone. Superior Spider-Man will probably be part of that whole big read through and purchasing once we get through the we get through the thing. Where's Vega? She's doing her own thing right now. She's got art she's working on. She's chilling, probably playing some Love Live on her iPad, any number of things.
Did you guys read James White's super chat?
I don't believe so.
Yes. Yes, we did.
All right.
Yeah.
Just wanted to double check. Just wanted to double check.
I love this one, going through all the title cards. This is when I commissioned Dr. Crafty to do title cards on the episodes from before he joined up.
That's why you have title cards from all the way back then.
Yeah,
okay.
I commissioned him just for this intro sequence.
How many cards did you have to commission for that?
I think about 25 or so.
That's actually a lot less than I thought.
Yeah, because he joined in at Secret Defenders #2, which also premiered the theme song.
Sky Slasher, this might be the worst comic you've ever reviewed, but it remains my favorite episode you've ever done.
Thank you so much. Myriad Media Musings, 300 came around the time I got into Kamala Khan, so this comic doubly pissed me off. Also, is it officially Kamala Khan? Because when I first had any episode featuring her, someone in the comments said it's pronounced, I was like, Kamala or Kamala. And then I think, like, Miss Marvel, the series came out, it is Kamala, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Kamala.
Also,
That's what I get for trusting other people for pronunciation.
And everyone in the chat, feel free to correct me if you've ever seen my show, but I'm pretty sure I have at least one Dr. Crafty title card.
Also, the friggin' Nova Girls episode was the one I watched last today. I just remembered. Kissing Canvas is weird.
It is. Fusionator, I always love the title cards from some of the That Guy with the Glasses folks. It made me sad when somebody stopped doing them. It takes time, and you need an artist to do it on the regular, and that can be difficult.
It's a lot of money, and then a lot of title cards just disappeared. Like a lot of the artists just disappeared, and I don't know what happened to them. Mine just a couple that I was using just stopped using Twitter. They might have moved on. They might have started doing other things. It's just a sad fate where a lot of the big title card artists just stopped doing it.
Marobot, the title card artist for the Nostalgia Critic, who also designed Comicron 1, disappeared. I have no idea what happened to them. Just no one's been able to contact them. They've pointed out some posts they made here and there, but no one's been able to get in touch with them as far as I know. Dothack Gaming, any chance of doing Death of Superman? Yeah, I'll probably do Death of Superman at some point.
Here's the 30th.
Is Dr. Crafty going to be in the stream? Not planning on it, but if he wants to come in, he can feel free to contact me. In fact, since we're on the 300th episode now, I'm going to put out a call saying we're doing this again and say, hey, any other people can join the stream if they want.
I should point out that with Frank Miller's RoboCop, he seemed to get at least a good understanding of the character, especially when I read his third unproduced script, because it felt a lot better than the third movie, if you ask me.
Could probably find some kind of bizarre artistic merit in that, and it would be considered less racist. Unless all the people defecating were Arab.
Feel free to contact me or just join in via my Discord. And you guys are probably hear the clicky-clacky of my keyboard. Usually when I'm doing streaming, I switch over to the soft keys keyboard, so you're not hearing that, but I got a mechanical keyboard and I like it. I like the clicky-clacky.
Yeah. Also, yeah, I used to have a couple title card artists that I use that just, for one reason or another, they just went away, and it makes me sad. It might have been money, they had to stop doing it or whatever, but there were a lot of really good artists that I kind of miss.
Because I'm bored, gonna review Sin City. Don't have any plans for it, but the thing is, I feel like doing Sin City is just a little disingenuous because it is what it's supposed to be. Excuse me. It's why I avoided doing good Frank Miller comics right from the get-go for most of the stuff, because the show is supposed to be about bad comics anyway. But getting into something where it's successful is a lot harder to talk about why it's successful than something that's bad. And with Sin City, it is what it's supposed to be. It's a neo-noirish, everyone's kind of dirty and grimy and mean and jerkish. It's supposed to be like that. It's supposed to be kind of violent and the negative space stuff. It's not for me, but I get it. If someone were to patron me to do it, I'd do it. But I don't feel like I can do it justice because it's just not the thing I want to talk about. It's weird transplanting that style onto Batman or Superman or an original character who's basically Batman. Original character, do not steal.
TYMCA, thank you for 700 great episodes. I especially love the storylines, especially Sleepwalker and Winter of 83. You have just named off my two favorite storylines, with one exception. There is one that is not complete right now, which may end up being my favorite. The only reason why it's not going to be my favorite is because it took too long.
In Holy Terror,
Lewis, I'm sure you have no idea what I'm talking about, do you?
Not in the slightest. And thank you for... I always love getting compliments on Winter of 83. I'm so happy people love that so much.
Yeah, no, that was awesome.
Nick Wolf, Linkara, I've been watching you since before you had title cards. Yeah, that's going back a ways. I coincidentally spent the past few days watching your reviews of Miller's Dark Knight books and the storyline playlist. Here's to 700 more. Thank you so much. FN Lorder, to be fair, Miller is a Stop Asian Hate / Black Lives Matter supporter. Indeed, that's the weirdest thing, especially in the last several years. He is actually liberal. He was actually supportive of Hillary Clinton in 2016, absolutely hated Donald Trump. And yet, something that I missed, but a lot of people pointed out for the Superman Year 1 review, he put in a joke in the Daily Planet that was like a blink and you'll miss it thing in the background of a newspaper saying, "Dog bites man, mainstream media blames Trump."
But anyway, yeah, this should be a
That's like,
propaganda comic
dude,
that's just as ridiculous
dude,
as the ones from 1941.
Dude,
but Frank, here's the thing
dude,
we're struggling with, and
He claims he's a contrarian, and that's what seems like that's an excuse.
I guess so, but come on, man. You're not helping your image. Lone Wolf, congrats on 700 episodes. This comic makes me really thankful Kamala Khan / Miss Marvel exists. Yeah, right now we're showing off racist comic stuff from the 40s, because again, Holy Terror was supposed to be a callback to those racist propaganda comics. It was deliberately so.
Wow.
But the thing is, as I was pointing out, people see these enjoy these things ironically. It's a this is bad. These are bad. They're like, oh my god, look at how awful this is. And he didn't seem to get the joke.
Obi-Wan 1994 Kenobi. My trade copy of Batman Year 1 has some extra stuff, including Frank's pitch for it, which has the word Holy Terror crossed out, meaning that Year 1 was almost called Holy Terror.
I can believe that.
Also, it's not a super chat, but I'm going to answer it anyway. TYMCA asking, when's the next GSR episode? Ask my boss.
Never.
You want to know who my boss is? Look in the upper left-hand corner of the L-Cars live stream operations display.
Man, geez, Pumpkin, why aren't you letting GSR? Why aren't you letting GSR do another episode? This is what I was working on when my 3D printers went off the fritz. This cool like pumpkin thing that like has removable face plates. I'm gonna put one with the atop the fourth wall symbol on it, and have that as like a display piece for the set.
That's awesome. That is awesome. And yeah, blame the pumpkin.
R0X21XX. Hey you animated GIF. Zero
I did not see that
anyway,
one coming.
I can't stay. I still have my work to do. Happy 700. Too bad I couldn't join chat. There's always next time. Perhaps we play Cards Against Humanity. Maybe. We will see.
Oh god. I'm sorry. That was
Pumpkin.
way funnier than I thought it was supposed to be.
Yeah, Pumpkin. Jeez. I had to put music over this because I was afraid of this getting claimed too. I put the new
Shoulder
Miller
Pumpkin.
music over it.
You must eat, Richie.
R0X21XX, any chance of doing 3 Jokers? What a hyped letdown. Yeah, I should do that one at some point too. Man, 3 Jokers. It's not that it's terrible. It's just like, really? That's it?
Yeah.
I kinda.
As I said, this was supposed to be a Batman comic.
Because that was part of DC Rebirth. That was a thing they were promoting as part of it, that actually there were 3 Jokers running around this whole time. And it's just like, huh. That's the answer, huh? And it's like the story is basically nothing.
So I forget, it's been a while since I've seen the review, but was this particular story released as just one book, or was it released in a...
3 Black Label books.
Okay.
Superman Year 1 was released as 3 Black Label books. This Holy Terror was released as one big trade.
Oh, Holy Terror. Sorry, I thought he was talking about 3 Jokers.
It was only ever released as... So Holy Terror was only ever released as one book.
Mr. Shoebox 21, have you considered doing Stardust the Super Wizard? It's, I mean, no words. It's about an omnipotent man with no ass. You're not wrong. Stardust the Super
Well,
Wizard
okay.
was made by an artist whose name I cannot recall off the top of my head, Fletcher Hanks, who is described as the Ed Wood of comics. But,
Oh God.
but his comics are so bad it's good, kind of Silver Age stuff, where like all his characters have like superpowers and he kills people. Stardust and a bunch of other ones. Wonderella once featured one of his characters who just like, you're a criminal. I'm gonna make your head really big so it'll pop off your body and float into space. Just weird comics.
Let's see. Because I'm bored. Favorite Batman villain?
Favorite Batman villain?
My favorite is the Riddler. I think he's an underrated villain. I think
the
he's
Riddler.
great.
Classic bowler
Riddler's-
hat, green suit Riddler, sophisticated, someone who wants to outsmart Batman.
Yeah, he's an interesting character, and it's not like I feel like Batman, while he can be against brutes and supervillains, is best when he has smart villains, Ra's al Ghul, the Riddler, those caliber of villains.
This is the closest you have ever come to Angry Video Game Nerd, I think.
I was totally channeling AVGN with this.
Yes, very much so. I get all kinds of Atari 5200 vibes from this.
If I want to be a real professional, get in the millions. I gotta have a big carpet sample and film on a table like Scott the Watch does. Yeah, it turns he revealed this in like his behind the scenes and his book he released about this. He actually, instead of like filming on the carpet itself, it's just easier for him, especially with back issues and whatnot, to have a big carpet sample on a table and this big camera and lighting setup over it, and put games in front of the camera that way, as opposed to just like kneeling on the ground doing it. And I get that. I think it's fine, but it's just kind of laughable. I'm sorry. I'm a dirt poor YouTuber. I have to film on the actual carpet.
One of these days, you'll be able to afford that studio.
I'll be able to afford a big
One day.
table with a carpet sample on top that I can put comics in front of.
Oh, I know what I'm getting you for Christmas now.
Reby the Wolfie. Shout out for my friend Sydney, who wishes she could be here watching you. Also, opinions on Alien 3. I'm a fan. What's an unpopular sequel you all like?
Unpopular sequel that I like. I like Star Trek 3 a lot, and while it's not as it's not hated by people, but it's not as beloved as Star Trek 2. But I think Star Trek 3 is really damn good.
I really like Terminator
3. I need to see the other cut of it. I can't remember the name of it. The name of the other cut. I do have
the producer's cut.
The producer's cut. I need to see that because I've heard good things about that. Alien 3 on its own, in its theatrical cut, it's just kind of It's not the worst, but it's not that great either.
You know, I really love actually Terminator Salvation and Genesis. Like, I know a lot of people don't like them, but like those two, they're better than T3. T3 was not good.
I actually like T3 as well. I like T3, Salvation, and Genesis. I do not care for Dark Fate, but Genesis, I felt like after everything that happened, it felt like the most logical progression to have Skynet, because when I always looked at Terminator's time travel as a time loop as more of a spiral. There's always slight
that's
changes.
a good one. Halloween 3. We watched that together, Lewis, and I love that.
It is so rare these. I think it actually has moved into mainstream opinion that Halloween 3 is really damn good. Like I think we have moved away from the original general opinion of Halloween 3 is the bad one because it doesn't have Michael Myers. I think nowadays more people will say Halloween 3 is good on its own than will say
except
it's bad.
for the Atlantis bit. That was kind of weird.
Timmy Thomas says unpopular sequel that they like is Space Jam 2. Unpopular movie they like is Southland Tales.
Huh. Well, I am sorry that I hate that movie so much, but if you like it, go right ahead.
I also unpopular movie that I love is Tomorrowland. I think that got a lot of unnecessary hate. I really like that.
KY says y'all gonna hate me. I love the entire Kelvin timeline of Star Trek. Here's the thing. The first Kelvin movie, I love. The last Kelvin movie, I love.
Yep.
I think 2009
second
is
Kelvin
fine.
movie,
Into Darkness is blah, and Beyond is freaking amazing.
I like the first one. I like the first one. It's a great action film. It's not Star Trek, but it's a good film.
The second one, I will be quite honest, the second one is good until they board the Vengeance.
By the way,
until
Lewis,
that
where's your 700th episode cake?
I ate it already.
Ice cream?
It took so damn long to get the thing out. We'll get Mega Timmy Thomas in a second. Bill White, why did you buy Holy Terror as physical versus scans? Just curious. I got scans of it as well because I would need it because I wasn't going to be able to scan that thing on my scanner. I bought the physical one for like $2 used from Amazon. Because there was no way in hell I was going to give money directly to Frank Miller for anything like that. And Mega Timmy Tommy, where is
Not to mention, you needed to break.
Oh, you already got that one. Never
mind.
mind. Anacomic Geek, nice to see someone else who likes Salvation Genesis Zenith. For me, Genesis is good for the first 20 minutes or so. Then it goes downhill. For me, anyway.
I like a lot of the ideas that they put into place in Salvation and Genesis because, like, Terminator 1 and 2 are classics, and they're very good, but we never actually really see where the future society is, and I like that Salvation and Genesis brought us that, and then, okay, we have to stop this. It really hammers home why they have to stop this.
Yeah,
and
I think Salvation
for me,
is actually okay.
Yeah.
Not great, but
it's
okay.
not perfect. The game sucks. The game, I've platinumed the game. It's like people say they played bad games before. Terminator Salvation is nearly unplayable, and I've beaten it. So if you say this game sucks, I'm gonna be like, can you finish it?
Hang on a second, Zen. You said you've beaten a nearly unplayable game. Then I have one thing to say to you: congratulations.
Yep.
Well, I would say this.
Gorn ZX, what would a crossover between Linkara and Scott the Woz be? Hilarious.
Yes.
Lots of jokes about virgins, lots of jokes about boners.
Time Lord Rick says, Two-Face will always be my favorite. Also, Harvey just turned 80 this month.
Where's his 80-year anniversary special?
Oh, I'm assuming they mean the movie Harvey.
I would hope so.
Which is about Jimmy Stewart and Invisible Rabbit.
Because otherwise, Mr. Fine Voice looks flipping amazing for 80.
The man just knows how to take care of himself. Sir Straw Hat, what do you think about that theory in the MCU that Cap is actually Star-Lord's ancestor? That's dumb.
It's stupid.
It's not true. Question: if a patron requested a burning and possibly reviewed an issue of the comic, would you do a real burning in an episode again? Been a long time since you had a good burning of a bad comic. Maybe. I don't know about that at all, because something has to be really bad. It has to be holy terror bad to deserve that, in my opinion. Fan story videos.
I want to hear the answer to this. Go ahead.
Yeah, Xavier.
Congrats on 700 episodes, Linkara. Question about Winter Reader 3. I'm not clear on the monsters. Did they turn humans into snow, steel bodies, or shapeshift? Yes. Actually, steel bodies they did not steal bodies. They did convert human matter into snow, and they converted themselves into human matter while still being snow on the inside.
So basically, here's the thing: all this and more will be revealed when Linkara starts up the brand new series, Ghosts of the Static.
But for the record, GSR was the one who included that gag. I did not write that in originally. I love the inclusion of it, but that's also one of the other reasons why I'm not including this as part of the storyline playlist. It hints some storyline stuff in the future, but I don't want people to think that Winter of '83 is canon.
A lot of it contradicts each. In fact, you know what? Because you're on this stream, I will tell you just some quick headlines here. Because I still have the thing right here. So I'm not going to tell you all of them, but I will say this. Among them is former President Anton York dedicating a day as ISO Day because it's in conjunction with the Space Force. We have a former ISO director, Alan Park. Remember, he's only an agent in our timeline. Let's see. Diamanda Hagen welcomes President Evelyn Kidd to Hagistan for celebration of alliances.
So 90s dude became president.
Yes, at some point, 90s dude became president. Hurricane Filbert continues to churn in the North Atlantic Ocean because of Project Swirl. That might be one of the stupidest things I ever wrote. Because it says, to date, Project Swirl has produced 1.28 trilliwatts of power. And I don't even know How the hell do you spell Trillawatt? And also, the entire backstory of my show is in there with this headline. The United Earth Navy carrier USS Venture Star and her task force is being deployed to a remote area of the Pacific for a highly classified operation. The UEN has assured the press this deployment is for experimentation and research development of a project known only as Tempest.
Also, apparently, I'm a future editor of Atop the Fourth Wall, and I'm the one who brings it back on track.
Of course.
You are.
Gordon's the crossover with Linkara and Kid Icarus be. I've never seen Kid Icarus, so I could not tell you. I think I maybe watched one of their videos like a while ago. But yeah,
they're very wacky. But,
not to the extent that I've seen Scott the Waz, so I can't comment on that. KY, congrats on 700 episodes. Any chance for a re-review of Star Trek Insurrection? I liked the original, but I don't want to support a certain channel. For that, you'd have to patron me to do Star Trek Insurrection because there's no comic adaptation of it.
By the way,
I'm sorry.
But I'd be down for that. I can use all the notes that I wrote up that he didn't use for it because, of course, you know, I'm a Star Trek nerd, and I wrote up, like, this doesn't make sense with this doesn't work, what is wrong, this is stupid, this is just stupid on its own without needing to be a Star Trek thing. These people are elves and earth toads. Go ahead.
Alex Stravinsky, it's not a super chat, but I gotta say it. What the hell is a Trillawatt?
Commander Grizzly, I was wondering if you'll be reviewing Doomsday Clock in a future 100th episode. By the way, congrats on 700 episodes. Here's to 800 and beyond. I have plans for Doomsday Clock. Jimmy has fancy plans and pants to match. That's all I'll say for now. Laura Hertzman, if you do another WizKids comic, any chance of teaming up with Lazy Game Reviewer for that? There are no more WizKids comics, unfortunately. I did them all.
They're all done. They're all done.
As far as I know, there's no more
everything's
cameos
dead,
from the WizKids anywhere. I mean, I wouldn't be against doing that, but I did them all. I did all the Tandy Computer WizKids over the years. There's a big compilation video.
I suspect an insurrection review would just be 90 minutes of Linkara screaming.
I was about to say quickly, you know, I still have my big archive of all of your videos, all the original versions as well, meaning anything you hadn't had to edit. You want to know how big it is? 266 gigabytes.
Not surprised, and I actually have all of them too myself. I actually have less copies of all the edits I had to do because I tend to refer back to the original versions because a lot of the edits I did have the thing across the bottom. Have the watermark because back then I wasn't taking my YouTube channel as seriously as I was everything else because at the time I thought Blip was still going to be around for a while. We have a lot of super chats to get through here.
All right, because I'm bored, dream TV show, movie, comic crossover.
Star Trek and Star Wars.
Jack Crofts Mullen, congrats on 700 episodes. Would you review JDF's new movie, Legend of the White Dragon?
If I was patron, yes.
One RHPS fan, crossover for Linkara and Animat.
I don't think I've ever watched Animat, so I couldn't say.
Fusionator, I gotta be going. Keep being one of the best people on the internet. Take care.
No problem. Thank you for sticking around. Gojira's gone. Still haven't posted, so go ahead.
Myriad Media Museums. Watch Grant Morrison revive Alec and Shauna. Oh, God.
I can totally believe that Grant Morrison would do that.
Dragon Mike Solar Flare. What is your headcanon of what happened to Alec and Shauna's adult lives after the Tandy Corporation went out of business?
They became Apple shills.
There you go.
and then Dell.
Oh my God! Can you just see Alec, or can you see Shauna saying to Alec, "Dude, you're getting a Dell"?
Wait, they actually grew up? I thought they were going to stay kids forever.
Oh, that's right. They're in the time loop. I'm sorry.
No, they'll totally be Apple shills, and they'll be like 1984. We've always been in support of Apple.
How many nails are there? There's so many nails.
So as Alec and Shauna are walking in to work, their boss is like, "So you're just back from your vacation, huh? What'd you do?"
The nails are still
we joined
going.
an anti-drug program. I don't care. I don't actually care.
Every single day.
Hey, so do you plan on doing any of the other US1 appearances once you reach the end?
Oh Lord, yes, yeah. Someone sent me like all his She-Hulk appearances, so I'll definitely be covering those over the next few years. Because let's face it, I'm going to run out of proper US1 issues. There's also that weird remake of the Infinity Gauntlet that he makes an appearance in that I'll do.
And Deadpool team up where they kind of throw all of his goodwill out the window.
Yeah, that was so weird. But I'll cover that one too. Gojira still hasn't posted their super chat.
Let me jump in right quick. I'm gonna go ahead and duck out right quick. I'll be back in about 30-45 minutes or so.
It's all good. I'm probably gonna take a break myself real quick just to grab a water. So like take a break.
Yeah.
All right.
We need a break after a little bit. Just so you know, just a heads up for Game Station 3. We don't associate with that person anymore. Just so you know.
Yeah, it's nothing personal. It's not personal between me and them. It is a personal thing with one of the mods. So just FYI. So no, I have not watched it, and no. Otherwise, what else do we got? We're still oh god, we're still. Oh god.
It's war.
We're nowhere close.
I was looking at Holy Terror, and I keep forgetting how terrible it is. Because I'm bored, Deadpool killed Marvel Universe. I'll probably cover that at some point, but I've never read it.
Why?
I've heard bad things about it.
There's 2 of them.
I can't go back, bro. Fortunately not. Instead,
Do Brute Force make any other appearances or
if they
no?
wanted to post something.
Yeah. Does Brute Force make any more appearances, or have we covered them all?
They made like a handful of appearances. I think nothing major. I don't think. I know there's.
Yeah, because I know you did the
series.
Deadpool
We'll see if
one.
that anything comes of that.
Yeah. For now, there's just Animax.
I gotta say, to be honest, I actually didn't mind Deadpool kills the Marvel Universe because of the trilogy it made up. It's Deadpool kills the Marvel Universe again, however, that was pretty bad.
WB is on its way to doom with every bad, short-sighted decision the CEO has made. Yeah, I mean, we talked about this earlier. Legendary Pictures is officially disassociating with them, which probably for the best. And I see that a lot of studios are probably going to do that if they keep this up.
Tavia just asked, why didn't Brute Force appear in Secret Empire?
Well, yeah, apparently Snowflame is back.
Yep, I talked briefly about that, I think, in the last New Guardians review. Oh me. We're how many hours in? We're 2.5 hours in. This is gonna go for
Snowflame is stealing your shoes.
Alright, like to steal shoes.
Why didn't Brute Force appear in Secret Empire? Good question. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a bottle of water. You guys continue talking amongst yourselves. Here's a topic. Holy Terror sucks. Discuss.
Here's the topic.
Finally posted a thing. The other fan fiction I have is Linkara and Co. would visit Mechakara's universe, and it would be ordinary, revealing Mechakara lied and he's actually torturing his robot friends for siding with Linkara. Criminy.
For my thing, I just want to say Sonic is amazing while we're in the middle of this massive stream, and I am in control. If you like reviews, I have a channel called The Bun Squad. I review games and movies and anime. I did a massive review of Danganronpa. I'm working on Danganronpa 2 right now. And if you like Sonic, I just put out videos and a Let's Play, or I call it a Bun Plays because I'm a bunny, on Sonic. So go check it out, please. Please check it out if you can. Bun Squad and Bun Squad Gaming. Just you know, spread the love, please.
Well, if you're gonna shill, I'm gonna shill. I have my own YouTube channel as well. I go by videos from the multiverse. My main series has been my main series has been called Pro Teaches Noob, where I talk about comics I've read and enjoyed to people who have no idea what the heck I'm talking about. Even if they are regular comic fans, if they don't know about the book, I talk about it. And I've pretty much got in the can all of Jim Starlin's 2000 Thanos work. So it's first and second graphic novel trilogies. Plus, I also have a Predator marathon coming up in a few days.
Are we spreading love?
Yeah, we're spreading the love. By the way, Myriad Media Musings. We have finished Sonic 1. I spent all of yesterday recording the Sonic 2 primer. So Sonic 2 is underway. Sonic 2 is my current favorite Sonic game. So we'll see how that goes. But everyone says Sonic 3 is better. But the thing is, I've never played it, and Sonic 2 is the best like classic game that I've played. Because I played 3D Blast, and that was weird.
You mean spreading the links? No. I find that funny. No one's trash zone. I'm at a 16-hour work shift, and I need Linkara's power to carry me through. Please share your strength. I am transmitting my strength through the webcam to you. The colors on my face are not a ring light. It's me transferring power to you.
If you want me to let's play and review Sonic 3 Knuckles, that'll be immediately after Sonic 2. I know a lot of people love it. Knuckles is my boy. But I just love Sonic 2 so much. It just, like, its level design is so good that, like, I don't have many problems aside from the live system. And even then, like, I got really far before I got a game over. So yeah.
For those who just noticed what I did, I adjust. This is a power chair. I just adjusted it because like the top of it was blocking the fan. It's warm in here because of course it's warm in Minnesota right now, and it's also my office just gets warm because of all the computers and stuff in it. So
it's
like,
very
I have the
hot
fan
in here,
blasting on me. But of course I've got this comfy chair blocking the fan. So yeah, I just had to adjust that. Anyway,
I'm
gonna Miles, host of Fail Theater, sharing the love. We're letting the love be transmitted and shared.
I'll be right back. I'm turning on my AC. It's hot in here.
I turned on my heat because it's getting chilly where I am.
I'm envious. Gojira Gone, we will read your super chat once you post it.
Hey, Luz, I gotta ask, what's there been a movie that people have trashed, but you hated it more because of something in it that personally offended you?
I gotta think about that. I know that such a film exists.
Because for me, it's The Predator, because of how it handled autism.
Yeah, The Predator is pretty bad. It's like there's half a good movie in there, but then they have the autism is a superpower thing.
Oh, God, they say, it's the next step of human evolution.
Yeah.
Go off.
Toku Elite 55, have you heard of the low-budget script sequel for A New Hope in case it wasn't successful, Splinter of the Mind's Eye? It's a novel with a comic adaptation. Yes, I'll probably do Splinter of the Mind's Eye at some point as a comic review, but we're actually going to cover the next big Star Wars thing after the movie adaptations is the Thrawn trilogy, because the Thrawn trilogy got adapted into comics.
I'm sorry. I love Thrawn. I love Thrawn so much. He's my favorite villain.
So here's the thing. Oh, sorry. First we got to do Gojira Gone super chat before we lose it. Mortal Kombat will be revealed. Mikakaro had been revealed to have a constant live stream connection to robots, suspended animation, as they're forced to watch him kill multiple Linkaras throughout different universes. Jeez. Time Lord Rick, Thanos, and Adam Warlock are so cool, you guys. Jim Starlin every hour on the hour. Grendel Moraz, Tandy Computer Whiz Kids time loop bit. There you go. So here's the thing about the Thrawn trilogy. I don't know how it was in the books versus the comics. I started reading it. I haven't finished it. I think I'm like 100, maybe like 50 to 100 pages into it. I don't think it's that great. Thrawn is fine. Thrawn is good. He's a good, smart villain. But the actual story, the actual major plot points happening, I don't find a lot of it very interesting.
Might I recommend you get the audio books, the full unabridged version with I just forgot his name, but a very good voice actor reading it all, who does he is the Thrawn voice for me, regardless of Rebels.
Yeah, I should probably read it off directly, just so I have. I'm gonna join you. Greg's contacting me saying that they can't join me, unfortunately. Just letting you know, it's all good. And I'm sure, and I want to read the actual books if I do that, if and when I do that review, because I want to compare them, because I'm betting that the books are probably better than the comic adaptation.
Yep. Unfortunately, they had to trim a lot of stuff in the comics, and the artwork is it varies.
It's not that great.
Yeah. Even when you have the Dantes on the second one, it's okay.
Yeah, Thrawn as a villain, I'm still enjoying him. He's smart, he's clever, he's being manipulative and stuff like that. I enjoy that part, but the actual story is not that great so far. But of course, I want to do it because as someone who likes 2 out of 3 of the sequel trilogy, I want to see, okay, this is what people said should have been the actual trilogy post the original trilogy. Let's see what its merits and all that jazz.
I bet I'm gonna go on a limb. Okay, I'm gonna guess. Are you gonna, after do that, eventually do the Dark Empire trilogy and the Crimson Empire trilogy?
I should do those two because those got adapted too. I'm aware.
Well, they were just comics, and Dark Empire got some audio adaptations.
Indeed. Genkai by any advice for someone interested in YouTube/streaming. Regardless, congrats on 700. Looking forward to the next anniversary soon. Well, soon's not going to be. Well, I suppose anniversary is going to be in October because we're doing the 14th anniversary then. But advice for that: 2 things. Now, the first one is the general advice I always give. Even if you're not funny, be entertaining. Command your audience's attention. Speak clearly. Speak confidently. If you make a mistake, admit to it. Do better, move on, don't dwell on it forever.
Yep.
But the other piece of advice that I've really come to realize in the last few years, make friends. I don't know how naturally that comes for you or how many people you know or anything like that, but you make friends. Because friends will help you and support you. You need that emotional.
You need that support because, like, if you're just doing this by yourself, sometimes you'll approach it where you'll just hit a wall and you need someone to lean on.
Make friends. Make people who care about have people who care about you and you care about them in turn, because that will help you out so much more along the way than anything else. And it's a lonely thing spending 8 hours editing something.
My biggest piece of advice: make content that you want to watch.
Yes.
And that's the biggest thing. It's like, obviously sometimes you want to play to the algorithm, and a lot of people do, but if you wouldn't want to watch what you're putting out, why would you put it out? Like, make something that you would enjoy. Make your own niche. I review a lot of different stuff, but eventually I found like a consistent pattern in things that worked for me. But it's only because I made content that I wanted to make. I wouldn't make bun plays because Let's Plays don't do well, but people really enjoyed the Sonic Let's Play, and, you know, it's not the most popular thing in the world, but honestly, I'm really happy at how well it's doing. So it's like, don't be afraid to take a risk and make content that you want.
Gorn's the yep.
That's right, there's no reading off Super Chats. Gorn ZX, would one more day be better if Mephisto was revealed to be expired cow? Yes.
Yep. I was going to read it off. Myriad's Media Musing. I await a look at the Dark Empire, the Proto Episode 9.
So I've heard. Time Lord Rick, let's face it, comics peaked with the Ultimate Warrior. Agreed. I mean, how else can you get? How can you get any better than Destrucity and getting folked?
What the hell is the perspective here?
Draken and Silver Flare, bun plays are fun. Well, I'm glad you enjoy them. I've gotten a lot of people saying, like, it's a good start. I definitely need to work on learning how to roll, even though rolling is a myth.
Rolling,
and
we keep saying this. Rolling is a myth. Get folked. Folk this rolling thing, dang it.
Focus on Destrucity. But yeah, like, obviously you got to start somewhere, and even though I've done things for a while, I tried something. I think it worked out pretty well. I know I can improve with it. People seem to enjoy it, and I take the feedback and I move on, and Sonic 2 is going to happen, but you got to roll with the punches.
Oh boy, here we go. We're coming up on Silly Walk number 2.
The Silly Walk number 2.
What is that walk?
All of you get folked on this walk right here.
Who walks like that? I mean, like, he's hunched half over.
He's goose-stepping.
Does he have a back issue? Like, I have bad back problems, but wow.
Load up on Jet Jack and get folked.
Load the spaceship with the rocket fuel. Load it with the world.
I was in a capsule and put it far away from here. Why is he walking around like he has a load in his pants?
Yep.
Like,
oh, sorry.
God.
I would just say and also, in my opinion, with my stuff, just keep on making stuff regularly. Keep making content, and one, it'll help the algorithm, but two, you never know when someone's actually going, when something's going to just by happenstance get you more views. Like I did my video on Superman Year One. It was Superman Year One versus Batman Year One, and out of the blue, out of nowhere, I got 1,000 views on that video, and I still don't know how the hell that happened. It was just like, what? How did I get this many views and yet no other videos reached that number? But I got a whole lot of subscribers thanks to that.
Oh yeah, before the Silly Walk, we have the celebration of a female character in a Frank Miller story who is not sexualized or doing anything sexual. I had to cut this down because for fear of content ID. Like that music from UHF is just so good, just good celebratory music.
Band Story Video Studios. I've read both versions. Thrawn trilogy novels are much better than the comic. Dark Knight, Empire, I don't know if audio or comics are better, but both do neat stuff. Well, yeah, it has Lando in it. Billy D. Williams back.
And we got a future Linkara appearance here with I think this is the premiere of Battle Poyo, because this is the first time he had appeared, because I figured like in the future he's just permanently in the Battle Poyo body.
Now we know he's in a different body now.
Yeah, because otherwise Battle Poyo would make a much more proper appearance later on in the whatchamacallit, the King of Worms storyline. Architects of Worms.
Yeah.
Sorry, Architect. Was it Architect?
Kraken Mesh Silver Flare. Pseudo Gordon.
Worms.
Sorry.
I know, but the name of the arc was Machinations of Worms. That's it. I've done this show for 14 years. All the words just kind of bleed together now.
Hi, Kana.
Oh no, here we go on Silly Walk. Well, then we'll get to more super chats.
Who looks exactly like Jim Gordon?
Ready, Silly Walk number 1. Or no, number 2.
Unfortunately, Dark Knight Returns is not on this list, so we can't see Silly Walk number 3.
Bizarre walking. Remember how the girl with red hair in One More Day walked? Yeah, it's happening
Here we go,
again,
just like the
only
moment.
Somehow an even
The moment.
walk.
There we go.
The madness. The magic.
Beautiful. Dragon Mensch Silver Flare, Pseudo Gordon. I'm gonna kick the air like this, and if Holy Terror gets kicked, it's its own fault. What are HPS fan? What are they gonna do? Bury us now? Gen Kaiba, thanks everyone. Excellent advice. No problem. Myriad Media Musings, will Laserbeak Poyo actually be a thing? Yes. Yes, it will. Especially because, as GSR pointed out, he has the original project files for the 3D printed Laserbeak. So all he has to do, so if we ever need to see him flying, we can have him actually fly around in CGI form. Gojira Gami missed your super chat. Let me scroll up. I am so proud to have saved those silly walks in GIF form and to add tiptoe sound effects to the Dark Knight Returns walk. No problem.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing those GIFs. I really appreciate it.
One more good piece of advice that I think everyone should watch, because I don't know if anyone's seen the, and I'm forgetting what it's called, it was a new video that somebody put out about fake scams about like getting followers and YouTubes and whatnot, and the biggest thing is like there is no one winning formula for YouTube.
Yep.
No.
It is a slot machine. But the thing that I always tell myself is that it doesn't matter the view counts. You should stop looking at the analytics. You should stop, like, obviously you should look at it at times to see how they're doing, but you shouldn't constantly, look and look and look, because, yeah, some videos are going to get more viewers because people want a specific thing. Again, make the content that you want to make a good community, get good friends, and people want to come back, because I've had videos with 500 views. I've had videos with 1,000 that I didn't put any effort into, but the algorithm will promote random things. So just go into it knowing that it's something you want to do for fun.
Yep. Gordon said it was super eye patch wolf. To interrupt you here, there's going to be a bit later on in this presentation of the 300th episode where you'll see the watermark at the bottom. That's because when I was editing this together, the original versions of these were I exported as WMVs because I hadn't switched over to MP4s yet. And for some reason, during that time, Premiere had this issue where when it was cutting from the live-action footage of me to the comic panels, it would freeze on my face for some reason before, like, a few seconds later, it would come back. And I decided to just use the YouTube edit of it in that part, which actually fixed that, where I actually went back and put back in the comic panels and re-edited it and everything.
There's just so many shots of this comic where they're just in the air on a line. Like, these shots don't need to be here.
This comic is bad. It's not, even if you were to ignore the racism, which, you know, why would you? It's just not a good comic.
Not.
Master Ben 95. When watching the 700th, I was waiting for President Linkara to jump through time for lottery numbers. Yeah. Time Lord Rick, that's why Miller is incomprehensible. He followed the Warrior's teachings. He discovered Discrucity and fled to parts unknown. Which, by the way, I loved. There's something about that. The Warrior has just so much amazing charisma. I had that as part of Bone Button's backstory. He hails from parts unknown, because that is such a poetic and wonderful way of describing where'd you come from. I come from parts unknown. The Fourth Wall Kid, congrats on 700. Any hint to what your 800th would be? I haven't decided yet. I have a list of comics that would work well for 100th episode stuff, but I have not decided what the 800th will be. I'll probably decide, like, as we get closer to it, because I don't think I decided on Superman Year 1 until like 5-6 months ago. Like I said, I have a list of stuff that would be perfect for 100th episodes, but I have not made any decisions. Only the 1000th have I picked out what I'm doing.
One thing I want to point out for advice about making your own channel, one other thing I would say is don't let your chats or your followers, if you get super chats on certain topics, if it's something that goes against your own views, don't then change your videos to cater to it, because I've lost a few friends who actually did good YouTube channels, but they've since seen, oh, you can get views with the anti-woke stuff, and have since now become such jerks, and now start doing stuff like pin comments of shames for friends of mine that I feel like, no, what happened to you? So watch what you're doing.
Stand by your principles.
Yes.
Believe in what you believe in, but, like, the thing is, the thing that has always defined me is, like, I'm a disabled trans woman, and that colors a lot of how I work. And that's kind of why when 2020 rolled around, and I decided to do my new channel, because I didn't feel like the person who I was representing before my transition was who I was. So, like, make your channel represent who you are.
Malrob Tell, happy 700th. I loved your stuff since I saw you rip apart Holy Terror. Thank you. That's what we're seeing right now. Sidekick Nick 4, would you ever do a Patreon poll for 100th episode? Congrats on 700th, by the way. No, I want those to always be my choice, just like something that I really want to do. Now, Rob Tell, your passion for comics has inspired me to get into action figure stop motion and work on a fan world where the big two and others exist in the same world. Fun! I hope you're enjoying that. Yeah. But yeah, you guys are giving good advice and all that jazz. There was a comment I wanted to respond to, but I can't find it now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Drakenmensch. I am going to be true to myself. Unfortunately, it means I'm going to get a lot more negative comments, but that's just the risk you put out.
Same with a friend of mine who has her own YouTube channel. She's been harassed like you wouldn't believe lately, and they're starting to use me against her. Trying to claim.
I'm gonna quote Star Trek here because this line has been influencing me a lot in the last few years. If we're gonna be damned, let's be damned for what we really are.
Oh yeah.
Exactly. Like, don't be fake. People can tell when you're fake. People don't want to be around you when you're fake. Don't buy subscribers. Be genuine. And that's the thing. Like my thing is, one of the reasons they told me that I got hired as a top seller for Bath and Body Works and why they love me is that I connect to people because I'm genuine. You want to connect to people. Just the whole point of reviewing stuff isn't just about putting your opinions out there. It's about starting a discussion, and you have to be genuine.
Definitely.
Authenticity is very important for this kind of thing because we are not like professional Hollywood actors or production things. We are a relatively small operation. But you look at my numbers versus like any kind of big budget Hollywood movie or something like that. One of the things that only works for us is you have to be genuine and authentic, or else you can't. Hollywood can get away with the big lie. About what they're presenting and what they're doing. You can't do that when you're small scale. You need the trust and support of people.
Exactly.
And they only give that if you are honest.
Exactly.
You can't fake it till you make it because people see through falsehoods.
To be fair,
Very
you
easy.
can fake some things. That you can fake the impression you know what the hell you're doing. Because I've been doing this for 14 years, and trust me, no one knows what we're doing. We're all just trying to get through this each day at a time doing YouTube, because we don't even know how the algorithm works.
Yep.
We're just guessing based off of what does seem to work.
Gron ZK, sorry, I was gonna say, why did it took so long until your Chew review for you to confirm that Pollo was literally robot chicken?
Because nobody asked.
Nobody asked.
Densetsu Gojiren, you are one of the most wholesome and honest YouTubers, Lewis. You help me be a better person in general and in fan spaces. Thank you so much, though. I've always been kind of iffy about people calling me wholesome, since I keep saying my recurring thing is I just say boner a lot in videos.
I mean, for me, I think what's wholesome is the way you interact with your audience. And I think that's something I kind of took away from get-go. Treat every person as if they matter, because they do. Because they do. And that's the biggest thing. Obviously, there are going to come toxic fans, there's going to be issues, and you can say, I don't have to kowtow to this fan, but every person is meaningful.
Especially if you're a smaller YouTuber, you need every single fan you can get.
I mean, I don't even have 1,000 subs yet. We just hit 800 today, so thank you all so much for 800 on the main channel and 120 on Bun Squad Gaming. Thank you so much. It does mean the world to me.
Man, I love. It's hard to come up with new fake laughs. Again, Kaiba, just FYI, I am jotting down everything you're saying. Hope you can speed read because we are rambly as hell. I really appreciate the input you're all giving. I plan to start casually, but I know I need to think long term also. Thank you all so much. Start out just casual. Do it because you love it before you try to do any kind of major serious
Don't do it for the
commitment to
money.
a career or anything like that.
Yeah.
I still have a day job, but even that, like, take what advice you can. There is no one simple rule, but a lot of this is just general stuff that has helped me over the years.
Drakenmensch Silverflare. I spent my high school years trying to be more like people around me to be accepted, and they could sense the fakeness. When I thought, screw it, and went full weird as myself, things got much better. Myriad Media Musings. Linkara is one of my favorite YouTubers, alongside Scott the Waz, SF Debris, Star Wars Explained, and Defunct Land. Nice.
That's a good amount to be ranked up with.
And I mean, my thing is being positive.
A bad comic, it still feels like a positive place to be. Thank you. I tried to really shift over to more of a positive space, even when I'm still being negative about comics, because, I feel like I helped contribute to a lot of toxic fan bases. I probably have not done as badly as I certainly have not done as badly as other people out there, but I still don't. But I still don't want to be contributing to something awful. In the end, I'm here because I love comics and I want things to be good, but I also don't want to contribute to the toxic fan cultures that will lead to people being like, making death threats against directors and actors and creators, etc. Serenity M16. Any advice for being informative and entertaining? I got to get back to my videos about cons on a budget myself. Speak loudly. Speak clearly. Audio is more important than visual because if people can't understand you, then it does not matter. 1RHPS fan, almost everybody matters.
I like that one.
All right, so I'm posting my links because people are asking. So
your links should be in the description, aren't they already?
I don't know if you have the correct one. Do you have the Bun Squad?
Yeah, youtube.com/c/the Bun Squad. It's in the video description just below the rules.
Well,
Okay, and then the Bun Squad Gaming is my new one.
Yeah, I don't have Bun Squad Gaming because I only gave like one link to everybody.
do you mind if I put in my mine in as well?
Yes, go right ahead. In fact, I should probably get that and add it to the description later for both you and Eliza, just so that it's on the list, because now you're contributors on the channel and everything like that.
Yep,
Geek, how do you feel about Ultron Pym? That from the brief thing I saw from Secret Empire, that was dumb.
So the second link that I just put up is the Bun Squad Gaming. It is my Let's Play channel. It is very new. I only have really one Let's Play that's like complete. I did a test one earlier, but it also has my archive streams and stuff. So,
and right here we reached the 300th episode point where we're basically like, glasses come off, because glasses are it's basically the shorthand of, this is me not speaking as a character. This is me speaking directly to the audience, being all, this is my genuine thoughts. This is how I feel and how I'm legitimately, why Holy Terror, I just hate it so very much, and why I am so opposed to it.
Yep, completely agree with you on it.
Like the antithesis of everything. We're at we're about to hit 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you for your comments on my Cream avatar. That was actually an edit, because I was doing Sonic, and Tifa is the one who edits a lot of my Bun plays, and she was just like, hey, you talk about being Zenith the bunny, and let's edit the Cream, and I'm just like, okay, I really like that.
Saxon Myers, they retconned it so that Ultron Pym wasn't really Ultron Pym. Turns out that Pym died when they merged, so it's just been Ultron with a dead person merged with him the entire time. Every time Vegan and I watch one of my videos that has complicated lore involving comic stuff, she just turns to me every single time when I'm explaining the complicated stuff that happened in comics history, and she just like says, "This is why people read manga."
But thank you all so much. You guys are the best fans, best Linkara fans that we could ask for.
Thank you so much. I really do appreciate you guys. We have 259 people watching this right now, and it just humbles me to have so many people watching and caring and giving money to super chats and everything, and watching this. I'm just like,
yeah,
it's all right here.
Yeah.
You know. I remember this. I make a reference to this in the 300th episode. Hits you right here, you know, on the thyroid gland.
I just want to quickly say thank you guys who have joined my channel as well. I'm seeing I've got a good boost of numbers. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you all so much.
Spread the love. Gotta spread the love around. This is a comic about hate. We are spreading love.
Spreading positivity. A lot of my show, I just try to spread positivity. I think the best way to be informative and entertaining, talk about things you love. Talk about things you want to learn about.
Yes.
Talk about things that you want to know more about. Because, like, when knowing about Sonic, I was just like, I'm so confused by Sonic. Let's learn more about this. And then I did research when I did my primer video, and there's so many interesting history that I'm like, I don't know anything about this, but I want to know more.
Yes.
That's the energy you put into this.
Alex Severinsky, peace and tranquility.
And tranquility to you.
Otherwise, I was going to say, there was a thing that I was going to say. I can't remember what it was now.
Sorry.
Peace and tranquility, remove the thought I was going to give. No, here's it. This is our Twitch Plays Pokemon Crystal moment. All we need is love. Put purple hearts in the chat, because we got Espeon right here. All we need is love. Love will set us free.
I will watch Sonic Sat AM. I don't want to give too much away, but we have plans for next year to actually sit down and watch and do a show about the episodes, because everyone's telling me to watch it because I know nothing about the shows.
Grendel Moraz, I would love to start streaming, but need to be a VTuber because my PC doesn't have room for a webcam. Any suggestions for model makers if I even get the time to do so?
Idiotic dialogue. You're already aware of the horribly bigoted remark.
Do you have a recommendation for a VTuber modeler, Zen?
I do. Let me just pull them up because this is the person who I want to do.
While you're bringing that up, I'll read the next super chat. Sidekick Nick 4, since we're probably not getting a review for quite some time, thoughts on 300? Never read it myself, but I remember thinking the movie was boring. I've not actually read a bunch of 300 myself. I think the only thing I've really seen is that This Is Sparta is kind of a more subdued moment in the actual comic. It happens, but it's not like, big epic screaming, "This is Sparta," like in the movie.
Okay, so this person.
Comic history. Can you try to explain Hawkgirl? That's a bit much. That's a bit much to ask.
Okay, I'm just trying to see if this is the right person because always design commissions live 2D. Yes, this is them. Okay, so this person formerly went by Minty, but now they go by Emmy. They have live 2D commissions. I will put their link in the thing. This is who I want to do mine because they do amazing stuff. And if you go, the website is in their description. It's EMBL. I'm just gonna put it in the chat. I'm gonna.
Yeah, Brian.
I'll copy that.
Thank you all for people posting the purple hearts. That love,
So,
that Espeon love. Twitch Plays Pokemon Crystal was amazing.
So that's who I'm going to do for my updated model. Currently, my model is done by a person named Goit, Goit, and they did a great job rigging the model, and the person who made the actual, model itself did a great job as well. I kind of want to go to Emmy because they did, they do all of it together instead of going to separate places.
I gotta use that clip more, that MSPK clip more often. Well, it's hardly worth it, but boo!
Boo!
Danny Fenlon, he's bringing us love. Break his legs!
It's bringing us love, kill it.
R0X21XX, besides X-Men Green, have you read or have any opinions on Hickman's Krakoa mutant titles? There's some great stuff and some stinkers. Everything I've seen of that, just it feels like they're moving farther and farther away from the concept of the X-Men.
Wasn't supposed to, though, actually. It was supposed to eventually end where it got put back to normal, but the creators involved were loving it so much that they said, let's keep it going. So when Hickman left, it's like, okay, I'll change my end game so it just keeps on going instead, if that's what you want to play with.
Myriad Media Musings, we're not going to just stop at Sat AM. We're going to watch all the shows.
Oh, Sat AM. I think I didn't need another reason to hate Ken Penders, given how much he screwed that over.
You absolute madwoman.
Here's the thing. I don't know anything about Ken Penders. And eventually, my partner, Philip, wants me to take a look at the comics. Because they're really into the comics.
There's a video that came out fairly recently that goes into a lot of the Ken Penders stuff. And, of course, there's the Thanks Ken Penders Tumblr, which I've followed loosely thanks to Greg M. Cypher's own Tumblr, reblogging stuff from that. So I know some of the more basic stuff of some of the weirder stuff Ken Penders put into his videos, put it into his comics. So this will be interesting when I do the Lost ones next, which I'm going to try to get out as soon as possible because the 700th episode took a little bit longer to come out than I was planning.
Oversleeping, I can understand that. But yeah, I'm just kind of wading into the ocean that is the Sonic fandom bit by bit and seeing what I can.
Understandable. It's easy to drown in.
It's very easy to drown in, and I gotta be honest, guys. I picked Sonic because the first game was really short, and I'm like, all right, if I'm gonna do something, I want to be able to finish it. But I was afraid because Sonic fans are notorious for being very reactive. Let's just say that. I'm trying to put it nicely. And I was a little bit scared when I first put out the video, and I didn't know what rolling was. But everyone's been so nice, so that's been really great.
Captain Avenger 1983. He's bringing us love. Quick, steal his wallet. Okay, there's a question here. Full Metal, I've always wondered something for years. Where did the "you son of a bitch, I have your book" clip come from? The curiosity been bothering the heck out of me. That comes from the 1970s movie Patton, starring George C. Scott. You magnificent bastard, I read your book. In context, in the movie, Patton has just read Nazi General Rommel's book on tank warfare for their first confrontation, and because he read that book and knows his tactics, he was able to outflank him and basically destroy the Nazi attack before they could do it. And so he's watching the battle and going, "Rommel, you magnificent bastard! I read your book." But here's the problem with that clip, though. Rommel never wrote a book on tank warfare. He wrote a book on infantry tactics, but he never actually wrote a book on tank warfare. So it's a only in the movies moment, because there was no action. I don't think there was any. I mean, obviously he did win the actual battles against him. Patton was a general who was actually very successful, but in the real world that didn't happen. That moment of him yelling that.
But yeah, I don't know a lot about the Sonic lore, so I'm kind of like going in. My partner's really big Sonic fan, played all the games, got me into the real-time fan dubs. I haven't seen the Shadow one, but they have. She's really into that sort of thing. So it's just like, I'm learning into that and trying to wade in, but like, people have been really great, and I think a lot of it is the attitude I put in. I'm like, straight up, I don't know anything, guys. I'm learning this stuff as I go. I'm not trying to be an expert, and I think if you're honest about that, people will be receptive.
James Callahan, is this going to be archived? Yes, it will. It's one of the reasons why I did some edits to these episodes and why I'm trying to reduce them in size or make them quieter, just to make sure that they can be on VOD, because sometimes when I play older episodes, they get claimed. Like, the entire VOD will get claimed for like using a 10-second clip of music. So like, I replaced all the title card music. I've shortened clips as best as I can. I think nothing has changed about the 600th except for the music at the end of each segment, just because I wanted to be very careful about that. But I think that was close enough to having to only do 7 seconds that we should be fine. We'll see. We will see. Otherwise, there was another question I was going to answer radio. Hey, Lewis, I was curious if you'd talk about The Changeling for a quick look at. It's a decent George C. Scott ghost story movie. Yeah, we'll probably do The Changeling for a late-night double feature at some point. It's been a few years since I watched The Changeling, but it's very good. I gotta rewatch it, but it's kind of like The Ring in a lot of aspects, except it's about just a ghost haunting a house. But it involves a dead child being found, like a dead child body and skeleton being found under some floorboards, much like The Well, and a ghost haunting George C. Scott, and him just trying to uncover the mystery. It's very much like The Ringu, where it's basically less of a horror movie and more just a supernatural mystery, but there are some horror scenes in it that are freaky, especially the ball bouncing down the stairs. That just...
Later, tea time.
Later, tea time.
Jeremy Adler, congrats on 700 episodes. I honestly thought it was going to be be Doomsday Clock. As you said, you were going to review it, just not for Events Con this month, and as it was too long. Shows what I know.
Well, I've just been saying, for Doomsday Clock, I have fancy plans.
And for the people saying expect essay comments for Sonic, probably, but I honestly can't wait to record the next video. I'm probably going to record it sometime this weekend, but I already have the opening and a joke planned to tie into the rolling thing, because I actually read the Sonic 1 and 2 manual for this video, and I learned the true reason why rolling is a myth. It's amazing.
Serenity M16, don't suppose you could at some point do the Japanese B-horror movie Sweet Home that got an SNES game with it? Multiple endings depending on how many survive. Yeah, I should check that out. I've never heard of that before.
That's what led to Resident Evil. Sorry, I was saying that's what led to Resident Evil.
So no songs in the 400th? Yeah, unfortunately not. I'm going to have to keep the volume down during the singing, just because all the songs got claimed for the 400th episode. I hope that the parody would be fine, but no, I'm doing revenue sharing on those, so I am technically making money off of them, but it's like pennies on the dollar. Revenue sharing is kind of a scam. I mean, at least I'm not like it's not like completely blocked, and I am making some money, but not a lot. Myriad Media Musings. What's the origin of the Boston something? No doubt gag. Boston Grouches, Boston Well-to-Do's, Boston Legreeds, etc. I can't remember the exact origin of it, but it's like an old gag of like, like a rich well-to-do family Yes, I'm the Johnsons of the of the Boston Johnsons, or something along those lines. I do not know the exact origin of it, but it's a joke that I've heard before of like rich snooty people and like, yes, my family's from this particular region, of the Boston ones in particular. So like,
yeah, we are
anytime
super
I have like
snooty.
a weird ass last name, and like I'm Chester Grouch of the Boston Grouches, no doubt.
Oh, we have someone new. Ah, GSR is back.
Yes.
Welcome back, GSR. How are you doing?
I have talked to people. I have made dinner. I am ready for more Atop the Fourth Walling.
Yeah,
you missed us.
out on all of us being sweet and kind and sharing like how much love we have for fans and etc. etc.
Actually,
We were
I did
giving
not
a lot
miss
of
it.
YouTube advice. And
I did not miss
were
it.
having lots of
I was merely unable to contribute. I was listening to this stream as I was making dinner.
Ah,
Well, I hope you enjoyed our love.
I did.
I-
Unfortunately, it's like I leave at the boner jokes. And then it all becomes pure and mystical and beautiful, and I'm sure it's just about ready to go back to the boner jokes.
Also, Ferdy Groovy brings up a point. So, the thing we're doing for Bun Plays is I'm playing through all the classic games, ending with a one-shot on Sonic R. But afterwards, because fans have voted, we're gonna do either Castlevania or Kirby, and we're gonna do a straw poll for that afterwards. And Kirby's gonna be easier because there's no lore. I'm afraid of Castlevania so much. You think I'm bad at Sonic? I don't know how I'm gonna do a Castlevania, but
original
okay.
NES Castlevania. I don't know how you're gonna do with that. I like the DS Castlevania games and onwards. Standard Metroidvania stuff. I enjoy those. I don't know how I would do with original Castlevania, which I have actually played only on an arcade cabinet. Because there's an arcade in Roseville, Minnesota, that I don't know if it's still around, but it had like a bunch of NES arcade games on there, including Castlevania, and playing that with an arcade stick was weird.
Time Lord Rick, this is my first exposure to Bun, and I'm already a big fan.
As
Well,
you should
but
be.
as you should be, the ghost warrior lesbian princess bunny says you are amazing.
Hey, by the way, I gotta ask this: is there any current writers you would recommend for people to check out their books that are still in comics? Because I got 3 I can suggest.
Off the top
Jerry?
of my head, my mind went blank.
Oh, I can tell you mine. Jeremy Adams, who's currently doing The Flash. Joshua Williamson, who's doing Dark Crisis and did The Flash beforehand. And Philip Kennedy Johnson, who's currently doing Action Comics. Amazingly, one of the best Superman runs I've read in ages.
Nice. Gorn ZX just remembered you mentioned Professor Thorgy earlier, and while he moved to his gaming channel, he did mention a few times about asking you for a collab for his Build the Roster series. Yeah, I'd be down. I'd probably be down for that, though I can't remember what the Build the Roster thing is. One RHPS fan, everything is boners. Yes, especially with Frank Miller.
Boner, boning
Boner,
of boner.
boning, oh, boner. Boner, boner.
Erect penis. SKH's video production, I still love that joke has lasted for so many years. SKH's video production, 700 pennies for 700 episodes, so more money than YouTube revenue sharing. Do you think you'll be forced to go to Adobe Creative Cloud, or have you looked into alts? No, I'm not going to Creative Cloud ever. If and when I upgrade Adobe Premiere, which I will eventually, it'll be just to a 5.6 or something like that. I'm never getting into Creative Cloud. No chance whatsoever. Never gonna do it. I will fight tooth and nail to avoid that. The only upgrade I would want to have for Premiere Pro is to get it so I have a key command on my keyboard or on the Stream Deck here, because I can use the Stream Deck for other stuff, for adding keyframes to videos, which 5.5, which is the version that I have, does not have. I don't know why it doesn't have it, but it should have it. So
I just realized we're still on 300. Wow.
it's an hour and a half long.
We're not. It's a long one, guys.
The 100th episode
Future's End is
after
longer.
the first one is the shortest at 26 minutes. The rest of these are like minimum hour long each.
But God, too much pink energy. We have so much pink energy.
It's pink.
Big energy.
And I left in the ad breaks, the ad bumpers.
So I got to take it from Monkey Eye. It's pink.
for. Wait a second, you guys are.
But yeah, I know Kirby does have some lore. I'm just saying it's not going to be as much lore as, say, Sonic or Castlevania. Castlevania has tons of lore.
Oh, yes.
Oh my god, we're about to see him. The leader of Al-Qaeda.
What made him think this is what the leader of Al-Qaeda looked like?
Catherine Perrin,
Perrin,
congrats on
yep.
700 episodes, Linkara. I've been a fan since early 2014, and it's been an amazing ride. Just wondering, have you considered doing any animated films for late night double feature? I don't have anything in particular planned, but I should do. I'm trying to remember the name of it. The one that just came out, Something God. It's like the stop motion one. That's behold the leader of Al Qaeda.
He's covered in holy beads.
Bead Man. He's the guy that was selling the bead outfit.
My God.
Beads. My God.
I couldn't resist.
The vibrating heat suit from Jimmy Something's Fat Buster. Guess what? You found out I'm the devil. It's just so stupid looking. Frank Miller put pen to paper and said, "Yes, this is what will get people to on my side."
The big thing is you had an editor who gave him free creative control to do that. At least at DC, I don't think it would never gotten this far.
Our plan is the sum of wheels within beads.
Mad God, that's the name of it. Yeah.
Loka. And Loka.
You probably just heard my phone ring there. That was my phone.
I did. It's okay.
Yeah.
We're too busy laughing at Elf Bead Man.
Logan, hey Linkara, just came by to watch the 700th episode. All those boners, but not a single super poop joke.
Super dick
9 out of
joke.
10.
God damn it, you're right.
Well, I censored it because he censored it.
I know, it's alright, but yeah, goddamn, you're right.
Beads, my God.
Catherine Perrin, it's bad chainmail. That's entirely possible. I have no idea what else he's going for because what the hell else? I mean, look at this. This is just why? What? Why?
What? Myriad Media Musing. Ha ha ha. Beadman's costume is ridiculous.
Yes.
Ha ha ha.
Ha 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 ha! Your costume is ridiculous. Yo, I got it on the soundboard here. The other one.
There. Sure glad I don't look stupid in this.
There we go. Sure glad I don't look stupid in this. What a great riff! It's so usable.
Sidekick Nick 4. The little Beadman is the one thing in this comic that feels like it came out of a silly old propaganda comic.
I suppose so, yeah.
It's silly, but it's just like there's no tonal consistency. If you're going for any kind of tone, you have to commit. You have to commit.
I get the impression he was trying to be serious with it. That this was supposed to be like, yes, this is the evil mastermind of all this. It's just like,
well, why would he come to the States? Why would he come to the States?
You have to go full heel. You have to go full Tommaso Ciampa. You can't just stop halfway.
Why would they even be? Why would so many of them even be here if their plan is to drop a biological weapon anyway? Why are they doing all the suicide bombing and missile attacks and everything if the plan is just to release a chemical attack that will kill everyone in the city?
If you're the sum of cogs of wheels within wheels, why are you in this location that's about to be bombed?
Terrorism is not just about doing random acts of violence for its own sake. They have a purpose behind everything they do. It's not just like, well, I guess we're gotta soften them up first with some nail bombs. No, they're targets. They do think about what they're doing and why they're doing it. It's just so stupid. This comic sucks.
This is dumb. It's so dumb. It's dumb.
It's racist. It's dumb. It's bigoted. It's just no wonder we call it terror. Yeah, we call it
and
dumb. And
why does he have tiger striped bed print? Like what?
I gotta say it. You are made of stupid.
Jonathan Fuentes, Lewis, is it just me or does Frank Miller's repetition sounds like he's just reciting lines from the Super Dictionary? And that's terrible.
Wow, we're finally done with the 300.
No, we're not because I'm leaving in the storyline bits.
Oh,
right.
Hello, Linkara.
Oh yeah, we got Miracle. This comic sucks. I'm
surprised you never did a riff on the movie critic Ooh, I hated this movie, except saying I hated this comic.
Oh, the when Roger Ebert did that about
Yeah.
I think it was like it was on North. I think was the movie.
Yeah, I hated this movie. Hated it. Hated every single second of it.
It's because he was still a professional critic, so while he was hating it, he was still fairly restrained. Hyperbolic anger is kind of the thing of the caustic critic.
I mean, hyperbolic anger is a thing of the past. My thing is, I try not to be angry unless something specifically deserves it. And even in something like, I don't like Cloverfield. It gives me a headache physically. But I still gave it the benefit of the doubt in some areas because I understand where it's coming from as a film. But something like this, it's coming from a bad place. It deserves a hate.
On the subject of racism, the infamous Mike Manhattan, did you see what DC did for the Hispanic Heritage Month comic cover? Oh boy, did they F up. Yeah! All the Hispanic Heritage Month covers are basically just them, just like heroes eating Mexican food. There was going to be one. There was going to be one that was actually proper. It was a Green Lantern one, and the artist did this beautiful homage to another artist's work. It looked gorgeous, but because of copyright reasons, like they couldn't get approval for the homage or something like that, and so they decided they had to change it. And they changed it to him holding an I love Mexico sign, a flag, and holding a bunch of tamales.
Actually, that's not.
It's so stupid.
Actually, he's come out and corrected it and said that was an alternate take. Here's a proper one. That's a tweak one, but it's closer to the original one. Thank God.
Thank frickin' God.
Jonathan Fuentes says best physical burn ever.
Oh yeah, I think this is definitely the best comic burning I did on the Access Over, and I've actually did like a real physical burn.
This might be the last one you ever did.
It's possible I did, yeah, just because one, it became harder to find locations to actually burn stuff. Because I was still living in the apartment at the time, so I had this little gazebo area I could do that. I'm trying to be safe when I'm burning these things, but also because just like Holy Terror is the worst comic I have ever done and the worst comic I've ever read, so it feels harder to justify in my mind physically burning something when it's not this bad.
Here are some politicians. And of course,
like, I know it's not about topping it and trying to like be better, but it's just like, well, yeah, this was bad, but was it Holy Terror bad?
Here's a question for the whole chat. What's a Marvel property you think would perfectly be made for for television, but not for movies? For me, I want them to make an Ecstatics show.
Yeah, I think the TV shows are probably really good for any kind of minor character who's like, not ready for primetime movie stuff yet, but definitely something for TV. Daredevil was a good choice. I'm trying to think of what would be a good one that I would want to see. We got She-Hulk already. They got Moon Knight.
Moon Knight was really good, and so is She-Hulk. I just haven't watched past.
Oh, I'm loving She-Hulk. I'm loving it.
Yeah, nothing's coming to mind because Squirrel Girl would be good. Exiles would not work because Exiles is too expensive.
Animated.
Just like What If. Animated would be good, but
What If.
But we kind of already got that covered with What If.
True.
Because What If is basically what they're doing with Exiles, except without having a team.
But I say do Ecstatics, but shoot it like a reality show, like it's supposed to be.
Time Lord Rick, I'm still shocked Avengers 200 wasn't burned. Yeah, you're right. I probably should have burned that one. I think that was a case of I needed to get it done, and I was in a hurry. That's the other thing that happens sometimes. Like back when I actually got stuff out on time, I needed to get things out by a certain time, so I didn't have time to set up and do all the burning stuff because it requires a lot more work. And just like I just gotta edit it, get it out there, get it done, etc., etc.
Since when have I ever got things on time?
Like I said earlier, the 700th episode, I'm just reusing the 600th episode theme song because I was just so sick and tired. I wanted it done. I just need to get this out there and not worry about adding in additional clips.
However, this
oh my! They worked out a deal to it. Rom, greatest of the Space Knights. Yeah, I would love to do Rom. Let's have Rom in there. James Gunn wanted to do Rom in Guardians of the Galaxy, but I bet he would have done it as like kind of comedic and not as serious. I want serious Rom because serious Rom is great.
Too.
Yeah, me breaking the comic over my knee because it was too big.
Andy Comic Geek, bad Tom Hardy impression. Oh yes, I was wondering what would break first, Your tolerance or your sanity?
Yes, I was wondering what would break first, your tolerance or your sanity. T. William CA, is it me or Squirrel Girl never made it to other media formats?
Nope, she has. Animated, and they were going to do that new Warriors show, but it fell through where they had the AT&T girl who was going to play her, but she still does the voices at least.
All the shots of Mirakara are slanted because the Mirror Universe is filmed in Dutch angles.
Just like Batman 66. Because they're all crooked.
Yep. Unfortunately, I didn't position the shots right, so we're both. I break the 180 rule. We're both facing the same way when we should be facing opposite ways.
Speaking of Mirror Universe, I know I've suggested it before on a super chat. You should read the Star Trek, IDW Star Trek Next Gen Mirror Universe saga. It is so good. We finally get a proper Next Gen Mirror Universe.
I mean, there was that book Dark Mirror, which I should revisit. I've talked about this before. This wonderfully dark and creepy moment where Picard is on Mirror. In Mirror Picard's quarters, and he sees a copy of the Bible in his quarters, and since this is the evil Mirror Universe where everything is inverted, it just makes me. He did not want to actually pick up the Bible and look at it because he was terrified of what would be inside of it.
But wait, what was always the point of divergence with the Mirror Universe? Wasn't there ever a set divergent point?
In the original Star Trek Mirror Universe or my Mirror Universe?
In the original Star Trek. Oh, but what's yours? What's yours first of all?
As far as I know, there is not one specific one. With the Mirror Universe, it's hard to say because it seems like their history has always been one of conquest and whatnot. But the one definite divergent point is that when the Vulcans landed and made first contact, instead of greeting them in friendship, Zephyr Cochrane pulled out a gun and shot them, and they raided their ship.
Which tells me that the Enterprise never showed up on that Earth, because I don't think there's any way that would have happened.
There is a fan-made episode of a show called Starship Exeter. I believe it's Exeter.
Oh yes, I love Exeter.
Where they go back in time to no, I'm sorry, it's not Exeter. No. I think it's Excalibur.
Excalibur, yeah, it's one of those.
Yeah. They go back in time to George Washington's era. It's like right before the crossing of the Delaware, and one of the things Washington says is something like, I wonder, what if this is what we were destined for, as he gets ready to take on the role of president. But as he does it, he has a knife and he plunges it lengthwise into an apple that's on a table, and the camera sort of zooms in, implying, if the Excalibur hadn't intruded, this would have been the Mirror Universe.
Oh,
creepy! I like that. That imagery is really good, though.
I love so many of these Star Trek fan series. Phase 2, Exeter, Farragut.
Serenity M16.
Farragut. It was Farragut. I'm sorry, it was Farragut.
Oh, it's Farragut.
I haven't gotten your Super Day yet. DWP 102589 is me, only less human. Hands on me, Red Dwarf reference. Yes, because Ace Rimmer, when he appears and is polite and nice and stuff, is like, it's me, but more handsome. What happened to Mirror Margaret? That's a very good question.
So, do you? And so anyway. So I'll just ask you. Whenever you do villains, do you always have a backdoor set up to bring them back, even when you feel like I'm done with them?
Yes.
Even Vice?
Even Vice. I have ideas and plans that can come to fruition if need be. I think this was the last time I wore the Zero Linkara outfit. It just kind of fell apart.
Ooh.
Wolf 359 was an inside job. I also believe Minion War never happened, if I remember correctly. Draconis? Sorry, Lower Decks reference.
I miss the Zeo suit. I get that you're trying to move away from copyrighted stuff now, but that was just such a spiffy suit.
I got a brand new combine harvester, and I'll give you the key. Da 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 da.
I do love all the different cosplays via Magic cards. It's just so good.
Oh yeah.
Locust concept. Mirror Universe where everything is exactly the same. It's everyone uses the other hand for everything, and new sets are built just for this one episode. It would be expensive and not worth it.
This was around the time Power Rangers Megaforce was going on, and I actually liked the Megaforce morpher, so I love the idea of like of using cards to swap out costumes. I got the Blake 7 gun there. Once I get a bigger 3D printer, I'm gonna make a proper one of those, because that prop fell apart too, because it's mostly just like held together with glue and hope.
I love it. Technically, I never had a chance to use it, but might as well.
Yeah, because the original plan was to use that during the big journey, during Gun and Sorcery. And I never got a chance to. I love this idea for the 300th episode where we're having a fun battle where I'm just like, going through a bunch of stuff in the history, referencing a bunch of things, and of course get to use the Obelisk Blue Coat and Mirror Force.
What's a pity?
What a pity! You
had-
activated my trap card.
I really wish you still had the original footage for this. I would have loved to have remastered that when you were reposting them.
Oh yeah, it's certainly possible I do have that, but like, that's a good shot. I think Will filmed that shot. I liked that shot right there.
So it was Mirakara. I'm just curious. Are we supposed to think he's dead after what happened with Muerte, or
yes,
just
though there was going to be a thing that I ran out of time to film for the 10th anniversary storyline, where it would be revealed that like, with the concept of parallel universes where things, always split up and diverge, that there's probably another universe out there where Mirakara didn't return and he went back to his own reality, and we were going to cut to a shot of this version of Mirakara just like fishing or something like that, and being all like, "Yes, fish, now you will succumb to my will." And there's Will as Pyramid Head.
Yep. I still remember, did you always call your original Pyramid a very gothic Pyramid Head originally?
Ghetto Pyramid Head is, I think, because one person described it as that, because the original Pyramid Head helmet that I designed was very chitsy and very cardboard. This was made by the prop lady, Amethyst, who also voiced Nimue for a good chunk of time, and she made it out of poster board. The little metal round things, I think, are hardware store couplings. They're the gate grid thing for the eyes is plastic fencing, and she was just really good at painting and prop making to make it look like a big old rusty metal piece.
Jonathan Funitas into the Linkara-verse.
Yes.
I just also have to say,
unfortunately, she's another one that we can't get a hold of these days.
Yeah, like Amethyst, just like it's hard for me to get in touch with her. So because she became unreliable for voicing Nimue, it's one of the reasons why I haven't done as much, and I've had Lupa voicing her. And I would visit her because she's like, she lives in Minnesota, but she's like an hour and a half away. So
I still remember you and Will doing those not reactions on the DVDs. Yeah.
It's for any F-16s. I don't suppose you can explain the 180 rule to me, because I legitimately apparently don't get the angle right, despite college classes about it. Basically, when you have two people, when you're shifting shots, they should be looking and it should be as if they were on screen and looking at each other at the same time. So like if this shot right here was split up, one angle would have Mirror Margaret looking to the left, Mirror Kara would be looking to the right, and I screw that up a lot of the times in this, so that we end up looking the same way, and it doesn't look good in the shot.
Dragon Mike Silver Flare, Linkara, and the multiverse of mild annoyance.
Jonathan Fuentes, goddammit, I've always loved that coat. Yeah, I still got the duster. It's in the closet behind me.
What I was actually going to say
I like the vest arc. The vest arc was good.
I absolutely love that you switch back to your original outfit for just a few moments. You don't even use a weapon in that one moment. You just switch back to the original outfit for the sake of monologuing.
Oh yeah, it was just it's again. I want to acknowledge my history and be all like celebratory of it.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I swapped out of the vest and tie and coat thing is primarily because it felt like other YouTubers were all adopting that vests and ties for their outfits, and I was like, I don't feel as unique anymore if this is my outfit, so I want to do something different. And the inspiration for the blue shirt and stuff like that actually comes from Star Trek 3, which we talked about earlier. Sulu has this wonderful outfit in Star Trek 3. It's like this blue, not a button down, it's kind of like a wraparound, and this brown leather jacket which he can tie up. I've never been able to see anything like it before. Like, it's like a very unique outfit, but I love the blue and brown combination. I thought it looked really good, so I decided, okay, that's going to be my primary inspiration for my next outfit.
Myriad Media. Everything, everywhere, all at Linkara.
Hey! Lego Maniac 91, don't know if it was done yet, but one of RJ's skulls should have a goatee on it. Damn, that would be... God damn it, I gotta do that.
Yes.
Congratulations, Lego.
What would Mirror Muerte be like?
Pleasant, talking about kids' films or something like that.
So he'd understand what Christmas is then.
Yeah, I've always loved that joke that RJ does not understand Christmas.
It's Valentine's Day! I just love that. I rewatch all the DVDs every once in a while.
Yeah, I will say, the brown vest and tie is my favorite outfit personally. But
yes,
I will also say, the blue shirt and tie and blazer, especially with the atop the fourth wall symbol on it, is definitely growing on me.
Oh yeah, especially since I swapped out from the bigger coat. The one that my grandma and I made together. She helped me make the duster too. But
the duster was just so big.
But the bigger coat just, it doesn't fit right. It makes me look very, very bulky. Once I switched over to the smaller coat, it was a lot better. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and then we will continue with the 400th episode, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, a.k.a. Marvel Super Special number 7, a.k.a. the one where I sing a lot, but we can't hear the singing.
Oh,
what the hell did I just review?
What was that?
Want us to entertain the audience while you're away?
Entertain the audience for a couple minutes while I go that, and get another water bottle because I need to stay hydrated, as I also need to go pee.
I'm here to entertain, or should I say, zen-tertain you all. I am the bringer of Christmas miracles, Zenith, Warrior, Princess, Ghost Bunny, at your service, if you will. Hope you enjoy my content, and I am here.
Hey, Bun, if you ever do Stat AM and you need someone to do, if you want something to do with Robotnik's voice, I can do a pretty good attempt at it.
Linkara! Pees in the bathroom where he was bullied.
I'm just throwing that out there if you ever need that, because I can do a pretty good job.
Here's the thing, Captain Avenger. I don't know when I'm gonna make another appearance on the Top of the Fourth Wall. The reason why, initially I was, when I first started hanging out with Linkara and being like part of this, I was considering it, but the thing is, my dysphoria is very bad.
Ooh.
So it would have to be me doing stuff in a way where, like, it takes hours for me to get ready to where I'm presentable, or I would have to do my VTuber rig, which is why, like, it's easy for me to do my VTuber rig, but I have to send the segment to him. So, like, I wouldn't mind doing anything on the show. I have a trouble seeing myself on camera these days, especially when looking at my old crossovers.
Understandable.
Myriad Media Musings asking, GSR, you seen the premiere of Lower Decks Season 3? I have. I
have not.
Are you watching Lower Decks?
No, I'm not.
My favorite episode of Atop the Fourth Wall is Future's End. It is just so damn funny. I love it.
I was actually rewatching Future's End last night while I was waiting for the 700 to premiere.
Hey, question for you, G, as a reviewer. Very quick.
Yes.
What's your favorite Star Trek fan production?
Ooh, that's hard.
Now, for me, sorry, I was saying quickly for me. For me, even though I do not care about a certain person involved, Continues was just so high quality. I cannot look bad on it.
Continues was fantastic. I mean, it felt like such an authentic ending. I mean, I always say that last episode in particular, it felt like the 70s saying goodbye to the 60s.
Oh,
which is how it should have been. It was Perfect. And Zen, I know you don't want to support a certain person, so if you want, I can actually send you those episodes. I downloaded every single one of them.
Oh, I did too.
So
I have them all as well.
So you can watch this. You can watch this without contributing.
I mean, I own all of TOS now, which is like
Yes,
good, but
and
that
TOS
would
is
definitely help.
fantastic. Yeah.
But also Blazer Drake. I haven't seen Five Nights at Freddy's. I really don't care about FNAF. I'm sorry. It's all jump scares to me.
But if we're
and
not
I'm gonna
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm gonna be right back. I want to get my meds. I need my what I call titty sprinkles. That's my estrogen. I'll be right back.
Now, I will also say that if we're not including continues in the lineup of good stuff, of good fan productions, I honestly God think of Gods and Men is a bit overhyped.
Yeah.
I will give. I've always had a very good soft spot for Hidden Frontier.
Oh, love that. Oh, I love that. I have all the episodes of that.
I did once upon a time. I think Farragut was also pretty good. I'm gonna say, however, the final season of Hidden Frontier is probably my favorite.
Oh yeah, for me, if I had to pick a full-on best of besides continues, it's Exeter.
Oh,
Especially
Exeter's good.
Especially when you compare the first episode, which was years ago, to the second episode, which took years to make. It's like night and day. It is night and day.
Maybe we should ask the host.
Yeah.
Gen Kaiba, I've seen Moscow X credit for Inked Reality for years. How did that start? Have you ever met in person? Yes, we've met multiple times in person.
I met him
talked
once.
about this earlier. Long story short, Inked Reality was supposed to be the comics and animation division of Channel Awesome, much like Blistered Thumbs with their video game division. Masako designed the logo for it, and that eye catch, but then Inked Reality never came about, so I was just like, screw it, why should I be promoting something that's never going to happen? So I commissioned him to do the Atop the Fourth Wall logo instead. But yeah, Moscow, I've met several times over the years. I'm friends with Team 4-Star, as you might have noticed by Takahata appearing in the 700th episode briefly. And I've had Lanny doing a bunch of voice stuff. Oh me, oh my, oh me. But yeah, I am back, and now it is time for singing that we can't see, we can't hear entirely because I needed to reduce the volume.
Before we start, I want to ask you, Lewis, since I was just talking with GS about this, what's your favorite Star Trek fan production?
I've only seen so many. I don't remember if I've seen Exeter or not. I want to say I did. There was one that we called that I can't remember the name of. It might have been Elvis Trek, where it's like they had Kirk, but he had this weird hair.
Oh,
New
that
Voyages,
was New Voyages.
New Voyages, I think, yeah.
/ Phase 2.
Yeah, because he was the guy who actually was a Elvis impersonator.
Yes.
Because his hair was very Elvis, and we just always called it Elvis Trek.
And you can go visit his set, licensed by CBS at the Star Trek original series set tour, and they are also now building the Enterprise D out there.
Ooh. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I still am sad that the Star Trek experience closed before I could go and be on that bridge.
Yeah.
You and me both. But hey, they're building the Enterprise. They're building the Enterprise D bridge with Mike Akuta's help and Denise Akuta. I mean, they got all the heavy hitters out there. They've already got the con and ops panels, and they have the back wall all finished, and they're already on display out there.
What are we gonna do when the Okudas die? Who the hell is gonna design this stuff in the future? Because who the hell was better than that?
No, I don't know.
I do think there might be some fans out there who can pick up.
Look around you, Linkara. You're in an Akuta-gram.
All right, and I am back.
Welcome back. Let's continue on now with the singing that we can't hear.
I'm Lord Rick. Is Jared?
I am back with my titty sprinkles.
Time Lord Rick, is Jarrus going to come back? One of my favorites.
Most likely, yes. I don't have any immediate plans right now, aside from, general story stuff. Jonathan Fuentes, it's time for the Barry Gibb Talk Show. Talk about chest hair. Talk about crazy cool medallions. Let it out.
Should we take a moment to have a moment of silence for George Perez, who did the artwork on this?
Moment of silence. All right.
Yeah.
This
Boy,
was just a
iconic.
fun episode to produce. I filmed this in the basement of my friend Fez and Melissa's house. Melissa voices Eliza the Lizard, and Fez plays the physical body of the Bandit Chief. We set up a big green screen area down there. They played a few other minor roles and things. You will see Fez later on during What the Hell Did I Just Review, where I pull him on and shake him. Yeah, we set up a big TV screen. There's a lot of tech these days for teleprompters that based off of iPads and whatnot that like hear your voice and then will move down as they go along. So I was singing this to try to match up with the actual audio of it as we went along, and I was watching the lyrics as they scrolled down because it's a big long thing, and of course I did these speeches in between. Jonathan Fuentes, dude, no joke, you have a good singing voice. Thank you, though it's not great right now because I've been talking for 4 hours.
Yeah, I mean, my singing voice isn't that great, although a lot of people are just like, hey, we love your bunny singing voice. I'm like, I'm going to try to sing in the future, but no plans currently.
Also,
I re-listened to the songs in this. I think they're overall okay. I probably could have done better in some parts. I feel like I could have added more trilling, done a few more takes, done a few more things. But overall, I think the lyrics work. I think overall, it's pretty. My singing in this is pretty decent. I think I could have done better though.
I do apologize for the return of Bob Barker over here.
That's fine. Don't worry. It just happens. Jonathan Fuentes.
Hi, Bob Barker.
I already do that one. Gordon ZX. Awesome that George Perez watched your videos. I know, right? I don't know if he only watched the stuff where I talked about his work. I think I mentioned this a few streams ago. George Perez sent me an email saying, hey, I watched some of your videos. I really enjoyed them. And I was like, well, this is probably not really him. It's probably just someone trying to troll me. But on the off chance it is, well, I don't know how you can prove it's really you unless you recorded a video of yourself, saying this. And then he responded back with a video of himself saying, hey, Linkara, I wouldn't have even thought of this. So yeah, thank you for the kind words in some of my work. And yeah. And I just be staring at the screen, seeing George Perez, and just and as I said, I framed the initial email he sent over there next to the Suburban Knights and Comic-Con 1 poster.
Boy, that must be right up there with what's his name from Power Rangers when he told you about Dino Fury.
Yeah, so those of you here, they have announced that Power Rangers Dino Fury, once that's done with, they're going to, instead of swapping out like they've done before, they're keeping the team around for the first time since the original days, and switching over to Cosmic Fury, and the creator and I was like, well, I'm not sure how to handle covering this for History of Power Rangers, because when I did the original History of Power Rangers videos, I had watched all during that time when they hadn't swapped out, so I knew where the character arcs were going, and I could talk about them and plan ahead, and et cetera, et cetera. So, I don't know if I should wait and try to do Cosmic Fury as part of Dino Fury, or wait until that's all done with and they swap out Cass again. And then, so he responded with saying, yeah, you shouldn't worry about that. We're gonna swap this out, here and there, not gonna be an issue. And I was like, yeah, but how do you know that it's gonna? Oh, and I saw it was him talking. Well, crap.
I love that tweet. I love that.
And yeah, for the 400th, I just kept the theme song to the regular one we were using at the time because I was doing all that other singing and stuff, all that, and I had no time to try to edit together anything special for this.
Corey Morgan, hey Linkara, congrats on the milestone. Still thinking about doing a Stargate series.
What was that again?
Hey Linkara, congrats on the milestone. Still thinking about doing a Stargate series.
I have actually done some Stargate stuff now. Reviewed it. I reviewed Stargate SG-1 POW, which is which was an episode a couple months ago. I recommend checking that out. It's not very good.
Giant Hammond
head in the sky.
Oh man,
the Hammond head jokes were beautiful, and
yes.
I know some people don't like the rapid fire jokes, but when you can create so many, it's hard to choose a pun. You got to use all of them.
I love the rapid fire head joke, but I got to make sure I have enough material to work with on that, or else it becomes disappointing.
Yeah,
because I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Because like I was just recently watching Commande, and like someone's like, here, give him the finger. And it's like you could use so many things with that specific clip. It just like it lends itself.
I meant the Gate series along the line of History of Power Rangers. One thing at a time. The next big one of those projects I do once I'm actually properly caught up with History of Power Rangers again is because it will happen eventually. Once I'm caught up again, I'm doing Spider-Man the Animated Series, although I'm waiting until we get $3,500 on the Patreon, so that's another reason to contribute to that.
Well, you do realize that you.
Sorry, go ahead.
You do realize you are an extremely popular YouTuber who's basically running a quote unquote business that almost has borderline employees at this point, and sub producers and associate producers. Like I don't know, some idiot who might review game shows or something.
Yeah.
And you could delegate out History of X to us.
I could, but I won't. Retro Station 1989, Love from Space, Wisconsin. From all of us aboard the Retro Station 1989, Commander Dan, Margot, Splat, and Cambot Jr., congrats on 700 episodes. Thank you so much.
Walter
also,
Walter, Office of Escape, recruit me a team of Army soldiers with attitude.
For those asking where the Batman Mahjong clip came from, I believe that's from Batman Odyssey.
No, that is All-Star Batman and Robin, because because Batman mocks Green Lantern and says the Joy Luck Club that you're forming up, which was referencing the Justice League. It's like the Joy Luck Club involves mahjong, so the movie and story. So it was like and Will has a big fancy mahjong table. So I was like, let's just film a quick funny bit where like Batman gets mad that he loses at mahjong.
Whoa, wait a second. I just realized something. Doesn't that throw again in the face of Superman Year One, where he's there and one of them suggesting the Justice League right then?
Yeah. Shy Ranger, Linkara, can you read this? How do I donate? There should be an option in the chat menu. There's a little money thing inside of a square that says show your support for Linkara, and that will help you write out a super chat. But if you mean the Patreon, go to patreon.com/AT4W, become part of the Atop the Fourth Wall fan base for as low as $1 a month to join
it's up there right now.
And you can join the Discord for $2 a month. You can get side videos early, which admittedly is not many considering how busy I am, but definitely long boxes you can get a day early. And otherwise, just enjoy the fan base and enjoy contributing to the big milestones where I'll do like a Spider-Man the Animated Series retrospective.
And we can interact with you. The mods are there to help you out with stuff, and you can ask questions, stuff like that.
It's a very good safe space, because one big rule that I really do appreciate about your Discord, Lewis, is try your hardest not to bring up real world events.
The Discord is a place to enjoy yourselves. We try to avoid real world stuff, and the mods are very active and very strict on the rules, especially when it comes to NSFW material. We've kicked people out before for violating that rule. I try to be forgiving. They are less forgiving. But I will ultimately back my mods.
I am a ghost bunny. I do not sleep. I am always watching. If you try to pull a fast one on me, I will notify Linkara. I know what's going on. I have no problem banning you. I like to be nice, but if you're going to tread all over me, and if you hating on LGBT or trans rights, them's the breaks. You're at the door.
Yup.
See, now here's the thing. For all the fans, you may know Linkara. We know Lewis, and we know where he lives.
Yeah. I actually do know where he lives, actually.
Well, yeah, because he helped me move.
And so
I helped you paint your deck.
You helped me paint my deck.
It was definitely something.
Yeah, I am too far away to know where he lives, so.
Yeah.
All right,
sorry.
Jordan Phil, congrats on 700 and thanks for the countless hours of laughter, Linkara. The retconning your own history was so funny last episode. Thank you so much. That reminds me, I need to announce again that we're in the middle of the 400th episode now and get more people on here.
You want me to do my best lean voice? Alright, well, if you violate the rules, I will find you. And there's the door. Trans rights.
On the stream, Watchathon.
Silly Silly GSR. Everyone knows Lewis is the mask.
It's a photo cover.
Via my Discord.
That means we have
I love my clicky-clacky keyboard.
Click-clack. The price for painting Lewis's house, I got to interact. I get to make fun of him.
You got to stand out in the sun while I panicked about how long it was taking to get that goddamn deck and fence painted. We would have been moved in if not for that goddamn thing instead of rushing it all on the last freaking day.
Sorry, I just read this, and we know where he lives. Is that a threat to the rule breakers or Lewis?
Don't violate the rules or we'll beat up Lewis.
No, you see, we'll take over atop the fourth wall. And do you want a Ghost Bunny taking over atop the fourth wall? Just talking about Sonic all the damn time. I mean, do you want that?
You think AT4W is the abbreviation. No, the 4 is really how many lives it's got left.
Because you're gone. When I was really getting into Atop the Fourth Wall in a fan-fueled night, I designed my own spaceship that I imagine was in the opposite side of the world from Comic-Con 1. It's called the Archibald. Still have it.
Nice.
Nice.
Time Lord Rick, remember kids, trans rights are human rights. Damn straight they are.
Yep.
Ghost Bunny rights are everyone's rights because, you know, I'm technically not human, I'm undead, but undead rights are everyone's rights.
Sand Story Video Studios, does Mira Morte call the audience his children? Yes.
How would he talk? In your mind, how does Mira Morte talk?
Hello, my children. Today we are going to talk about My Little Pony. Friendship is magic.
He's very nice.
He still got his solid, flawless American accent.
May I ask what may be a dumb question? Why is it called?
There's much more calmer, less gravelly like this.
Are basically singles hoping to find a
I like that. I could just now see Muerte in the same outfit, 100% the same outfit, but sort of like in a rocking chair. You know, like with a little storybook, like, okay, children, today we're gonna talk about these.
I kind of imagine it more along the lines of like him dressed up kind of more like a clown, like more like a friendly clown and all that.
Okay, Undead Lives Matter.
Hold on. I just realized something. Okay, Boffo the clown in our universe is a clown, and he's a tax prepper. So would that mean Mira Boffo is an IRS agent?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
But would he still pull it like stuff to try and get people's taxes and all that?
Shy Ranger says, Ghost Bunny, how can undead lives matter if they aren't alive? Well, we aren't dead either. And here's the thing, we can still haunt you. I can be Ghost Nappa up in this, okay?
Jonathan Fuentes, Mira Morte. Now it's time for cake.
I'm sorry, I have to. It's a beautiful day in Morate's neighborhood. A beautiful day in the neighborhood.
I was going to do that first when I saw the Morte and a Fred Rogers outfit.
Okay, well, you go ahead and do it, because
a beautiful day for a neighbor. Won't you be mine? Could you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor?
Joseph Crowley. What's
He
Mira
still has the laugh, though. He still has the laugh.
What's Mira Ninja Style Dancer like?
He talks.
Very talkative.
He won't. Well, that's the
shut
thing.
up.
Even in universe and atop the fourth wall, we've always made the joke that much like like Morn from Star Trek Deep Space Nine, the Ninja Style Dancer actually won't shut the hell up when he's off camera.
Serenity M16.
Oh, and the return of the Caligula joke comic joke.
Bonus April Fool's idea. Mira Morte reviewing a children's Halloween comic.
That's it.
That's actually not a bad thought. Yeah.
Although regular Morte does children's Halloween stuff too. It's just he tends to get more confused. Probably one of my favorite episodes of A Long Box of the Damned that I did was him doing the Barbie comic, and he's just so utterly baffled by it.
Undead lives matter.
Hey, wait, Button, you were trying to do Nappa? Hey, Vegeta, I'm hunting you.
God damn it,
Unfortunately, when
Nappa.
the aged Sergeant Pepper raises his trumpet,
I
Sergeant
am the
Pepper
Prince
comic,
of all
uh,
Saiyans.
skillfully translated by a friend of mine who I first met at Com Bravo. She and I think it was her partner at the time did cosplays of Tom Girl and Daredevil from the DVDs.
I love Tom Girl. Tomboy,
Ninja Style Dancer only talked as a hallucination once. It wasn't really him.
Yeah, that's the excuse I give. We've never seen the real Ninja Style Dancer talk, so we don't know if that's actually his voice or not.
You have no honor.
HB Haga, what the heck is a weather vane? I've never actually known exactly the purpose of weather vanes, but it's a thing usually you'd find on farms that would indicate the direction of the wind.
That's the purpose.
That's it.
I think it's for planting crops. Like,
It is
you want to
that
know
is
where the
literally the
wind is
purpose.
coming from, so that you can anticipate the weather and plant your crops correctly.
Question: what is Mirror Harvey like?
No, I'm sorry.
The same.
Well, you remember what?
Just meaner.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Remember the part where when Harvey became a rap and R&B critic in the retconning. That
band ended 2 world wars. You gotta love how it's now up to this kid who may not want this life to now create a new version of it. Not to say it shouldn't happen.
Have we ever seen Mirror 90s Kid?
No, we have not seen Mirror 90s Kid. Oh yes, Mirror Marty reviewed the Batman 66 comics to Short Halloween. I should look that up. Because I'm curious how Batman 66 did the Short Halloween.
I have a one mental image of what Mirror 90s Kid would be like. Everyone loves a slinky.
Everyone wants to hit a slinky. Don't you want to hit a slinky?
Oh wait,
what was the name I gave for that alternate universe? Overly enthusiastic slinky promoter.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, Mirror Eliza.
Will do. Everyone loves a slinky.
Oh, Mirror Eliza.
So awesome.
So I just saw myriad media musings spring up. What would Mirror Eliza be?
We know how to do
a bird.
No, of course, they sing the title song. I'll give this comic credit. Unlike stuff like Nightcat or
Sewing machine. Robitussin.
Oh, that's good. Mirror Harvey would be an android, probably. I mean, imagine that Harvey is based on Vic Fontaine from Star Trek. We all know what happened in that one DS9 Mirror episode.
Yep.
All that I see, I protect.
Oh, Mirror Bone Button.
He's the ultimate. He's Roman Reigns.
That is totally Kleenex.
What would you think?
Mirror 90s Kid says, "Pull up your pants, you kids."
Oh wait, if Mirror 90s Kid is into Liefeld and all that stuff, wouldn't that mean he'd be more into traditional stuff?
Hell, all the band members have those.
R0X21XX Tomb of Dracula #10 is the first Blade Secret Origins month. Yeah, I don't know when we're gonna get to Blade at some point. Here's the thing: we are probably not gonna have Secret Origins month this year. I am sorry about that, especially because we're definitely not having it next year. The problem is the first 2 weeks of November, I am actually going to be out of town. The first weekend because I'm going to a wedding. And the second because I'm going to a convention out of town. So it's going to be yeah, there'll only be 2 weeks left to do videos. So I'm thinking that I will probably just do History of Power Rangers for those 2 additional weeks. So and next year I'm doing Doctor Who's 60th anniversary month in November. So yeah, I think we're going to be taking a break from Secret Origins month for a couple of years, I'm sorry to say.
He hates being rejected. Dougie proceeds to write
and that sucked the air out of the room.
I was going to say quickly, you know, Lewis, I want you, and you should try to come back to a Michigan convention. We missed you here.
I need to be invited.
I've been trying to get them suggesting it to Motor City, Youmacon again, and suggesting it, but nothing's come of it.
I would love to come back to Youmacon. It has been so long. since I have been at YomaCon. Goodbye, Secret Origins this month till further notice. Yeah, I do have things that I could do for Secret Origins month. I just.
So, what was the telegram?
If I'm only going to be doing 2 videos, it probably makes more sense to do History of Power Rangers and try to finally get those back up.
You don't have an album yet, nor
So I am very sorry about that.
It won't have the same
people
era.
love Secret Origins month.
It won't have the same era at all, but have you ever thought about doing an Atop the Fourth Wall live over stream?
That would be an interesting idea. Yeah, I don't know how well that would go over, because I tend to write the live shows with the expectation that I have audience interaction, and I can't really do that when there's a 30-second delay between what's actually on screen versus what's being said in the chat.
Yeah, that's why I say it won't have the same error.
Might I make a suggestion for that? You pre-record some of the interrupts or something that could butt in to it, and then you just do the live portion. It's just you as Linkara doing the review, so you can still cut by selecting or whatever to those other videos and still react to it. You get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah. This is the end of Secret Origins month, though, the lack of Secret Origins month. Yeah, because the thing is, there was a comic called Secret Origin, which was like, you know, how DC kind of reintroduced a bunch of characters into DC canon and what their canon backstories were post Crisis on Infinite Earths, and the book eventually fell off because it just ran out of characters that people would give a crap about.
Random number guy. We will miss Secret Origins month, but at least we got the Secret Origin of Miller's Aquaman as the last son of Krypton.
There you go. Ever thought about going back to Marvel 2099? Yes, I want to do more Marvel 29 stuff. I at some point we're going to do Marvel 2099 month 2, where I'll cover more of those books like X-Men 2099, Hulk 2099, etc.
Oh, please tell me 90s Dude will be coming back from the future.
Oh, of course, 2090s Dude.
Hey,
I might still keep him as 2090s kid just for the joke there.
Hey, now,
Still kid in my time.
I've noticed when you did the Just Imagine Stan Lee, you skipped all of the backup stories. Those actually come into play by the end, you know.
In Dark Knight 3?
No, Just Imagine Stan Lee, I said. But Dark Knight 3
yeah,
too.
I've been ignoring those because it felt like they were completely irrelevant. They're
not. They're not. Wonder Woman especially ties hugely into Crisis.
Oh, crap. Well, I'll probably do an episode where I just, like, you know, cover all of those at once.
Do it on the Secret Origin, I say. Do the Secret Origin one and do a catch-up where you go over them. Now, some of them, like the Batman one, that's not important. It's just dumb fun. Superman, it introduces those comic book owners. But, like I said, Wonder Woman, that one is very important. And Green Lantern is also important. Basically, because the whole theme of Stan Lee's DC, Just Imagine Stan Lee, is about humanity also being a big part in everything.
This is one thing I loved about this episode, because I'm going back to talking about this. Doing a movie like this where I actually had a bunch of stars in it, it was fun to actually like make some jokes about them, like Donald Pleasance. Like, I just referenced a bunch of Donald Pleasance stuff, and particularly Puma Man. Because I don't get because that's the fun thing about doing movie adaptations of comics. Because like I can actually like play on other aspects of things that I don't usually get to talk about when it comes to just the comic stuff.
I kinda.
It's like the idea of you doing like big storyline month. I will probably do that eventually, because that'll probably be where I do the death of Superman. Just like ones that are stories that people have heard about and know a lot about. I am Pleasance and I am funky.
Within you, without you.
Hi, Officer Donald Pleasance with the traffic report. Puma Man is such a good MSD3K. I really recommend it. It's a Superman ripoff and it's bad, but the riffing is so on point.
For the record, you asked also earlier when you mistook, I was thinking it was about Dark Knight 3. Yes, even those backup stories actually come into play.
With Insano being, there was a, good, they think you're dead now and will leave you alone. The goal of every great hero. Honestly, I love the Sgt. Pepper's movie. I even have it on Blu-ray. Yeah, Sgt. Pepper is actually a so bad it's good movie because it is actually enjoyable. The music is good. It's bright and colorful and fun, even though it's dumb. It's very dumb. It makes no sense. But as a like musical, rock opera kind of thing, it's very enjoyable. It's a very enjoyable kind of thing you could put on, laugh at, and really enjoy.
It's kind of like across the universe. Like, there are parts I don't like, but a lot of it's really good.
I hate it when the Aztecs break in and force you to put on belts.
And knowing that, I'm guessing he's actually here to make the band polish the limo.
I say put it on, you say put it on.
No time to waste.
Pleasantmobile away.
As the boys are impressed with the bright lights, big city of the town, BD pulls out the contracts to try to get them to sign right away. Dougie,
idea for Halloween month, a Twilight Zone comic. You know, I'm actually gonna butt in here and say I disagree with Twilight Zone comics because we already did that.
I did an entire month of Twilight Zone comics.
What RHS PS fan? Can't sleep. Bee Gees will eat me.
Pleasance Mobile away.
Style by Lucy's Diamonds.
Oh.
Yeah, I haven't done. I want to do more long box Midsummer's Nightmares, but they're a lot of work in their own right. The easiest one I did was the Godzilla one, but I still had to do an additional video once per week where I did the Godzilla-thon.
Here's a question for you.
Go ahead.
Have you considered doing another movie comics month? Because I really love that, and there's another like few comics that I had as a kid actually that were movie comics that I'd like you to review.
Yeah, I'd be down for that too. I love these kind of theme month kind of things like that are a lot of fun, especially movie comic adaptation.
Yeah, because when I was younger, I actually had the Spider-Man 2 comic because we couldn't like really rent them. So I had the comic and I would read through it and I'm like, okay, this is fun. I'm curious to see how you'd react to it because I don't remember how good it was.
A lot of the choices I picked for it were ones that I'd already seen before, so like had plenty of things I could say about both the movie and the comic. Like I want to do Elektra, but I've never actually seen Elektra. I've just heard it's bad.
It is boring. Like Daredevil, you can say it's so bad it's good. I enjoy Daredevil for a lot of really good cinematography, music work, and editing, but I'm not going to deny it's a dumb movie and it has a lot of bad things about it. Elektra has nothing going for it. It's just boring.
Especially hope we get the Batman Begins comic eventually. Yeah, I gotta do that one.
Yeah.
What about Steel?
Yeah, Steel got one too, didn't it?
Yeah, and it had the original creative team. You had Louise Simonson and John Bogdanov doing it, and not even they could salvage it.
Well, when all you've got to work with is something that was garbage to begin with.
And guys, I know Daredevil can be painful at times, but like Colin Farrell's Irish accent is amazing. But also like the shot where like he's starting to learn his powers and they play right before your eyes as he's doing a handstand, that is good cinematography. Like there are moments of brilliance.
The director's cut is incredible as well. I love the director's cut because it actually made the movie better.
I saw it in a drive-in theater with Spider-Man 2 as a double feature, and I loved it. So like, I mean, it was a good thing for his kid.
There's a Last Starfighter comic?
That's what I was about to ask. Is there?
Oh yeah, it was another Marvel Super Special, and I think I've got a copy of that downstairs too.
What about the?
Why is that not on your list of stuff to do?
Because it's been so long since I've watched The Last Starfighter, I need to rewatch it before I cover it.
What do you mean you don't watch it once every year like every normal person?
I can't defend the playground fight. That was not good.
Oh God, no.
The playground fight wasn't good, but Michael Clark Duncan is amazing.
Oh yeah,
and then there's
he's a great Kingpin. The problem is the movie itself is just garbage.
Yeah, but
it had a bad script, and I feel like the editing and cinematography saved a lot of it, but I don't think it was well directed, especially when it comes to just says, "I'm not the bad guy, kid."
And 2, prostitution.
There's Transformers the movie, the comic. Yep, I got to do that one. Which that one is an interesting one because it's just using stills from the movie.
The Muppets Take Manhattan comic.
I've got that one. Though what I should really do, what I really need to do is the Wizard of Oz comic adaptation because that was the first joint production between Marvel and DC.
Yep.
Oh.
You know the case they were both going to work on it, and they decided. Wasn't it a case where they decided let's do it together.
Gazebo, though. She just thought it looked tacky. And so she decides to get on a bus.
Daredevil's best element is its music. It's just early 2000s edgelord music. I love it. Yeah, wake me up inside while Elektra is training.
There's some really good music. Like, I love a lot of the score. I had the soundtrack. It's great. It's just, it's one of those things where the message is so muddled, and there's a lot of things that just don't work. But note to self, Linkara, movie comic adaptation year. Got it.
We got Eliza back in the chat.
Yes, I am.
Might I make a suggestion if you were to do that one April Fool's Day suggestion from Muerte? Have him review for the mirror version. Have him review a Muppet Babies comic.
Here's an idea.
Muppet Babies, we make the dream come true.
The fact that lasted so long.
Dakota Doyle, how about for February issue number 69 month? Nice.
What the hell is going on?
Although I will say, Muppet Babies is probably the weakest thing that Jim Henson ever put his name to.
Why does her group exist?
It's been a long time since I watched Muppet Babies. I was more just amazed by the fact that Muppet Babies actually lasted as long as it did. I didn't even realize until I looked it up.
Now, Eliza, as much as I love Muppet Babies, I think the weakest thing that Jim Henson ever worked on was The Dark Crystal. It's an amazing production, but there's no story.
It is legitimately my third favorite movie of all time.
The Dark Crystal is really good, but I hesitate to call it a movie. It's just like, I know it's like on many levels, like, I did a whole review on this, but essentially, Dark Crystal is really good in terms of cinematography. It's good in terms of the puppetry. It is good historically, but as a movie, it's so boring.
Here we are again. We're back to the green screen basement. As we move into what the hell did I just review? I really liked the lyrics of this one because I needed to really because the parody lyrics needed to match up with stuff I've covered before, but also make them all link together and find funny ways. And I am still like proud of myself. You guys can say like. Haters can say, like, I'm not clever, I'm not good, or anything like that, but I am still proud of the second verse is started with, draws an impossible pose. God, I can't remember the something, me, God, and the devil. Trading your marriage at the car wash of doom.
Gordon, at least it wasn't Spike Lee as the Kingpin. Spike Lee is the Kingpin.
Spike Lee is the Kingpin.
And
yes, kill him with what?
and yes, the Dark Crystal does have a story, but the thing is, I wouldn't say it's a dull story. I say it's a generic story, which to me is no story at all. It's like a college professor would look at it and say, "Okay, this is a good start. Good notes. Good first draft. Where are you going from here? You need to flesh it out."
I got a joke I gotta make. And Linkara just walked off to look at the balcony because we brought up about Spike Lee as the Kingpin.
But here's the thing. Jim Henson wanted to make more about the Dark Crystal. It wasn't intended to be just one movie. It's just that's all he could make from it because that's all they would pay him, give him the money to make.
I prefer Labyrinth. Like, as weird as Labyrinth is, Labyrinth understands what it wants to be, and it's just like, it's a weird, wacky adventure with a bunch of crazy concepts, and it's not just the hero's journey.
I will agree with you there. Labyrinth does have a better story than Dark Crystal, but Dark Crystal is still my third favorite movie because I spent a lot of my childhood learning puppetry, learning the mechanics behind doing this sort of stuff.
The puppetry is amazing. I watched a lot of the behind-the-scenes features. I have the special edition copy of it, and like with the art book and everything, and I'm not gonna deny that historically and visually and production wise Dark Crystal is amazing, but it just doesn't engage me.
Teenage super foxes.
But that's because I really wanted to work for Jim Henson Company when I was a kid.
There's not much I can do. The problem is I'm also not like a musical director, so there's only so much I can do with the visuals for this. Hence, also why the green screening, and like it's hard to edit around it to make it interesting. I'm limited by the constraints of internet video here.
Question: has anyone here read Stray Dogs?
I have not. Also, I've got a Cherry in here. I think she's going. Oh no, she's right here. Come on up, Cherry.
Okay, the question comes: what do you mean by Stray Dogs? Because there's actually two things with that title that I can think of.
Okay, Stray Dogs, the more recent comic that was.
Hi Noel. I mean not Noel. Fez. Hi Fez.
Cherry.
So not the Japanese manga also named Stray
not
Dogs.
that Stray Dog. No, I'm talking about the one
There's
about...
also a Japanese anime, Boom Goes Stray Dogs.
That's also that's based off the manga Stray Dogs from Japan. But so that's why I was clarifying.
No. The Stray Dogs I'm talking about is the one about the pets whose owners are killed off, and they are constantly being kept by this one master, and it plays up the notion of pets have almost no short-term memory. Or long-term memories, nothing but short-term.
Yeah, that was kind of a
But yeah, I do agree. Dark Crystal is very inspiring because this was something that he wanted to do for ages, and he had all these concepts art. He didn't come up with the story, he hired someone to do that. He just had ideas of the visuals and what he wanted to do with the puppets, and I'm just like, I can see the passion and what he wanted to do, and I'm very grateful for what we got, but he should have hired someone who actually knew what they were doing in story production to bring his vision, because like some of the behind the scenes stuff, like the Skeksis were supposed to originally talk in a made up language. You weren't supposed to have subtitles.
So sorry to break up the Muppets discussion. We've had a few questions about stuff that was happening in the review. The guy who showed up there that I pulled on screen, that is Fezworks. That was his basement that I was filming that in there, and the singing bits that I was doing there. Someone asked, like, okay, so I did a recorded version, but I was singing it on set when I was doing it to try to match up with the lyrics and try to, get the lip movement. So I was lip syncing technically, but I was also singing at the same time. It's just I cut the audio out and used the recorded version because obviously that's going to sound better, and you don't want to hear the recorded version at the same time. One RHPS fan, forgetting you is a thing that I cannot do. Yeah, because I walked off screen earlier because Spike Lee is the kingpin.
Spike Lee is the kingpin.
Forgetting you is a thing that I cannot do. Wait, there's actually a character called Mr. Mustard? I thought that people were just lazy would talk about Clue. No, Mr. Mustard is a character from Sgt. Pepper, and I want to say Such a Dirty Old Man was his song, and so they made him a character in this where he's like a villain. It's weird. Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band is weird.
It is.
A Beatles song called Me, Mr. Mustard.
I have actually seen the movie a few times.
Yep, we were talking about this earlier. It's an enjoyable bad movie, but it's still really weird because it's based off of a Beatles concept album.
Yeah, I consider my 5 greatest movies to have a drinking game too.
Yep, same with Dr. Maxwell Edison. All the songs in this are Beatles songs.
So Silver Hammer.
Maxwell Silver Hammer, which they weirdly turned into. They made Maxwell Edison into this like surgeon or something. They also took some liberties with the concept.
Yeah, because Maxwell Edison is supposed to be a serial killer.
Spike Lee is a kingpin, rolling is a myth, space is warped, and time is bendable.
An enjoyable bad movie, Sid and Nancy? Isn't that like a drugs ruin your life movie?
The Sid and Nancy is not good. I don't like it. I had to watch it for class. That was one of those that no.
This Dr. Cox clip. It was not intentional to come back around again, but as I was writing this originally back in the day, it was just like, just gotta wait to magically get better, and then it actually happens later. I'm like, oh wow, that actually does happen. I'm gonna put the clip back in.
Instead, they call their strawberry fields.
When you're waiting for someone to magically get better, it all becomes about time.
You know, it's great when art imitates life.
Not always, but most of the time.
Fruity Groovy will get your super chat when you post it.
Here's another movie adaptation you could do. Little Shop of Horrors.
Little Shop of Horrors.
They did in the movie, which looks more like Billy is going to regenerate into Colin.
Yeah, Sid and Nancy is a critically acclaimed film. Yeah, that's why I'm confused. But again, I've never actually seen Sid and Nancy, so what would I know?
Who is using the magic tube?
Do you ever plan on doing a Venom retrospective?
Just because it's critically acclaimed doesn't mean it's good.
But I tend to do my retrospectives specifically on like specific books that were influential to me. But it's not a bad idea. I got to think about that.
Yeah, because that '90s, the fact that it was pretty much an ongoing through a series of minis.
Just because it's futuristic doesn't mean it's
is the
practical.
best musical video review of a story based on a concept album. No one needs to acknowledge that the competition there is. Yeah, because there is competition. I wanted to do one because several other of my contemporaries had done musical reviews, and I figured this would be a fun thing to do in that style of parodying the things because, you know, 400th episode is a big deal. The comic itself has such a great, interesting story behind it. The movie, the story itself is so weird. Just like a lot of, I thought there was a lot of just good things that came together for making a review like this. Fruity Groovy, what also kind of weird is that Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal has some weird subtle Sgt. Pepper references, like having a major location called Heartland City and a main rival character called Kite. Well, then, how are they doing anything for the benefit of him?
Worshipping Alice Cooper? Awesome. Becomes unruly.
Oh, I just remember, there was a question I always wanted to ask you, and I know some people, and I've had some people I've talked to about as well. When it comes to doing a Patreon review, would you ever accept a crowdfunded comic? And I don't mean from a specific group, I mean in general, any type of crowdfunded comic.
It depends. I probably would do it just because they're putting it out there to be bought and whatnot. Although it's kind of harder to do that one in particular because it's made for a very specific audience who wanted to purchase that comic in particular. So it's if you put something out there like in a webcomic form, but you're like, you know, it's your ongoing actual job to produce it, that's a bit different than something that was made for a specific audience who bought it just for themselves. So of course, you know, me reviewing it as an outsider in that regard would be iffier. So it's hard for me to judge from being objective in huge quotation marks.
Understandable. I mean, there are some that. Sorry.
TJF, he explained why 90s Kid is now 90s Dude in the movie. That you can purchase.
I did it at the end of the Sleepwalker storyline because.
All right.
You mentioned the Twilight Zone. Someone mentioned the Twilight Zone episode where he plays an old professor. I referenced that too in this. No, it's just because of the fact that I am 35 years old. Like I can't be expected to pretend to be a 16-year-old kid.
Unless you're like going the Fred route of like playing this character who's supposed to be super young and yet you're 30s.
Yeah, it just does not work. It's better if I just make him 90s dude. I think it works better in that regard nowadays. But Bab Clayman 1, what is that I gave them nothing clip from? That is from The Twilight Zone, an episode called The Changing of the Guard, where Donald Pleasance plays an aging professor who is forcibly retired from his job. And as he looks back on his life, he realizes he's accomplished nothing. I read about this. What's his face? Rod Serling was inspired to write that because he revisited his old alma mater, and he was like, "Man, what if there was someone who just like felt like their entire life had been wasted, and he's a teacher who felt like he accomplished nothing, he did nothing, like he moved nobody, like everyone just doesn't care about his poetry and all the stuff that he's been trying to instill in young people, and then he's visited by the ghosts of students who were inspired by him, who did influence him, basically telling him not to commit suicide because he's about to commit suicide in the episode. It's a low-key Christmas episode too, I think.
There are a lot of great Twilight Zone episodes that I don't think people have actually.
100% agreed.
They're saying that, well, TV shows do it in high school movies. How do you do, fellow kids?
Oh yeah, and I had so many reference clips I could use in this, like the Barry Gibb talk show. That was another reason why I love doing this one.
Yeah.
I will rip off your hands, wear them like boxing gloves, and beat you to death!
Future villain band.
But yeah, but I was when it comes to the crowdfunding, because there are some who actually have gotten released out into actual stores through Antarctic Press or things like that. That's why I was bringing that up as an example.
Yeah, that's a bit different. It's all dependent on the actual whatchamacallit, each things.
Yeah, the content.
Walking contradiction.
All right. That was always something that I always considered. There are some that I would never ask you to do, and then some that I'm like, oh, I'd love to see how he'd react to this.
Can you believe we still have 2 more episodes left?
Yeah, but the thing is, this is the second shortest one.
Dear Lord, you guys suck. Not Aerosmith.
Because Sonic Live is the shortest, then this one is the second shortest. They get an hour and 10 minutes, I think. 200 was hour and 16 minutes. 300th was an hour and a half, and 500th is 2 hours.
How can this be happening?
Yeah.
And 600th is an hour and a half again.
So yeah, the longest one is Future's End.
And now we've got Future Villain Band with Whatley.
Future's End from the future.
Let's see, Whatley, George Burns, Linksano, and Pyramid Head.
Yep. The gentleman who is playing George Burns is a friend of the family. I'm not going to say where we filmed this just because I don't want the risk of harassment or anything like that. Friend of the family, same for the guy playing Pyramid Head. And of course we got Linksano in the background and Whatley with the hair just doing that. This is the same program we use for the teleprompting, just like you sing it and it plays on there. And my dad doing dumb whatever. Is that the fat grandma wig? Yes.
I love that Linksano is in the band. He's like, I have interests outside of you, you know.
I have interests outside
of you. No. I'm sorry. That is not the funniest thing that happens in this moment. The funniest thing is Poyo getting tied up. How the hell did you get tied up?
I have interests outside of you.
That Poyo is into that is the weirdest thing of this episode.
Look, Poyo has several bodies, okay?
I love this. I think it's great, even though, yeah, this is probably the weakest song because, like, you know, it's trying to match up to. It's already a nonsense song. My dad is not a singer, but it works best with him doing that because "Come Together" is a nonsense song. I mentioned this. It's about nothing. It is gobbledygook, as per the Beatles saying. It's gobbledygook.
They wanted the sound of it. It's like. So there were a couple like bands that created stuff based just on like we don't care about the lyrics, we just want it to sound interesting. I think I don't know, I want to say Nirvana, but
TJF 42193 Future Fat Grandma. Boys. I gotta do that for something.
90% of Fall Out Boy's discography is nonsense lyrics to great music.
Yeah, Fall Out Boys is amazing because like they just get good melodies, nonsense lyrics. They just like the way the words sound, and I love Fall Out Boy.
This is it's interesting about this is also an example of I tried to match up the drums whenever I could hear it to try, you know, even though I am not a drummer in the slightest. So of course it sound, you know, of course, you know, if any drummer's paying attention, know that I'm not doing anything.
Oh,
but this is also an example again of the difficulties of trying to film music stuff when I'm not a music guy. Because of course I can't make it visually interesting. I've only got so many angles I can go with. Patrice Drepot first call me. Sorry, first Pat. When you do European, non-UK or Quebec comics like Asterix, Tintin, or the Belly Buttons, yes, they just need to be in English.
Which, yeah, I know someone asked you about Cyber 6. I heard there's a good fan translation into English that's only now getting made.
Yeah.
I have done one Asterix comic for a Patreon sponsored review, so I'd be happy to do more.
So in the same vein of bands writing songs, you know, for odd reasons, there's two stories I can think of off the top of my head. One being a band. I'm going to name out the band name and the song in a moment here. I just want you to know the story first. They needed a song to close their set. They wrote a song to close their set. This song is now literally the only song they're known for.
Closing time.
Yep, that's the one. Semisonic.
Hey, to be
The other
fair,
one-
Semisonic had a minor career before closing time.
The other one that,
Also, Panic at the Disco is another band that, like, their lyrics don't mean anything. It's all about the melody.
Yeah.
well, the other one I think of off the top of my head is Sweet Child of Mine. Because that one was he was bored. Axl Rod was bored. He was just jamming with the rest of the band there. He wanted to try to jam off the cuff. He tried to do a circus thing. Yeah, and it came out as
Hi, Chained Up Pollo. I have interest outside of you.
What better offer did Whatley give George Burns anyway? More money.
Pollo and Chains.
For 400 episodes, you witnessed so many insane.
I'm trying to think. There's another thing I was going to comment on with this. Yeah, so
Guns N' Roses. I'm sorry.
200th was a very serious one with the storyline throughout. The 300th was reflecting on doing that many episodes and trying to be better after doing a horrible racist comic. And then finally, and this one I was like, I don't want to do anything like a big serious fight. I want something fun, especially with the musical aspect. So Whatley has always been a joke villain because Whatley sucks.
Your dad's definitely having a blast. Your dad's definitely having a blast acting it out.
He loves doing acting as Whatley or future Linkara. Shut up.
Hey, George Burns, kill him.
George Burns, kill him! With what?
What?
And it's also good when you have a non-serious villain, when you have a joke villain, it's fun when they get to do something serious then. As we saw with the 10th anniversary storyline where, we make him appear, he does the standard shtick, but then he's actually ominous and creepy for the first time ever. Because, of course, having the other times be comedic appearances makes that contrast all the stronger.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, me singing Getting Better, yeah, it's also not another great one just because of, people were complimenting my singing. I think my singing works in some cases. It depends on the thing, on what I'm doing.
The tempo. It depends on the tempo.
Like I will say that the best song in this entire review is "What the Hell Did I Just Read You?"
Oh yeah, I love
that's
it.
my favorite.
I really love
What the hell did I just review?
Gothic Gaming, Batman Spawn HBO animated movie. Could it happen? And I'd like to add on to that thoughts on the upcoming new crossover.
Which new crossover again? Oh yeah, the Batman animated Spawn. I don't know if that could happen again. But it depends. I know that there's two Batman/Spawn comics. One that's good, one that's bad. I covered the bad one.
And the new one's going to be McFarlane writing, and I forgot who's drawing it.
Isn't there a universe where Mirror is fishing somewhere? Yeah, I talked about that earlier, especially when we were on the 300th episode.
Yeah, I always love the
trying
idea.
to fake playing the drums because I have no idea what the hell I'm doing.
Trust me, as a drummer, I do find that part really cringe.
Lotus Prince wants to join.
Lotus Prince wants to join in. Well, I can't remember if Lotus Prince has ever been on the Discord before, so let me go and send him an invite on Discord. While you guys talk
he's on the
yourselves.
Discord. He's on the Cameo. He
is
posted
in
the
it.
mods.
Okay, Lotus Prince, you are apparently already in my Discord, so just join in and join the live stream voice chat.
It's been a while. One thing I do want to say.
It's been a while.
Actually, I'm gonna wait till he comes in because I wanna say it to Lotus Prince because I have to thank him for something.
Felix Hadler, I just showed up. Here's $10. Have you reviewed your original choice for the 500th episode yet? No, I have not. That'll probably end up being the 800th or 900th. It's just one of those things that happens. I have, like I said earlier, I have a list of 100th episode ideas, and that's gonna be one of them. So I'll probably end up doing it.
Is one of them Onslaught?
It might be. I'm not saying.
If you ever do Onslaught, please let me at least do a cameo. Because that is the comic that I hate the most out of all comics.
He's at 93. I thought his first choice to find was Avengers: The Crossing. Did I say that? I can't remember if I said that or not.
Yes.
I'm looking at my omnibus of Avengers: The Crossing. I got it for $20.
I think you got mine for
I
about
think you're
that much.
overcharged.
It's a huge ass thing. You can kill someone with that with the crossing.
Really? Not that one. That one's not a big one. The Onslaught one's bigger.
Yes, it is.
The Crossing's a small one.
Onslaught is okay. The main reason why I hate Onslaught is because it had such a good build-up.
Yep.
It had such a great build-up.
It did.
Boy, I'll shoot him. Okay.
Okay. Because he was never in any danger.
And when something has an amazing build-up and then the worst payoff ever, it just makes it hurt that much more.
But at least it was still better than Onslaught Reborn.
I keep on forgetting that existed, and I want to go back to forgetting that existed.
And we have a Lotus Prince.
Good evening, everybody.
I don't know.
Good evening.
I'm going to up your audio a bit, Lotus, because you are actually a bit quieter.
My apologies.
It's all good.
But for those who don't know, Lotus Prince is a Let's Player, and he's one of the ones who helped me pretty much get my setup down to a T when I was first starting out, and now that I'm actually good at making Let's Plays, I have him to thank for a lot of things. So, Lotus Prince, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Those of you just joining us, I might as well just introduce everyone, because now we got 6 people in here. We, of course, have me. We have the game show reviewer.
Howdy, y'all.
We have Lotus Prince, who just joined us.
Hello, hello.
We have Queen. We got Eliza.
Hello.
We have Robert Willing, a.k.a. Staredcraft.
Howdy.
And we got Zen.
Hi, I'm Ghost Warrior Bunny Princess. Watch my Sonic video.
And we are nearing the end of the 400th episode. We just finished up the big fight in huge quotation marks with Whatley.
Imagine if Whatley was actually a threat.
Whatley is one of those. Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say Whatley is one of those names that like I have such difficulty remembering.
It's such a weird name in general, just because you don't hear it very often, and it's all just a Lovecraft
It's a stupid
reference.
name. Yeah, rolling is a myth, Bridget. Rolling is a myth.
I just keep thinking of like Wheatley from Portal 2, but no, it's Whatley.
Yeah, it should be Wheatley.
It should be Wheatley.
I honestly don't have that much of a problem with Whatley, but that's because I knew a person named Whatley when I was in high school.
There you go.
As soon as this is over, I'll make him forget
And apparently their parents were big Lovecraft fans.
You might think it's because he
Say
has
again?
sympathy for this situation.
My friend Whatley in high school, his parents were big Lovecraft fans, so they just named all their kids off of things, various obscure things from Lovecraft.
Of course.
I'll do one better. Wiley.
Wiley.
Yeah,
I'll do you one better. Rarely.
Yeah, I was gonna say everybody asks Whatley, but nobody ever asks Howley.
Whatley.
Yeah, you got to it before I could. I was going to say Hooli.
Bill White, thoughts on new Pinhead? Have they announced who the new Pinhead is going to be for the Hulu Hellraiser series?
Nope.
Wait, that's supposed to be Sergeant
Was this the one where? Was this the one where Pinhead was gonna be a woman, or was that the movie?
Say again?
Was this the one where the Pinhead was gonna be a woman, or was that the movie?
That was going to be the movie, I think.
Okay. Because like that seemed like a decent idea, actually. If you read the novella.
The original description of Pinhead in the Hellbound Heart apparently was supposed to be very androgynous, non-specific.
Yeah, it was androgynous with like a high-pitched, excited voice like that of a young girl, but not necessarily like actually a young girl. So like, female Pinhead checks out.
Yep. Otherwise, yeah, we've had we've had 2 other Pinheads aside from Doug Bradley, and one of them sucked, and the other one was good.
It's one of those things where people are so obsessed with a certain type, but like, it was like it was not an accurate adaptation, but it was arguably better, and that's why we like it. It's like Kano in the Mortal Kombat movie, like. since when was Kano Australian? But he is now, because that was awesome.
Because it worked. Sometimes the adaptation ends up either being better or just has a better idea.
Baby. Did you miss
in
me?
older comics, how come you don't focus on the Bronze Age of comics all that much compared to Gold and Silver Age? Isn't the Bronze Age real important? It's not that it isn't important. It's just that, it was definitely a different time of comics when they weren't when they were still recontextualizing a lot of stuff, and it tends to be better stuff a lot of the time. I think the Bronze Age is actually fairly solid from what I remember, still having some goofiness in the story, but like trying to take on more serious and trying to make the medium a bit more serious again.
The Bronze Age is where you find most of Claremont's run from X-Men.
Yeah, a lot of the critically acclaimed good stuff.
Tavia, I actually haven't seen any Hellraiser movies. I know, shocker. My horror experience is pretty lax because I shouldn't say used to. I still get nightmares. Like, I have lucid dreams and I get sleep paralysis that combine. So horror I have to be very careful with.
Yeah, I will say, like, you go ahead.
I should probably be more careful with horror too, because I have night terrors, but I still watch horror all the time.
Yeah, because I was going to say, Hellraiser has a lot of sequels, and a lot of them go into shock territory, but they still have a lot of, like, genuinely unsettling moments, and they lean, or at least the first few movies, lean pretty heavily into gore. Like, if you're going to watch any Hellraiser movies, it's got to be the first two, but they're genuinely disturbing.
Yeah, they have really gory bits. Hooks in the skin is what I'll say.
Yeah, Hellraiser.
For me, I prefer slashers because I can just reason it out. Like, it's just an unstoppable being and whatnot, and they have less. It's more implied horror. I love Halloween 1. I love Halloween 3. I love Nightmare on Elm Street. But like Aliens. But like aside from that, like there are certain movies that just I can't do.
Felix Hadler with Amazing Spider-Man to hit number 1,000 issues in the next couple years. What's the next comic you think will hit number 1,000, including ones with multiple volumes, but that restart the numbering? Probably Batman or Superman, because I think both of those had their own independent books shortly after Action Comics and Detective Comics came out. I think we're still several years off from it happening, but it's definitely going to happen in our lifetime, I think.
I think the Batman, just the comic titled Batman started in the 60s.
Superior to the movie in that it explains.
So yeah, that'd probably be heading of 1,000.
No, it's definitely sooner than that because Batman number 1 features Catwoman and the Joker for the first time.
Right. So that would be what, late?
So I'd say 40s.
Yeah, it was the 40s.
Fan Story Video Studios. Gotta love Cosmos.
Which Batman title was it that started in the 60s?
Do you have a favorite stage musical?
Batman and Robin.
That might be it.
Danny Fenton the Rocky Horror Live Show Fox a few years ago. I never saw that, but I do have the version of science fiction double feature on my MP3 player because I actually like that rendition of it.
But that also points
infamous
sorry, we have to go back to GSR because he was actually reading off Super Chat, I think.
Yeah, this is some Super Chat we missed a while back. He says, Gotta love Cosmos, hosted by Linkara. Also, do you have a favorite stage musical, Linkara?
Probably favorite stage musical is Into the Woods.
Same here.
Camelot is my favorite movie, but as a stage musical, Into the Woods, the Broadway production of it is
Hamilton.
It's freaking phenomenal. Great story. Sondheim is a musical genius, was a musical genius, and Into the Woods, the intricacy of story, the character arcs, the emotions, just everything is just beautiful.
It is my second favorite. My favorite is the West End production of Les Mis.
Mine is Hamilton. Like, I used to really be big into Les Mis, but now like a lot of it is just hit or miss for me. But like Hamilton, everything hits for me. I love Hamilton. Also, the infamous Mike Manhattan. I have seen Saw. I've actually reviewed the first Saw. I saw the second one, and I didn't really like Saw 2. But, like, Saw is one of those that I can see because, for the most part, they don't show the gore until like later sequels.
Yep.
And I haven't seen 7, but like Saw 1 is really good.
The first one is more implied than anything else. Joshua O'Neill, I wonder how Linkara got first introduced to the movie Camelot. My freshman year of college, I took a class about King Arthur stuff, and we watched a bunch of Arthurian media, including a few French productions, Camelot, Excalibur, Monty Python, of course. Just like very, very... Is any of this auto-tune? No, it is not. And of course, the singing right here atop the fourth wall is never ending. Yeah, it's gonna end when I die, or it might last longer than that if, like, you know, someone else takes up the mantle of Linkara. Because I do not mind having atop the fourth wall be a legacy thing. Like, maybe when I have kids, like I have a son or daughter who wants to continue, they'll be like son of Linkara and like son of Svengoolie.
Or son of Kal-El.
Mr. Shoebox 21, I am looking for a super chat from you. Nothing yet. If you had a super chat, just post it in the regular chat and we will read it off. Danny Fenlon, what's a good alt mode for a modern sound wave? Speakers.
That's it for this one. See you all next week.
Computer speakers, or like, or just like sound system in general. MP3 player. There have been MP3 player sound waves, but they're usually in the same shape as regular sound wave.
I love Soundwave in the animated series, season 1. Soundwave is he's a boombox that evolves. He's great. He's a Digimon.
And then he later on becomes a Scion XD.
Oh, me alive. All right, we are coming up on the ending of the 400th episode here. Can you believe we were only a little past the halfway point of this? Because the 500th is 2.5 goddamn hours.
Shadowlink says, well, time for a long one. Here comes Future's End. Yup.
Future's End is the fun one.
Hey, Lewis, you know what? I was going back over my old emails, and I found one that, back when you started, I forgot I was the one that first suggested you do Distant Fires.
That's a callback.
Yeah, because I remember throwing out, you were like, good God, that sounds horrible.
Yep. Mr. Shoebox 21, so you wrote a few novels when you were a kid. Now you're older, ever considered writing again? Yes, actually. I have a bunch of ideas, a lot for horror short stories. For those wondering about my novels, they're god-awful. They're your standard issue self-insert fantasy crap that you write when you're a teenager. Where basically, like, my main character gets isekai'd into a fantasy world. They are bad, because they were written by a 14-year-old. They have a bunch of edgy, bad stuff that I am not proud of. There's probably some good ideas in there. It's where the name Linkara comes from. But yeah, I've thought about going back into writing because I actually have a Word document full of short horror story ideas. I just need to actually sit down and write them. There's a novel idea I have for a horror novel that I want to do, but that requires time. Maybe at some point I'll like take a writing retreat to try to write a bunch of these down in more full. But yeah,
I will say you're
a lot
at
of
your
my writing desires come out with Atop the Fourth Wall with storylines, and now Winter of 83, and a bunch of other ideas I want to maybe do for the future.
I think you are at your best when you're doing horror writing, because some of your best atmosphere comes from that.
Thank you.
Felix Hadler says, how much of a mistake was it to do Superman v Spider-Man after this?
It was a big mistake, because I didn't realize it was 80 goddamn pages. I'm Barry effing Gibb!
Side Nick and kick Nick 4. Edgy bad stuff. Oh, pray tell.
Well, let me put it this way. Bad things happen to people because when you're an edgy teenager, you think violence against people, especially certain forms of violence, are more adult. So you should include them to show how adult you are and how serious you are. I don't want to get...
I'm an adult!
It's very 2000s. Like, that's the very 2000s anime aesthetic.
Yeah. Viga's Art Room, I woke from my nap. What'd I miss? You missed 400 episodes.
The funny thing is, I actually think more of my edgy stuff was from one of the times that I had published was between the ages of 7 and 11 when I was being published in that period of time.
Look, we all have an edgelord goth phase. Let's be honest.
It's embarrassing and it sucks. I don't want to talk a lot about it, but I can give you minor details like that. It was also supposed to be a commentary on self-insert fan fiction by naming the character after myself. It's Louis, with the idea being like, all this bad stuff happens to everybody else, but the main character, everything's fine with him.
funny thing is, I'm actually still proud of the very first thing I ever had published, even though I consider it part of my edgier phase.
I am proud of the fact that I wrote several novels and that I had some ideas. I think I've recycled a few ideas from them, but I'm not proud of the things that happen in it because, of course, again, edgy teenager writing fantasy novels, and yet a lot of inspiration also was Lord of the Rings, because the Lord of the Rings movies had come out, and I was constantly listening to the soundtrack for writing, because there's something about the Lord of the Rings movies music that's just so good for fantasy, and it's just like good mood music. All right, I'm gonna go grab another water because I'm now 2 water bottles in.
Yeah, fair enough.
We get another water bottle, then we're gonna move into the 500th.
All right, I'll hold off on the super chest till you get back.
Get up and stretch, people, because I've been doing that.
Although one RPS fan says, "Gotta go. See you later." Maybe.
All right, Fan Story Video Studios. You should check out Heather Dale's albums, The Trial of Lancelot, May Queen, Avalon, and the Green Knight, full of Arthurian theme music. I will try to do that at some point. Here we go.
Well, I'm gonna go get a drink.
I'm on my second soda. But yeah, I mean, I had an edgy goth phase. I wasn't super edgy, but I was more into the aesthetic. Although we all have...
I didn't write stuff, but I thought it was cool. I was into the Hellsing look from the anime Hellsing.
I dressed like I was in Death Note.
I dress normally, but I was like, wouldn't it be cool if?
I have pictures of myself from back then, and I was like, oh, edgy, yeah.
When I was in high school and college, I walked around everywhere wearing a lab coat.
Here's a question for any of you that collect comics. What is how many actual door stoppers or books can actually kill do you own? Cause I have it's 10 almost.
How many what? Door stoppers, you said?
Door stoppers or books that could kill if you drop it on someone.
Bill. Linkara doesn't set aside downtime. We had to force him to go to a cookout. We had to force him to go to a cookout because he wanted to get stuff done, and we're just like, no, come swim with us. Yeah, and then he's late.
To go sleep,
Yeah, to answer the question though, I don't have any door stopper. I mean, I have some heavy books, but not comic books. The only hardcover comic I think I have is that Elseworlds Batman comic with the Dark Joker as a sorcerer. That one kicks ass.
I don't know if I have book stoppers. I have a long box. It just is back in Rhode Island, and I keep meaning to go back and get it. It just, since I moved here, a lot of things have happened, and I haven't been able to really travel all that much because of things that are going on outside of our control.
I want to go back and the time I saw you in person at MagFest, I think you were still living in Rhode Island.
Yeah, I remember when I saw you at Too Many Games, I was still living in Rhode Island and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so it's we actually used to be able to see each other in person.
Make it Timmy Tommy. I'm holding off on the super chats. I do see your other one as well. I'm going to start with that one.
Well, for me, because mine I include the Big Damn Sin City, Grant Morrison's Doom Patrol, and the Invisibles, and DC 1 Million, Why the Last Man, Ex Machina, Ecstatics, and almost all of the Heroes Reborn omnibuses. Avengers, Thor, Captain America, all those are door stoppers.
But yeah,
even though they're not hardcover, would you consider all the X-Men essentials to be door stoppers?
Nah, because they're soft covers.
Which is necessary when you're doing something like this.
Yeah. If you count hardcovers, I have every JoJo hardcover volume.
If you're talking about hardcovers, the only hardcover I think I have.
Let's get super chats in right quick.
Yeah, let's get some super chats in here.
Go ahead.
Before we get into
Tommy, if anyone wants a horror movie recommendation, try Dead and Buried by the Alien Writer. And then also Make It To Me Tommy. Yeah, it's the same one. Anyone needs a horror recommendation, try Dead and Buried by the Alien Writer. Very spooky mystery. Heat ZX says, congratulations, Superman, your one review is awesome.
Thank you so much. I'm announcing we're about to start 500th episode. Other creators feel free to join in.
Also, Sir Jedi Sentinel, I am working on a review of the Doctor Who story, Edge of Destruction. The audio is all done. My partner is currently working on the videos tonight. It's just one of those things that like it's taking a while, but we've done a review of An Unearthly Child and the Daleks, so Edge of Destruction is next. It's not a particularly long episode, but it's a lot of character stuff that I'm talking about and history. And yes, I did live in Rhode Island. We like Family Guy over there, but it's hit or miss.
All right. What's next? HeatXE, Crash Superman Year 1 review is awesome. Felix Hadler, thoughts on Big Finish Doctor Who? It sometimes ventures too far into fans writing the show problems, but they are still really fun. Indeed, I like most Big Finish stuff for the most part. Love the 8th Doctor adventures, but man, Big Finish hates the 8th Doctor's companions and keeps giving them unhappy endings. And most important, give us the goddamn Charlie Pollard 3rd series already!
I say this, I am wondering how ticked off that they were when they saw the trailer for the upcoming special and realized, oh crap, we're gonna have to mind wipe Ace and the other companion I just forgot, because they've tried to stick close to canon, and now it feels like, oh, they're just gonna write us into that corner.
Yep. Locuus, when Howard Shore made Lord of the Rings music, he probably said, by God, I will make this music scream fantasy or I shall die trying. Jonathan Fuentes, of all things I've actually read, God hated I this. Nico Kasumi, I have you and Gail Simone for getting me back in comics. Thank you so much. Do you have any opinions on the original run of New Warriors? I do not, sorry. I've never read it. On that note, Tommy, we'll read your super chat in a minute, but let's, ironically, my voice is doing better now after 5 hours of this than I have for the 500th episode, where my voice was just out for weeks and weeks and weeks, and I'm so mad because the script was good, but like my voice would not get better.
And what did you do instead of resting your voice nice and calmly? You did a live stream.
Yup. It just wouldn't get better. I just kept trying. Because like at that point, screw it. I just got to get through it because I already, the weeks that I gave to work on the 500th, I gave myself tons and tons of time. They were used up. My voice just refused to get better. So screw it. You just got to get it done already. So here we go.
My voice for this.
It's still one of my favorite reviews. I honestly think 500th is my favorite Centennial, because Synpass is just icky.
I'm reducing the size of this for a minute here just because UHF.
Holy crap, people.
Okay, but
oh yeah, and the audio I've already reduced down, so we should be good there.
You reduce it down, then you embiggen it.
Yep. Hey Lewis, I asked everyone else this question, so I'll ask you. How many books do you have that are considered door stoppers, comic-wise?
Not many. I tend to get rid of the stuff that I don't actually want. But if you mean like just big books,
yeah.
Quite a few. A lot of the Buffy Season 8 comics are huge. I already mentioned, I think that Avengers of Crossing is a huge-ass book.
Not that big compared to others, but...
Avengers of Crossing is like 25 comics.
True, but you also have Grant Morrison's Doom Patrol and Invisibles. Those are huge!
Oh, yeah. I've got like and this is going through all the 100th episodes we've already seen. Sidekick Nick 4, are there any good DC weekly series besides 52 that are actually worth reading? Yes, Trinity was really good. Not Brightest Day, Justice League Generation Lost was every other week, and that was good. Let's see, what else was there?
Wednesday comics.
There was Brightest Day was just kind of meh.
Rolling is a myth.
even though it's short, Wednesday's comics.
The last Mega Timmy Tommy, there it is. Mega Timmy Tommy. I also wrote a self-insert for my first book, and he was an unlucky, dorky loser who had to become a hero over the course of a story.
Cameron Heaton, who is talking, just to reintroduce everyone who might be joining us now. We've got the Game Show Reviewer, we've got Lotus Prince, we have Eliza, we have Robert Willing, a.k.a. Stairdcraft, and we have Zen. But even more importantly, we've got the next Living Illusion cover of the Atop the Fourth Wall theme. I commissioned them months in advance to do a full theme, and they produced this, and it's freaking amazing. And I did the visuals for this, and I gave them a clean copy just in case I didn't want to have like the video credits over it. Oh me, oh my!
But-
I love it. Yeah, I love this full version of it. I love how I managed to do a pretty damn good theme song edit with all these visuals.
Hey, since we brought up the gun, I know we talked about the gun sorcery hours ago, but what would you say has been the ending of a story arc that you're the most satisfied with?
Oh, it remains the Entity storyline. The original Piece of the World is Missing, I think, just turned out really damn well. Everything came together. Like, it's still my favorite storyline that I've ever done. Sleepwalker is a close second, but that's just because everything, it was a hard process to get to that point, but it felt so satisfying to end it and to have everyone love it after everything that I'd gone through.
Sleepwalker is my current favorite, but just like I just love the ideas present in that story because we already touched upon a little bit of him going evil, so we're wondering, and then it's like that reveal that he's possessed is just like, oh dang.
The final monologue of the entity aboard Comicron 2, that last few minutes where the game is over,
and it doesn't know what to do with itself.
That is just amazing.
It's great acting. Like, that in the Harvey Fine voice story, like, made me sob.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I always worry about going into melodrama because I'm not sure if I can pull it off or if it has become narmy or cringe, as the kids say.
As the kids say.
But
I'm
yeah,
35. Everyone younger than me is a kid.
The entity final monologue is hands down my favorite storyline moment, and not just because it was a freaking over a minute long process of rotoscoping that crap.
Well, and for me, it's the stuff with Vice at the end of the Sleepwalker. Just that whole bit about him. Again, he brought it upon himself, and Vice has always been my favorite of the villains. Mecha close second.
I like how complex Vice becomes in that, because like Vice has always been like a little bit like hit or miss for me in that like he's very single-minded, but he always seemed like very villainous. But when he like gets nostalgic about his ship and he's working with the rest of them and he's saying like, we could have done this, but then he immediately stops on a dime. It's like he has these layers that you don't see in a lot of the other storylines.
It was going to be my last chance to do any kind of pathos with him, so I wanted to inject a little bit, like, he does have feelings. He's not just always one note. It's just we only see one side of him. I never want him to be sympathetic in the sense of, oh, I agree with him kind of thing, but we need to be able to show that he has multiple layers to it.
I do love the line, I am Lord Vice, and this is my lance.
This is my sword.
This is my sword, yeah.
Arthur Bunce, this is my favorite episode of yours. Just what to say. Thank you for doing what you do. Watching you has helped me through some rough patches. Thank you so much. That's always the sweetest thing that anyone ever says to me. That like my goofy reviews of comics where I say boner a lot have actually like made a difference in people's lives and made people happy, and it's just like all the hearts.
It's always good that we affect other people's lives.
50% better than Countdown is not a compliment.
Nope. The only good thing I ever found about it was it led to Dan Jurgens' Batman Beyond, which was phenomenal.
Gordon ZX says we missed the super chat, so give me a second, let me find it. Here it is. Forgot to mention, I saw a few episodes of Sandman, and as someone who hasn't read the comics, I'm so far enjoying it. Also, I didn't know Clara Oswald was in the show.
Yep, she's playing Joanna Constantine because we don't have the rights to John Constantine. Felix Adler, why won't they make a Star Trek series during the war period covered in 2 to 6? Are they scared it'll be too good and make all other Trek seem worthless?
Yes.
I don't know. We wanted. We kept. There were for years that people were lobbying for an Excelsior series, starring George Takei, but just for some reason never to see. It just never seemed to happen.
Long time in comics, in and out of story. Status quo's changed.
Closest we got was the Voyager episode.
Yep.
Alright, I think I'm gonna have to duck out. I at least need to lie down and sleep, because I do work tomorrow.
That's fine, take a rest, because, yeah, this is... We not only have this for the next 2.5 hours, we still got the 600th, which is another hour and a half or so.
Yeah, but anyway, thank you for having me on. Thank you, wonderful fans, for subbing. Thanks to you guys, I surpassed 800 subs on my main channel, and I'm really grateful. I hope you enjoy my stuff. Please like, comment, let me know, interact. Edge of Destruction premieres next Monday. Talk to you later, baby.
Talk to you later, Zen. Thank you again for being on here for so long.
Talk to you later, bunnies.
Mr. Shoebox 21, I've asked this before and I apologize, and it's sort of links to the question asked earlier. Have you ever considered taking a look at your old webcomic, not even as a review, just like a reaction? I've done that like twice now, actually. I talked about it both in the original, not the original, the Black Web #1 review from like 2011, 2012. Because that comic just felt so amateurish that I was like, okay, this feels like an old shame, and I feel bad because I have my crappy own webcomic that I made. And then in the Sword interval review, where I look, because that's a webcomic, I talked about that a bit more again because, like, you know, it feels weird to talk about something that's usually the reason why I don't do webcomics is because they're passion projects most of the time. They're not done to be professional. They're not done because they're trying to make money or anything like that. They're not released, you know, in the sense of, hey, I'm trying to sell this and make money off of it. They're done because they love the medium and they want to produce their own material. So yeah, it was a case of yeah, I should, like, you know, I should be reflective and point out this is why I don't do this, because I did webcomics just for my own enjoyment, for wanting to make comics myself. And I talked about, you know, Lightbringer sucks. It's bad. The problem is that people use Lightbringer basically as a shorthand of, haha, you can't do it. Who are you to judge comic books when you made this crappy thing fresh out of high school?
Wait, Todd,
Nobody made... Okay, while I'm proud of the thing that I got published when I was 7 years old that won an award, nobody makes anything good in high school or just out of high school.
Yeah, I think I said this in the Sword Interval review. It's like trying to judge Neil Gaiman's work on his book report he did in 2nd grade.
See, now here's the thing I remember I said once on a live stream before, is that, you know, it doesn't, you know, even the most amazing writer, even the most amazing script writer, the most amazing editor, the most amazing visual effects artist, the most amazing of anything, their first work is gonna suck.
Yep.
It's like, you're not, there's no way around this. Your first work is gonna suck because a lot of it is trial and error and experiment.
The reason why my first published short story at the age of 7 worked so well is because before I got that published, during when I was 5 and 6 years old, I published, well, self-published through my school. My school had this thing where you could publish directly to the school library. I published with my best friend 127 novelettes.
Oh, nice.
Oh me, oh my, oh me. And now, oh yeah, we missed the Todd cameo there. Yeah, I don't know what inspired me to do that, but I just wanted a cameo from him, just continually coming on to do stuff from all the other 100th episodes. Final Storm, you keep asking this, so I'll finally answer, but don't do this in the future, because we consider it spamming the chat. What do you think about Ben Reilly becoming a villain and teaming up with Madeline Pryor? What do you think I think about it? I don't even read it, but I don't like heroes becoming villains, and you bring Ben Reilly back just to do this to him. So it's just so yeah, I don't like it.
Not to mention they also brought Madeline Pryor back and started to head her towards redeeming herself, only to do this with her again.
Yeah, because everything comes back. It all comes back around, Gary. It all comes around.
Here's the thing. I was actually hoping that Madeline Pryor would finally get the redemption she actually deserves.
Yep.
Not much left.
Because she was not the one that caused her spiral. It was due to the freaking Cyclops and Mr. Sinister.
Yep.
And
it must be fun being an X-Men fan, isn't it?
Oh, trust me, as a lifelong X-Men fan, I have learned how to deal with disappointment.
Trust me, I'm a Titans fan. I get it.
I'm also a Titans fan, and the thing is, my favorite Titan is Duella Den.
Ah, God.
Ah, jeez.
Gordon ZX, I don't know if it's a controversial Doctor Who. I think Clara is one of my favorite companions in the series. Your thoughts on her? She was good early on, and she was better when she was the governess in the 18th century. Not so much modern Clara. She just a lot. I think as after we talked about this, some characters just wear out their welcome after a while. You just kind of get sick of them, especially when it feels like their story is over. and they just and they just stick around, and it becomes really annoying. I liked Amy. I liked Rory. I liked Clara when they started, but there just comes a point where it's like it's time to move on, but they won't let them move on.
There's only one companion I think that has ever not only never wore out their welcome and could have always come back at any time, and I would have been happy, and that's Sarah Jane.
Sarah Jane just worked so well. I don't know what the formula is about her that works so well. They haven't been able to repeat it, except for Donna. We need more Donna.
Yeah.
And also, what they did to Donna to get her out of the show still pisses me off.
They better fix this in the 60th anniversary.
Because here's the thing: that same thing happened to the second Doctor's companions, and the second Doctor called the Time Lords monsters for doing that to them. And then the Doctor turns around and does it to Donna.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it was to save her life, but come on. There's got to be other solutions.
Yeah.
I would say this, if there was ever one point in time where I know a companion would say, take us back to, but I feel the Doctor would absolutely refuse to, is to see what destroyed the dinosaurs, given how it's tied into one of his more tragic companion losses.
Yeah.
If they ever did it, he would probably be like, no, let's not. And if they keep watching, he'd be like, no! Please. No. That's what I think would happen.
And oh yes, Future's End. Hockey puck Hawkman. And all the edge. We were talking about edgelord stuff.
This is just even too edgy for a teenager.
Okay, can you be honest, Lewis? How tempted was it were you to ever bring up the artist in question's name, but decide not to because, well, what he's been doing lately? Was it ever tempting?
I don't think there was any temptation at all. Actually, I can't remember if his activities were more common at the time, or just I didn't pay that close attention to it because I was more paying attention to how just stupid the entire ideas were at the time. Because I was just like, because like it doesn't matter what artist you have on this. This is just awful in general.
Yeah, but he made it worse with how detailed he got with it.
Yeah, but then of course, this stuff with Frankenstein and Black Canary's face, it's just so stupid. Like, I just have to laugh because the more I think about it, the more absolutely ridiculous it is.
It makes no sense.
Like, the more you think about it, the more it's like, wait, why do you even do this? What's even the point of this?
Have questions.
Of all the artists, of all the writers, I wonder if this was Azzarello's idea.
It would not surprise me. I think I made no joke, here it is. This is the image you forever want to remember about this stupid-ass comic. Why is any part of her still functional? Why is her hair still there? Why did you put makeup on it?
Also, are the vocal cords tied into Frankenstein's throat, or is there just like an entire another vocal cord system in there?
Like, are her lungs in there too, where his stomach should be?
I have questions.
J Manor Productions, for kids.
No, remember, this was DC during New 52, where Dan DiDio said that they only make comics for 32-year-old men.
Yep. And of course, here was I, a 30-year-old man, saying, no, this is just dumb.
And there I was at the time, a 32-year-old woman, going, no.
Yeah, I mean, the fact I'm not really fond of Brian Azzarello. There's just not a lot. I'm trying there's a very small handful of things that I like that he's made, and even then I would still temper that with a but kind of thing, just because he's it's not that he's terrible. It's not like he's a Frank Miller level writer, but he just indulges in stupid stuff that's completely unnecessary, and it's like it's just not pleasant. There's like not a lot of stuff that he makes that's actually pleasant to read. Things I want to go back to and reread and enjoy again. Myriad Media Musings, Frank's Canary Chest, or Al Qaeda Beat Elf. Beat Elf is still funnier.
Yeah.
This is just dumb and edgy. Bead Man is just, what the hell were you thinking? This is just like, I'm trying to be edgy, but I don't. But if you actually think about it, it's just goofy.
Just like the stupid things that he added to the adaptation of The Killing Joke.
Yep. Hey, Lewis. I know it probably was if you did check it out, it was painful to listen to. But did you at all check out that little bit of my interview with Dan DiDio about Final Crisis?
I have not. Sorry, I just been so terribly busy.
Well, I could just sum it up right here. His original idea, his suggestion for Final Crisis, the original plan was the reason why history keeps happening, but why history keeps on getting rewritten is because Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman keep on existing. Where the rest of the world keeps on progressing, they keep on existing, and it's causing a bit of they're clogging up the timeline with everything. So the whole point of it was that would be that things are coming undone because they're not moving on. That you're having Dick Grayson and all the others aging. But you still have Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman there, so the history keeps on having to change to accommodate it, and it's now reaching a breaking point.
Wait, that means that Dan DiDio was suggesting a science idea in promotion of Legacy Heroes.
Which I would turn around and say, well, you're the one who decides these things. Why don't you just change that? Why don't you just let them age then, let them retire, and then take over another thing? You're the ones who decide these things, not us. People will accept it if you give it enough time. There will be pushback.
I was thinking it's an interesting way of justifying why the 90s Batman animated series still has villains who dress up like 40s gangsters. It's like,
I gotta say, that would have been a clever idea, though. You know what I mean? Much more interesting than what we got. But then that's why Countdown ended the way it did, and why they were so behind on everything, because it was a last-second change. And this was back when Dan was still just editor-in-chief, not publisher. That's why it fell apart.
Locuus, gotta be honest, this event is when we knew New 52 had no future. In other words, this is when the New 52's future ended. And yeah, flashlight Batgirl.
What the hell?
Just shove Batgirl's torso onto a spotlight. Why did you do this? At least spider bodies kind of make some sort of sense. This makes absolutely no sense. It's a freaking flashlight. Turn it on, turn it off. Why do you need a person stuck to that?
And the Amazons. What's with the Amazons having the spider? If you know that some artists kept it right to the spider bodies, others ended up being more intricate.
I'm afraid I gotta get going now, but if you're still going on a few hours later, maybe I'll come back.
Oh,
but
trust
have a lovely
me, I
night,
will
everybody.
be. But yeah, thanks for stopping in, Lotus.
Sure, thank you.
The first problem with Future's End is the lack of consistency in any of the future robots. Well, actually, no, that's not the worst part. That's just
and their editor said, yeah, we should stop this. But then, stuff exists because we think it looks cool versus it make any sense. Big Ben with Brother Eye's logo on it. Why? What would Brother Eye care? Who does he need to advertise himself to?
Yeah. That only makes sense if the people aren't all robots. If they were just subjugated.
And indeed, we see people being led away in chains, but why would you even do that? If you hate humanity, if you hate flesh, why aren't you just assimilating them?
Especially since we see that it can happen really quickly.
It's like the idea of a Borg prison camp, if that was ever a thing. Why wouldn't you just assimilate them? Why did you make Booster Gold into a stick bug?
I think Batman in Batman Forever says it best.
Hey kids, you know that
do I have it? Do I have it on the soundboard?
Cartoons you watch?
I don't, but I have this.
Far too complex for you to understand.
You know, it's not even just
far too complex for you to understand. Oh no, better yet, actually, since it's all about this is all about how it looks.
What sort of backwards fucking pageantry is that?
Poor Jaime.
What sort of backwards effing pageantry is that?
Assimilated Superman, who is yet another example of how ludicrous this whole spider thing is. You look at that.
It just raises too many questions.
Future's End number 0 is the worst part of Future's End, and it's just so stupid.
It is.
TJF 42193 Cybermen prison camps. That actually does make a little bit of sense because we see in Attack of the Cybermen that that some people cannot be converted, so they're only partially converted and using them as slave labor.
Not to mention the conversion actually takes a little bit of time, unlike other conversions, so they need to process that.
Yeah, Borg assimilation is almost instantaneous once they introduce nanoprobes. Cybermen assimilation requires time to actually, like, you'll replace their body parts with cybernetic components. We see the process of it happening in Attack of the Cybermen a lot. So, like, it makes a little bit more sense for them. It makes no sense when the assimilation is almost instantaneous.
Like with Brother Eye here.
Yeah.
What happened to Jon Stewart's look? It still weirds me out, like, why is his Jon now completely detached and everything?
Like, I get from a psychological warfare perspective, if you're trying to freak out your enemy, but at this point, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, there's
like
enemies could you possibly have except for the token resistance?
Yeah, you conquered 90% of the world. There is no reason to be doing this anymore.
Not at all.
You already control the world. There's only a handful of people left. Why do you care?
Oh, funny enough, Plastique that was in here, Brian Azzarello actually used her in his Get Joker book, and she got killed off.
Of course she did.
Of course, it was a Black Label book, so it's not canon.
Of course, the Black Label. Mr. Shoebox 21. You know, when I first read this, I thought the twist was that Brother Eye had become insane like Am, and the stupid designs were like I have no mouth situation. That would have made sense at least. Yeah, except that would have actually been good if he was actually like malevolent, but he's not. Brother Eye is just like yo. I make more sense this way. I am logical. I am doing this for you, Creator. Why don't you like me putting Superman's torso on a spider body, Dad?
Although they did at least have the decency to
also, as somebody who loved the Princess Amethyst of Gemworld comics,
there was a random crossover
he has the best storyline in Future's End, and the New 52 Sword of Sorcery was actually pretty good.
Yeah, but the fact is, in order to make this happen, they had to literally say, "Oh yeah, we basically nuked Gemworld."
Yeah.
And the two heroes
Criminy.
After you do finish up the Star Wars, do you think about doing any of those other unproduced screenplay adaptations they've done, like Alien 3 or Alien?
Oh, definitely. I'm definitely going to cover more of those because I'm fascinated by those what if kind of things. I'll do Harlan Ellison's City on the Edge of Forever.
Oh, I love that one.
Just like, because I'm always curious about the road not traveled. Those kind of, what would have happened if things had gone their original plan and things like that.
He actually made Yeoman Rand.
I'll eventually do a Clone Saga review where I cover the original Clone Saga idea.
Imagine if they actually made a comic book based on like 3 or 4 different working strips that they had while trying to produce Superman 3. Because some of the ideas that they had for what they thought they were going to do for Superman 3 were really interesting. Like, the first one where it was going to be Brainiac and Supergirl was going to be the child of Zod and adopted daughter of Brainiac.
Yep.
Or the second one where it was going to be Mannheim and Intergang, and they were going to create Metallo to face Superman, and they were going to be using Apocalypse tech to do that.
Yosa Bizarro.
That would be Superman 4 that had Bizarro. But we almost got Apocalypse references and Darkseid references in Superman 3!
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, do you want to know what happened in the Superman 77 comic, or do you want to not be spoiled?
Go right ahead. Let's the others don't want to hear.
Yeah, well, because they basically had a bit where Brainiac shows up, and we found out Jor-El and Lara, they were in Kandor, and they got abducted. So in other words, we would have actually had Jor-El and Lara still alive, interacting with Superman, who got abducted. Lex Luthor, we would have found out how he got out, and basically it would have led to, Superman meeting up with his parents, working a way to get out of there, with Lex's help actually able to get him out as he tries to abduct Metropolis, and then it ends with Superman having to fly and capture, put Metropolis back as it's growing.
Oh, jeez. See, now that would be an interesting visual thing to do, but yeah, bringing back the parents, not fond of that.
Well, the mom, yes. The dad, no way could they afford it.
Yeah, no way could you afford Marlon Brando again when, like, most of the budget went to Marlon Brando in the first one.
And Gene Hackman.
And Gene Hackman.
And then then you find out the reason why none of this stuff happened for Superman 3 is because when they licensed the characters to make the first two Superman movies, they licensed only certain characters from the Superman mythos. And they did not want to pay more money.
This was another good bit in the episode. Hang on! With what, Terry? When in situations like this, you just gotta laugh. Oh god, I'm dying.
But yeah, and also the Batman '89 comic, that actually had to be where they played up Two-Face. He's Two-Face in other regards. In that he's catering, because he's a black man during the '80s, he's catering to the white people, but he's also trying to cater to the black people of the black neighborhoods, but they know he's full of it. That's what they were trying to play it up as. He was actually Two-Faced in that regard too.
As opposed to the acid scarring his face?
Oh no, that still happens.
Okay.
Well, in this case, actually, it was fire that does it. And when you think about it, the fact that they were going to have a black Robin, a black Two-Face, and what event happened around the time Batman Returns? The Rodney King riots. Yeah.
I don't know about injecting that kind of thing into this story. I just like, yeah.
True,
that could have been problematic.
His pronunciation of Krypton.
But yeah, the entire thing was because they just didn't want to license any more characters, because they only licensed the Kryptonians,
yep,
Lex Luthor, and the Daily Planet characters.
Rights issues are bullcrap. It's just so weird and dumb.
And because the writers in this just said, hey, we should have in Brainiac and the Bronze Decatur. They're like, no, we didn't license those characters. We can't use them.
Turn down the volume a bit. I don't know how loud. People watching at home, how loud is the video versus us? Danny Fenlon, quick, make up a dumb design for assimilated Flash. Okay, what makes the least amount of sense for an assimilated Flash? Obviously, no legs.
A slug.
What was that?
A slug.
A slug. Like replace his arms with like big sharp things, and like a big robot snake body behind him that he like moves. It's not loud at all. Okay, just making sure, because I don't want to, because like I'm looking at the sound bars. I want you guys to be able to hear us as we're talking about this.
You need to give him like either a slug or a snake bottom half. Give him giant protruding things that slow down his movement. Oh, and no eyes. Remove his eyes. Just completely get rid of those.
Caterpillar treads.
Someone said that you and Eliza are much louder than the video.
That's good. Well, as long as we are louder than the video. Oh no, and here we go for the 500th episode recurring storyline where we see the dark future of 5 years ahead.
Puzzle involving numbers. As I tried one of those a few years ago, and it
what?
Oh, this was good.
What was that?
No.
When did this come out again?
2018.
So next year.
Next year. Next year, everything is just gonna go to hell as Brother Eye takes over the world.
Or AKA, oh wait, I don't want to spoil it.
This also happened a little, sometime after the split with Channel Awesome. We were still on good terms with Brad at that point, but the original idea I had for this, I was also going to do a thing where I was going to have a bit with the Nostalgia Critic, where I was going to have Malcolm and Tamara, like the Nostalgia Critic was dead, and they were both vying to become the new Nostalgia Critic. But the problem was, both of them will have claimed that they killed him, but they were like arguing, wait, I thought I killed him. Like they both had competing plans to murder him, and they don't know which of them succeeded, only for the Nostalgia Critic to walk on and say, I'm not dead.
Wait, Brother Eye is in the future?
That would have been awesome.
No one knows where it came from or where it is, but that's what's causing all this.
Oh, you sexy little cinema.
Just catching up what happened with Brad again. I said a thing at the very beginning. We're not going to dwell on a bunch of this, but basically, not only did he side with them, but he said very, very unkind things about Allison. And some of them were like straight up lies. So yeah, we don't do anything with him anymore. Basically because of that.
Yeah, trust me, the only person I've ever paid attention to lately, I mean, okay, I'll be honest, I do pay attention to once in a blue moon if it catches my interest with Doug, but for the most part it's just you or AVGN are the only people I really pay attention to regularly.
Oh, but yeah, the gag here that I was very proud of, the cinema snob married Fat Grandma because whenever he would have me doing Fat Grandma on his show, like Fat Grandma was always very much against the cinema snob. It's like there's Cinema Scrooge. So I thought it'd be funny if in the future it turns out they got together.
Make fun of, just not as thoroughly. If I don't skip a lot, this episode will be more like 10 hours.
This is my goofy comedy. It's like, what if people who hate each other actually like each other?
Yeah, I've heard about talks about Amalgam months. Do you plan on doing Marvel versus DC before that?
Probably not, because that's still on the list of comics I'll never review unless I'm patroned. So I think it'll be better. So I'll probably just do like a brief description of what happens, because I think it's more interesting to talk about the Amalgam stuff than to focus on DC versus Marvel, which would be a fine review in its own right, but the Amalgam stuff is really the important thing, and DC versus Marvel is going to be a big episode in itself if it ever happens.
True, but Doctor Strange Fate is the one vital. That's the only one that's collected in the trade for Marvel versus DC.
Yeah, and even then, I wouldn't even call it that essential, but they included it anyway, just basically because they have access in it.
Hell, even Terry
The thing is, I actually think that there's a lot of... I love Amalgam. I think they kind of missed a beat on a lot of things. Like,
Eliza, if you could get closer to your microphone, you're a little quiet.
So you're going to want to adjust your standards.
There were a lot of connections that they did in Amalgam that were not the greatest, like... I mean, Super Soldier was a perfect idea, combining Captain America and Superman. But why Wolverine and Batman? Shouldn't it have been Batman and Tony Stark?
Probably because of Jubilee and Robin.
Oh, Sebastian Iman has probably my favorite quote. Don't make me put my boot downside of your back, son!
Don't talk!
Yes, but if you would have done Tony Stark and Batman, you could have had Robin be Rhodey.
By the way, that was another example of Doug not actually paying attention to anyone else's work, because he kept referring to Fat Grandma as White Black Grandma.
Oh, yeah!
There is one good thing that really came out really good, though, and that is simply... Doug Rock!
Doug Rock!
What's wrong?
Gordon ZX, Brother Eye seems to be a knockoff version of Shodan from System Shock.
Shodan's cooler.
Yeah. I cannot wait for that remake to finally get finished, because I backed it and I'm still waiting.
Crowdfunding is a crapshoot sometimes.
It is, but at least they're working on it.
Yeah, Easem 93. If you ever decide to retire from doing a top fourth wall, do you think you'd decide to heck with it and review Lost Girls?
Not really, because if I'm going to do all that work, I want it to actually be able to be viewed, and I can't really do that by reviewing porn on YouTube.
Yeah. Also, let's not forget the fact that it's even problematic even if you don't look beyond the porn part.
Timmy, who's the metal girl? That would be the engineer is the character's name, I believe.
From the Authority.
Yeah, from the Authority. Because during the New 52, they folded Wildstorm into the DC universe for some stupid reason.
Yeah, that was weird.
And they had to be Martian Manhunter was the founding member of them instead of the League.
That was also weird.
Yep.
And Cyborg was a founding member of the League, which is just dumb.
Kate Cast Reviews, congrats on 700. Been a fan since a little past the 200th, and it's still my personal favorite milestone. The Legacy Battle in 300 is fantastic. Thank you. We talked a lot about that when we were on that, and since Classic Watcher just rejoined us, we are on the 500th episode, the longest episode of Atop the Fourth Wall in total. 2 hours and 26 minutes.
Given the amount of issues and how big of a rant you did for the Zero issue, not a surprise.
Yep, because I knew the 0th issue was going to get its own episode eventually, so basically I just treated it like as its own thing. The way I wrote the 500th was, as I was reading each issue, I would basically just have different paragraphs of each storyline as they went along, and I would jump around in my Word document on it, trying to be, because because I had to separate them out. That was the only way of making it coherent. Because otherwise, I'd have to just keep saying, and then back over this, and then back over to this. Especially when they only had like 2 or 3 pages of advancing a storyline. So it only made more sense to just talk about everyone's storyline overall, and then hopefully it wouldn't be too difficult to edit it. Which it was a little iffy because basically the way I do comic panel collection is I go through the comic and page by page clip out the ones that I think that are going to be in the episode, and then have them in like a big list of like video 001, video 002, etc., etc. But of course, I couldn't really jump around like that, so I just hoped, okay, I just got to make sure, I have everything I need and just have to, jump back and forth as I'm doing this, and hopefully it'll be fine. And it did end up being fine, just like, a big edit job. And I split this into multiple videos because that's what I did at the time. Coronet Chris, my money's still on Tarot, Witch of the Black Rose. Softcore porn, but a little easier to censor. Let's face it, you guys just want me to say, Samantha Brown, you have to get out of here! Your vagina is haunted!
Not to mention that Tarot doesn't have the, problematic element that Lost Girls has.
Yeah. Yeah, because apparently the characters are underage.
Yeah, it is literally CP.
Felix Adler, what POC character should have been a founding JL member instead of adding Cyborg and ruining Titans comics for almost a decade straight?
John Stewart, Green Lantern.
Yes.
Yeah.
Easy answer. John Stewart was the more popular, was the more well-known and popular Green Lantern at the time, thanks to the Justice League animated series. There was no reason that we needed to have Hal right away. You could have still had Hal in the backstory, but had the Justice League be founded and have John Stewart be one of the founding members instead. Because after all, if you were going to have Green Lantern be like around for 5 years already because of all the Green Lantern events you didn't want to undo, then John Stewart would have still been around too, and you could have had him there for the founding of the League.
Or if you wanted to tie in, because they were also trying to tie in more of the milestone stuff there, they could have had, crap, what's his name again?
Static or Icon?
Icon. They could have had Icon.
But you already had Superman, though, so...
True.
Oh, you know what? If I could ever make a recommendation for you to ever review, not a request because I don't have it with the Patreon, but the image run of Ninja Turtles. Because that is just so... Yeah, because that is just so, especially as it went on. I mean, you have... Donnie gets turned to a cyborg. Raph gets his face blasted and has to wear one of Casey Jones' masks, then becomes the new Shredder. You have Leo lose his arm, and Splinter gets turned into a bat.
Yeah, the image run
Comic books are weird.
The image run of Turtles was just insane for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and that's just saying something.
Yeah, I mean, there was like 1 or 2 arcs that actually felt like a continuation of the original Mirage stuff, but the rest felt like, what are you smoking?
Yeah.
Question I also have, but we'll get into that later.
Yeah, Black Lightning wouldn't have been a bad choice either, although I think they want to associate him more with the Outsiders.
I'll be honest, I've never been against having Cyborg in the Justice League, in my humble opinion, but only because I feel like it would have been good at graduation, but I don't feel he should have been a founding. He should have been there after the time skip.
Yeah, I don't mind Cyborg as a member of the League after he was in the Titans. I don't think he should be a founding member. He should be a Teen Titan.
Yes. Then yeah.
That's my main problem. I don't have a problem with Cyborg being in the League. I have a problem with him being a founding member. There are so many other black superheroes that they could have chosen from, or even other minority superheroes. Like, if they wanted to, they really could have brought an obscure character and used that to bring them to prominence. Like, let's say a modern reinterpretation of Apache Chief.
That's a right thing, though,
I mean, Cyborg was a super friend, yes, but that was also during the time when they were introducing a bunch of teen superheroes into the Super Friends for relatability value and because they were popular in the comics. It made more sense. Yeah, the Justice League should be the best of the DC universe. They should not be the Teen Titans. They should not be inexperienced heroes coming together or teams. No one young in there, with maybe the exception of Captain Marvel because, Billy Batson. But even then, I tend to associate Captain Marvel more with the JSA.
Yeah.
But the reason why I would suggest maybe because they have done reversions of Apache Chief in modern things, and they mostly renaming him Long Shadow.
Wait, Apache Chief? Are you sure you're not saying about Super Chief? Because that is the two different characters.
I am talking about the Super Friends character Apache Chief, who was when they brought him into when they printed a version of him for the DC Comics universe. They basically renamed him Long Shadow.
Which not a bad name for a redo name for that. I actually kind of like that.
Yeah, and there was actually a really interesting way that they did his powers by instead of having it change being about growing in his body, he basically created an energy self around himself.
Right. Oh, that sounds pretty cool.
Look, what could they do? Have Jon Stewart? Who has ever heard of a popular version of the Justice League with Jon Stewart as a founding member?
Oh, wait.
But then again, I just always try to push for more Native American characters in comics. I wonder why.
Epic Ran, again, Black Lightning would have fit better since he was a part of the Super Friends too, just with the Black Vulcan name. To be fair, there's a whole thing behind that.
Yeah.
There's a whole legal weird thing and pissed off writers thing behind that.
I would say this. You want to know when the funniest behind the scenes stories I ever heard from any of the books at DC in the past couple of years?
What's that?
Was when Christopher Priest was asked to do Deathstroke. He openly has said this. The first thing he had as soon as he got it was, "Have you made him black recently?" No? Okay. Because he is not like being pigeonholed as the black writer. If there's black characters in it, he's fine. But he's always hated being pigeonholed in it. So it always makes me snicker that he probably knew the answer, but he asked it anyway. And I'm always like, really?
Mega Timmy Tommy will get your super chat once it's posted up.
I mean, I get why he's that way. I mean, I don't blame him. I wouldn't want to be pigeonholed as the black writer.
Yeah, I get that. That would be really annoying.
I mean, I know some. Yeah. Go ahead.
It'd be like if it's like if you don't want to try to pigeonhole writers into writing only what their own experiences are.
I mean, I know some writers embrace it and say, "Oh, I want to be only that." That's your choice.
Yeah, but instead of choosing to do that and pigeonhole into doing it.
Yep, like Cena Grace. Oh man, with the Iceman run, he, as she's openly stated, he didn't want it to be all about focus on him being gay. He was told to do that.
Yep. All right, we got our first vision of the future where we've got Kaluna and Dom. Kaluna is great, but she has troubles fake screaming.
What's going on?
Yeah.
I don't mind it. It's more important to have the exposition stuff. But I think I talked to her about it. She said basically that like they're in an apartment, they don't want to get too loud.
Which is it's 100% fair. So.
Yeah, I'm not mad about it. It's fine. It's fair, and this sequence is still funny regardless.
I just saw Mega Timmy Tommy. Anyone see the DC Hispanic Pride covers? Apparently, the Green Lantern. We brought that up earlier.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. I can't remember when. This thing has been going for 5 hours.
The Green Lantern one was fixed, actually. I can link it if you want, Lewis, because you can see how it looks.
Yeah, feel free. Put that in the Discord chat. Otherwise, okay, we're actually almost going on 6 hours now.
Who do you think bought out YouTube?
My body hates me. Why did I decide to do this? This is why we're not doing the 700th episode as well.
Yep. There you go. That
That
one's a much better cover.
Let me see. Where'd you put that in here?
In the chat.
Ronnie has kept Jason Rush locked in the Firestorm Matrix.
Oh God,
yeah. There we go.
Since the funeral.
Let me see.
And he actually put his name on this one. Like he said, if you notice the other one, he never put his name signature on the one with the tamales. This one he did.
That's actually really nice.
Ronnie in the previous 2 issues was portrayed as selfish.
I'm still trying to find it. Which chat is it in?
This is down
it's in the regular YouTube chat.
A regular YouTube chat. Okay, give me a second here.
Stab me in the back, betray me.
Yeah, Jorge Molina.
Human being prisoner. What is wrong with you? He claims it's because he doesn't want Jason running around telling people it's his fault they were late to Green Arrow. Which is
okay, yeah, that's so much freaking better.
It could just have been that his
father
died or something. Hell, where
was DC thinking? Like the
heroes?
goddamn tamales thing, all the food thing, as if Hispanic culture is just about food. What the hell?
I mean, yeah, Bane eating noodles and all that. Oh, speaking of which, I don't know if you ever heard about, what happened in that Task Force Z comic, how they had Zombie Bane. It never was Zombie Bane. You want to know who it was?
Who was it?
Gotham. From Gotham, from the start of Tom King's run. Because, hey, Bane is still alive, it turns out.
Okay. This is why I've fallen behind on modern comics. I used to be so dedicated, and then everything just went to hell.
I know, so many. Sorry.
I just want to say, if going back to talking about when you mentioned Super Chief earlier, I don't like to talk about Super Chief because I'm Hadano Sane, and that's supposed to be a Hadano Sane character, and they did not do it right at all because they screwed it all the hell up.
Especially in 50, and that's one of the few downsides of 52, where they introduce him and kill him off his next appearance.
Because here's the thing, he's supposed to be a Hadano Sane character who's powered by Minato, who is an Algonquin spirit. Oh boy, do I not have the time to get into how that's screwed up.
Just keep confusing all Native American stuff is just the same thing. You're just like frickin' Star Trek Voyager.
I was about to say, there's a Chakotay thing in there somewhere. Hey, I'm going to go ahead and duck out. I might rejoin later, I might not, but...
it's all good. Thanks for being here for as long as you were, GSR.
Yep. Talk to you later.
Nice to talk to you, GSR.
Nice to talk to you, too.
They call the character Iroquois several times, and oh boy, do I not have time to mention how that's wrong either.
Well, that changes everything, Ronnie.
The only other thing the only thing I'll mention is like, so here's something that I learned recently because I'm an ignorant white guy. I was always under the impression that Wendigos were just a kind, based in folklore maybe, but not necessarily like, just standard monster in the same style as like vampires and mummies, etc., etc. But no, it turns out that Wendigos actually are kind of an important cultural thing. I can't remember which tribe in particular.
Oh boy!
But like, a few people were like, it's actually kind of uncomfortable you using Wendigos as a generic monster thing in the Maximum Carnage review. There was a joke made because like the scientist who was talking in Maximum Carnage who was like, there's a monster inside all of us, Cletus Cassidy, and I had her joking response be, mine's a Wendigo.
Yeah.
So yeah, it turns out. So yeah, and people are like, oh, you shouldn't do that because Wendigos are not like a generic monster thing. It's kind of an important cultural thing. So
yeah, it comes from the Cree.
Yeah, so lesson learned. I'll probably include that in my my next top 15 mistakes list because yeah, I certainly don't want to imply that I was under the impression it was just a generic folklore monster like a manticore or a griffin kind of thing or a vampire, not something important. So my mistake, my bad.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you given how that's a Marvel staple anyway.
Yeah, because there's an actual character named Wendigo in Marvel. And I've seen Wendigos being used more as monsters in media because we have like Until Dawn, that game. Wendigos feature prominently in that.
Yep. So I'm assuming you probably have it low on the list because it's an easy mistake to make given all that.
I don't know about low because it's still kind of a cultural thing. I feel like it's almost like you don't not necessarily bigoted, but quasi racist. Somewhat. Things like that. I really rather. I feel like those are bigger mistakes to make, and I should include it. But yeah, I will admit that it's a common enough mistake to make, considering how much I see it else in media. But
what?
Oh yeah, we got SF Breeze cameo for this. It was like, okay, how do I change him up? I'm gonna alter his logo so it's a different color now.
What's wrong with him?
Well, after all of the video platforms either die.
The thing is, what people don't realize is there's not really generic monsters in, well, at least in my ancestors' culture, and I know a lot of other Native American cultures don't have a lot of generic monsters.
Yeah, it's used so much as a generic monster in other media that I didn't realize. And I'm assuming a lot of people don't realize that.
Oh yeah, it's just like I had a friend of mine who was I'm trying to remember what they were from, a southwestern tribe, I forget which one, but it's one of the ones where the Skinwalker stuff comes from, and they hate all the Skinwalker stuff online right now.
I can see that. Apparently chupacabras are another thing like that, too.
By the way, since I know you're coming up on Transformers Deviation, I've heard you ask before, you hear it's bad? Yeah, it is, in my opinion.
I've heard it is bad. I'm curious how it's bad. I know that like it basically craps on Rodimus a lot. Or
not just Rodimus, not just him. Anyone from the movie.
It just seems like a dick move. So, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I mean, I get it, but I feel like you're directing your anger at the wrong things.
Oh yeah, and the guy who wrote that, yeah, some of his stuff at DC has been hit and miss lately. Same writer.
Well, vampires and werewolves also come with deep cultural beliefs too. To be fair.
To be fair.
But in this case, I think vampires and werewolves have just like so moved on from any cultural context that I can't imagine anyone getting offended by how vampires are portrayed in media in particular. Because I cannot imagine there's like any. Because if we go back, vampire lore has changed so much over the years. I cannot imagine there's any culture it's still associated with.
Also, there's the difference of the fact that, for the most part, all that stuff comes from European cultures, and it's people from European descent that are making those films. Meanwhile, there's people from European descent also taking this stuff from Native American cultures and making films.
Yeah. Hey, Lewis, as a fellow fan of Arthurian lore, which version of Merlin do you prefer? Where he's the Antichrist that was baptized, or just a wizard?
I think I tend to prefer Wyvern. I tend to prefer just the aged backwards, powerful wizard kind of thing.
Same.
Yeah, I just asked because I've read through Camelot 3000 where they went with the Antichrist version.
Yeah, I never finished Camelot 3000. I only got through the first couple issues. I gotta read more of it because it was good for what I was reading.
Yep, I should make it clear though, him being the Antichrist is important to the ending.
Saxon Myers like how Voyager had a creative consultant for the Chakotay stuff and he turned out to be full of it. Yeah!
Oh, here's something that a lot of people don't know about the 90s is the most famous cultural consultant for Native Americans in Hollywood from 1963 until 1996 was an Italian guy pretending to be Native American.
He completely made up everything.
Jesus, that explains a whole lot.
From 1963 until 1996, the most famous Native American consultant, and the one that Hollywood always turned to, was an Italian guy who had no Native American ancestry.
Why did that explain so much? Why does that explain so damn much?
Hence why we have so many goddamn stories about magical Native Americans in the 90s.
And every single time Native Americans came out and say, no, this guy is full of shit, this guy would go, no, I'm not. They are. And Hollywood would believe him.
Yep.
I can understand as it went down in his later years because he's been around for so long. Of course, they're going to take it by reputation. But yeah, in the early years,
people were calling him out as early as 1966.
Yeah, so that's no excuse. No excuse there.
It was utter bull crap, especially by the time the 90s had rolled around. I mean, I appreciate they wanted to try to not be offensive, but like, why didn't you just go to tribes directly, find tribal leaders? Why'd you keep going back to the same guy who was a huckster?
Yeah.
Just criminy. And we're back in the 500th episode. I still love that line from the first issue when the engineer gets taken over by Brainiac. I am the storm that you are prepared for. Just like now that's a creepy ass cool villain line right there. When your opponents are called Stormwatch.
Right. The fact you have three things that are almost intersecting here. You have Future's End, you have Earth's 2 World's End, and technically Convergence is connected into all of this. It's so confusing.
I will say that was another weekly series I liked. World's End I actually liked better than most people.
Oh yeah.
It helps that I had been following the Earth 2 book at the time.
Yep.
Jacob Lerma, what about Sasquatch? I don't know about Sasquatches and Yetis. I don't know what the cultural context is for those other than them being, Tibetan monsters.
Well, the Sasquatch is not even connected to any of the Native American lore that they supposedly claim it's based on, because they claim it's based on. This I only know from another friend of mine who said, seriously, I should get better at learning my friends who are also natives tribes, because I suck at that. I remember my tribe, but I just suck at forgetting theirs.
If it's not relevant to your everyday life kind of thing, I get it.
Yeah. But they're from a Pacific Northwest tribe that's based in, I think, Upper Oregon. And they do have myths about a wild man that lives in the woods. But it's not a great ape thing. It's just a wild man that lives in the woods.
I see.
That is what became the basis for the Sasquatch myths.
Sorry, I'm watching 500, the 500 again. I'm actually watching the thing we're supposed to be.
Oh, yep, there's Convergence Brainiac.
Yep, and I actually, you know what, the idea of like a super multiversal Brainiac, I don't think that's a bad idea, and I think Convergence is actually pretty decent. But man, just like, he's so wasted in this.
Yeah.
It's just here for it's just like he just didn't get to collect cities like regular Brainiac, so what's even the point?
Exactly. I mean, granted, there were some different points in time and everything, and that you also had that Brainiac from Superman Doomed, which I actually liked, and it's supposedly it's meeting up with this other Brainiac, and I guess we assume he merged with him, and we never see him again, and it's like, whatever happened there, we never get explained.
To be honest, I actually think the idea of a multiversal Brainiac could work, especially if they had him be like bottling moments in time, like bottling events. Like, imagine if there's a Brainiac that existed in the multiversal space that was bottling up the crisis events.
Yeah.
That would actually be really cool.
It would.
You also have Brainiac was great, especially the voice. Yeah, I try to whenever I'm doing my Brainiac voice, I'm trying to emulate the DC animated universe one.
Corey Burton. But still, like I said, they also did a similar thing after Death Metal, where all the dark sides have now merged into one.
There's multiple dark sides. I thought that was a whole thing with the New Gods, that there was only one of them.
I think they were trying to go with that there was still lesser dark sides beforehand. You know, the ones that were, for example, there was a talk of a female dark side during Superman Batman when they were in the female, the Earth 11.
Good point.
Yeah.
I think.
I love Batman. Dark side? A woman? He looks shocked. He's like, what the?
The women!
The women!
Here's the thing. I don't like the idea of all the dark, because one thing they were trying to push with that is that all the dark sides that we said before were just avatars of the one true dark side.
Oh yeah.
Here's the thing. Maybe we should give the New Gods a rest.
Yes,
I'm kind of sick of the New Gods, and the increased usage of them. It feels like it kind of diminishes how cool and powerful and strong they are. It's just. Can we just give them a rest for a while? Can we do what Grant Morrison wanted and just like not do anything with them for a while? Can we just not? Can we focus on other villains? Can we not make him like the ultimate threat again? Because I miss the Anti-Monitor as that, and I also give the Anti-Monitor rest. Just give all of that a rest for a while. Make us miss it.
Okay, in all honesty, where do you stand on the Monitor being Mobius?
That is so frickin' stupid.
Yes.
We have an origin story for the goddamn Monitors. It was told in Crisis on Infinite Earths. Why do we suddenly have Mobius? Why do we suddenly have this Mobius crap? Why did we need to link the Anti-Monitor to that? I talked about this in the thing where it's just like, it's probably to make Darkseid the biggest bad. But if you're doing that, then why are you introducing Perpetua? Why are you introducing someone even stronger than that? Could we just not? We had a lore. It was good. It was basic. It was easy. Why do you keep adding on new things? Stop doing the power creep crap. This is Dragon Ball Z garbage here. What does the scouter say about Darkseid's power level? Well, not as strong as Perpetua.
Well, to be fair, you had Jeff Johns do the Mobius stuff. Then you had Scott Snyder do the Perpetua stuff. And now you have Joshua Williamson doing the Great Darkness stuff.
The Great Darkness stuff I'm mildly bit interested in.
But yeah, because it goes all the way back to Swamp Thing and Swamp Thing.
Can we just have some asshole who wants to destroy everything? Why was that hard?
Here's the way I see it, and this is what I always predicted with it. When it comes to the Great Darkness, it's the reason that caused Perpetua to want to turn against the Hand or whatever they call it, the Source. And that's what caused it. So it's a case of, we're seeing the strings above the strings above the strings. Still stupid, but that's what I look at it as. Maybe because I'm a big fan of this type of crazy multiversal stuff. It's why it doesn't bother me.
I have chips here and I'm hungry, so I'm gonna eat some chips.
I don't have a problem with big multiversal stuff. I mean, one of my favorite comic books of the last quarter century is Exiles.
But this is ridiculous.
Yes.
But I would say, though, I do feel so many people... I went into a bit of an argument in the Discord a while ago. Or not an argument, but just asking people, what do they prefer, Darkseid or well-written Thanos? And everyone kept saying Darkseid, and it just felt like...
I said Apocalypse.
Well, you said Apocalypse, yeah, but it just feels like... I don't think many people understand a well-written Thanos. They're either used to him being when he's still a narcissist, when he shouldn't be, or they're thinking about the movie where he's given Lady Mistress Death's reason to, undo everything.
I like X-Men animated series Apocalypse. I've never been really that fond of comic Apocalypse.
Okay, here's the thing. When Apocalypse is written well in the comics, he's actually really great because of what he's supposed to represent. He's supposed to represent the, what's the term I used the other day? Give me a second, my brain is...
Survival of the fittest.
Survival of the fittest, yeah.
I remember you talking about it on Discord.
Yeah, it's not just survival of the fittest. He goes beyond survival of the fittest to... he originally started off with doing, basically, trying to do what's right, but doing the wrong things to do the right thing. But he took it so far that he lost sight of his original thing, which was basically trying to help Earth survive the impending celestial wiping of the planet. That he's only now thinking about survival of the fittest and not about pushing forward.
Jonathan Fuentes, we know we can't have them just be a jerk. That's not realistic. Every executive jerk.
Okay, brother, lamest name ever.
I just like Apocalypse because he's basically a person that started off with heroic intent, but has lost so far. Oh, that's what it was. Have you ever read the webcomic Alguna Shive?
I have not, but I know of it.
Okay, and Alguna Shive,
we missed the super chat, by the way. I'll go find it.
Scroll back up. Well, yeah, pretty groovy. We have missed some just because we have conversations. I'm trying to pay attention. Let's be fair. Dragon Ball is actually better for this than DC Comics.
I found it. Well, vampires are multicultural to the point where a lot of staples of a vampire are not necessary for the classification of a vampire. I think there's an Aztec god that can be considered a vampire.
That is true. All right, continue.
The thing was, there's a character named Arthur in Alguna Shive that said this. The quickest path to true evil is to forget what evil is. If you keep on telling yourself that the only option is the right option when it's still a bad option, you forget that it's a bad option, and you only see the right option, which might still be evil. Apocalypse is the living embodiment of that. He's gone to the point where he sees the right option, but has forgotten it's a bad option. So he stopped looking for other options.
Some kind of showmanship or
I gotcha.
that makes the basic premise much more compelling.
Sorry, I got a friend of mine in the chat who's saying, "Shame we can't see other guests. How it goes is how it works here."
How it works, just like, I don't know, the stream is just not configured to have multiple cameras showing different people. And that, of course, assumes that people want to be on camera.
Well, I don't mind being on camera, and that's what she's used to, because she's a regular on mine. He's a regular on my Pro Teachers Noob stuff, so she's used to that.
We were talking about doing a potential thing of me showing up on your as like a special thing to talk about the monsters.
Oh yeah, the monsters and the Addams and the Wednesday series. I'm looking forward to both.
Here's hoping it's good, because I'd love to, because that trailer was pretty damn good.
For Wednesday, you mean, right? Well,
Wednesday,
for
yeah.
the monsters.
Oh yeah, the monsters is going to be interesting.
The monsters look okay. The monsters trailer looks bad, but it looks like they're trying to be bad, make it look bad, which makes it look worse.
Well, I would say Lily and Grandpa, perfect casting.
I don't like what they do with Herman, though.
Oh no, Herman, they made him an idiot.
Why do they keep having Herman have like a high-pitched voice for any of these reboots when
Not all of them. Not all of them. Here Come the Monsters didn't.
It's been a while since I've seen Here Comes the Monsters, but yeah, the original Herman Munster, deep voice, Fred. I'm forgetting his last name.
Fred Gwenchel.
Yeah,
or something like that.
Yeah, Fred Gwynn. He had his deep, powerful, friendly voice.
Oh yeah, a very thick Maine accent.
Yeah.
So did Edward Herman in Here Come the Monsters. That was him, and he was great as Herman. I think that was the closest they ever got to matching the original Monsters.
But Herman Munster is such a great. I got introduced to the Munsters before the Addams Families.
Mm-hmm. Same here.
So when I saw the Addams Family, I was like, "This is a more serious take on something like the Munsters." Because the first thing of Addams Family I got introduced to was the '90s movie with Raul Julia.
Closer to the comics.
Which is a great way to start because Raul Julia is just perfection.
Oh yeah,
wonderful.
When they barely had any scenes in this thing, and I don't
know
if references are relevant.
No, go ahead.
3 of these characters are introduced.
And so when I was watching a lot of the Munsters as a kid, I just saw that Herman Munster as kind of like a fatherly figure that I would like to have because didn't really have one of those.
Understandable. I mean, I think a lot of people did, especially that speech he's best known for giving. It doesn't matter if you're green or white or ugly or handsome like your father.
There's the thing, the Monsters versus the Addams Family is always just like that difference of how they overall interact. Because the Addams Family is a family of weirdos who don't care that other people don't like their weirdness, versus the Monsters who are weirdos who don't realize they're weirdos.
Well, not only that, though. I was going to say, not that the Addams are rich, the Munsters are blue collar.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And Herman Munster is always one for preaching acceptance to other people, like saying, "Hey, why don't we all just get along and accept each other for who they are?"
I would love to have like a Munsters and Addams Family crossover.
Oh,
yeah. They would get. I think they would get along pretty well.
Oh yeah.
I have a feeling that the two that get along the best be Uncle Fester and Herman Munster.
Well, I mean, got powers from becoming a monster and all, though.
No, Morticia and Lily.
Okay, yeah.
By the way, be honest, who was better looking, Morticia or Lily from the TV show, not the movie?
I've had worse temp jobs.
That's very hard to pick.
That's very hard to pick, yes.
I agree, that's why I asked it.
I lean towards Morticia. I lean toward just because of how loving she is with Gomez.
Oh yeah, Morticia and Gomez is 100% relationship goals.
Oh yeah. Oh, funny thing I found out, the voice for Morticia in the '90s Addams Family cartoon is Aunt May in the Marvel Spider-Man cartoon, the most recent one, and the game.
Nice.
Tim knocks his ass.
Yeah, you're like.
I just had an appearance by Dina in the 500th episode. The box head thing was a reference to one of her Silent Hill videos, where she like where she had like a parody pyramid head, but it was just a box on the head. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna reference this, and like Brother Eye turned her into a box head too. And it's just like, yeah, it just kind of sucks because I don't really get paid that well.
One dumb thing about the Wednesday series I heard about, she's apparently going to have psychic powers. Really? Do they really need that?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I have, however, seen a lot of people complaining about the Wednesday thing because they think they're saying that that a lot of people are online on Twitter are saying stupid things like, "Why does Gomez not look like Raul Julia?"
Because one, who can replace Raul Julia? Two, you do know, even as far back as the show, he was half Hispanic.
Yeah. Also, Raul Julia is of Hispanic descent.
Yeah. He didn't fully look.
Raul Julia, you are complaining about Gomez being Latino or Hispanic, and it's like, Gomez has always been that. His name is Gomez.
The only thing that matters is how devoted are he and Morticia to each other. It's like, how are they making out constantly?
Catherine Zeta-Jones as Morticia. I mean, perfect.
I still say there's a better choice, but that's me. My better choice would be the person who played Wednesday in the movies back in the 90s.
Christina Ricci.
Yeah.
She supposedly has some role in the show. We don't know what, though.
Yep. And boy, she was also great in the Speed Racer movie. But talk about a movie that it was so unfairly lambasted back then, and now some people are respecting because they realize how much truer to the text it originally was.
Oh, I've always been a big supporter of the Wachowskis Speed Racer film. That is like, I consider that one of the top 3 live-action anime adaptations.
Right up there with Alita Battle Angel, I'm assuming?
Yep.
What's the other one?
The other one is actually one that a lot of people probably don't think about too often.
Try me.
The second Guyver movie.
Oh,
I still have not seen the second Guyver movie. I remember enjoying the first Guyver movie as a kid, though.
Because David Hayter actually did a pretty good job in that role. Because yes, that is David Hayter.
Well, yeah. I still remember how David Hayter was also Lupin in one of the dubs for Castle of Cagliostro.
But he refuses, wanting nothing more to do with his life anymore.
Granted, also, I will say this, the second Guyver movie is also my weirdest choice on that thing, because it's not exactly accurate to the manga, but it tells its own story, and it tells it well.
Lois Lane, ruiner of lives. I mean,
if you're not going to be able to do a good adaptation of something that you're basing yourself on, at least if you can tell a good story on your own and still capture a spirit of the thing, I'm for it.
Yeah.
I agree. That's why, and that's another thing I kind of always been getting annoyed more and more lately. I'm seeing more and more people demanding one-to-one adaptation of the MCU when it's like, it was never one-to-one in the first place. Where are you guys coming from?
Especially because
Also,
a lot of original storylines in the comics are garbage.
Yep.
Yeah, not only that, but we've all seen what happens when you do one-to-one copies of things before. Did everyone just forget the one-to-one remake of Psycho?
I mean, something like Sin City works.
Felix
At least
Adler,
the first...
Speed Racer came out, and then we were all surprised when both Wachowskis came out as trans.
To be honest, I wasn't with one of them. The other one just kind of surprised me.
Yeah. Isn't that the one that hasn't done much acting, directing since?
Yeah, but when, which one, crap, I always get their names mixed up.
Hey, I always get mixed up which one is which, too.
The one that has the reddish hair?
I don't remember. Someone brought up about Mockingbird Lane.
Jonathan Fuentes, Lois Lane, ruiner of lies. That line really aged well after Heroes in Crisis.
Oh, this is what first introduced me to, what's his name?
Brandon's
Yes, this is what introduced me to him, and I love his Godzilla videos.
Brandon is a great guy. Great stuff. I highly recommend it, especially if you like horror movies, cult movies. It's like basically like like a lot of fun stuff, and every one of his Godzilla reviews is gold, even though he can't seem to keep them up because Toei is kind of assholey.
Yeah, I mean, with me, I lucked out in that the only thing I have is my intro, which I got permission from the person to use their video, and a trailer if I needed to, because I did all of the movies. And remind me, Lewis, what's your #1 favorite Godzilla?
I want to say it's Tokyo SS or Godzilla against Mechagodzilla 2. Basically, the one about the revenge story of the one woman.
Right. For me,
Danny Fenlon says we missed his $1 super chat.
Oh, sorry.
I'm on it. Don't worry. It's similar to the multicultural aspects of dragons, how tons of different cultures have their own dragons. Personally, I believe ancient people found dinosaur skeletons and put 2 and 2 together. I can believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's generally what most people believe.
I mean, what would you believe if you suddenly found this big ass dinosaur skull in the middle of the road, middle of a field, and you had no idea what the hell it was?
Although I have a weird one for my favorite Godzilla movie, and that's only because it was the first Godzilla movie I ever saw. Godzilla vs. Megalon.
Oh. Well, for me, my #1, and with my friend Ingrid, because we both watched them together, it's the MonsterVerse King of the Monster. For us, that seemed to be like had everything right about it.
I just like the goofiness of Godzilla vs. Megalon.
I get you. My second favorite is Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah, which has Mecha Ghidorah, time travel, the Terminator.
Yep. Oh yes, that is up there as well. I love that.
Spielberg.
But the funny thing is, people. The time travel can be confusing if you don't, unless you look at it this way. The Futurians were full of it. They were working off of a bad theory.
Yeah.
If you try to take them as they're telling the truth, you're going to be all kinds of confused. Would you agree with that, Lewis?
I would agree for the most part.
Yeah.
But of course, it still the time travel still doesn't make sense if Godzilla didn't exist. Why would they have preparation for fighting Godzilla or remember what happened? It's your standard weird time travel thing.
Oh, and the way I always thought it was when it turned out this was a closed loop thing. When they sent him back, that created the high side Godzilla, and that's why he was so small.
That makes sense. That would make sense.
I mean, look at how Junior looked once he finally became full size. He was as big as Godzilla was in the first 2 movies. Tiny.
I love how over the years Godzilla has just gotten bigger.
Oh yeah, he went from barely can pass the skyscrapers to, oh my god, he's stomping right through everything with ease.
Yeah, then you hit the legendary Godzilla, which is like...
Still nothing compared to the
Godzilla, if I'm not mistaken.
No, that would be the anime trilogy, but that's so big, he's stupidly big, nothing can stop him.
This is my favorite line from Future's End, that the opening of Part 3. Welcome back to Future's End. Just to recap, this is what I decided to do with my life.
I still say that was your best year, that whole
2018 was a great year.
Yeah.
Great year for my show, I should say.
Yeah, everything, you got so much on time. You had a lot of great Patreon reviews that actually perfectly connected to old reviews.
Yep, all the return to older reviews. The 10th anniversary storyline came together. I was so proud of all of that.
Yeah, I love that. But did you always meant for the clone to be a red herring?
Yes.
I have a question. There's one element that happened way back towards the beginning that I always thought would be funny if it came back someday.
All right.
In the thing that you did for Spoonie with the clones of Bruce Lee, where you played the clone of Spoonie, and you go since I think that was also one of the first times. But wait, here.
Say one more time.
But you say, oh, I punched on the wall for a few hours, and all I did was turn Dr. Insano into a girl. I turned Dr. Insano into a guy. And I thought it would be funny if that came back, and you had like somebody portray the original Dr. Insano.
The engineer manages to
that was one of the early days, so I never intended to follow up on that. It was just meant to be like a quick gag that, like, you know, for Superboy Prime punching a wall to alter reality kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was never meant to come back or anything like that, sorry.
I did love how you actually called back to that and how Linkara, the character, is like, what are you talking about? Shows the old videos.
Unfortunately, it confused a lot of people because I had referenced the clone stuff since then, and I tried to explain it as the virus is selective. It takes time to actually remove all the memories, but people didn't quite catch that.
I did.
So like, of course, I would still remember some things, but not realizing that I was forgetting it at the time.
Oh, here's something else about Godzilla, and my friend, I realized no Mechagodzilla movie has ever been bad.
Terror of Mechagodzilla is not great, but I can see their point.
Well, we actually really liked that because it was one of the best human stories in our opinion.
Otherwise, yeah, because Godzilla versus the Cosmic Monster is really good. Godzilla against Mechagodzilla is good. Godzilla against Mechagodzilla 2 is really damn good.
Love it. That was one of the first I saw.
Yeah, my favorite with the revenge story, because like the human stories, are hit or miss, but that was just a really damn good human story for that side of that.
Yep. And also, one thing I love about the Heisei, it's one big arc, and it has my favorite human character, Miki Sagusa. I love Mickey, but then they finally gave her own plot in Space Godzilla, and it was trash.
Yeah.
I mean, you need a Space Godzilla before Destroyer, because if you had another dark movie, it would have been like, oh, end it now by the time of Destroyer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love all the convoluted explanations for Space Godzilla. They offer not one, but two different ones of where Space Godzilla came from.
But where did Mickey get those earrings? That always annoyed me.
There was one movie. There's one movie that is connected to Godzilla that for the longest time I hated, but in the recent years I've actually been warming up to more. If I view it as this is not Godzilla.
What's that?
The American Godzilla movie from '98.
Yeah. Unless now the cartoon redeems it to a degree.
That cartoon is really damn good. I need to rewatch it because I've got the entire series.
If you view that movie as just a pilot for the cartoon,
yeah,
it's not bad.
It isn't. But if you've actually read or read the comic, you should one day go over that comic for the Never Made Godzilla movie, because that would have been epic.
That's
that
the one with the Griffin, right?
Yes.
See, that's another one where it's a case of what could have been, those alternate kind of things. That'd be great. That'd be a great theme month. Jacob Lerma, thoughts on Final Wars? Final Wars is great.
I thought it was all right. It felt too much like a boss rush.
I know, but I like that. I like that it's just like a big celebration of Godzilla's history. And we just like bam through, one. We don't need to see a big, knockout brawl with King Caesar. You can just kick it. I like him destroying Zilla. Zilla doesn't even deserve having its own, big fight in the last 40 seconds.
I knew that tuna head wasn't good for nothing.
And not Mecha Guy Game, but like Super Guy Game, where they replace his claws with chainsaws.
Yep, and then you have Kaiser Ghidorah. Oh, have you ever seen the Rebirth of Monster trilogy?
I'm curious where they're going to go with the MonsterVerse, since they've said they're doing more movies. Because Ghidorah is like the big final Godzilla boss. And yes, pivoting to Mechagodzilla and Godzilla vs. Kong is good. But what else is there to do? I mean, maybe like Destoroyah or Space Godzilla, but like I don't know what else we can really, where else we can go with the story for powerful monsters to take on.
I kind of want to see them bring in like their version of Mechagodzilla.
They already did.
Oh, they did?
In Kong.
Have you not seen Godzilla vs. Kong?
Not yet.
I'm sorry, that was a spoiler.
Sorry. But I know that they set up Destroyer in the King of the Monsters.
Did they?
That was the weapon they dropped on him that nearly killed him.
The Oxygen Destroyer, right?
Yeah, so they could just use that if they wanted to.
Myriad Media Musings, Piccolo to Space Godzilla. We get it, you're from space.
We get it, you're from space.
Gojiragon will get your super chat in a minute. Captain Avenger 1983, thoughts on MonsterVerse design Mechagodzilla? It was all right. I feel like we didn't get a lot of good shots with it.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it.
I've seen an edit. Someone did. They took the Mechagodzilla theme song from the high side version. It was perfect.
I love that super jazzy theme for Mechagodzilla.
Oh, that one. I was talking about the '90s one, the high side.
Okay.
Yeah, that one. It fit with the actual versus Kong.
I get you.
One of the things I would love to see is I'd like to see Legendary get the rights to Gamera, so we can finally get a Godzilla versus Gamera movie.
Godzilla versus Gamera. Gojira gone. There's rumors of Megalon, Destoroyah, Biollante, or an original monster for the Godzilla vs. Kong sequel. Well, yeah, having an original monster wouldn't be a bad idea. Mecha Ghidorah. We could have Mecha Ghidorah.
Oh, well, we already did, though, because you had Kevin's head in empowering Mechagodzilla.
Yeah, but it's not quite the same thing.
True.
But yeah, let's have an original monster, because I like all the monsters, of course, but maybe it's time to bring in some fresh blood kind of thing.
Yeah,
Bayless's face on Lupa, yeah.
Yep, here's what I say about with Gamera. I think if they would have happened, I do think Gamera would be at a equal. I mean, let's be honest. Kong was a low-level alpha. Gamera would be a higher-level alpha, and I think at the end you'd have Kong and Gamera in the Atlantic, Godzilla in the Pacific, and Kong would stay in the Hollow Earth.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Gamera is powered by life energy.
Yeah. Mana.
So the more life there is on Earth, the more powerful Gamera is.
Oh boy, imagine if there was another Ghidorah out there, Ghidorah and Gauss working together.
Oh man, having another modern Gauss would be cool. Let's see, there was Tava Smolka. Why'd you put Phalos' face on Lupa's stomach? It's a callback to earlier in the review with Black Canary's face on Frankenstein's chest. I was like, how can I make this stupid? Like Phalos just gets his face sewn onto Allison's stomach. Why? That was a fad at the time. Jet Jaguar! We can have Jet Jaguar!
Yes!
It wouldn't make any goddamn sense, but we can have it!
Exactly. Okay, Jet Jaguar I love because essentially, like I said, that was the movie that he was introduced in was my first Godzilla film.
Jet Jaguar! Jet Jaguar!
Hydra! Or Hedorah!
Ooh, Hedorah, yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, and have it be like a man-made, created one.
Hedorah is like one of my friend's favorite monsters, so yeah, that would be great.
Somebody just said that they should have Charles Barkley enter the competition.
Yes, that is a true MonsterVerse sequel. Godzilla fighting Earth's greatest warrior, Charles Barkley.
Oh, you know what? Knowing them, they should just put that commercial randomly on a TV screen and just say oh, can you believe this crap?
So I put Phalos' face on my chest, which was the style at the time. Return to the greatest move ever, the Godzilla drop kick. I would do Jet Jaguar as an alien, actually, to try to explain the size changing. Like he's from space. Maybe he's from the race that first fought Ghidorah or something like that. And it's coming to Earth to try to do something. And I will and a kid names him Jet Jaguar, and that's what he decides to be his name to be because he's from space, he doesn't know any better.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the question: do you ship? Ever since the movie, people have been shipping Godzilla and Mothra.
Well, it's a short-lived ship considering Mothra's dead. Although they could bring Mothra back, just have another Mothra egg.
Well, yeah.
Exactly. Mothra's entire thing is dying and coming back.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which I gotta say though, I did see the Rebirth of Mothra trilogy. It's the funny thing. First movie, okay. Second movie, one of the worst kaiju movies I've ever seen. Third one of the best I've ever seen. And I realized, oh my god, the King Ghidorah in the third movie is what they used for the MonsterVerse version.
Gorm ZX, where did the line "Welcome to my creepy basement" come from? That's from a skit that Spoonie and Cinema Snob did, where because they were parodying the Human Centipede. So Brad and another character and another of his actors, I can't remember who, show up at Dr. Insano's house, and Dr. Insano just being the creepy guy from Human Centipede. Are you alone? Come in. He like gives them, and instead of knocking them out with the water, instead he gives them X-Lax. And then it's revealed, I am Dr. Insano. Welcome to my creepy basement. I will join the gastrointestinal systems of two people together. And he demonstrates with like two stuffed animals where he demonstrates he will fuse them ass to ass.
I remember that.
Yep.
Now here's another question. One last Godzilla question on my end. Which do you prefer as Godzilla's best buddy, Rodan or Anguirus?
Anguirus.
Anguirus. Yeah, why did Mothra get all the credit? Why?
Here's the thing.
Rodan and Godzilla never got along. They've only teamed up against Ghidorah. But like, I guess more like a mutual, okay, we'll get along for the sake of this. But him and Anguirus are like, they go back so far. Him obviously killing Anguirus the first time.
I loved Anguirus, and I would love to see if they did Gamera, have Anguirus show up, and he's like an old friend of Gamera.
That could work too. Like Anguirus B is the bridge between Godzilla and Gamera.
Oh yeah, and he could be friends with both of them. And it's like, why are my friends fighting? Stop.
Yeah. But here's the thing, it all depends, because Legendary has actually been trying to get the rights to Gamera. Please let them get the rights to Gamera!
Oh yeah, Alan Ollie, it was called, the skit was called The Human Spider.
Oh, and look, there's Power Girl. Why is Power Girl looking fine, but with just a metal head?
Did he carefully put the skin back in? How does that work? Gravity, Kate Cast Reviews, I will read your super chat whenever it shows up. And then I'm gonna take a break to go use the bathroom real quick, but I'll be back and I'll just let the episode play because Lord knows this goes for too long. We just need to keep going.
Yep.
Were there any other ideas for the story in this 500th episode that were cut or didn't work out for non-CA related reasons? I'm trying to think, like, was there any other dark futures I wanted to do? I feel like there were, but nothing's coming to mind. The Nostalgia Critical one was the only one that I really recall especially. Because otherwise I think everyone else was on board and was happy to do it. Maybe I had a Team 4-star idea, but if I did, I cannot recall specifics. Because of course I write some of these 100th episode stuff in advance, like you'll write down notes and ideas for stuff I want to do. Gamera and Godzilla fight and Anguirus shows up and is like, stop you two, we have to save Martha.
Mothra, that should be Mothra.
Save Mothra.
We need to save Mothra.
Why did you say that name? Alright, I will be right back. I'm gonna go use the restroom. Continue talking over Future's End.
Yeah. Boy, this has become fun, hasn't it?
It's the longest episode of the show.
Why does it always feel... I've always noticed when the stream goes really long and everyone's starting to get tired, it's when everyone gets the most chatty.
Yeah. That's because the weirdest ideas come to you when you're tired.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, most of my weird ideas for this would be a good idea to combine these two game franchises together come from when I'm tired.
Oh, definitely. I've had that before, and my friend who I did my videos with, we actually have done our 2 videos of fan fiction, extensions of it, where we bring Gamera in. We would try and do our stuff, and we actually were trying to bring in. Have you ever read the Godzilla Rulers of Earth comic?
I've only read the Godzilla versus Power Rangers comic.
All right. Oh, you're the one who said that. There were so many people here today, I forgot who said what. But
yeah.
The Rulers of Earth introduced 2 new alien races that were actually based off of the ones from Godzilla vs. Megalon and Godzilla vs. Gigan. But they're actually really good races that actually could be, I think Toho can utilize them because, of course, anytime a new monster is created, they get the rights to it. And they were very interesting.
Oh, did you ever, what was the name of it again? I can't remember the name of something.
What one?
It was something that Toho did in the, like...
Orochi, the 8-headed monster?
No, it was, there's a show that they made in the mid-2000s called Shosation Grunsazer.
Never heard of it.
it was basically their attempt to do their own Super Sentai-like show.
Really?
And some of the things that they had in its sequel series were, seemed like they were reusing pieces from old Godzilla suits.
I wouldn't be surprised. I will just say this: when it comes to one of the movies that I actually hate from Godzilla, I still hate, but I will give a little bit more leeway. Godzilla's Revenge. Once you find out, oh, it's not meant to be in the real Godzilla timer. It's supposed to be in the real world. It's all in the kid's head.
Yep.
They end up in a desert where they're not.
Otherwise, I'm just like, Shiro Hondo, what the hell do you? Why do you like this movie?
That's where she was born.
Well, some people, you can't. There's no accounting for taste. I'm sure there's people who liked Future's End.
True. I mean, I think Howard the Duck is one of the greatest comic book adaptation movies.
Which one?
Howard the Duck.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, dear, dear.
Okay, here's the reason why I say this. Because it has similar feel. Howard the Duck is all about being surreal.
All right.
Both in the comic and the movie. Yes, it's using different types of surrealness, but it still keeps that surreal nature.
Fair enough.
You know what I'm surprised by? Sorry, go ahead, keep going.
It keeps the tone more than the story.
Fair enough.
Oh, here's GSR's cameo. He didn't stick around to see it.
Aw.
Show reviewer? Okay, I can
yes, GSR, the future
future former president, game show reviewer.
How is that going to happen? The election isn't for another 2 years, and it's supposed to take place next year.
Yep.
I'll talk to you in a minute. I got a thing right quick.
Was there a special election?
Gojira gone. In the King of the Monsters credits, there's a Mothra egg and a news clip revealing she's indeed alive. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Assembled members of Congress.
Also, yes, the theme song to Howard the Duck is amazing, done by Thomas Dolby, who is one of the most influential musicians of all time.
In fact, we're 300 points since the last round. Now the Senate's
start pulling its own. Okay, you know how influential he is? We wouldn't have cell phone ringtones without him.
Oh.
Makes sense.
But I just looked just out of curiosity, and I can send you the link for it from Wiki of comics based on unproduced film projects. There's actually a lot.
Oh me, oh my.
Oh yeah.
The Planet of the Apes Visionary, based off of the original script. Aliens 3, Alien. We were going to get a Predator one, but then the Marvel deal happened. Frank Miller's RoboCops 2 and 3, of course. Kevin Smith's Green Hornet and the Bionic Man. The Green Hornet. Why wasn't that the movie we could have gotten?
Hagen gave me a bunch of different takes and clips I could use. I thought this was the funniest one.
Now, many you might think.
Have you ever seen that Kevin Smith's Green Hornet?
I have
He basically does Mask of Zorro with Green Hornet. And it works.
But it's nothing to do with that. It's
another comic book that's based on an unproduced movie, Dazzler, the movie.
Yeah, I know there was Dazzler scripts floating around Hollywood for a while.
Oh yeah.
You should do a review of the Captain America the '90s movie comic adaptation.
Yeah, I should do that. That's one I always forget that movie existed, which is odd considering I saw it when I was young.
I know. Every time I keep seeing that comic, I'm like, wait. This is not based off of that 70s show. Oh, right. They actually made that movie in the 90s.
Yeah, it aired on Sci-Fi Channel a lot, just like the old, 70s ones did as well. And the old... They also showed that old Doctor Strange pilot movie on Sci-Fi Channel a few times.
Yep.
Oh, it turned out there was a Jim Henson production that never got made until many years later. The Musical Monsters of Turkey Hollow.
There's a lot of unproduced Jim Henson stuff out there.
Not surprising.
Apparently, Daredevil Man Without Fear was meant to be a movie for a treatment for a Daredevil film.
Yeah, that one, I think, one of those, including, there was also supposed to be a Black Widow TV series, I think, that was going to be produced in the 90s, but was it Perlmutter?
Yeah.
Was it Perlmutter or Ron Perelman? I think it was Ron Perelman, actually. Perelman put the kibosh on that because he was afraid of the Marvel brand being hurt if the show was bad.
Okay, that's different than Ike's reason, which was simply females don't sell.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Perelman also canceled the Captain America cartoon show because he was worried that people would have a problem with Captain America punching Nazis.
Actually, that's to a degree. The other reason was there was a movie in production.
That's it.
J Manor Productions, ever heard of World Chase Tag? Pretty much tag is a professional sport. Pretty fun to watch on how fast the players go and how they evade each other. Nice.
Nice. Oh, and then of course there's the lost Batman 66 episode that Harlan Ellison worked on that was going to give us Two-Face.
And then, did they end up reusing that for Batman versus Two-Face when they did that in the
No, nothing like it. Nothing like it. In that version, Two-Face had already, in the comic, Two-Face already existed, and the way he worked is he would flip the coin after every heist. And if it ended up on the good side, he would not only return what he stole, he would return it with interest. Example, he steals this priceless but incomplete tea set, and yet he sent it back with the missing piece he somehow had. What?
That is actually kind of awesome.
That would be great.
And the way Batman beats him, he gives him a coin that ends up on its edge.
Yeah, that's just classic. That's just classic Batman right there.
That would be what I would do if I got the chance to reboot Two-Face and how he worked.
I know, but the fact that he returned it back with interest, like, how the hell did he have that missing piece? Oh, it's the '60s series. Who cares?
I'm assuming there was no notes on who they wanted to have him.
No, it never got there. It was just a treatment. It never got past that. So the whole thing about Clint Eastwood, not true.
Why is Brainiac a bear now? Watch the episode. Trust me, it doesn't make sense in context either.
Agreed. Oh, in fact, also the one movie we almost could have gotten, Batman versus Godzilla.
There's also Godzilla versus Wolfman.
No, but I'm not kidding. They were so close to actually working on that.
I know.
I'm just like, I wish we could go to the world where that thing actually came to fruition.
Barniac. I should have called him that.
I'll send you that. I'll send you that link.
I'm always sad whenever there's a good play on words that I just completely blanked on. And yeah, feel free to send that to me.
Yep, I'll send it to you so that way you can, if you want to do a monthly, a month of that.
Yeah, good idea.
Yep. Because there's so many of them you could do, and of course, I think everyone would want to see, for example, Sitting on the Edge of Forever all in one, not over years.
Yep. Frankenstein versus Godzilla became and Kong versus Godzilla. Yeah, it's a complicated history thing there.
Yeah, but then I think
it technically also became Frankenstein Conquers the World. There's a lot of weird history with Godzilla movies.
Oh yeah, like the first American release of Godzilla, it cut in like 30 minutes of new footage featuring the person who played Perry Mason.
Oh yep, that's true. And turns out the guy who did the voice for Kurosawa. Hold on, let me actually double check. Because it's actually an actor who's still around today, and you'll recognize the name once I find it.
No.
Here's future Linkara appearance.
Years in the future, and hey, screw you.
Oh. And it's actually that. The funny thing is, the name of the character that Raymond Bird plays is Steve
Martin. Yes.
And of course, the comedian hadn't been a thing yet when the original movie came out, so. He was just Mr. Martin when we had Godzilla 1984.
Yep. Oh, James Hong was the dub voice for Dr. Kurosawa.
Years ago.
You recognize? Yeah. You know who James Hong is, right?
One of the oldest and most prolific Chinese actors in American cinema. Who also was on Perry Mason.
Yep. He was Chi Fu in Mulan. He was Mr. Ping in Kung Fu Panda.
I love all these background details I'm including as the future continues to change. Like we have the Infinity Gauntlet in this one, and then it's going to disappear again. Then Vega becomes me. I'd like to know how that universe happened.
Wait a minute, is that supposed to be a hint off about the tournament?
Well, the idea is that the future is constantly changing, so in one version I won, and in another version I didn't.
What you were likely having a trucker hat?
Damn it!
Hey, I got me a trucker hat.
And of course, David Lopan in Big Trouble in Little China.
Oh, and then there was also the fact that one Godzilla project I wish got made, the American continuation of Godzilla 2000, where they were going to have Leonard Nimoy, Christopher Lee, and Bruce Campbell involved. And it would have been set in Hawaii.
Plasma Warrior, we will get to yours whenever you post it. Mies Catet, $5 for coffee to keep you going. Thank you so much. Really, after 500 episodes done with, I'm going to go and get some more water.
He does at least give a sincere apology about what happened.
Oh, B.O.B. It's just like we're coming up on hour 7 here in a bit, and then we've got one more. We've got the 600th episode.
Yep.
It's another long one, but it's the last one of the evening.
Gojira Gone, I noticed your question. We did bring that up earlier, the 94 Godzilla script that was made into an online comic.
And here's Plasma Warrior Super Chat. Plasma Warrior, what's the best thing of doing this for so long?
Madison comes in later.
What's the best thing for doing this for so long? Having job security is the wrong word, but just confidence that I'll be able to keep doing something creative and getting to be able to keep putting out new material and having so many people who have been around for so long. Because like I'm still amazed that like you, Eliza, you said you've been around since the text reviews.
Yep.
Just knowing that I've had that kind of an impact on people's lives for so long, even that far back, when I was that much of a cringe lord.
Trust me, I read them at first because I was interested in seeing other people's takes on comic books that I also had opinions on. And then when you did the first video review and it was on the more than the thing, I'm one of the people who do defend the concept of the Clone War.
Oh, yeah, I'm not against the concept of the Clone Saga. The problem is, like, any time they reached a point which would be a natural place to stop, they kept going. Fan of Pink was asking, who are the other voices on the stream? Joining me right now, we have my two mods on the Discord. We have Eliza.
Hello.
And Robert Willing, a.k.a. Stairdcraft.
Yo.
Both of whom have their own YouTube channels, who I'm sure they will promote in a moment here.
Yes, I'm Eliza GWR here on YouTube. I'm also Eliza GWR on Twitch and Eliza GWR on Twitter.
I'm Robert Willing, or Videos from the Multiverse, or Pro Teachers Noobs on YouTube.
I do a show called Does It Hold Up, as well as whenever I get around to doing a new episode on it, which is X-Men Decoded, where I go over X-Men stuff more in depth for people who want to get into X-Men. That takes a long time between each episode because I have to find every single image I want to use for it, which is exhausting.
Joshua Ward, have you seen OSW cover the Warrior comics? I started watching their Warrior series, and I stopped about like 2 or 3 episodes in. I think around when they were covering the only movie that the Warrior was in. The problem became just like, they're good guys, they're all charismatic guys, and when they talk about the wrestling stuff, it's great, but they go off on a lot of tangents and a lot of kind of meandering, and a lot of it is about wrestling stuff that I have no context for or explanation, because I didn't watch wrestling and I'm not really a big wrestling fan. So they just start talking about stuff that I have no idea what the hell they're saying. And I just kind of space out for a bit. Because I like it when they talk about the Warrior stuff, but everything else I'm just like, I really don't know what this is or what you're talking about. So I didn't get to them talking about the comics, but it was primarily about. But I did watch a few of those when they were talking about the Warrior's career on WCW.
Yep. By the way, Louis, did you ever plan on doing that Superman Wonder Woman Elseworld?
Which one? There's a few of those.
The one that was the Chris Claremont written one.
Oh, that's Whom Gods Destroy?
Yeah.
I keep thinking I'm gonna do it, and then for some reason I keep stopping myself from doing it. I don't know why. I think I just need to keep checking it, and I remember then just like commit to it. Frozen Fairy, holy crap, this is still going on. Yeah.
Yep.
The 100th episodes are long.
Yes, they were.
Fortunately, the 500th is nearing an end. We still got a ways to go, because I think it's like at least 20-30 minutes left of it. but because it's the longest blessed episode. But there's only one more after that, and then we can call it a day.
Yep.
Then I'm gonna eat food.
The reason why I was asking is because I remember I gave you my copies of that.
Yeah, and they're on the shelf behind me on the set.
Oh, really?
Yep. Jetpack Man 01, Lewis Linkara, I've been watching you since at least 2010, since when I was a kid. That's always a good feeling to me. Channel Awesome content probably wasn't the best content to grow up with, but hey, it's too late now. There are worse things to grow up with, trust me. I mean, you could have like grew up like watching like really reactionary, toxic yo stuff like that. Gen Kaiba, I have to go to bed, but I want to thank everyone producing this and in chat for a fun and illuminating evening. Congratulations, Linkara. Thank you so much. I'm just so thankful for all the people who have been on with me because my voice would be totally destroyed. It's only partially destroyed right now.
The funny thing is, when I started my new channel, I did not plan on doing cartoon reviews. I was originally planning on just episode of Power Rangers in order, but then I got to Real Evil episode 2, and I got hit with a massive wave of copyright strikes from Hasbro.
Oh.
Jonathan Fuentes, bad comics never end, good comics never die. That is a good line right there. That is
yes, it is.
That is good. We got Nash showing up now in his cameo for 5 years in the future. What I love about this, like I think I was inspired by this specifically because Art Bell had just died.
Oh yeah.
I was like okay, who do we have to do insane talk about aliens, conquer the world? Let's have Nash do that.
Because the world's gone insane.
Sebastian Emond, I've got to go soon too. I have to watch and react to Killer Clowns from Outer Space before it's kicked off Tubi. Good luck. I got my copy of Killer Clowns from Outer Space off of Tubi.
I have 2 copies of Killer Clowns from Outer Space because I have it on DVD and I have it on not VHS, but it's again.
Laserdisc?
Yeah, I have it on Laserdisc.
Nice.
You know, I gotta say, one thing when it comes to DC and Marvel I will always give is DC seems to respect its creators more. And look no further than when George Perez died. They were already having a tribute to him from a bunch of other artists. It was meant for his birthday, but come on, they knew it would also be in case he died.
Yeah.
What did Marvel do? Oh, let's take one of his pages from Avengers 500 and just slap a tribute to him on there. Now, of course, they eventually did do a interesting tribute. Still nothing compared to what DC did months later, but still felt like, come on, guys.
Well, Perez invented like half of the DC universe on his own, so yeah.
Oh yeah, and then it was Neil Adams. They did something similar to what they did with George Perez. It's what they seem to do when anyone dies. It's the same old standard stuff. But what does DC do? They actually have Tom King write up a script and have one of Neil Adams' sons do the artwork for it.
Which, by the way, for those wondering why I didn't do Batman Odyssey this year, it was out of respect to Neil Adams. The book is weird and wacky, and the Hollow Earth stuff. We're going to be getting into that eventually. But it felt disrespectful to be making fun of one of his works during the same time that he died. Like if it was something that had been patroned, I was kind of unavoidable at that point. But in this case, I choose to do the Batman Odyssey reviews, so we'll pick up with that again next year. I think that's for the best.
You do realize there's other minis after that all tie into it, right?
It's all collected in the same goddamn trade, so that's what I'm saying.
No, not just that. I'm talking about other minis after that. You have Superman, the coming of the Superman. You have the Dead Man mini, and then Batman versus Ra's al Ghul brings it all together.
I mean, just by that reasoning, Terry, you should.
If you're looking at me on the stream right now,
since that's what happened in the past.
I'm making a face.
Terry McGinnis, moron, tomorrow.
And he worked on all of them.
Well, I suppose it's nice that when I'm done with Odyssey, I'll have other stuff I can do.
The ironic thing is, the last thing he ever publicly, as far as I know, has been released, was inking over one of Rob Liefeld's pages on his Snake Eyes Dead game mini.
This isn't Terry McGinnis.
Tomcat Ninja, House Pet, DigiAnime, Fanboy, TCHPD, AFB/DNTSFB. Hey, Linkara, I saw your 700 post yesterday, and you don't have to mind control to get me to watch and love you and your videos. I already do, just try to cut back on the swearing. I think I do pretty well on cutting back on the swearing on the show. I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why people have said that I'm wholesome, because I don't use, drop F-bombs a lot on the videos themselves. I'm still swearing like a friggin' sailor on Twitter and whatnot. I try to cut back now because I have less reasons to be angry. Oh, there's still plenty of reasons to be angry. What review is playing on in the background? It's the 500th episode, Future's End.
Forgot we lost Alan Grant this year, too.
Ah, criminy, we've lost too many people.
Yeah, as far as comic creators, this was one of the worst years.
Also pretty bad year for actors, too.
It seems like it's always a bad year for actors.
And I mean, how much closer, how many more have to die before we say this is worse than 2016 for deaths?
I still feel like 2016 was still worse.
Oh yeah, some huge names then.
We lost Nichelle Nichols too.
Oh yeah, we lost. Oh boy.
Yeah.
2020 is still the winner of the worst year of the last few decades, but yeah. Frozen Fairy, wait, we're still only on the 500th. What do you mean only on the 500th episode? It's 2.5 hours long. We've gone through. There's only one more after this that I'm showing because I'm not playing the 700th. You can watch that for yourself. When we do another one of these massive streams in the future, maybe I'll show it again.
Terminal Sports. Happy 700th, Linkara. I can't wait to see your verbal assassination of Ken Penders next week.
Oh, boy. We lost Olivia Newton-John, too.
Oh, David Warner. And David Warner. And Hesh. Ray Liotta.
So many. Paul Sorvino. We've lost so many. This has been a bad year, hasn't it?
It has.
Georgia K's still alive.
Oh, but see, though, Anne Hesh, that was devastating, especially her accident.
Don't forget Pat Carroll.
Pat Carroll.
Oh, yeah.
Calling it a night. Glad to watch these past anniversary episodes with you all. Looking forward to 701 to 799. Thank you, Connor Harvey.
See ya.
You poor unfortunate souls.
Oh, yeah.
I love the 500th episode, and get back to that. I love it. Sometimes there's just moments of inspiration about quotes from other movies that just like click with what the problem is. And in this case, it was Star Trek 2. His pattern indicates two-dimensional thinking. And I realized that was the big problem with a lot of this future stuff, in particular Terry McGinnis. That like it's not really Batman Beyond. There's nothing recognizable about the character here. It's just a dude wearing the suit and them saying it's Terry. And it's like why would I want to read this if there's nothing about it that feels like Batman Beyond? So what the hell are we even doing?
Yep, and once Dan Jurgens brought Terry back from the dead at the end of the first part of his Batman Beyond stuff, it's when he actually started feeling like Terry.
David Smolka, I'm going to bed because I need sleep. I need to get ready for work. Yeah, this was supposed to end a little earlier because I was supposed to start at 2 o'clock. I overslept.
We tried getting a...
Yeah, they tried. I was there.
I know, Zen called me a few times. She finally got through to me as I finally got into my office, trying to figure out, okay, what can I do? I need to push this back. What time am I doing this?
The thing is, the reason why Zen was doing this because we were doing everything we could to stop people from asking the same question of where you were over and over again.
It's entirely my fault. I overslept. I didn't set an alarm. I thought it'd be fine, but apparently, I just overslept. It happens. I forgot to tell Vigo what time we were starting. Oh yeah, and Todd does the Caligula gag. That would be funny. Like Cinema Snob told him to do that for him.
As I am no man, and therefore I am
What? Why are you doing
and then you can barely see the road because of, he's in the shadows.
Yeah, he's in the shadows. I take it for granted that I assume everyone else has white sheets because I remember that was a thing with Brad when he did the first one of those. Like he doesn't actually like I said, I just put out a white sheet over you like you were doing the Caligula toga, and he's like, I don't really have a white sheet. So he just put on the blanket.
In my life.
It's here where the subplots finally.
All my sheets have always been purple,
Tim Drake
pink, or
returns home after
pastel
all the
blue.
events in the Firestorm plot, only to
Frozen
find
Fairy, so
Bard
if when you get to
above it,
1,000
blown
episodes,
up
will you do a
and
massive
stuff
mega
happening in
countdown
the
stream where we
background.
watch episodes 1 to 999, ending with
God.
the premiere of 1,000? That ain't gonna happen. I think someone did the math, and it was like 11 days worth of content.
I would just do it as you're not going to be on there. It's just going to be one of those, like when they stream Mr. Rogers. You're not going to be involved, or you might pop in once in a while. It's just going to be streaming beginning to end on its own.
That could technically work, but they would have a lot of stuff that got content claimed because there's a lot of stuff that I haven't edited and other stuff. Maybe I just put the YouTube, the big YouTube playlist of all the episodes and let that play.
Hey, do you want me to do anything with that archive of mine in case anyone ever wants to download all the old versions?
I'm good, but yeah, keep them on hand because you never know. There might be a disaster where my server gets fried and I lose it all. But I do have multiple copies on other computers, though, at least.
Yeah. The only Sorry. Go ahead. Okay, I was just saying, the only downside is that because of the file format in the early ones are FLV files.
It happens. You work around it. You play it in VLC.
VLC or window player, or not window player, the classic player.
Fruity Groovy, you take one joke from each episode. Not a bad idea, actually. The one Patreon milestone that I have not fulfilled yet was that I was going to do an Atop the Fourth Wall episode guidebook that I was going to release and and sell in the same style as Mystery Science Theater's Amazing Colossal episode guide. Only reason it hasn't happened yet is because it's a time sink. I got to rewatch the episode, write up ruminations and jokes and stuff like that. And watching a lot of my old stuff is complicated and hard. Not just because it's harder to watch old stuff, but because I gotta, take the time to sit down and have thoughts about them. And some stuff I just don't have thoughts for.
Dono and Navet, I am at work listening to everyone's chat and enjoying it. Been severely out of touch with Godzilla, but enjoy some good food once you are done with this live stream, Linkara.
I plan to. I'm going to go and get some McDonald's when this is over with because they're open till like 3 a.m. Top Cat Ninja, I'm sorry about my first question during your last stream. You're really knowledgeable about comics and you seem like you could be a better writer for Aspar and other bad comics. Thank you.
Agreed.
Thank you. I think that would be good, but yeah, that ain't gonna happen. I'm never gonna have mainstream be a mainstream comics writer. It's just never gonna happen.
I want to be a mainstream comic writer, and also I have at least one actually two comic book writers who also want me to be a mainstream comic book writer. The problem is getting my foot in the door.
I mean, if they asked me, I would do it. Drop the thing. I have parts for the 3D printed Johnny 5 toy, and I'm like playing with them as we do this. Yeah, if they ever asked me, sure I would do it, but they ain't gonna ask me. They hate me, assuming they even know who the hell I am.
Ooh.
I remember someone asked, what's his face, Joe Quesada, about my review, and he was like, yeah, sorry, I don't read negative reviews of my stuff, and it was because, clearly he didn't know who I was, that I did videos or anything like that. You know what? That's fine. Creators are under no obligation to watch me, nor should they really, if they don't want to, because creators should only, it is not the job of creators to read reviews. You would think it is, but no, it is not. If they want to do it, sure, but their job is to write the material, and if they've got an editor or people in charge, to do as they're directed. But, yeah, you shouldn't send my stuff to creators because it ain't their job to do it.
Yeah, I can agree to that one.
Yeah, I really was not.
Yeah, just like I don't expect people to be to do that for anything that I would create or anything like that, or write, or the same way around for any other piece of work. They are under no obligation to read it. If they do, it's great, but it's not their job to read other people's reviews.
Now, if I could be frank on one thing, it does kind of bother me when there are some creators who take, now, if someone's being an asshole and being hostile, oh yeah, tell them off. But when there are some who take any type of criticism as you're being hostile, then you're like, oh, okay, if they're not being hostile and you're going to take it as such, why? And I'm saying if they're doing it on social media, you know what I mean, where they're reacting that way, then it just feels like, getting legit criticism, don't just brush it off like it's being hostile and say they're being hostile to you.
Classic Watcher and Sebastian Iman. Yep, dramatic look gopher, old meme. My show is where memes go to die. I felt like it was time for a callback to that.
and 2 of them are utter dumbasses.
What was the last meme you killed off again?
Morbin time?
Go back
What was that?
7 years and
Morbin time?
Morbin time. Yep, I killed that one off a few weeks ago.
Oh, one
Because we had Morbius appear.
Supreme Omega, on Problematic Creators, will you do reviews of John Byrne, like his Spidey run with the retcon where Aunt May didn't die but was replaced by an actress? He just did the artwork. He didn't write that.
Yes, but I'm perfectly willing to do stuff by John Byrne because there's a weird combination. There's plenty of good stuff. There's also a lot of garbage from John Byrne because he's also kind of a transphobic asshole.
And he has this weird thing where he would have adult men kiss young girls.
Yeah.
What the, I mean, he did it. I mean, okay, when it happened in Doom Patrol, that made sense because it wasn't really what was happening. It was more of an illusion of her being younger. But when he did in Superman Batman Generations 3 with Superman and teenage Lana, what the hell?
Yeah.
That's bad. I don't know if you do know this, but he's taking this, the ideas that he had, what he wanted to propose, what to do his own spin-off of X-Men where he would get to tell a story called X-Men Elsewhere, and he has infantilized Jean Grey.
What?
Basically, Jean Grey has the mind and personality of a child and is still sexualizing her.
Wasn't he the one who was pushing more for the Kitty and Colossus stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
I checked out Elsewhere because one of my friends said, hey, you like seeing the ideas of the creators of X-Men back in the day that never got to see their ideas realized? Because I will constantly say that X-Men Forever by Chris Claremont in 2009, I think it came out.
Yeah, Forever. Which, if I'm understanding, he didn't care for what he did with Forever, now looking back.
Yeah, but there were still some good ideas in it.
Oh, yeah. Killing off Wolverine right off the bat.
Because that's one of the things he really wanted to do. He wanted to do a storyline who died and came back controlled by the Hand.
Which technically Mark Millar did during his Wolverine run.
Yes. Because everyone has taken a look at Chris Claremont's notes and decided to take bits and pieces from them.
Oh, yeah, and that's also the story arc where he cucked Baron Strucker.
The Combine Harvester moment here. That Grover puppet came from Melissa, who I mentioned before, the voice of Eliza. She just had that, and she was trying to make room in her house like, I'll take it if you don't want it. I don't know what the hell I'm going to do with it. I think it's just in a closet somewhere. Maybe I'll do something now that I have that Linkara puppet. And like do something with that for a future thing. Like maybe if I actually do the Muppet review, a Muppet review of something.
Oh yeah, there's the Muppet Omnibus.
There's my Build-A-Bear Bulbasaur, which had a lavender smell in it.
Okay, so it's getting harder and harder.
And a comic geek, yes, give into the madness, Love Hog. I did.
Whose futures are messed up.
In my dark future, I went broke and I can't afford.
My favorite part of this review is when Linkara burst into the room and shouted, "It's Linkabin time!" I proceeded to Linkara all over the comic.
I got no idea what everybody's talking about. Things are
beautiful, beautiful.
All right, Pylo, someone said, and Fruity Groovy said.
But otherwise, everything is fine.
Deep Pylo all the way. And we got Chaos D1 here.
Was Pylo always meant to be also a red herring with the tournament?
Yes. Like just make it because I love the idea of a rock character. Last Angry Geek with the Fallout stuff.
For about 2 weeks, I was finally the #1 comic book reviewer on that site we used to belong to, and I've got this great Apple Watch.
You could do a review of Follow That Bird. I could. I mean, if someone patron paid for it. I mean, I'm always up for doing Muppet stuff.
You could also.
Wait, has the Comic Champions really gone on for 200 episodes? Yes! This stupid frickin' storyline was supposed to be like a fun year or two, and then it just kept going.
Well, I'll be honest, there was a...
we're so close to the end, too. There's like 2 or 3 episodes left of the contest, one of which is the race, and then we're done! I can finally move on. I have half a dozen other storylines I want to do, one of which we need to do before the 20th anniversary.
The world has been the one I still keep on looking back to of your story arcs. I know I brought up before, but it bears repeating. that weird creature with the that was like, there you are. I still want to know what's up with that.
So I could spread peace throughout the galaxy.
When he's in that other world.
Take back the planet.
Yeah, that's long term.
Wow. Wait, I think I might have asked you, but I better repeating. Does that tie in? Does that creature tie into whatever that figure who erased Linkara's?
Anyway, Mr. Terrific.
The one that you did like during Halloween.
It is not. No, the creature is unconnected to the guys who keep messing with the universe and erasing the memories.
All right, because boy, that one when that creature was like, you don't remember? Wait, no. And that I always felt like, jeez, you almost feel bad for him in that moment if he didn't torture Linkara.
Yeah, no, it's just it's planting the seeds. Next up is Architects of Mirrors, where we will get some setup and some explanation for some things that have been happening. Is that Angry Geek still going? Yes, he is.
Yes,
Losty's Girl, what have I missed? Oh, you missed about 500. You missed the first 500 episodes.
Yes, we have actually shown all 500 of the previous episodes.
Wait, isn't this? Are we at the end pretty much?
What was that?
Aren't we at the end of the comic now?
Yeah, we're into the comic, though. I think we have like 10 minutes left of the Brother Eye stuff.
All right.
Lavaros, I'm just waiting for the arc where the ninja-style dancer turns out to be a Skrull. That would be clever.
Was there ever any ideas you had for story arcs that have since now evolved? Probably because you got ideas from other stories lately.
I've talked about this before. One of the original plans for Gun and Sorcery was supposed to be. Was supposed to be like when it was originally conceived, it was supposed to be like the magic gun is jealous of me using other weapons and stuff like that, and it was my idea of like, okay, I'm going to transition away from copyrighted weapons and focus only on my own original stuff I can create. But then I realized that was just really kind of a dumb idea. But yeah, but it would have ended with like Jarrus would have had multiple attacks against me, where like he kept increasing his own arsenal, but I was slimming down, until it was basically just me and the magic gun.
Nice.
This episode was really long. Yeah, it's the longest Atop the Fourth Wall episode.
That whole bit with that who is that Superman? I actually did like that twist.
That it being Captain Marvel?
Yeah.
Losty's Girl, this is random, but are you currently advertising anywhere for your show? No, I am not.
That's why you always told us to share the links.
Yep. You guys just like, get more people into it and share it and talk about it. I appreciate that. Otherwise, the only other idea I'm trying to think of, I talked about, I had original ideas for an anniversary movie that had evolved over time into a few different things.
As I mentioned in the first one of the strengths of 52
let's see what else.
was focusing on minor characters because you could do more with
I think those are the only major ones like over off the top of my head.
All right.
Wait, your weapon was going to be upset with you and you realized it was a bad idea. Where were you during the creation of Thor: Love and Thunder? I didn't mind that. I thought that was funny, but I get what you're saying though.
I love that. Just like, well, I'm just talking to my ex-weapon.
I liked Thor: Love and Thunder. I thought Ragnarok was better, but Love and Thunder I thought was enjoyable, and I liked what they did with Jane, and I liked how they explained how everything developed over time with them.
Has Love and Thunder come to streaming yet?
It's going to in September. It's going to be in September, early September.
So it's still a couple weeks off before when I can watch it.
Morgan Karishi, if I spray painted your YouTube channel URL on my college campus, would you find that funny or annoying? Concerning mostly, because I don't want you to get in trouble for my sake.
Oh, about a year ago, I actually had Christy Marks on my channel for an interview. The creator of Amethyst.
Oh, nice.
Very nice lady, and I talked to her about that. I talked to her about what was the game she did for King's Quest? The Robin Hood and Arthurian Camelot game she did for Sierra.
What was it called again? I own these games. I should know the names of them.
I should know them too.
Yeah, no problem, Morgan. I try to pronounce correctly, and I always apologize if I get it wrong. Dartherian, yes, the ideas evolved into missing now. There was actually back when I did the original Entity saga. The original plan there was, at the time when I was first conceiving of this, I thought every single storyline would end with Power Rangers, with a Power Rangers review and like a Power Rangers homage. So I was going to fight the entity with the Quasar Saber prop we were going to construct. That did not end up happening because I realized that is dumb. That like, we have this cosmic, horror and this powerful being that like was convincing that was terrifying a multi-universe conqueror. So I was like, it's stupid for me to try to just fight it. That's not going to work.
Yeah, none of them were helpful in finding Brother Eye. I don't really know what you expect me to do about it.
If you had the opportunity to retell your storylines in comic form, would you take it? If you could list an artist style, who would it be? People have offered before to do that and work with me on it. I've wanted, and I've always been bad about it because I've always said, like, email me and I'll follow up with you, and then I never follow up with them. My problem is, it feels pointless to retell them in comic form. Although maybe as I get older, I realize, my production values are not great, so maybe it'd be better to show it like how it should be in comic form. But I always wanted to do an original story if I was going to do that. Like something that's appropriate for the medium. Much like when I did Voice from the Dark, I tried to take advantage of the fact that it was an audio-based medium. So if I was going to do a comic story, like, with featuring Linkara characters on top of Fourth Wall stuff, I would want to do something that was appropriate for the comics medium. And I have ideas for that, but it's not really, anything coalesced into an idea. Sebastian Iman, gotta go for the night. Today has been great, Lewis. Great reminiscing and talking history of your anniversaries. Yep, thank you for coming on and watching.
It just popped in my head. Conquest of Camelot, Search for the Holy Grail, and Conquest of the Longbow, The Legend of Robin Hood.
That's what we were thinking about. I just found it too.
It just popped into my head.
But yeah, like I said, she also created Gem and worked on Conan the Adventurer.
Talking about wait.
Yeah, this was a twist nobody saw coming. I wanted to do something half serious and half silly, and it was an opportunity to finally bring up, because every year I kept thinking to myself, oh yeah, I should finally go and finish that crossover I started filming with Welshie, and then I never got around to it. And Welshie gave me a bunch of different takes, including one where it was Rob the Monkey.
I'm the one behind Brother.
Because I always told Welshie when he officially retired, you'll be back, you'll do video stuff again, and then he never did.
What did I do?
I'm so glad to see Welshie back. I miss his stuff.
Yeah, it's a shame. But, yeah, this is part of a crossover we filmed at MagFest one night for the movie Dead Silence. It's made by some of the creators of Saw. I think Dead Silence is crap, but Welshie likes it. There are good ideas in it, but I think, but what ruins it is this detective character who's like, "You killed your wife, didn't you?" Even though there's very tangible evidence that he clearly did not. Then, of course, it was an evil puppet that did it. Welshie is doing well. He is actually married and has a child now.
Ooh, neat.
Morgan Karishi, if I wanted to pay you to review Uzbek language comics and sent you a fan translation of said comics from Uzbekistan, would you review those or no? Only if they were already... Like, no, I'd prefer to just keep it as if it's been printed in English. The 400th episode was a bit of an exception because it was a movie adaptation, so it was easier to transcribe and make things match how it was. But I prefer to keep it to only stuff that's been printed in English. No offense against it, I'm sure the review would be good, but it's just like a concern for an authenticity kind of thing. Hellstar Ramina was also an exception on that, just because there's enough fan translations of Japanese stuff that I trust that it's mostly going to stick to it. Obviously, when the actual Ramina comic came out, I think it's mostly the same. They took out the casual homophobia, I noticed.
Game over.
Oh, thank for that.
I still think that reading anything Junji Ito is like the creepiest things to me.
Well, she did say, Mr. Skippyable is that
yeah, well, here's the problem.
That he was tempted to come back to do a video review of Spiral because he hated that.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yeah, he was tempted, but obviously that was like a year or two ago. So.
Make choices throughout your life and hope that
VCOM741, it's a shame on the translations. Kazakhstan also stepped up their game on comics, and some of them are really fun, especially Golden Warrior mythology stuff.
look where that choice brought me.
It brought you.
Wasn't Spiral
to
just
your
7?
doom.
Yeah.
I need to watch 7.
The funny thing is, what a lot of people know about the Silent Hills game that was originally going to have Guillermo del Toro. What people don't know about that is that Silent Hills was originally also going to have Junji Ito on board.
Uh-huh.
What are you doing?
F Konami, because Konami is the worst.
You say that right after they did the Cowabunga collection.
Hey, Welshie.
They're still the worst. They might have released the Cowabunga collection, but they're still the worst.
Konami is not interested in making games. They're only interested in making money.
I just wanted to say that I'm sorry I never got.
They basically have the same mindset that Michael Eisner had when he became the head of Disney. The difference is, Eisner understood that in order to make money, you sometimes have to make art.
Fruity Groovy, you think you would review the live-action Uzumaki movie? Oh yeah, definitely. I'd definitely be down for that.
Well.
Furious Sherman, I should probably know this, but where is the poll for the reviews made as part of Event Comics Month put up? That is put up on my Patreon. There won't be one this year because next year we're doing a retrospective instead of Event Comics Month. But yeah, it's posted on the Patreon. It's up for a week, and you just reply to it, and and say which ones you want. That you can pick 2 Marvel and 2 DC, and that's what we go with based on the votes. And I manually go through and tally them up because otherwise the poll wouldn't work.
But they have to have tie-ins.
Yeah, my arbitrary list of rules. People were really mad about my arbitrary list of rules this year.
Really? Why not the last few years?
I don't know. Just like this year when I explained it once again in detail, I was like, well, that's a stupid rule. What about this? What about this? And it's like, I don't count that as an event. It's not really an event. Well, it should. It's like, oh, no, it's just not my thing. Would you do a late-night double feature for John Carpenter's In the Mouth of Madness, Prince of Darkness? Yes, that is on the list of potential things to put on the wheel. John Carpenter Apocalypse Trilogy Night. With those two in the thing. And we are finally at the end of the 500th episode.
Hallelujah.
We're almost done, people. There's one more left. The 600th episode, which is also long, but not as long as this one. The fact that any of you has stuck around this long is impressive. Final Storm, hey Linkara, what's on your radar this Halloween? If you mean for Atop the Fourth Wall episodes, we have more Ring manga to do. For Longbox, we have some fun stuff planned. J. Maynard Productions, I'll give the Saw franchise this. They actually stuck with the story and never changed it when people saw the twist coming, and that's because they did their job on leaving puzzle pieces behind. Yep.
That seems a bit of a pun there, given the concept of the movie. The only thing they did ever change was they ignored the comic they did.
Yep.
They also ignored the video game.
That's probably spin-off media should not be canon for these kind of things, in my opinion.
Agreed.
What about Ghosts of Mars? I wouldn't do Ghosts of Mars. Ghosts of Mars is not good. I hate saying about anything John Carpenter has done, but Ghosts of Mars is not good. It's not scary. It's really kind of dumb.
I actually forgot he did that.
It's action horror, and action horror is much harder to make scary or interesting to me. Like, it's not impossible, but I mean, like 13 Ghosts is action horror, and I think that's pretty good. But it's harder to do, and Ghosts of Mars is just really not that interesting. What video game? There was a Saw video game.
There are 2 of them. One that was decent, the other one that was shit.
Yeah. Consider doing a compare review of The Blob, both the 1958 movie and the 1988 remake. That's the thing. Late Night Double Feature is not supposed to be a comparison. It's just, sometimes comparisons naturally arise when you have similar movies. Danny Fenton, does anyone want to explain how Sin's Past got retconned?
I can explain that. It was basically revealed that when Harry died, and his spirit was still in the afterlife, even though he also came back. And it turns out throughout all of this, his siblings were actually creations of Harry, another gotcha, and that his father never banged Gwen. It was a psychiatrist, I think it was supposed to be Mysterio, had put it into his mind that he had banged Gwen.
which created a lot of hilarious meme images of people like having Mysterio put with the fishbowl have a blonde wig on and like making out with Norman.
No. It's just he convinced him through psychology.
I know, but it was like just hilarious meme images when people talked about that. Cream the Rabbit 98. Are you planning anything for the 15th anniversary? Probably not. I have some ideas, but it's probably not going to be as major as the 10th and 20th.
Lamp reviews.
The lamp over here has started to deteriorate like this one did, so that sucks.
Except pan this crap. I mean, gee whiz, what a piece of crap.
I made a big thread when they retconned Sins Past. Just like, really? How long is the stream? I've seen over YouTube videos and I come back. This stream is still going on. This is going to be 8 hours or longer. When does this end? 4 a.m. when? It's ending after this next one, the 600th episode.
That's right. I'm the only one that stuck around from beginning to end without leaving.
Hey, I had a game in the middle.
hey, I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. I just realized that.
All right, that is 500th episode is finally done. I'm going to go get a drink of water. And then we'll be back with the final episode of this Watchathon.
Which I'm unfortunately not going to be able to stick around for the entire thing of.
Fair enough.
Because I have to be up at around 7 a.m. so I can have breakfast and coffee before I start my own stream at 8 a.m. tomorrow. I should really change the daily streams to once every other day, to like 3 days a week.
Yeah, me, I always do it once a week.
I started the daily streams because I was just trying to get back into having a, Okay, here's the thing. I actually had a pretty decent-sized Twitch channel at one point.
Yeah. So I was a third star. What? No, I think Sins Past was just as worthy of needing to be retcon as we're about to see in the last centennial video.
Yeah, Sins Past was not good. Like, seriously, I cannot think of any reason why they thought that was a good idea.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, it wasn't supposed to be Norman.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. I've always thought that... Okay. I know a lot of people... Well, not everyone. I know some people take umbrage with me saying that Gwen Stacy's death should never have happened.
To a degree, I would agree with that.
Because she played no part in anything leading up to it, that happened during it, or had any part of her story in it.
Alright.
Other than her end of the story.
Final
Fair enough.
episode of the Watchathon. We're doing the 600th episode. Any creator friends who want to join in, just pop on my Discord.
Anyone who's still up right now.
Yep.
Granted, it also has to do with the fact that I grew up reading with my mom. So
Alright, are we ready for Sins Past?
Yep.
Let's do this.
But we're going to do it. If there's one thing I want to say about Gwen is, I do think there was a point where people kept on sainting Gwen.
And the end of the Caligula joke.
What was that?
Yeah, the end of the Caligula joke right here. I felt like I'd done it in so many 100th episodes, I needed to retire it. I didn't say out loud what was going on with it because I didn't want to like stir up drama. I just like, okay, just leave it at that and leave it be. People can explain in the comments if they want to.
Hang on. Hello? Uh-huh. Oh.
Yes, Gwen's death is a quintessential example of women in refrigerators.
Yup.
Wow.
In fact, it's probably one of the most egregious examples of it. In fact, the only example of it is the literal woman in the refrigerator.
Bye.
Plot twist: the 15th anniversary episode is Caligula.
The 600th episode is.
Though the game had Caligula reference and you didn't have Cinema Snob involved. Yeah, that's the entire point.
Spider-Man.
Yeah, that is the point.
Oh, God damn it!
And yes, I honestly think that that one of the things that they could do to push Peter forward in his life would be to have Aunt May move on.
Yep.
Oh, I agree with that. I do agree with that, especially when you had during the post One More Day era, where she told him, "I never forgave you for leaving me alone." Well, after Ben died, it's like, bitch, he was a teenager. He basically, he was already going through his own emotional thing.
Feldy, hailing Kara, do you use Imogen Heap as a ringtone normally, or is it just for that bit? I do not use it as a ringtone normally, but that is a bit that has been going on since the early days. I can't remember where it started from, but like everybody on That Guy with the Glasses had Ooh What You Say as their ringtone, and I just have kept on doing that since then. P.S. Hello from Final Storm. Hello from Poland. It's 6 a.m. where you are. Hey! Glad you're able to hop on for the last one of the night. Well, night. It's morning for you, obviously. Yeah, I had one person say last night they were kind of sad that they were probably going to miss it because Europe, 6 hours away. Although some were hopefully able to hop on early on. Not as early on as I wanted to start.
Boy, well, this is going. We've been on so late that I have one of the guys who's been kind of harassing me. He's doing a stream currently right now, and wouldn't you know it, referencing me in it.
Of course. Midnight Court. Can always depend on you, Lewis, to give me something to watch while I play City of Heroes that stays in theme with it. Here's some post-stream dinner money. Get Vega something too. I plan to. Yeah, it is 11:10 p.m. here in Minnesota. This is also why it's the last one of the night. We're not doing the 700th as well. It's just like we're just watching through all these past adventures. Maybe someday I'll do one where I do the 700th as well.
Hey, maybe we can do that for the 800th. Just do all the first 8.
Hello and welcome to Atop the Fourth Wall, where bad comics burn. It's phenomenal to be
A
celebrating
12-hour
600
stream.
episodes of this show. And of
Make
course,
it
it's
stop.
important for major milestones.
And the funny thing is, you were saying how you didn't want to do the 700, so you wanted to keep it to 8 hours.
Exactly. Which we've gone a little bit past that, partially for a few reasons, but I figured it would go a little bit longer. We still have like around 200 viewers, which really impresses me.
This show is, in the end, about bad comics. Therefore, we're going to
5
talk
a.m.
about
here,
bad
9/11 here.
Some no doubt have wondered why the
Just
hell it
after
took so
midnight
long.
here.
Aaron Wells, imagine if we ever get to 1,000 episodes. I'm planning on it. I know what I'm doing for the 1,000th episode. It's big. It's a big plan. I'm taking the entire month off to do the 1,000th.
Between Patreon-sponsored episodes,
Because that'll probably be multiple hours for what I have planned for that.
Single issues, events, comics month, and just.
All right, if I'm gonna be quiet, or if I feel like I'm getting tense, you want to know why I get annoyed with this one guy who's mocking me? He's a guy who feels like if you're autistic, you're have a mental disability.
Leave it be, man. Those kind of people are thrive on attention. They want to upset you. They want to do crap to you. You just gotta let it go. You are living your best life right now. They have to denigrate other people to feel good about themselves.
Agreed. The only thing I'm afraid of is there seems to be some hints he might have a dox on one of my friends, so I'm trying to make sure. That's why I'm keeping an eye on it, just to make sure he does or doesn't.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's what's got me terrified.
Oh, I'm also on the spectrum.
Creating a new dynamic with her instead of
I could be. I have absolutely no idea. Probably not, though.
I didn't even find out I was on the spectrum until I was an adult. I got tested several years. Went to go because I've always been a bit off, as my family likes to put it. Like I'm the weird one.
Yep.
For the 1,000th, would it involve a Joe Quesada comic? I ain't saying a damn thing.
Versus One More Day, which was more interested in resetting the status quo to a state that the audience had.
I'm leaving it a surprise. I like having the 100th episodes be a surprise. Because I like seeing people speculate about it. I like seeing them guess. I like people just having a fun time, and then the exultation of either them getting it right, or just them being like, well, this isn't what I wanted, but it's still really damn cool.
I think you already had done a unproduced script that was made into a comic with Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash.
Yep.
Other stories exist because
That was a fun one. 1,000 is going to be Doomsday Clock. You'll see. Probably not. Maybe. I don't know. I ain't telling you.
All I gotta say is, if you ever do, if you ever do Onslaught, please let me do a cameo.
As for Doomsday Clock, all I'm saying is that Jimmy has fancy plans and pants to match.
Who Jimmy?
It's a reference to news radio. Jimmy James is a rich guy who owns the radio station. He wrote a book about you know being a rich guy and all that jazz. But the book was unsuccessful in America, so he had it translated into Japanese, where it was a big hit. And then he's like, well, if it's a big hit here, I'll just translate it back into English and re-release it. But he didn't have any kind of adaptation work done to it, because translation is not just doing word for word. So it was translated back into English without any kind of adaptation work done to it, and or localization. So he's reading from it. I had a small hut on Wall Street where I practiced my dung. Jimmy has fear? 1,000 times no. Soon the Super Karate Monkey Death Car would park in my space. But Jimmy has fancy plans. And pants to match.
But people remember it and not fondly. And
News Radio is a great show.
That, like I said, editorial mandate made an
Did I lose you guys?
bad idea.
Nope, still here.
Okay, because it's like you all got quiet over that.
Wince-inducing for a number of reasons, which of course.
All right, I'm still wide awake. Believe it or not, I'm always a night owl.
Yeah, I recommend looking up that episode because it is hilarious, and like Jimmy has this crowd like who comes out for the book signing, and then just slowly everyone just drifting off until there's one like super fan who asks questions like, "What did you mean when you said the FCC? I would make them my clown."
Is generic as all
Danny Fenlon, Johnny Tightlips, What's in Cars 1000th episode. I don't know nothing.
Good start to your
I ain't saying nothing. You can't make me say anything.
Really gets you pumped for this. Also, I know it's traditional.
Have you ever reviewed any Disney comics? I did a Darkwing Duck one for a Patreon sponsored review. I've done a few Disney ones for Long Box of the Damned. Good. Now, see, I'm a real streamer person now. I'm showing my feet.
Shockingly enough, for a Spider-Man book,
Well, technically, when you do Marvel, ever since the buyout, you've technically been doing Disney comics.
Technically, yeah.
Cats always lie. An accurate statement, and I have two girls.
Cats always lie.
That.
And yeah, just like, oh, look at Starfire. She's so cute.
The thing is, this whole story wasn't a good story to begin with.
I said, why?
I cannot understand why they thought this was a good idea.
Like, even the original idea I didn't think was that great either. It's just like, why would you want to salvage this? This just seems like bad on all fronts.
Stop acting.
How do you feel about the Discovery merger? I think it's been really terrible so far, and it's only going to get worse. What about Garfield? Does he lie? He especially lies. This was the start of my boat! And this is the first time I used the Waterworld. My boat.
You've got two people on the dance floor. At one end, you've got Fred Astaire. At the other end, a guy who just got out of
Kitty Starfire's best interview. Yes, he is.
So far, he's at the top that he doesn't know how to fail anywhere else, so he's just continuing to fail.
Calling it now, 1,000th episode. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I just think that David Zaslav failed all the way up to the top, and now he has nowhere else to fail to, and he's still failing.
Yep.
Stop trying to act. Just
calling it now, 1,000th episode is a hot tub stream. Maybe. I don't know.
The truth is, I've been standing up.
One RHBS fan, I care more about the 800th. Well, yeah, because it's coming up sooner. Jonathan Fuentes, her acting coach looks like Robert De Niro. Something that a lot of people pointed out, which apparently is a common thing for the artist. I'm suddenly blanking on his name. Like, he would often put, like, real actors into real celebrity actors and whatnot into, like, side character roles.
And how much I love him.
Tev, yeah, I agree. I also miss Peter and Mary Jane as a married couple.
I hate One More Day. So all you did was tell the truth about
a nautical vessel that is in my legal possession.
Yes, that's all you ever have to do, Mary Jane. Just take the stage.
Like someone like when because I didn't have a copy of Waterworld when I first got it. I got the clip off of YouTube. The descriptor.
Thank you for that.
The descriptor for it was, A man expresses his deep-seated sadness over the loss of his nautical vessel.
Classes, MJ.
My boat.
Suggested looking to your own life to help you bring about
1,000 episodes is a musical. Maybe it is. I don't know.
To be or not to be.
Tommy Wiseau's acting commercial. I love that.
Yeah, there's certain acting that requires you to just project emotional honesty, but at the same time, sometimes it's kind of hard to speak the truth. When the thing
So where I first learned about my boat, because I've never actually seen Waterworld in its entirety, there is in Mystery Science Theater 3000, there's an episode where like one of the lead actors is just really bad. Like I think his name is Lance Fuller. He is not acting. He's just reciting lines. And so for one of the host segments, Mike is learning from his technique, the Fuller method, called Do Not Act. Where it's like, okay, we're going to recite some of these famous lines, but try to do them as Lance Fuller would. So, like, here's Schindler's List. Try to do that. Like I could have saved more people. I could have done more. No, it's a little too much emotion. Try to listen to what Lance says here. Do not at any point listen to the other actors. Just wait for them to stop talking. And then it's like okay, like as they do this back and forth, trying to get him to perfect the method, we go. He's like, okay, this is the like let's do Waterworld. You're Kevin Costner. You just saw your precious catamaran sink into the ocean, and my boat. Yes, perfect, great.
In the play itself, as opposed to pretentious acting lessons. Anyway, Mary Jane gets the part.
All the past villains return for revenge in the 1000th episode. Maybe, I don't know.
That she got it. There are a lot of heavy shadows.
Jimmy has fancy plans and pants to match.
But it's not. We're about to get some. But not during
and at a Spider-Man panel at C2E2, someone asked the whole audience they wanted, and there was a massive applause. Cebulski responded by repeating that Marvel isn't interested in it, or whatever. Yeah. That's the thing. A lot of the creators do not want this to happen because they don't find Mary Jane's relationship interesting with him. Because even though they're married themselves, they should know very well how much drama can still happen in marriages. They want the they want the relation. They want the escapism of young teenage Peter Parker. Obviously, they can't de-age him at this point, but they want him to be free to do dating crap.
Except they could do that if they just had Peter Parker and MJ be in a poly or open marriage.
Yeah, which would be fine, but like they don't want to be that progressive because they're probably not that progressive themselves. Cy Renfield, if the Venture Brothers and Metalocalypse movies get canceled because of Zaslav, villain origin story right here. Especially the latter, considering we've been waiting in 10 years for this. J.R.K. Pectus, are you a fan of Nathan Fielder? I love his stuff. I feel like I've heard the name before, but I'm not familiar with it.
Name does not ring a bell.
Nathan Fielder.
The message was written from Europe.
Oh yeah, he's an actor, comedian. I don't think I've ever actually seen anything he's been in. I recognize the face, but I've never actually seen anything he's in.
Let me look, see if I've seen anything with him in it.
And yeah, and this storyline is probably the most laid back of all the ones I've done, where it's just like no one wants to be a part of this story. No one wants to do a parody of this because it's just gross and icky.
I have seen absolutely nothing he's been in.
But he was away in Canada for a few weeks for the Bugle, and she didn't have a number for him.
Sir Liv, 1000th episode, Baffa reviews the manga guide to databases. There you go, you guessed it.
Dear Linkara.
You read it wrong, though. It's 10 King years.
Exactly.
Sorry, I've never seen Metalocalypse.
But I needed some time to think things over.
Tava Smallco, why not have Miles Morales be the main Spider-Man? Because they grew up with Peter Parker.
Yep.
Here's the thing, you could have Peter Parker be the adult Spider-Man that's married and having a kid and family, doing all the...
But we can't age up Peter Parker.
He's literally 2 years younger.
We can't age up Peter Parker.
He is 2 years younger than Sue.
Look, Eliza. You can't age up Peter Parker. GRK Pectus. I heard the only reason the WB morons can cancel so many things for taxes is because they're technically a new company. They're screwed next year. Yeah, especially because no one wants to work with them after this debacle.
Yeah.
God.
Dr. Mitch, hey Linkara, I know it wasn't intentional, but thanks for giving me something to watch after a long closing shift. I don't know what else to say here. Lewis has fancy plans and a hat to match. There you go. Thank you for the very kind words. I'm glad I was able to give you something to watch.
But,
and yeah, SF Debris cameo, because SF Debris is also a Spider-Man fan. He hated One More Day just as much as me. So he was like, oh yeah, I don't want to be a part of this. Yeah.
Several months she's supposedly in Europe, except the timeline here.
And the funny thing is, yeah, I think that was like the there was a joke in there, like he was like, what are you gonna do? Have Lupa be the love child of me and Angry Joe or something? What the hell was this? It was like, I think I do a callback to that later. It was like you had me as the love child of SF Debris and Angry Joe. Like that was exactly what I was gonna do.
To be honest, if I had known you back then and you had tried to ask me to do a cameo on, I probably would have said no.
The one thing I would say though about when it comes to people wanting to keep Peter young is that, well, why would they just go? Why do they always want to go as far as when Stan left, meaning once Peter was in college? By their logic, they should put him back in high school. Put him back in college.
Get ready for Tales of the Zombie.
The reason why I have a huge problem with it is because he is literally 2 years younger than Susan Storm.
Yup. Jeremy Adler, it says something when adaptations of Spidey comics are often more popular and well-loved than the actual Spidey comics. Yep, well, it's bound to happen, when a series runs for as long as it has. Spidey has had, like, what, 700 issues now of Amazing Spider-Man, and not
900. 900.
Yeah.
What was that?
They reached 900.
Oh, they reached 900. Wow. See, they're gonna reach 1,000 in the next 10 years.
Well, technically, they're adding that up and somehow doing their skew number thing and doing Amazing 1,000, even though Amazing Fantasy 1,000, when we know that's not true.
Just wait, Marvel. You can wait a few years for your 1,000 thing. I know DC got there first, but it'll happen too. Just be patient.
I mean, I think the Deadpool thing was a joke if they started counting backwards from it.
Here's the really stupid thing. They're saying if Amazing Fantasy had continued this entire time, it would be at issue 1,000. Which technically they're not wrong, but here's the thing.
They didn't. But
exactly.
It didn't.
Green Goblin holding a very conscious Gwen Stacy by the coat over the bridge.
Issue 900 came out last month, yeah.
Amazing Fantasy would be at 1,000 now if it had to have that many issues, it had continuous issues.
Just be patient. You'll be around anyway, because let's face it, no one leaves the comic industry unless they die. The same people are still around, which is one of the reasons why everything has gone to hell.
Like I said, they need new writers in there. They need new writers.
I gotta say, when you open, going back to the start of this episode, I just love the whole, like, sins past. Oh, God!
Saxon Myers, like when DC did DC 1 million. No, that one actually makes sense because as they said, 1 millionth issue would be like in the 853rd century or whatever.
Yeah, that was the whole point. It was a joke.
I wouldn't even call it a joke. It was just like a like okay, let's let's imagine like if the story continued into the far future and have some fun with that. Because let's face it, no one's gonna be alive. No one's probably gonna care in a million years.
Yeah.
Hey, Lewis, I gotta ask now. Obviously, there have been a lot more factors into it, but I know you almost could have been the voice of Superman in Death Battle.
No, I remember it being Death Battle. It's possible I remember wrong, but yeah, that's what I recall it being.
It was Death Battle. Do you recall what voice you would have done for Superman?
I probably would have done just my standard, very heroic, serious voice like this, I would imagine.
Okay. Because I love what they did, and I love how they actually put it to rest, even though a lot of people won't do it.
Yeah, I greatly regretted not doing that. I mean, I was really super busy at the time, but like, man, that video got like 1 billion views.
The really funny thing is that one time, I know Toriyama has says different things every single time you ask him the same question, but at least one time when somebody asked him, if you think Superman would Goku would be Superman, he said no.
And you know what the answer? And you know the reason why the real answer to that question is? The real answer is no, because they would shake hands and go out for lunch together.
Yes, that's essentially what Toriyama said. No, because they wouldn't fight.
Yep. But also, let's be honest, the big thing, and that's one thing Death Battle showed us, that a lot of the anime stuff are implied or hard to determine feats, whereas Superman has actual feats you can measure.
Yep.
Yeah.
E. Richie's Pop Culture Collection, congrats on the 700th episode. Enjoy watching it last night. So you're looking forward to the new era of Doctor Who and thoughts on the 13th Doctor / Chris Chibnall era. Yeah, I am looking forward to it. I'm really curious to see what RTD plans to do with it now that he's back, because we never had a showrunner really return in this capacity. So overall, I think the Chibnall era is overall okay. I don't like the creative decisions he made concerning the Timeless Child. And people will say, well, no, it's giving answers to questions. No, it just raised a bunch of new questions. And that's right, it's the other way around. They said that it doesn't actually answer things, so there's new questions, but it still gives a definitive answer about who the Doctor is, and their history. I prefer implied things about their history versus having any kind of solid details and facts. Like we know she attended the Time Lord Academy. We know she, had some old friends. We know she knew the Master, when they were younger and in the Academy. But a lot of details are just kind of lost. We don't know anything about like relationships or anything like that. And the retcons about what the Doctor was doing for a while, or all the regeneration stuff, like it's contradictory to some of the lore we already have. I don't like the idea that all the Morbius Doctors are canon. I think that's a bad idea. I always just figured those were Morbius's regenerations.
I personally feel like what could have worked is, what if the Timeless Child was the Master?
Actually, I have a better.
I'm not fond of that either. Honestly,
I have the much better answer for who the Timeless Child should have been. Susan.
Yeah, that could have worked too.
I don't know how I feel about that either, but that would be better. That would be better.
That would have been the better option. Better than the Master, better than the Doctor, have it be Susan.
You know what? I could kind of get behind that.
The Doctor finds out that they were doing these experiments on Susan, and that's the reason why he takes her in.
Tavis Malska, who's Susan?
Granddaughter.
Susan is the Doctor's granddaughter from the first Doctor era, because when the first Doctor premiered, he traveled around. His companion was his granddaughter. D. Gilvid's, I'm sorry, the what Doctor? Oh, that's right. Okay, so long before the living vampire, there is a Time Lord villain called Morbius, and premiered in a fourth Doctor story called The Brain of Morbius, where it's an homage to Frankenstein. The Doctor fights him on like a mental plane battle, and we see a bunch of faces appearing on a screen after showing off the Doctor's previous regenerations in the faces thing. And there was this fan theory that there were other regenerations before the first Doctor. Now that was never confirmed by people by the BBC beforehand, but the theory was, the prevailing logic was, well, those are just Morbius's other regenerations, but the Timeless Child revelation actually revealed, no, those are all past Doctor regenerations. Who are Susan's parents? Good question. We don't know. We just know the Doctor was a father, and was confirmed in the new in the new series. I say new series; it's been around for like 15 years now.
And even now, Matt Smith says, I came around here with my granddaughter, and I love. Was it Clara was there at the time, and she's stunned, like, wait, what?
Yeah, because she hadn't seen him regenerate.
Oh yeah.
Here's the thing, though. I honestly say that even if she is, they could have used the Timeless Child to either eat the reason why I say that Susan could still work for being the Timeless Child is just because he's a parent and if Susan's his granddaughter doesn't mean that Susan is the child of whoever his children were. Susan could have been adopted, or could have just been another.
But yeah, overall, I think Chibnall's era has been pretty good. Not great. My big thing, I keep bringing this up, I hate the music of this era. I think it's wallpaper sound. I think it's not interesting. I think the best tracks have been anytime they call back to the Murray Gold score. And apparently they're switching out composers for the show, which I think is good. I don't have anything personally against them, but this music has sucked.
Oh yeah.
I will just say this. I think Council of Geeks, a YouTuber I follow, put it best about his issue with the Timeless Child is, the Doctor was always just a normal Time Lord.
Yeah.
He was always a normal.
And knew who has been really fond of trying to make the Doctor special and super important and like the most powerful person in the universe, when it's always been better when they've just been a very clever person.
Now, I will say I could see it. His actions led to that happening, which is fine because that was stuff he kind of did on his own. What the Timeless Child does, though, is it had to be his past. He was always special, not from his own actions after he left, but from before he ever even existed. Was the chosen one. That's why I feel the Master would make way more sense because, well, one, it would always, and there's just so much about the Master that would make more sense for them to be the Timeless Child and why they hate the other Time Lords.
Danny Fenlon, I'm waiting. Favorite grandpa in fiction, mine is Max Tennyson.
Max Tennyson's a good choice for favorite grandpa.
Favorite grandpa in fiction.
I should
I would go with the joke answer and say Uncle Grandpa.
Now we realize
Uncle Grandpa. That is a tough one.
It's one of those things I've never really thought about before.
That is a tough one.
Jeremy Adler, just so you know, Council of Geeks goes by her, they pronouns.
Yeah.
Spidey falls unconscious. He gets a flashback to the opening events of the
let's see. I would honestly say that I think
Gwen and Mary Jane had been in Norman Osborn's place.
Abe Simpson's a good one. Wilfred Mott. Yuki's grandpa.
Will.
Oh, Grandpa Phil from Hey Arnold.
I would go with Will from Doctor Who.
Yep, these are all good answers.
Grandpa Lou from Rugrats.
Colonel of Monsters has the worst theme. Yeah, I really do not like the Colonel of that weird one-off Third Doctor theme song. The Third Doctor era is very odd when it comes to music. They have great plots and great writing, but the music is just really goofy.
Yes, I will agree with you there.
Are you aware that Devious fan series has actually been coming together lately the past few years?
Say again?
That Doctor Who Devious series, the one that actually has John Pertwee appear at the very end, that fan series actually has been chugging along lately.
Nice.
We might actually finally see properly that additional regeneration.
From 2 into 3?
2.5 into 3.
2.5 into 3, right, yeah. And I'm hoping that the Ruth Doctor is going to turn out to be not actually the Doctor, but maybe like the Doctor's personality planted on her. I like Ruth as a previous incarnation. I don't even mind that part. I think she would have been great as Doctor 2.5. It looked like when they were first setting this up, they were going to reveal season 6B was what happened. But I would prefer we just I prefer we retcon the Timeless Child stuff away, which I'm not going to get like obsessively mad about it like some people would. I don't like it, but the thing about Doctor Who is every showrunner comes along and changes stuff they don't like.
Yep, I will say this about Russell T. Davies. One of my problem with him is he had too much stuff said on present-day Earth. Way too much happening on present-day Earth, to the point where you had to have Moffat do the crack to have people erase some of the events that happened.
That way, this stream is still going? Yes! I said I'm doing all the 100th episodes! Why would I stop?
Where do you stand on that? Was RTD doing that?
I think it works well for certain kinds of stories, and especially the Ninth Doctor era, where it was he was still recovering from the Time War and stuff like that, where it was a comfort thing. But yeah, it's good to get away from that, just because there's only so much you can do with present-day Earth. I forgot to take out the disclaimer because Part 2 had a disclaimer about talking about all the sex in the comic.
Yep. Oh, Saxon Myers. I wonder if they'll bring back the Valeyard back. That's been handled in Big Finish.
Yeah, but the canonicity of Big Finish is always in question. Even if we confirmed Eighth Doctor companions, which I love, thank you so much for that, Doctor. But even then, canonicity of audio drama stuff has always been kind of.
Yeah, but at least Moffat respected him. That's the one thing with Chibnall. Like I said, was the recent stuff told that Chibnall didn't even give a care.
Which he doesn't have to. None of them have to give a crap about it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, here's the thing. I don't have that much of a problem with the Doctor doing a lot of stuff on Earth because the Third Doctor did a lot of stuff on Earth and proved that it can work if you have the Doctor do this stuff on Earth in secret. The problem with the Davies era is that
it was loud. It was loud about changing dynamics on Earth.
Yes. When the Third Doctor does it, it's always behind the scene with the veneer of unit. When Tennant did it, it was loud and in your face with all the subtlety of a giant drum.
By the way, just FYI, the center of the planet is a spider.
But I have to respect you because that's what I do. I keep people.
Also,
and we drained the River Thames.
I grew to hate Rose throughout the Davies era.
Again, a lot of times, just sometimes, I didn't mind Rose as much as other people, but a big problem is just that sometimes companions wear out their welcome.
Here's the thing that really ruined her for me was her ending, where the Doctor says, "Hey, I know you love me, but here's a copy of me that has one of the experiences with you that I have, but here's your consolation prize," and she accepts it.
Yep. I mean, to be fair, the Meta Crisis Doctor has all of his memories, so it's essentially a copy of him.
Yeah,
so it's like if it was him with her.
He also then has the emotional state of him when he was the Ninth Doctor.
That he actually doesn't know.
Yeah, like freshly regenerated.
Now there was actually a tease in a comic that the Meta Crisis Doctor could have been the Valyard, but it was just a hallucination.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna. That's the Forgotten. I'm probably gonna do that for the 60th anniversary thing. JRK Pectus, congrats on 700. Have you read Peter David's Captain Marvel? It came out when I was so sick of everything at Marvel being gritty. It brought back comic book insanity. Yeah, I should do that at some point because if I recall correctly, there's Chieri. There's my other kitty.
Yep, it was part of that whole thing with
you choose it what Marvel was up against.
Now, do you also plan on doing? Do you ever plan on doing the Ultimate Adventures, which was the other book?
Yet somehow got roped into it. Yeah, I will probably do that.
It was basically what they were giving the Ultimate Universe their own Batman and Robin subversion.
That was so weird and so unnecessary.
And does not fit at all to the point where they didn't even consider it canon in the Ultimate Universe.
Yep. Final Storm. Yo, I've never seen Doctor Who. Could you tell me what it's about overall? Doctor Who is about a time-traveling alien who moves through time and space and has adventures, usually saving people, helping people. The Doctor, as part of his species, has the ability to, when he dies, to regenerate into a new body. So his entire body changes, his personality changes, hence how we have different actors playing the same role over the past 50, 60 years.
And that is one of the best excuses to allow a casting change ever.
Yep, the Doctor travels through time and space in a box that is called a TARDIS, which is bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. It's it's like a magic box that you can go in and travel anywhere in time and space. It's the greatest storytelling engine anywhere because a Doctor Who story can literally be anywhere, anytime. How does regeneration actually work? Seriously, it's even acted out as a Deus Ex Machina. That's the new series. They do too much with using regeneration as a Deus Ex Machina.
Basically, it's a every cell of them is recreated.
Like, it uses energy to recreate and reposition it to heal them, but also reorder the body in order to accommodate the changes. And usually this results in a lot of chaos for the Doctor as soon as they regenerated because their brain hasn't really stabilized yet.
I did like how indirectly either Davis or Moffat, Davis did, once he got the 10th Doctor, he indirectly gave an explanation to why Romana kept on going through the forms, because people kept thinking like, oh, she's wasting regenerations. No. when they're in the regeneration form, they're perfectly malleable until they solidify.
That's the thing. That's the thing that's always been kind of implied. And I want to say that there was a piece of media that explained it once. That basically the Doctor is not really unique, but basically the Doctor only regenerates when he is actually died, because it's always traumatizing death. He never chooses to regenerate. If he actually chose to regenerate and like did it naturally like he should, he would have more control over his appearance. But because it always happens like traumatically, like he falls from a great height, he's shot, etc., etc., it always results in such radical changes in appearance that he has no power over. Old Doctor Who RPG. You know, that makes sense because I remember reading an old Doctor Who RPG book, so that probably makes sense.
They also mentioned it in an issue of Marvel Age as well. Issue of the Doctor Who.
We got a Vega.
That I could just be talking out of my ass here. One of the reasons.
Hello.
Is it challenge time?
Oh, I wasn't planning on doing a challenge.
But the chat is asking, is it challenge time?
Well, I guess I could make a challenge. I'm about to make egg miso soup.
As some kind of saintly, innocent,
I'm about to make you try it.
angel.
You never even had it.
It's
just egg miso. You never tried it.
Beyblade.
It uses chicken as a base.
To hold as it is, that
I'm about to make it, and that's the challenge. You're gonna eat it. You're
Ah.
gonna try it.
Vega, make Lewis to a hot tub stream.
And how they depict Gwen
I
in
want
the
a hot
story,
tub in the house.
and grosser
We don't have
still
hot tub
by
money, or else
sentiments
I'd be like,
expressed
yes,
by our
we'll
old
totally make a
pal
hot tub stream.
Joe Quesada. I have softened on
I guess I could
Quesada
just
in
grab the
recent
hose and
years
you could just
because
put on
of
your
my
swim
growing
shorts.
distaste for fan entitlement and the resulting toxic behavior
Anyway, I'm about to make
exhibited by
dinner and then
fans
make you
of
try
any
some
given
of it.
property.
I'm gonna hate it.
Yeah.
We wrote Beyblade on the whiteboard. You can't see it, but we just like one night we were just
really
making Beyblade into a verb.
I don't know.
I'm gonna Beyblade your face.
Neither of us was even high. That was just a weird night. So we just added Beyblade to everything, including the sexy shit. So.
Oh yeah, we're gonna Beyblade hard.
Oh man, I'm gonna Beyblade you so much. And it just got out of hand. So on Twitter I put, all right everybody, put Beyblade in lieu of naughty words.
Which, by the way, is so appropriate considering on the 600th episode we're at the point where we're learning about Gwen Stacy sleeping with Norman Osborn.
Alright, so new challenge. Replace every other verb you say now with Beyblade.
How can I Beyblade that?
Peter and Gwen were adults in
also,
college
tax.
You want me to Beyblade her?
Yes.
They bang.
Beyblade here. Replacing every verb is hard.
Outdated weirdo
Beyblading
cares if the two
every
were married
verb
before they had
yes,
sex?
It is.
Why even assume they were having unprotected sex?
Okay, that is actually one thing I do not buy about what they say about Peter and Gwen, that they never
had sex together. Yeah, I don't buy that for 1 minute.
That's again.
Now, to be fair, people brought up the right point that some people are not necessarily will choose to not have sex and not necessarily do that in their relationship. That there is that they choose to do that. And it's the kind of thing they would choose to do. And there's nothing wrong with people doing that. I don't buy that Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy are those people.
That's what I'm saying too.
Exactly.
Like, holy crap.
Especially Gwen at this point. Because again, so much of this, and that's one thing I kind of wonder about GMS. Was he trying to get rid of the whole sainted Gwen thing that was going on? Because, let's be honest, there were some people who purified Gwen like she was the perfect girl for Peter, when it's like, she wasn't that either.
Matt Wade, Gwen was a teenager when she died, right? I think she was like 19 or 20. I don't remember her exact age. But she was but it was college.
They met in college.
They were 21, yeah.
because she drank alcohol and she just said that she doesn't believe in underage drinking, so which means she had to have been 21.
Yep, I do not buy for a second that they are the kind of people who would wait.
Yeah, it's definitely not these two, and we already know that Peter and Felicia bang, so what? Is Joe Casar trying to say that his first one was either MJ or Felicia?
No, we all know that Gwen would totally have done that. We all know that Peter would totally have done that. But they kept, during the 90s, especially during the 90s, they kept on trying to sanctify Gwen.
That's what I said, yeah, they did, and that's the one downside with Spider-Man Blue. That was the epitome of sainted Gwen.
Yeah. GRK Pectus, did you hear about a recent comic that referenced Sin's Past where Norman was able to identify Spider-Gwen by her smell? Yeah, that was creepy and gross and unnecessary, and no one needed to bring that up.
Yeah, then of course, that makes the stuff that Nick Spencer undone even more weirder, because, like, well, then technically that should be made false.
You smell like a fishbowl.
Oh, and by the way, Harry is definitely dead now.
Also, do people forget about Liz Allen?
Yeah. Well, to be fair, she and Peter never had a straight full-on relationship. That was Betty. That was his first main girl.
Did he do anything with Betty?
Yeah, Betty. That's the bigger question. Now, Betty, I could see them maybe not, because Betty had enough shit in her life going on as it is.
I feel like Betty was older than him, too.
Yeah, by a few years.
She was in her early 20s while he was like 18, 19.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, they never actually went on a full date because things kept on getting in the way.
Sir Liv, congrats on 700 episodes. Your show taught me everything I know about comic books. I'm so sorry. Now get ready to Beyblade your wife's sewing machine.
Sewing machine!
Sewing machine! Is that what we're canonizing? What sewing machine means now?
Anyway, she tells the whole
sewing machine.
Oh me, oh my, oh me.
Hey, by the way, Lou, did you ever check out my video I did a while back on your on that one comic that was what was it? The one comic that was on your Atop the Fourth Wall movie DVD.
Blood Gun.
The Blood Gun. Did you ever check out my review on that?
I did not. I'm sorry.
It's all right. It's all right.
Yeah, Blood Gun I made specifically for the movie because I needed a prop for it, and so I did like a review of it, but it was all completely in character because the whole thing is fiction. Made up by Benjamin J. Colon, I think, was the one who did it, because he also did Revolution of the Mask during the brief time I was trying to do that.
Yep. And I love the end. I just love the ending. Like, made by ideas by Lewis Love. Wait, what?
Yep. Dashiell Milner. Wow, still going. Yep. This is the last one we're doing, but there's still another, I think, half an hour to 40 minutes left in the 600th episode.
I just tossed the link to that Blood Gun video right in the chat. So
go right ahead. I ain't gonna stop you. Mods are allowed to self-promote because you're doing me a favor by being here.
Yep.
If that's what sewing machines means, I don't want to know about Kleenex.
And all that. So him being all, no, I have to worry about getting these.
I know we will see the gun with you.
Kind of feels like ball crap when that's not what was
gun.
Someday gun will be a reality.
Only half remembered the story.
Yeah, it turns out, Harry was always dead. He was never resurrected and was a clone all along.
Captain Avenger 1993, are you gonna Beyblade the McDonald's after the stream? Totally.
Gwen says that she's never going to let Norman raise the twins.
Norman and Gwen Stacy having kids makes no sense. No, it does not. This story is stupid. And at some point, probably during the 20th anniversary celebrations, I will do Sins Remembered, which was someone else following up on this and doing more with the kids. And it's just like, why? Why would you want to do more with this? Pretend it never happened. Just forget about it. Why would you do this?
Yeah, the artist was Sarah Barnes, and I don't know what else she's done.
I can look it up, but like, just like I don't blame anyone, like, who does work on it if they wanted to do it, but just like, why would you want to? I don't get it.
The only other thing she did was the Dr. Spectrum miniseries. That was it.
Was that any good? More like Sin's Best Forgotten.
Yeah. But yeah, it looked like Peter was starting to fall for his own daughter. What?
Yeah, because he's attracted to her while he's still married to MJ. It's just weird, just so bad. It's a weird love triangle thing. It's just a bad thing.
But at least you can't blame JMS for that one.
Yeah, that ain't JMS's. He didn't even want it. He wanted to erase this.
Yep.
When he did One More Day, he wanted, can I erase this and make this never have happened? And they were like, nope.
The funny thing is, though, Nick Spencer's thing pretty much did what JMS wanted, and that was the one
to be fair.
To be fair.
Different creators in charge, different editors, different people who make these calls, and everyone keeps saying Nick Spencer wanted to do One More Day, so
I don't believe it.
So Sins Past is just them throwing him a bone.
Yeah, but I think, and now who knows what he would have done if he hadn't gotten that Substack deal and left early.
Will you ever do the storyline where Ben Reilly died? Yes, eventually.
Are you going to be doing it through the trade, since that's technically a director's cut version?
Really?
Oh yeah, there's some added scenes in there, added artwork, and added like a fight between Ben and Norman.
I should look that. I did not know that. I like all of my scans are from before there was even trades of the Clone Saga.
Well, this was the old Revelations trade. So this was before they collected the rest of the Clone Saga. This is what they did right afterwards.
Yeah, is that collected in the Ben Reilly saga books?
I don't know. I do not have those. I do have my own copy of the trade, though, and if nothing else, I'll find out which pages are which and send you screenshots of them.
Yeah, because I'd be down for that, because that would be an interesting thing to see. Like, if that enhances the story. I mean, it's not going to be that great, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
never save Ben Reilly.
Yeah, the fact that seriously, a trade is a director's cut of all things. You're like, wait, what?
Danny Fenlon, how long before they make the Rhino the one beyond all the crap Peter's life? That's the other thing. We keep having to, that's the other thing I commented on in the thread about this. We keep kind of having long, elaborate explanations for stupid things. Just like, it's always the machinations. It's me, Austin. It was me all along, Austin. Like, is it really worth it? For the 10 minutes of gloating that it was all your plan to do all these convoluted, weird, stupid, ridiculous things, all to try to fit it together in some master plan, is you going up to him saying, ha, I did it! Really that worth it? Is it really that satisfying?
You have a bunch of cameos from people, and we decided this time.
I don't get it. I don't get why, is it really that worth it? I don't understand.
You're gonna have me appear as the love child.
How is my voice still somewhat functional after this long?
Oh, you should hear me with my voice, because I'm able to do really high voice. Like, I can do a pretty good Doofenshmirtz voice, and yet my voice never gets bad at all when I do it.
Sky Slasher, Sins Past, aka why do Spider-Man writers think Peter is supposed to be a conservative Christian?
Why don't you just
that is a good question.
I mean, you already know it's gonna be like a million.
It was me, Peter. It was me all along. The Rhino. Symbiotic toxin. Why is Norman cucking people a thing? First Peter with Gwen, then Harry with his then girlfriend. Is it a side effect of the Goblin formula? Probably, yeah.
Okay, I've actually found someone did scans of just the director's cut stuff, and the bulk of it is Ben versus Norman, then a funeral segment after the first epilogue, and then another epilogue, a bit of Peter spreading off Ben's ashes, and then yet another epilogue of Norman climbing out, saying he's done with the Goblin. Now it's up to Norman Osborn the rest of the way.
JRK Pectus, what do you think of Wonder Woman changing her figure in the CBS to match Gal? I think Wonder Woman should look like a warrior, not a model in the movies. I understand casting. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, they resembling more like the movies makes some sense if they're trying to attract new readers, because they do this sometimes with comics. But yeah, I definitely think that she should look more muscular than a lot of writers draw her. Fingleberries, on the topic of long, overly complex plans, how do you think they can resist before trying to drag Peter's parents back into the forefront? Oh yeah, they'll probably do it again. It'll be clones this time instead of robots.
I would say this about Wonder Woman, though. To be fair, when it came that with Wonder Woman, once we actually had the TV shows, when she actually started becoming more of a curvaceous figure. Beforehand, she was more petite and all that stuff. It wasn't until
it depends on who's drawing her.
Well, yeah, but Linda Carter's where she really became the bombshell afterwards, and a lot of artists have admitted they were basing her more off of Linda Carter.
I don't think I did a good job replicating Norman's stupid face here. It's like a case, you gotta be more upfront.
Now, wasn't it ever implied there was something about the goblin formulas, pheromones that did it?
It's possible, but I think what most people were saying, because she was saying like there was just this figure inside of him, this secret that made me want to be with him, which implies that.
No, we get a splash.
My boat reaction, I still love that. Rule of threes. It was like she was more attracted to the Green Goblin than to Norman, which is just worse.
Yeah. Also, I just want to say that I actually thought of a good way to bring Peter's parents back for a little bit without it having to break any canon and to make it actually a very compelling story. A pocket in time accidentally draws Peter's parents just before their death in the modern day, and Peter knows that he has to eventually send them back to face their death.
Yeah, I can see that. It's very much a Supergirl mini Happy Returns kind of thing.
Suggesting that his yell is echoing out from how loud it is. Secondly, I think it was a mistake.
The best way to retcon one more day is simply what the comic strip Spider-Man did with it. Peter wakes up the next morning and says, "Boy, that was a weird dream," and goes to eat waffles.
That works better. But screaming,
damn you and your lemonade! I added that in after the fact. That wasn't the damn you and your lemonade was not originally in the script, but I was like, I don't get to reference that very often. I should put that in.
You know what this is like? It's the Darth Vader. No.
Anyways, this is where I'm going to be dropping out for segments. I am really tired, and I haven't streamed in 7 hours.
That's fine. I think there's only about like a half hour left, if that much.
Nope. Don't worry, I'll hold down the fort.
We're almost done, people.
Mendoza! If you guys want, check out my stuff. I will be streaming tomorrow on Eliza Bar on Twitch.com. I have videos coming out soon on YouTube. More videos, I mean. I already have videos on there. You can go watch them whenever you want.
Not swept under the rug.
All right, thank you for hanging out around as long as you did, Eliza.
Yeah, I would have stuck around longer, but I really need to sleep.
Yeah, go right ahead. My sleep schedule's all over the place, so I'll be up for hours and hours. Which is good, considering I need to get back to work trying to fix my 3D printer. I have the part ordered, but much like the last time I have the part missing, I don't want to interrupt stuff. So I had to hold the piece in place with a clamp while I printed this, which will hopefully be a good temporary fix. The other one I printed off unfortunately broke because it was very fragile and not very stable. So I'll try this out after the stream and after I've eaten.
Hey, here's a question. Are there any other Black Label books you're planning on doing with Longbox?
Most likely, yes. I mean, I am doing... is Hill House part of the Black Label nowadays?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so I'm
I
definitely
say those either it's Hill House or Joe's books.
It's like that with Batman.
Yeah, I don't know what else I'm going to do. There's probably some stuff in there that I'll be covering.
Right. Hey, we got Lotus Prince back in.
Hello.
Hey, Lotus, welcome back.
Thank you.
We're in about probably that last half hour or so of this nightmare of an idea I had.
Yeah, I saw you're on the final one.
My voice, my poor throat.
All too relatable.
Matt Wade, did you do the Black Label with the Bat Dong? No, I have not. I'll probably do that eventually. I mean, I don't know what else is in that comic. I just know it's what if they just show Batman's and flaccid dick in like in a panel as he's stripping off the bat suit. I don't know why they thought that was a good idea to begin with.
The look is not good, and that leaves you.
Oh, I think Viga's back with the miso soup. All right, come on.
This is a main
I'm gonna hate it.
superhero comic book, so that's right out. Except for DC's 5G initiative.
All right, let's put this down here, and I'll try. I will have a taste. I will probably hate it. Is it? How's it cooled?
It's hot.
It's still hot. Well, I don't want to burn my tongue when I.
So that definitely will never happen. I mean, it's 13 years later, and I am still complaining about one more day.
The soup tutorial, everyone.
Part of this is because
I don't eat a lot of soup.
Like Lucy holding the football to the leadership of Charlie Brown. saying
I'm
maybe
at
this
soup.
time they'll
What do
totally
you mean you're
undo
at
one
soup?
more
I mean,
day.
I'm at soup.
What store are you in?
I'm at the soup store.
Why are you buying clothes at the soup store?
F you!
2 more people related to Peter who have tragically been cut down. Except this time, it's his children. And the last links he may ever have to Gwen Stacy and that
That's all right,
tragedy.
actually.
And I'm sorry, but I have to imagine
Yes, I will,
that
but
if
I'm
he
coming back
lost
to it.
his own
But then I'll let you
children,
get back to your food.
that would be the
I
straw
can
that
make you
broke
some
the
if you want.
camel's
I'm good
back.
right now. Was
Regardless
that
of
a
how
piece of
well
chicken
you
that I got in
knew
there too?
How
no, but
difficult
it's
it
made
would
with
be
chicken
to
stock.
separate
Ah,
himself from
so that
these
probably explains
people,
some of the taste.
especially if they come to him
Chicken
as
stock,
adults.
some mirin,
Peter Parker's
little soy
children
sauce, a
dying.
tiny bit of sesame I had
Yeah,
left,
that would be the
one
end
egg
of Spider-Man.
dripped
He
in,
would have
the egg
shirked
cooks
the
in the hot
greatest
soup.
responsibility because of his
And
powers,
all the
and he
spices
would never
and
put on the
tofu
costume
and things like
again.
that is from
And
the
that's
miso.
why
Yeah,
it
it wasn't
couldn't
bad. Very
be
nice.
him. And also
Ah,
just
told
why
you we
this
like it.
story was
Yeah,
a
well,
terrible
you know
concept
me and
from the
trying new
beginning.
things.
Well,
But
you
for
tried
whatever
something new and you
reason,
actually
maybe
liked my
JMS
cooking.
pushed to salvage
I
the
cook
story.
great and
Maybe
Lewis
the
hates
editors
it.
were intrigued by the possibilities.
Oh, this does mean I
They
technically
went
won the
through with it
challenge.
and made it
Well,
Norman
shit, you're right.
Osborn
Ah.
the father
That means I have to
instead.
reward you now.
Some say this
Crap.
is another case
I don't
of
know what to
Marvel
reward
not
you.
wanting Peter Parker to
Head
develop.
pats, I don't
But
know.
if that was the case, then Gabriel and Sarah should have
If I
been
give you
little
a head
kids
massage,
or
maybe it'll all grow
teenagers,
back.
not adults.
Oh, here's hoping.
Teens at least could have still had the accelerated aging
Anyway, I will
thing
take
and
my
be
dinner.
a little more reasonable
All right,
to
thank you so
Peter's
much.
age. Not perfect, mind you.
Well,
It is
well-
still him looking older,
I will open the
but
door
it's a
for you.
development
And
that's a
hopefully the
little
cat
more
will not come
natural
running in.
and puts him in a new kind of dynamic. I'll go over some
Cat's
other
not running
ideas later that I feel
Cat
could
came running in.
salvage this
came in.
storyline. But for
Thank you,
now,
sweetie.
yeah,
Here
conceptually,
you go.
Well-
this was a horrendous
Well,
idea.
on some
The suggestion of Norman as the
Sorry.
father is only better because it means that everyone can pretend
And I gotta
this
get the
didn't
cat out.
happen when it's all over. Which, of course, they didn't, but that's a discussion for later.
All right, there was a
Issue
super chat. If you could read that off while I'm trying to get
shows
Cheery out of here.
Spidey and Gabriel very vague
From
screen
one
hangs over
Rip
them.
span,
Terrible cover,
when
but
you
nothing.
do the unexpected history of Power Rangers for Ninja Storm, are you going to address the elephant in the room about Pua Maguzuba, Shane,
Magazuba,
aka?
yes, I plan on talking about that a little bit at the intro, which is just. Why do all these intros keep having to talk about terrible things with the actors?
Well, I'll say this. On the plus side, that guy I was saying doing that stream, turns out his big reveal and information wasn't what I thought it was at all. It's just trying to show my friends old photos and saying, oh, she still looks like that. She's catfishing people. Ugh, idiots.
Roll it, just roll the eye roll. Messick attack, $10 for Vega.
Go to
Vega,
some
they're giving you
place
$10.
like the bridge or to Gwen's grave again.
She cheered.
Assuming they've got
Nah.
around to
But yeah, like I said, I'm just rolling my eyes now. I'm like, that's your big thing.
$10 for Vega.
Easy ways to
Alright,
get their
I'm gonna buy
attention.
manga with it.
But no,
Woo.
instead
In fact,
Peter
I
calls
just got
a
into
press
Chainsaw
conference.
Man.
Yeah.
I get the hype. I'm getting more
like
Chainsaw
that.
Man.
This leads to 2 pages
Oh,
of a humorous
speaking of which, someone just brought up 5G, and when I had Dan DiDio on, he actually explained his plans for 5G, and it was all about no characters were going to die. You were going to have a bunch of new diversity characters doing it, and it would eventually, the story would eventually boil up over 5 years to where the old guard and the new heroes would be clashing with each other. And then it would eventually rewind back and revert back to normal. It was all to give 5 years of diverse heroes in charge.
Well, here's the problem with that. When in comics do we ever have something last for 5 years?
That's true. That was the plan. Obviously, and we don't know how it would have been executed, but that was his plan. And yes, he was going to do some stuff that would have been stupid, like it was going to have. He wanted to have Damian become the new race, and that he and John Kent would have a Magneto Xavier type of relationship going on.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about any of that. I don't think it would be that great, but yeah, interesting plans, but I don't know how good it would be. JRK Pectix, how has there not been a what if Peter was born a mutant and joined the X-Men, and what if you want to see DC included? Did you see Sandman? Any what ifs you want to see DC?
The news van that followed.
Nothing off the top of my head. Did you see Sandman? Yes, I did. I still haven't finished it yet. I haven't watched from the Dollhouse onward yet. But I will eventually.
We got.
It's in the initial arc because that's
Hello there.
probably my favorite bunch of Sandman stuff.
Who do we have that just joined?
We just have Greg M. Cypher joining us. Greg, how are you doing?
So tired and melty.
Well, good news. Well, we're only going to stick around for another 20, 30 minutes or so as we finish up the 600th episode.
Yeesh, your longevity impresses.
My longevity is making me feel my age.
Norman trained them
Yeah,
and
right.
told them all about him. You are my living
Yeah, right now we have the reveal of Norman Osborn's evil plan of raising his and Gwen's kids to kill Spider-Man because everything is a convoluted plan. We were talking about this earlier, like the villains can't help themselves. They just gotta have convoluted plans everywhere.
It's got to be a soap opera on top of.
Well, yeah, like what kills me is it's like not even the fact that it's a convoluted plan, but like, don't you have a life outside of Spider-Man?
No, this is all they've got.
No, I want to turn Spider-Man into dinosaurs. Wait.
Yeah, like they must realize that they are not the protagonists of their own story. Like it's Spider-Man's world, and you're just living in it.
Cherry6759, I never noticed how long the episodes were. I watched them on 2x speed full. That's fine. Cherry, I actually recognize the name. Cherry6759 has been watching through like the entire catalog of episodes and commenting on them all, and it's always fun when someone is watching all this stuff for the first time. Because of course, 700 episodes, there's a lot, and it's like they remind me of stuff that was happening at the time that I didn't remember. It's just so fun. So thank you for joining us on the stream tonight.
Or like that one comment you said on this old episode that you like have no memory of, like, oh yeah, that was a thing.
Remember, Norman was the mastermind behind several years worth of Clone Saga stories. Yeah, and you know what? It's this weird problem I've been having with Clone Saga stories at times, because when I'm narrating all this stuff to the audience, it feels like sometimes like, dude, how much do I say, like, for their own dramatic purposes of them knowing or not knowing how this story goes? How much should I tell them? Like, should I tell them what Judas Traveler's actual deal is, or should I just let that happen naturally? Should I keep saying, I think I did reveal already that Norman is the one behind the Clone Saga, but like, how much do I say with that, or should I just say it'll make sense, or like it'll be explained later, etc., etc.?
It'll be explained, but it might not make sense.
Yes. Thingleberries, when do we learn that the Mephisto in One More Day was secretly the chameleon the entire time wearing rubber masks? You know what? I'd be down for that. Why not? Why not at this point? Everything is just, every major event in Peter's life is just some other villain wearing a mask or a wig.
It should be Gene Parmesan. Pull off the mask and it's Gene Parmesan.
Here's a different question. What about what's your thoughts on Teresa Parker?
She's Peter's long-lost sister, right?
Yep, and they keep going back and forth, and it seems lately now she's just embracing, I don't need proof, I am your sister.
Yeah, I don't mind that as much. I think that would be that's a kind of a cool thing, but like I've read nothing featuring her, so I know nothing about what's going on. She's probably a robot.
Yeah, well, I will also say this. I personally feel whenever people say, like, oh, he's married to a, not relatable because he's married to a supermodel. One, look at who Kevin Smith is married to and then talk to me.
Do you really think that people don't get married to attractive people?
That, and the other thing is, his parents were secret agents. He's not a guy you can relate to already.
Excuse me, I think we learned in Trouble that his parents were actually just really horny teenagers.
However, Norman didn't describe what
oh, no, that's just the ultimate version.
God, Trouble sucked.
And it's two goblin suits. Gabe's reaction is...
I think if I do one of these watch streams again, I'll probably just like put on just like the Tandy Computer Whiz Kids one that lasts for like 5 hours.
I was gonna say I can't wait till episode like 800, like the whole stream again, but even longer, 1 more hour or whatever it is.
1 hour and 46 minutes. The 700th episode has become the second longest episode.
Oh my god.
Danny Fenley, new entry for the Overlord list. If my evil requires more time and effort than ordering a pizza, I will not use his plan. That's a good one. You guys remember the evil Overlord list?
Yep.
Yep.
That's a classic from early internet.
Yeah, but I can question that one. That would probably be at the bottom of the list because sometimes some plans do need to take forever.
True. But it's how about ordering and receiving a pizza?
Yeah, like you really have to be like Mephisto or like the Riddler levels of villain to bother with a plan like that.
Your evil plan needs to get the pizza to me or the evil plan's off. It's 30 minutes or less.
I was just gonna say, did you see that Samurai Jack episode where Aku was ordering a pizza?
I did
that was
not, 'cause
amazing.
I've never actually watched Samurai Jack.
It's great because you don't hear anything on the phone. You just see Aku talking. Like, 30 minutes or it's free. Excellent. Ha ha ha! And then they just like hang up on him. It's amazing.
Sins past, trouble is not canon.
Not good, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
They wanted it to be. They wanted it to be.
Cream the Rabbit, atop the fourth wall, all Tandy Computer Whiz Kids, 5-hour version.
I mean, technically, it is.
Tandy
I
the
think
Fourth
that's
Whiz Kids.
The compilation of the Tandy Computer Whiz Kids, I think, is 5 hours.
Accept anything else. They can try to keep her alive for the next hour.
Who wants to plan forever?
Norman's in prison, so we can't get him there in under an hour for a transfusion. He instead offers
Evil plans. I'm not paying for those.
Gwen had the same blood type, so it's a decent chance it'll.
Oh,
$20 can buy many evil plans.
This stupid Spider-Man's blood stops Norman's evil goblin blood. That's so dumb.
So is mine.
Would have worked if it was the original story, but not here.
You already got that one covered.
Yeah, this
You remember what that Dr. Cox clip was? Just like I remember it was a go. It was just like oh,
daughter of a guy.
What's that? It doesn't work this way.
And regenerative capability.
I love all my Scrubs clips whenever I use them, but I swore I would only use one Scrubs clip per episode, and I would not repeat them. So like I've missed opportunities to not use the same Scrubs clip sometimes.
Oh, blood does not work that way. Good night.
Funny thing about Peter's blood, apparently it's immune to vampirism. Or at least it'll like he'll turn into a vampire for a brief moment, but it'll eventually be removed.
Thank you, Luke. Rocked. Like the stream. Hit the like button. Help Linkara out. I need to send you a DM after the stream is over. I keep forgetting to.
Hey there, Luke. Oh, did you ever use the? Like, it's been a while. Did you ever use the Scrubs clip when you're just in your own self-satisfaction? Like, not now. I'm glow basking.
I don't think I've used that one now.
Okay.
Otherwise, yeah, it's mostly Dr. Cox clips because he just has the best put downs and insults. And for what I'm doing, it's great. Like, especially Judas Traveler. For the love of God, are you a real doctor or a doctor like how Dr. Pepper is a doctor?
Yeah. Like back when I was on the earlier part of the stream today, where you were talking about characters who wear out their welcome, this wasn't quite the same thing. Like, I like them, but now they've overstayed their welcome. But I was just thinking of Judas Traveler. It's like, he's here and he's here and he's here, and what is he doing? Like, what is this? He's just like waiting and waiting.
I'm testing Spider-Man because I'm trying to learn about good and evil.
I guess, sure, why not?
Sebastian Iman with the Dr. Cox clip. I implore you, do what I'm positive you are capable of doing. Nothing. Do nothing. Yeah. It is the patient's decision. What about Kelso? Kelso doesn't have as many good ones, and especially his are very context sensitive. Dr. Cox has a lot more general ones that work for a lot more different situations.
I like Needle Day.
Happy birthday, happy graduation from Vin Nguyen. Yeah, it's happy 700th, and technically my birthday was like a couple weeks ago, so.
I wonder if that's a good question. Once the last US1 video is done, are you going to make a compilation shortly after, or are you going to wait a while before uploading it?
I'm going to wait a year because I want any new episodes to be. I want any new episodes to be around for a year first. And here we've got the future, the requisite future Linkara appearance.
There we go.
I think my dad just wanted to show off his big board, his big TV screen. His big monitor screen, which he uses for presentations.
So for US1, you said you let it sit. You're not gonna keep on trucking.
I'm gonna wait a year before I put out the compilation because I want new episodes to be out for a year before I do that. I did that with Trouble. I'm gonna do that. I need to put out the Transformers retrospective because we're past a year now. Connor Hall, I personally feel Norman Osborn really should have stayed dead in the comics. His return really brought nothing good to the series overall. I completely agree.
That's how I feel about death in general. If it doesn't stick, then it doesn't. Like, I mean, I guess if you wait long enough, you can make it work. But if you just bring him back and keep popular, it loses its meaning.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
Sorry. No, I was just gonna say, like, if it doesn't stick, it loses its meaning.
Yeah, he's been dead. He's been dead for 20 years. You took away an iconic moment of the history by bringing him back.
To be fair, I do think that, again, with Nick Spencer's run, having the Sin Eater actually purify him, and it's one of the few good things of Zeb Wells' run, to where they're actually trying to be where he thinks it's a second chance, but of course no one's going to forgive him for what he's done.
Yeah.
But he's actually trying to do good. This is a case where we're having a Norman who actually feels like, I have had all my sins, all my wrongdoings lifted from me. I don't want to do anything that could risk it. But he's soon going to become the Gold Goblin soon.
That'll be interesting to see, because Lex Luthor becoming a hero for a while was actually a really good story.
Oh, yeah.
Alexander Yakubik, oh, that is your dad. Honestly, he's always a delight. Looked like he's having a blast in every episode. He loves doing future Linkara and doing stuff with the show. They Beybladed!
This exists.
I think you guys missed that. We're replacing every verb with Beyblade.
This should never have gotten past the idea.
Fingleberries, it brought one good thing. Flash Thompson funeral as a result of Red Goblin brought a legit tear to my eyes. Aw.
Yeah. Oh, the fact that JJ still knows Peter's secret and has been helping him out since the end of Slot's run. I am still amazed they've kept that, and it's worked.
Sometimes it's fun to play with the character dynamics a bit and do something like that instead, so we're not just doing the same thing over and over and over and over. JRK Pectus, I think something missing from Overlord list. Torture does not just mean punching a hero so it could still look good for the sequel. That annoys me so much. Yeah, I get that. That's definitely one. Xander Productions, Scrubs question, what is your most / least favorite episodes? As for me, I love the musical episode myself. Can't remember my least favorite, though. Oh, what is my favorite episode of Scrubs? Definitely any of the ones where Dr. Cox is, tortured, because we get to see, like, his dramatic side as opposed to just his insulting side, and we show again that he really does care. The musical episode is good in there. My Way Home was really good, which is the which I want to say is the Wizard of Oz homage.
Which would be fine if we
what's my least favorite? I need to think about that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know what I actually liked? Like, I can't remember too many episodes now because I watched them back when I was in college and I haven't like rewatched or anything. But one that really stuck with me was the one where Dick Van Dyke cameoed because he used to play like a doctor. But I like that one quite a bit because you see that as cynical as Kelso is, he really is like in it for the legitimacy, and he's like, dude, I have to keep up with this stuff. Like, I'm a bitter old man, but I still genuinely do my job and keep up with all the new research and everything.
I don't go to these conferences just for fun. I do them because if I don't keep up with current medical practices, people will die.
Yeah, like, you think I like going into these places where I could smell the results of like a college party from last night or whatever you say? Like a dance or something.
Yeah, and Dick Van Dyke is just, he's an outdated, he's an old doctor who uses outdated techniques and prescriptions because he just doesn't bother to learn, but he's supposed to be, but he's beloved by everybody.
I was just gonna say he gets by on like charisma, but that won't work on Kelso. And like, it's so easy to hate Kelso because he really is a jerk, but he's legit.
Oh, there was a season 8 or 9 one where after Kelso has retired, and he becomes more likable, and he leaves. Ted basically says, "Why are you still hanging around here?" And he leaves, but it's like revealed like, no, he really does. He loves being there.
Yeah.
So and he tells JD and I'm blanking on her name. Elliot. He tells them, do any damn thing you want. Just do what makes you happy. Don't be worried about what other people think of you.
At this point, the comics were long.
Yeah, just good episodes there. Just good. Scrubs was such a damn good series.
I have clones.
Hey, Lewis, have you ever planned on doing that Spider-Man game now that it's on PC?
Probably, yeah. I probably will do the Spider-Man game and like maybe do that as a big long stream thing. But,
it is so good. It is so good. It is right up there with the Arkham games.
Xander Productions. The fairy tale episode was great. The fairy tale episode was great too. Yes, it was. Very sad ending though.
But the kids are either unstable or Warren in
Scrubs knew how to balance drama and humor.
Experiments from the Clone Saga.
My House is a great one.
They're more stable since
where Cox basically they're just making fun of House the entire episode.
Funny thing, since it's in this era, did you know that J.M. DeMatteis is doing another tie-in to Craven, but it's actually set during the time when Peter and MJ had left New York?
That would be fun. Yeah,
So they're actually keeping this. They're keeping this canon still. So they're not going with the post one more day version. No, that is back when they're still married and she's pregnant.
Nice.
Speaking of leaving New York, by the way, one thing I did find fascinating, like, you can really see it in, like, the Deadpool movies where he's taking a cab. Like, Spider-Man's moveset would be, like, cut down to, like, a half to 2/3 if he leaves New York. Like, he just can't web-sling under normal circumstances.
Yep. Sebastian Ema, another great Dr. Cox clip, where the episode is basically that he tells JD to do his own self-evaluation, and JD is mad about that. It's like, you should be the one doing this. But Dr. Cox, like, comes back to him later. Okay, fine. I wanted you to think about yourself. What are you good at? What do you suck at? And then I want you to write it down. Not so I can see it, not so anyone else can see it, but so you can see it. Because in the end, the only person you have to answer to is yourself.
Yeah, not to mention, even your reviewer, like, they may have a different perspective because they're not you, but at the same time, their word is not law.
Dr. Cox is a great doctor and a great mentor, even if he didn't want to be JD's mentor.
Understand why JMS wanted one more day to erase it. Let's end this with a clip from JMS.
Yeah, Scrubs was such a great goddamn series.
Sums up this entire thing.
Go watch Scrubs. We're finishing up with the stream in a little bit here. Go watch Scrubs.
600 episodes, my friends.
Is Scrubs even streaming anywhere?
Even after this long.
I don't know.
For another month of movie adaptation.
What would Spider-Man be like in the windy city of Chicago? Still a lot of tall buildings.
He'd be all right. Like, maybe not New York all right, but he'd be pretty good.
Minneapolis would be a bit harder because we do have skyscrapers, but there's not a lot of them.
Yeah, that's
then this gag that people considered canon.
If you want to know, Scrubs apparently is on Hulu, Amazon Prime, and Fubo TV.
Nice.
Well, all right.
I have no idea what Fubo TV is.
This gag of I slept with Lord Vice, people consider that canon. It's just a joke.
That nobody wants to participate in. So the whole joke.
You were to erase one more day, how would you like it to end? I do it by aging Aunt May. I have ideas, like, just in case if I ever get the chance to do it.
Wait, what?
And there we go, the 600th episode.
Hey, congratulations.
Oh my God, we've been on here for almost 9 hours.
Damn.
Lordy.
Yep.
You mean that's not canon?
It's a gag.
It's as canon as you want it to be.
You can't stop the fanfic.
Nor would I ever try. We made it, guys. We made it through 600 episodes. Let's go another 2 hours. No, we're not. We're not doing that.
Encore.
Let's throw up the Jackbox stream now, and
there we go. We got us all here. Let's do Among Us. It's all canon thanks to multiverse theory. A dead fish will get your super chat in a minute. Let's start over. We'll go back to Sonic Live.
Yeah, I was going to say encore.
Oh my God. All right, well, while we're wrapping up here, I just want to thank all of the wonderful people who stopped by to keep me company during this. Of course, aside from the people, I'll read off people who are here right now. I want to thank Eliza. I want to thank Game Show Reviewer. I want to thank Zen. And of course, now for the people who are here, I want to thank Lotus Prince.
Thank you very much.
I want to thank Greg.
It's all good.
And of course, Robert Willing, aka Stairdcraft, who's been here the entire time.
Hey, no problem.
What a trooper.
Yeah, the fact that your voice isn't as destroyed as mine is right now, I'm quite surprised, actually.
I kept quiet throughout a lot of it until near the end.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Oh yeah, I just keep piling on the things in the text here. It's like none of this makes sense.
Hey, can I ask you one quick question? I always wanted to do writing up I told you with that Vice thing and my character meeting. If I ever wrote it up with the idea of it being an audio thing, would you ever mind recording Vice's stuff and I can just edit it together?
Yeah, you're right. If it was audio only, yeah, definitely I could do that.
All right.
A dead fish. Been here the whole stream. Had a blast. Happy 700th. Now I want to watch Scrubs. And of course the Megaforce clip. I want to use that one more often. It's totally inapplicable to anything that's going on here. And it's dumb. Captain Avenger 1983, good night and go Beyblade the McDonald's. I will. Thank you, and did I thank? Yeah, I thanked all of us here.
Yep.
And of course,
Well,
thank you all for people who have been here only a short time or been here the whole 9 hours. Sorry we got a late start to it, but this was fun.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say.
Well, I better turn it in now. It's 1:26 where I am, so.
It's 12:26 where I am, and I'm gonna get some dinner.
Take care, everyone. See ya.
Where is it that is done clip from? That is from the movie Megaforce. Allison and I did an hour-long review on that. Go look it up. It's a glorious movie. A little slow to start with, but it's very quotable, and it's totally inapplicable to anything that's going on here.
It is about 600% 80s.
Yes, especially with I'm blanking on his name.
I can't help with that one.
The lead character, the guy who says that quote.
I'll Google it real quick.
No, I can't remember either.
Barry Bostwick in his 80s headband in a skin-tight beige jumpsuit.
And Henry Silva just hamming, just mowing that scenery.
Beautiful, beautiful movie. Thank you all, and good night.
Good night.
Stream ending, now hitting the button. Push the button, Linkara.